able to run away for a meter before the silver kindles caught up to them and seeped into their bodies. They screamed as their bodies lighted up in silver before stopping abruptly a second later as they turned into the ash. 98.7 I saw inside me as I looked at the Constitution storage inside me. It had been 4 days since I had started hunting for the resources, and in just 4 days, I had nearly finished collecting the resources I needed. It was faster than I had thought, as I had estimated that it would take me more a week at least to collect all the resources to take my Constitution to level 10, but I had nearly done it in 4 days. As long as I find the resource worth remaining 1.3, then I could immediately advance my Constitution to level 10, and that time, my strength would soar again. I hope I advance before the War Tower opens, so that I could make use of the elixir found in the War Tower to reach back to my level. Well, I don't know when the War Tower will be open, but I am quite sure that I am going to find an upgrade to my Constitution before that. Under the numerous hidden gazes, I asked Ashlyn to find another remnant for resource hunting. In these 4 days, I've become quite famous, as I have taken out more resources from the remnant than any single person. That brought many greedy people to me, not only grim monsters but also humans. All the grim monsters that came at me have died as for humans. I've taught them such a lesson that they will not have any greedy thoughts toward anyone. Hun. We were searching for the resources when the faint blue light in the sky started to turn green. I and others noticed that we all turned toward the War Tower, which is slowly turning green from the blue. The War Tower is about to open, I said. If past records hold true, then in the 6 hours, the whole 1,000 floors will turn completely green, and that time the gate of the War Tower will be opened. Seeing the War Tower is about to be opened, I really don't want to go toward it right now, when I was just inches away from making advancement in my Constitution, but it is a delicate time. This is an important time. I have to be on the human side as huge conflict could erupt before even entering the tower, and me getting there as soon as possible would help a lot. I don't have a huge idea about self-importance, but I am clearly aware that I am one most powerful in the ruin, and which makes me indirectly responsible for the other humans, so whether I want it or not, I have to go as soon as possible. Sigh, it would have been great if the tower had opened a day late, but it seemed like I am not that much luck. Well, there is no need to be sad about it. I am sure I will be able to collect 1-3 resources I need in the first 100 floors of, and if I am lucky, then I might even be able to gather the material for the level 11 Constitution. Though it will be difficult seeing how I will need 4 times more resources, I had a need for level 11. This ruin is the best place to gather the resources quickly. Outside I might need months or even years to gather the resources I need to upgrade my Constitution. In Tower, I will have plenty of chances to get the resources, especially at a higher level. I just need to be strong to get them. As the tower started to color green, thousands of people began to move around toward the tower that I was quite shocked by seeing such a number. While they are moving toward the tower, both sides aren't taking a chance to attack each other. All of them are mostly focused on getting to the tower as quickly as possible. In the 4 days of collecting resources, I went quite close to the tower and even mapped out the safe route in preparation for this, so now that the War Tower is opening, I am following the safe route I had mapped with quite great speed that I finished travel of 5 hours within an hour. I could see the War Tower, which is a few hundred meters ahead of me, and it is huge, absolutely huge. It is the tallest structure I've ever seen, man-made or otherwise. It is 1,000 stories long, and space inside the tower is even bigger as it is enhanced by the spatial method. Below the tower, more than 3 million people had already gathered, and they looked like ants in front of the tower. I looked at the human side, who have about 500,000 people, 5 to 6 times less than grim monsters, and the numbers on both sides kept increasing every second as more and more people kept coming as they saw the tower turning green. I moved toward the human side, and as I got close, I got to sense their aura and saw most people's presence are from the limit. In the people standing, I saw platinum elites outnumber golden elites by more than 10 times. Such scenes are impossible to see outside, as the golden elites are always more than the platinums. Most of the golden elites that had entered this ruin had already become platinum elite due to an abundance of limited energy present in this ruin. Also, due to this limited energy, there are more than 10,000 adamantines present in front of me. Seeing such numbers of adamantine outside is nearly impossible, but here everything is possible. The humans are standing in neat formations, and as the grim monsters opposite to them. Behind the golden elite, front of them are platinums, in front of platinums are diamonds, and in front of diamonds are adamantines, and there is also a small group of people in front of the adamantine. These are 21 people in this group, and these people also possess the aura of adamantine, but the aura they possess are far deeper than the more than 10,000 adamantines behind them. These are groups of specials which had either accepted inheritance or has a special constitution or practiced some art. They are a league above normal adamantines and could contend against the 10,000 adamantine that is behind them. If one looks carefully at these 21 people, they will hierarchy there. Everyone was releasing their aura faintly, from which could guess how powerful these people were, and in the lead are two people who had far stronger aura than the other specials. To my surprise, I found one of the two people in the lead familiar. She's a young woman slightly older than me even in the ruin. She's wearing her signature high heels, which are obviously void boots fashioned in the form of high heels. She's a young woman who had led the battle in Raven City, and if I am not wrong, her name Kara. Sup. I looked at the whole human group before I appeared beside the girl, in high heels and redhead boy, who is similar to my age. Two of them looked at me slowly as I appeared beside them. To other adamantines my speed may seem receivable, but not to them. They already sensed my approach, and if I were to attack, they would have easily defended against it. Both of them looked at me, the redhead boy with curiosity and relief, while the girl in high heels looked at me with a hint of surprise. She had likely to remember me from the Raven City. I gave them a soft smile before looking ahead, totally discarding inquisitive gazes from behind me. I had half concealed my aura through the killing rule, and now the aura I am releasing is that of ordinary peaked adamantines like those behind me. My concealment is airtight that those two beside me also could not see through my aura, but they did not question me, as they know if I dared to stand beside them, then I had the strength to do it, and if I did not have it, then I could be the biggest idiot here. If a conflict arose, then I would be first to die, as the grim monsters I would face would not be weaker than those beside me, and their numbers would also be higher. Just now look at the current condition between two races. They not only have 5 to 6 times more numbers than us, but they are also more special. While we have 3, including me, they have 7, with each having a similar level of aura compared to those beside me. Both sides are silently staring at each other as we watch tower as it is turning green. It will take around 5 hours for it to become completely green. Till that time we will continue staring at each other. Only when the tower turns completely green will we turn hostile toward each other. If they want conflict outside the tower or inside the tower, will be completely dependent on the other party. 4 hours had passed, and there was barely half an hour remaining till the tower completely turned green. In these 4 hours, the number of people swells 3 times, and more people keep coming every second. We now have the 6 specials, including me, while the grim monsters have 15, which is more than double than us, but it is still fine. We might not be able to win against them, but we can sure keep them occupied for a long while. But the chances of fighting outside are less than 50, for all the times had opened till now, only 2 times conflict occurred on outside. Most of the conflicts have occurred on the inside. I was just blankly staring when suddenly, I spotted someone familiar coming in, and it saw me seconds later. As our eyes met, electricity started to fly between our gazes. I looked at the shocked face of Earth Crockman, who looked at Ashlyn and me in shock. It had never expected I could come out of the mist alive, not only alive but also become powerful. That now, I can also stand directly in the front with the most powerful 5 specials. It also became powerful. It had become peak adamantine and is also special, but it did not have the ability to stand with the most powerful special grim monster. It could be said it is one of the weakest special. We both stared at each when suddenly I made my gaze deeper and curved my lips a little, in a clear indication that if it comes across me, I will kill it painfully, and it understood it as well as it shuddered visibly. Buzzz. Half an hour had passed, and a loud buzz had resounded from the tower, and second after that, a gigantic silver gate appeared on the tower. Beautiful runes could be seen flowing through the edges of gates that nobody dared to look directly at, as those who concentrated on those runes directly will find their eyes burst out. We now have 7 specials, and Green Monster has 17, 10 more than us. All of us have looked at each other. Now that the gate has appeared, it is time to enter inside, but it is not easy if both sides are mortal enemies. Shall we go with the usual rule? Girl in high heels said to 17 grim monsters who were started opposite to us at the 10 meters distance. Sure, but first you have to prove if you have sufficient strength. If you lost, we would massacre all of you right here, said the leading grim monster, and shot toward us with other 16 most powerful special grim monsters. As they shot toward us, we 7 also shot toward them at our greatest speed. As I moved toward them, I donned the armor and also brought out my totem artifact, which increased my power even further. This is a very important moment. If we did not stand on the equal term with the grim monster here, then the full-blown war will commence, and it will be not a good thing for the human, especially if we specials have lost. Most of them will be massacred. Sup. As we were halfway to reaching each other, 3 arcs of concentrated fire went toward the grim monsters. These arcs were not launched by any us humans, but from Ashlyn. I could see the frown on the faces of the other 5 people as I let my overexcited weak monster launch the attack. The girl in high heels did not seem surprised, as had known something like this would happen. The frown had just appeared on the faces of my colleague, who had just appeared when it was transformed to the shock, as they sense energy from the 3 silver fire arcs. It is the same for the grim monsters who had thought the attack of her was a joke. Their faces changed, especially that of the 3 grim monsters, who are these 3 silver fire arcs aiming at. With Ashlyn dealing with 3 grim monsters, we can now fight with 2 grim monsters each, and I had already chosen my opponents, and they are Violet Horn Bullman and Frost Snakeman. Bullman is holding a 9-meter spear, long bulky white spear, which is 3 meters longer than the Bullman, who is 7 meters tall, while Frost Snakeman holds a thin sword which looks like it is made of ice. Both of them came at me with Snakeman front and Bullman behind. Seeing them coming closer, I poured all the power of my fire ability in my sword, and as I did, it started to become red from the edges, till nearly 20 of the sword turned fiery red. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smile, as the power of the enchantment had so great that even I can't imagine what it had become capable to cutting. As the enchantment activated, I also activated my killing rule at full power. As I did, I felt like I had sensory overload, as there is too much information coming at me. It took a moment for me to calm my nerves down, but at that time, both of the monsters appeared next to me and launched the attacks on me. But the funny thing, I found their attacks too slow. They looked like a bunch of private stage grim monsters that are attacking me, and not one of the most powerful specials present on this battlefield. Sacrificing all the offensive power is really worth it. With senses such as this, I could be able to defeat any opponent that is a lot stronger than me. Both Violet Horn Bullman and Frost Snakeman already launched their attack. Their attacks were not the formal attack, but filled with method power, which is fatal to even current me. But I did not fear their attacks. Seeing their attacks coming at me, I whip my sword at the icy sword of the Frost Snakeman, as it attacks is faster than that of the Bullman and also closer to me. I will deal with the spear of Bullman after I finished dealing with the sword of Snakeman. Chick. Our sword moved closer and closer, till they finally clashed, and I thought a resounding metallic sound would ring out, but to my and Snakeman's utter shock that my sword had directly cut through the icy thin sword of the Frost Snakeman, cutting it into 2. This scene not only shocked Snakeman and me, but those who were watching the battle had also been shocked seeing it. The sword of Snakeman may look delicate, but it is extremely heavy, weighing close to my sword, and not to forget it, the sword of Special, which made it out of ordinary weapon even among the weapons of the adamantines. Cutting the sword had surprised me, as I never expected that the power of the enchantment would become great, and that it was able to cut the powerful weapons held by the adamantine. It was a surprise, but it also produced opportunity. As my sword cut through the Snakeman's sword, it moved toward the chest of Snakeman at a very fast speed. The color drained from the face of the Snakeman, and struggle appeared for the brief moment before it started to move back. But to the Snakeman's shocks, its retreat does not seem to have an effect on the speed of the sword, as it is coming at the same speed. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but alight on my face, though I could not kill it, as it will make things quite complicated and might even start the battle which we are trying to avoid. I could still have little fun with it. Clank. My sword just a hand distance from the chest of the grim monster when a white spear appeared and blocked my sword. I am not surprised by the block. If I wanted to, I could have easily avoided it and cut the Frost Snakeman into 2 before any of its special abilities could materialize. Human, it is enough. Violet Horn Bullman thundered angrily. It is very angry, and the reason is not me going after the Frost Snakeman, but the mark my sword had created on its white spear. This had really angered the Bullman. Calm down, I am going to kill it, yet, I said before adding a moment of break. Hearing that, the expressions of the both grim monsters soured, especially Frost Snakeman, who had opened its mouth to say something but closed it as it saw my sword disappearing from my hand. The battle had been finished, not only mine but to others too. It is a single-move battle to gauge each other's abilities. We have performed better than I thought, especially Ashlyn, who made 3 grim monster retreat in the single move. We will follow the usual way of entering, said the white tusk elephantman from the grim monster, hearing that. Kara nodded before she looked behind. Golden Elite and Platinum enter the tower. Ordered. Kara and white tusk elephantman gave the same order to the grim monsters. Hearing the order, Golden Elite and Platinum from both sides started to enter inside the tower. Within 10 minutes, more than 5 million people entered the gates, and now only Diamond and Adamantine remained on the field. The Diamonds will enter an hour later, and an hour after that will be the turn of the Adamantine, and 3 hours after the Adamantines, we Specials will enter. This is a long process, but it is necessary. If we all enter inside the tower together, we will start to fight right away, despite there being thousands of different space realms in the first 100 floors. This is also the same reason why we sent people in the difference of an hour, so they could get a head start and not get directly massacred by those of the higher level. This difference of hour made a great impact and increased the surviving rate of the weaker ones, and gave them a chance to increase power and before stronger ones that are coming behind them. Time passed by as people continue coming. Those who are platinum or below could directly enter, while those of the above level had to wait till their times of entries had appeared. If you seeker, he would have died before coming back this early. Shouted White Tusk Elephantman, as it killed the first Grim Monster came out of the exit gate within a minute platinum, and below entered. Seeing it as Grim Monster who had first exited, the bright smile couldn't help but appear on our faces while faces of Grim Monsters soured. The one that comes out first always faces the shame from his race. Like this Grim Monster who came out, it directly killed to erase the shame of the race. If it had been human, we would not have killed him, but our moods would have definitely soured in disappointment. 2 seconds after that, another Grim Monster came off the exit gate, and second later another before finally appeared, though except for first. Once entered, one could easily come out. They just have to crush the badge that tower provides them, and they will be teleported out in the 3-second. Yes, one could not teleport out directly. One has to wait for 3 seconds before they teleport out of the tower. This 3-second rule had taken the lives of thousands of people. People would only decide to exit when they are in danger and would not be able to survive even for the 3-second. So one has to be astute about crushing their badge once they are inside. Diamonds enter the tower. Kara and White Tusk Elephantman ordered the diamond levels to enter. 15 minutes after the diamonds entered, loads of people started to come, thousands of by a second. It is not surprising. If the human or Grim Monster powerhouse enters your level, then it will massacre you, so before it does, many people crush their badge to live. And they came out. They could not enter the tower again. It is a bitter reality, and what I had said that whenever the tower appeared, millions would die, but millions would also progress at amazing speed through the elixir and rewards that tower gives. Adamantines enter the tower. Another hour passed, and finally it was time for the Adamantines to enter. I watched them enter, wishing 3 hours could pass easily so I could enter the tower. The wait had been very painful. 3 hours passed, and our time of the entry into the tower had come. Hee, it's our time now, White Tusk Elephantman said with a laugh as we all started to move toward the gate in one big horizontal line, the gate big enough that we 50-something humans and Grim Monsters could enter inside. Finally, we reached the gate and took a step inside the gate in unison and disappeared into the tower. As I passed through the gate, I found myself in a very barren place, and right at that moment, I felt a burning sensation on the back of my palm, and small information being transmitted to me. On the back of my palm, a red mark of the war tower had appeared. I controlled it with my mind, and I want to crush that. I just have to command it through my mind, and it will be crushed. The rules were similar to what I know, as teleportation would only happen 3 seconds after I crushed it, and having an elixir every 10 levels and getting a reward every 100 levels. To pass each level, I would have to kill a sufficient level of obstructions that tower throws at me and you accumulate enough points to reach to the next level. As for how I will know it, the badge will tell me. ZZZZ. Die. I looked around for a moment before I took a step inside the barren ground. As I did, I heard the soft sound, and next moment the clay human figures made of clay appeared out of nowhere and came at me and shouted loudly. If one looked at them without focus, one would think of them as the real human, except for their clay bodies. Everything about them feels real. Their movements, the sound they make, everything feels real. These clay figures are not weak. Each of them has the strength of the initial golden elite, with then coming with a group they are even stronger. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. I looked at them for a moment before a kindle of fire released from me without me moving an inch of my body and seeped into the clay figurines and turned them into dust. I don't think for 600 floors I even have to look at the obstacle the tower throws at me. Only when I reach the 601st floor, only these things will become interesting for me. After I looked at the clay figures for a while, I started to move speedily. Each level at the 100 floors is 2 kilometers square. I just have to cross that distance, and I will see the entrance to the 2nd floor. The tower is humongous, but the space inside is thousands of times more. The space had been enlarged through the spatial methods. There are thousands of levels each floor, and on every floor, these levels lessened till one reached 901 floors. From 901, there are no different levels. Everyone had to pass through the same last 100 levels. Buzz, I moved swiftly, and as I moved, hundreds of kindles released from my body. 5 seconds later, my wrist buzzed slightly, and when I looked at it, I found the mark of the tower turning green, meaning I have killed enough obstacles that I could pass through the 2nd level. Seeing that, I instantly increased my speed and appeared at the gate of level 2 and crossed it. There I found the same barren scenery, where the only difference is that it had slightly stronger clay figurines, which I had killed within a few seconds, and moved on to the next floor level. This tower is really great. There are so many obstacles to kill. If I had been a golden elite right now, I would have been having a thrilling fight here. Everything is ants to these floors, but when I reach the higher, the things will become exciting. So I have to reach there as soon as possible. That is why I am crossing each floor in less than 10 seconds, and as such I had reached the 7th within a minute of entering the tower and reached the 10th floor in 1.5 minutes. I stood in front of the exit of the 1/8 floor from here. I would not reach the 11th floor, but reached a special place for a few seconds to receive an elixir before transporting to the 11th floor. Buzz, feeling slightly excited, I took a step inside and soon found myself in the small room, which had formation carved in every part of the room. As I transported there, the room buzzed, and the runes started to glow. That exact moment, I felt a faint, refreshing feeling traveling through my body and soul. If I had been an average golden elite, I would have felt my level rising by this refreshing energy. This is an elixir to me. It does nothing as I am peak adamantine, but to golden elites, it is very precious. Sup, the refreshing feeling lasted for 5 seconds before it stopped, and I was transported back to the 11th floor. As I did, I again started my swift level crossing, with more speed than before. My speed was so fast that I only needed 6 seconds to cross each floor, this amazing speed of crossing the levels. The only thing I have to keep in mind is releasing Kindle as fast as possible, so by the time I reached the exit, I would have killed enough obstruction that I had permission to move to the next level. I crossed level after level, and after every 10 levels I would receive an elixir, and as such, I moved past the 50th level in Conduit with my swift speed without any problem. As I had said, until I reached the 601st floor, I could maintain my current speed. So I kept crossing the level after level till I finally reached a level 82nd, where I finally stopped as I saw another being other than me. There are 4 grim monsters and 1 human, each of them is fighting desperately against the clay golems. Finally, I muttered as I saw them, I desperately wanted to see someone, especially grim monster, so that I could take their stuff. I only need 1.3 resources and I will be able to upgrade my constitution. I have to kill them, and it is not just because of resources. Even if there are no resources involved, I would have killed them. They are grim monster. Killing them is the duty of every human. We are mortal enemies. If it had been the grim monster in my place, they would have done the same. Any powerful grim monster or human who had entered the tower will do the same. This is a bitter reality in the tower. Most people, be it grim monsters or humans, are not killed by the challenges sent by the tower, but by their mortal enemies. The grim monster and humans had noticed my entry, while humans had an only slight change. The grim monster paled completely and crushed their badges at the same time, but how can I let them leave? D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. As the yellow light flashed over their bodies as they crushed their badges, I attacked them with Kindle, and second later, all of them turned into ash. I immediately went to their places and picked their things to stuff them into my storage, and as they sorted a moment later, I took all the stuff from a special block, which I created to store all the energy and herbal things. I took all the things from it and stuffed them into constitution storage. Before moving forward, I did not even look at the stuff or the percentage I need. My only goal is to fill it till 100. That time, the formation itself would inform me. After 82nd floor, I keep coming across the humans and grim monsters every floor. I would kill any grim monster that I come across and add the things I found in the storage into my constitution storage. As such, I continued crossing the level until I reached the 99th level. At the 100th level, I would receive a reward. Even though the reward would be Golden Elite stage and would not be much useful for me, I couldn't help but feel excited. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the exit of the 99th floor and found myself in a small room. It also had the formation carved on it, but only on the floor. As I appeared in the small stool, I found there's a small stool in front of me, and on that stool is copper axe about 1.2 meters long. The axe looked amazing, and when I picked it up in my hand, I found its weight also amazing. As I added my mana into it, its coppery blade gleamed faintly with light. It is an amazing weapon, far better than the normal totem artifact. Any golden elite who uses axe would be thrilled to have it. And as like the weapons that tower gift, this axe also has a merging seed, which means it could merge with totem artifact and increase its quality and power. This merging seed makes all weapons found in the tower very valuable. As people could not always get the best materials when they created the totem artifact or had the best formation, merging with weapons found in the tower could upgrade its blueprint, thus enhancing their potentials. This is useless to me. It is the golden elite level, and I do not use the axe. Even if I had used the axe, I would not use it. My totem artifact far surpassed normal totem artifact. It has the unlimited potential. To make it a forbidden ground had been nearly drained. I put away the axe in my storage. That will fetch a very good price due to its merging ability. I stayed in the room for a few seconds before I teleported to the 101st level and continued climbing the levels. If I wanted, I could have stayed in the 100th level for a day. There was a door that leads to a resting room. Every 100 levels, the tower offers the rest of one day. Those who want could take it. The level after 100th had more grim monster in them, and that is a very good thing for me. I get to kill more and more grim monster, which gives me more and more stuff. These platinum level grim monsters have a lot of stuff, a lot more than that of golden elites. It made me really happy, as the more things they have, the quicker I will be able to advance my constitution. 110th, 120th, 130, 140th, 150th, 160th, 170th, I kept climbing the level. It is no challenge to me at all. If not for me collecting the stuff from the grim monster after killing them, my speed would have been even higher. I wonder how Ashlyn must be doing. She had also entered the war tower with me. I'm sure she would be faster than me. Before entering the tower, I had told her not to be too fast. She should kill all the grim monster, and also slow down at the higher level so that she could kill some special grim monsters and take their stuff. When I reach the last 400 levels, I am planning on slowing down a little so that I could kill some special grim monster. I had already planned a strategy from the information I have read about the tower. Buzz. I had just killed all the grim monsters from the level 176th and stuffed their thing into constitution storage and moved speedily toward the exit when suddenly, my whole body vibrates slightly. Seeing that, an ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I was finally able to accumulate enough resources to upgrade my constitution to level 10. I had thought I would have to kill the grim monster till 300th till I got enough stuff from the grim monster, as the things I need is humongous. It is 4 times what small hill-size herbs I have accumulated through the year. Though the quality of these herbs was quite low, the amount was humongous. Still, in this amazing ruin, I was able to collect them in less than a week. Doing such a feat outside would be nearly impossible. Rumble. Seeing I had collected all the materials required for the advancement of my constitution, I immediately started it. As I did, a rumble resounded through my body before energy from the formation began to spread every inch of my body. As the energy spread, I found my power slowly regressing, which is not strange seeing I am advancing in the constitution. I'm not worried about regressing my level. If it were outside, I would have been a little worried, as I would need the humongous amount of energy to level up, but here I do not have to worry about those things. There is elixir. Though the elixir I am getting through the current levels are not much use to when I reach higher levels, the elixir will become powerful, and I will be able to advance my levels through it. I watched the process of constitution advancement for a minute before I started to move forward. I could move and use my powers during the advancement, so there is no need for me to stay in a single spot during my advancement. I continued climbing the levels as I did. My constitution continued advancing, and my level kept regression, from peak adamantine to mid-adamantine to initial adamantine, and it is still regressing, which had surprised me little. As during the first 9 level, my level had regressed to that of initial platinum from peak diamond, but how huge difference of power between the diamond and adamantine is, and how I already have level 9 constitution, I thought my level would only regress to the mid-adamantine, at most initial adamantine. But I was wrong, and I am very happy about it, as the more level regressed, the more potential I have, and since this tower I don't have to worry about getting my level back, it made me even more ecstatic. The advancement continued for nearly an hour, and when it finished, my level regressed to the mid-diamond, but my strength had increased at least by 3 times. It is such a huge advancement. I couldn't believe how strong I have gotten. With such a level, I have some confidence that I might be able to cross all the adamantine levels, especially level 801 to 900. They are the most difficult levels for an adamantine, and only specials could survive inside them. Normal adamantine could not reach there. Even if it does, normal adamantine would not last even a second before he got killed. That area is for specials, and very, very powerful specials could reach the end of it. As for entering the level above 900, it is a simple joke. Only those above adamantine could survive there. I don't have the confidence to survive there. The only one I know who could survive above 900 level is Ashlyn. I have crossed the 300th level in just 2.5 hours. My speed had barely slowed even after strong demons started to show up. It did not matter if it is platinum, diamond, or regular adamantine, everything is the same for me. In the 300 levels I had crossed, I had received 3 rewards, on which is an axe, a shield, and as strange as it sounds, 3 seeds. Those seeds are of the very rare lily, called from tranquil lily family. These lilies produce a smell that could calm one's mind. I had directly added them into my constitution formation, but seeing they are not making much difference, I took them out. I could sell them in exchange for herbs if I am lucky. I might be even able to fill one of constitution storage. Since my constitution had upgraded level 10, I started adding stuff for level 11, and there is quite a big chance that I might be able to gather enough materials in the tower that might be able to upgrade my constitution to level 11. I have this hope because I was able to collect the 1.8 materials for the level 11 Constitution advancement. Seeing I need about 4 times more resources advancement to level 11 Constitution, getting this much resources within 100 some levels is a huge deal. These resources, I have got them from the platinums and diamonds. So I go higher and come across more powerful grim monsters. I will be able to gather even more resources. I just wished I would be able to gather enough resources to take my constitution to level 11. If I can do that, then I might have a chance to go above 900th level. With those hopeful thoughts, I kept advancing while killing any grim monster I've come across. At these levels, most of the powerhouses of diamonds, platinum levels have ceased to exist here. While I am crossing the levels, my own level finally started increasing with the elixir when I reached the 599th level. My level had reached 7-star diamond. I have been taking diamond level elixir for the past 300 levels, but it only took me to 7-star diamond, not even a peak diamond. For normal diamond, this much elixir would be enough to take the adamantine level, but it only took me to diamond level. Level 10 Constitution has a huge energy need that even I started to feel scared again, thinking about the resources I would need if I was outside. And this is the need of the level 10 Constitution. Level 11 and level 12 Constitution would have even higher resource needs that I started to sweat just thinking about them. I shook my head off to those thoughts, as thinking too much about them will not help me at all, and looked at the gate before me. It will take me to the 600th layer where I will receive an reward, and after then I will be sent to the 601st level finally. 601st level is for the adamantine, ahead of all the enemies and obstruction I will face to have power to the adamantine. They will either be adamantine and or the power to fight the adamantine. Without any waiting, I took a step inside and found myself in a small room again, and in front of me is beautiful green color armor that is floating. I looked at armor for a few seconds before picking up and putting it into my storage. Earlier my eyes started to shine seeing the reward, but now after getting a reward and seeing the rewards of those I had killed, I had a pretty much lost interest in rewards. Now only rewards I will be interested in are the ones I will be getting as adamantine floors, means I will pretty excited for the next reward. Buzz, the runes below me buzzed, and I transported to the 601st level and instantly found myself in the snow. Every power level floor had its environment and different creatures attacking it. The first 100 floors, which referred to golden elite levels, had an environment, and I was attacked by human clay figures. The 200 levels after that are for platinum and had a tundra environment, and I was attacked by beasts made of grass. The next 300 levels in which referent diamond elite was swamped, and I was attacked by the creatures made of the mud. The past 600 levels were no challenge to me, and so I did not care for the environment and creature within. But now these 300 levels are for adamantine, and it will be a snow environment, and if I am writing, then I will be attacked by yeti, snow giants, and other snow creatures. Human die. And of course grim monster, right now an adamantine grim monster coming at me with ferocious expressions. It had likely sensed my diamond, which I am keeping as similar to normals, and attacked me. D-Hub, I took a slight look at before a kindle of silver fire released from me and crashed into it, and before it knew, it got turned to ash, and its stuff fell on the ground with a D-Hub. I picked up their stuff and stored them in storage where they got separated before I added the stuff into my constitution storage without stopping even for a moment. Roar all roar. As I was moving speedily, a yeti, snow lion, and snow giant came at me. All of them were made of snow but looked exceptionally real with their huge bodies, especially the ice giant, which is 20 meters tall and had a huge ice axe in its hand. In front of it, the yeti and snow lion looked like little children, as they were just as 7 meters long. I looked at 3 ice golems coming at me with a smile before 3 kindles of fire released from me. Blop, blop, blop. The 3 kindles hit the ice creature, and the next moment, all of them turned into the water and fell on the ground. The level of these creatures are quite low. Their strength is comparable to the average 1-star adamantine. I flew above and looked at the stretch of the 50 kilometers square. In such hundreds of fights could be seen happening, and seeing there were 30 grim monsters present at this level, my eyes started to shine. From now on, I have to be very swift, killing the grim monsters. I have to kill them before they crush their badges and disappear. Some grim monster already noticed my killing and crushed their badges. I could see a yellow layer appear on their bodies, and as soon as 3 seconds finished, they would disappear from the tower. But how can I let such meaty things disappear? I need a huge amount of resources which only they can give me, and it would lose to me if I had let anyone escape. So I increased my speed and took out knives from my storage before I started throwing them at the grim monsters. I first targeted those who have crushed their badges first before targeting the others. I killed all the grim monster in the 601st level and collected their stuff before I moved to the next level, where I did the same. Now that I have reached the adamantine levels, releasing Kindles is not enough. I have to be fast to kill all the adamantines within 3 seconds before they crush their badge and disappear. Each grim monster running away is a great loss for me. Each of them holds a huge amount of resources that takes me closer to my next advancement, and which I am steadily approaching. In each level, the quantity of the resources would increase by a few point percentages, and sometimes, if I am lucky, I would find some good resources that would increase the quantity by 1 to 2%. Though it rarely happens, it happens, which made me very assured that as long as I did not come across a particularly tough opponent that could oust me out of the tower, I will be able to upgrade my constitution in level 11. Soon I reached the 650th level, and from there, things have started to become hard as I began killing more adamantines. Each floor has more than 100 adamantine grim monsters, and they are more and more powerful. I am now encountering the over 100 adamantine grim monsters at every level, and it is becoming hard for me to kill them in just a few seconds as they are spread over the distance of the 50 kilometers, and some of them started to get away. They would astutely crush the badge and get away. I tried to be faster in killing them, but they would always get away, seeing that I couldn't help but sigh. There is nothing I could do about it except for being faster. Ever since I had entered the tower, I had felt no challenge. Everything was so easy to kill that I did not even lift my hand till the 600th level. I would just release the Kindle through my body. But now there is some challenge, and that challenge is to kill any grim monster I have come across. With the newfound challenge, I started killing grim monsters. The knives in hand started to become faster and faster and more accurate, that no grim monster survives against them. I continued doing that, and on some levels I would become successful. Killing all the grim monsters, it gave me a sense of accomplishment and motivated me to get better. Well, look what I have found, I said loudly in anger as I looked at the scene in front of me. There is one grim monster who is killing indiscriminately. It heard my voice as I intentionally spoke louder, and color drained from its face that it had immediately crushed the badge and became surrounded by the yellow light. It is one of special grim monster, not the most powerful one but special nonetheless. The Oxman had already crushed the badge and prepared to escape, but how could I when it had killed so many humans on this level and levels below it? I looked at it with a smile, and the next moment, a knife appeared in my hand. This knife is bathed in the resplendent fire covering it densely. As I covered it with fire, I threw it at the grim monster, who had already activated its defense method and ran away in the zigzag fashion. The knife is very fast, faster than any knife I had ever thrown. Usually when I throw a knife, I only use a little bit of fire as it is more than enough to turn any average adamantine to the ashes. But for this grim monster, I used a little more fire as it is not the normal grim monster. It is a special. To kill it, I will have to put some extra effort. A look of horror appeared on its face as it saw the knife cloaked in a flame coming at it. Seeing normal speed won't help in dodging the knife, it had overdrafted its speed method for more speed, but to its horror, the knife had no effect. Putch. It seemed to have gotten even faster, and before it tried something else, the knife tore through its best defensive method like a paper and pierced through its back. Just as it did, a terrifying heat spread through his body, making it shine silver before turning it into the ash. I did not pick its stuff right away. This fight, which barely took even a second, caught the attention of the many grim monsters who had crushed their badge to get out of the tower. I started throwing knives after knives at breakneck speed, killing the tenths of grim monster by second. It threw the knives for a few seconds before I stopped as I died all the grim monsters present at this level. Though some of them were still able to get away, there is nothing I could do about them. They were too far, and I had too many grim monsters to kill. After killing the grim monsters, I slowly walked toward human bodies, in between snow creatures who were not even looking at me even when I was walking by them. In each level, one has to get a fixed amount of points. Once one gets a fixed amount of position, the creature of the toward would completely ignore you unless one attacked them on your own. As for how to get points, simplest is the killing the creature of the tower. There is another way which kills others and gets their points, which is why I rarely have to kill the creature from the tower as I would always accumulate points by killing grim monster before they could even touch. I picked one human body after another. I did not take their stuff or look at what they have. I just picked it up and stored it into the special location in my storage, which I had created to store the human bodies. I couldn't help but sigh when I picked their bodies. One powerful grim monster could easily reap the lives whenever it goes, not only grim monster humans too. Pick me for example. Ever since I walked into the tower, I had tried to kill any grim monsters I've come across. It was a good thing that there are lost levels, at least below level 600. It gives weaker people of both races a chance to survive and advance, but after level 600, it became cutthroat as levels started to converse and more powerhouses meet. I heard the last 100 levels are the only 100 levels there were no copies of them, so there are quite high chances of us meeting if they had crossed the levels at the same speed as mine. After collecting bodies of humans and stuff of the grim monsters, I advanced to the next level. In the advanced levels, I started to come across more and more specials. Even levels even have 2 or 3 of them. I killed most of them, but some of them were still able to get away. For that I could not do anything, and as such, I finally reached the 699th level, and in front of me is the 700th level where I will get a reward. Just thinking about it is making me excited, as the reward I will get will not be low level, but the adamantine level, which might turn very useful to me, I thought as I stepped inside the door. When I entered inside, I saw an abstract painting floating in front of me, and this painting isn't real. It is made of light and seemed to contain all the colors in the world. The painting, I said ecstatically, this is one of the rewards I had been wishing to receive and was quite disappointed when I did not receive it. But now I have finally received it and received it at the adamantine stage, which means the benefits I am going to gain from it would be huge, absolutely huge. I did not waste any time as I touched the painting while projecting the Sunfare rule into the painting. First few seconds, nothing had happened, but then suddenly everything in front of me turned blank, and before amazing scenery appeared in front of me. This is the second time I saw something this grand. The last was the memories hidden in the potion, which I had drunk in the Ephirian ruin. In front of me is a humongous blue sun blazing radiantly. It is absolutely humongous, and has a string of tiny planets orbiting around it. It is releasing the rule power that feels very familiar and also very, very suppressive that I am barely able to use my rule power in front of it. The rule of sun, one most offensively powerful level 1 rule. Seeing it, my mind got absolutely blown out. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to comprehend such rule. A second ago, when I touched the painting while projecting the Sunfare, I thought I would comprehend from rule of Sunwave or Sunflare, which both are pretty powerful level 1 rule, but did not expect that I would comprehend from the rule of sun directly. It is an absolutely huge deal, and I would not waste such a chance to comprehend from it. I was about to start actively comprehending when I suddenly spotted the change in my Sunfire, and sensing the change, I immediately squashed it. My Sunfire rule was about to upgrade to level 1 rule. Seeing that, I immediately squashed it. It was going to upgrade into the lower level 1 rule, the rule of Sunwave, which I do not want my Sunfire to upgrade. If it had been any other time, I would have ecstatically upgraded my rule powers, but now I do not want to. I have rule of sun to comprehend from, and if I did not comprehend it, and I would be a biggest idiot. So I had to make the best use of that to successfully comprehend the rule of the sun. I've already had the most comprehension to take my rule power to the lower level 1 rule. Otherwise, the rule upgrade would not have started the second I sensed the rule of sun. Now I just have to get more insight so that my rule of Sunfare evolves directly to the rule of the sun. It will be quite difficult without Ashlyn, but I am confident in my comprehension ability. So I started to comprehend, as I only have an hour to do that. As I carefully sense the rule, and insight after insight starts to float inside my mind, from the fearfulness of its flares, which can vaporize the whole planet, or its gentle rays, which could create life in a barren planet. I gained insight from all the aspects of the sun, and while doing that, the comprehension inside me started increasing at the visible pace. While I comprehend, I am also keeping a tight lid on my rule power. It is standing on the very delicate line, a slight carelessness on my part, and my rule power upgrade into rule of Sunflare, not only that it might also reach an intermediate grand. Time passed by and I got lost in the comprehension of the sun, but despite my getting lost in the comprehension, I kept a tight lid on my rule power, not letting it upgrade. Shake, shake. Finally, after an hour had passed and everything in front of me had darkened before I came back to the small room, but this time there was no painting made of light floating in front of me. If I had an hour more, I would have gotten enough comprehension to reach the intermediate directly, I said with a sigh before I released the grip I had on my Sunfare, and next moment, a silver-red feather started to burn. As it started burning, it started to change its shape into the globe before becoming bigger. The globe looked like a sun with tiny silver blotches all over it. A half an hour into the comprehension, I already comprehended enough to upgrade my rule to the sun, but I did not, as I would not have been able to comprehend when my rule evolved. So I kept comprehending, hoping to get enough comprehension to take my rule to the intermediate stage directly, but unfortunately, it could not happen. But I am not sad, I am feeling the opposite. I have comprehended a powerful rule, such rule of sun, which is among one of the best offensive level 1 rule. For some time, the Sunfare had fallen back as it could not keep up with my progress, but now, with it evolving into the powerful rule of sun, it came back with a bang. Few seconds later, the upgrade had completed, and now I could be said to have comprehended the rule of sun. In my source, it looked like a mini-sun, but despite looking threatening, it is being suppressed by the killing, which is not only times bigger but also at the intermediate stage. I was just looking around when my formation lit up and transported me to the 701st floor. FUCK. I couldn't help but curse loudly. I wanted to take a rest and train for a day. Now that I had got the rule of sun, and I am confident that I would get enough resources to advance my constitution to level 1, I am thinking of getting into the 901 level, and before that, I wanted to train 3 days I would get between these 300 adamantine levels, but I was so busy checking my new sun rule that I did move to other room in time and got teleported. FUCK. Cursing, I looked ahead and saw 2 snow giants wearing armor coming toward me. Seeing them, my lips couldn't help, but the curve and I took out 2 knives from my storage and threw them at the snow giants. Zup. These 2 giants are powerful, having power comparable to the weak special adamantine, but as my knives touched them, they directly vaporized. They did not turn to water, they directly vaporized, which even surprised me quite a bit. My knives not only coated with dense silver fire, but they also contain the rule of sun, which made them even more powerful enough to vaporize the weaker specials directly. Seeing such attack, horror appeared on the grim monsters who were watching, and they crushed their badges in unison, but it had become too late for them as I started attacking with knives, right after I finished dealing with the snow giants. The grim monsters in the 700th floors are less in numbers compared to the 600th floor. On the 600th floor, I used to see, on average, 50 grim monster per level, but now seeing 10 feels like a miracle. Well, it is understandable. The 700th floor is for the special adamantines, and there were not that many specials around. Ever since I had entered the 700th flood, 98 of the specials were unknown. I did not see them when we were facing the grim monsters. They are likely adamantines who went 3 hours before us and became special in the tower. My speed of level crossing was, the ordinary special would not be able to match it. Only those most powerful specials will be able to compete with me in climbing the levels. It is kind of boring, though. Every grim monster I've come across had been killed by the single move of mine. There was not a single one that would take more than 1 attack from me. If I had waited for the day, then I surely would have met many strong grim monsters, but who is climbing the levels like a rocket would rarely get a chance to meet any powerful grim monsters unless I slowed down or waited for the days. There is no reason crying over the spilled milk. I just have to continue in this 700th levels, and once I reach 800 levels, I would not have to worry about finding the opponent, as their even opponent would worthy taking out my sword, including the ice golems. 800th levels are for most powerful adamantine specials. Every being there, including ice golems, will be powerful. Finally. I muttered as I received the elixir at the 710th level. I had finally advanced to adamantine. I had thought I would be back in the adamantine level in the 600th levels, but the elixir there was not enough to cross me adamantine and diamond. Only receiving elixir here was I able to reach the adamantine. But seeing my humongous energy needs, the elixir in these 700th levels would not be enough for me to reach the peak adamantine. They would be most take me to the mid adamantine. Time passed as I crossed the levels. The opponents got stronger, but they are still ants to me, turning as they turn into ash by every attack of mine. I continued killing without stopping and kept adding more and more resources into my storage. Soon I reached 790th level and received the last blessing of the 700th levels, which took my level to 3-star adamantine. To initial adamantine elixir here was not even enough to take me to the mild adamantine. Human, we meet again. Suddenly I heard a familiar voice from behind when I was throwing the knife at the lone grim monster. When I looked behind, I saw 7 meters tall Violet Horn Bullman, who just entered 797th level. The aura of Bullman had clearly changed. It had become a lot stronger than before. Not only that, it is also wearing crystalline violet armor, which is giving off very threatening feelings. New armor? I asked with a smile as I looked at the violet armor, which looked amazing on it. Yes, I got it as my reward, it replied with a prideful voice. As expected, it had got the armor, and since it had at the adamantine level, its power could not be underestimated at all. You have a sharp tongue. Human, it will be the first part I will eat off your body when I killed you, it said without getting angry before it attacked with its 8-meter-long spear, crushing 2 ice beast golem, a yeti ice golem, and snow giant golden in a single strike before it came at me with the swift speed. The smile remained on my face as I saw it coming. I casually took an ash-colored great sword from my storage and waited on the spot for its attack to reach me. It looked a little surprised, but the next moment it became serious again as it increased its speed. In less than a second, it crossed the distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of me as it swung its spear at me. I looked at the swinging spear carefully and found the mark I had left on it had completely disappeared. I looked at the spear coming at me without blinking, and when it crossed the half of the distance, I finally swung my sword at its spear. Clang, step, step, step. A resounding metallic sound rang out as our weapons clashed. Just as that happened, the grim monster started to take a step back. Its eyes have gone wide as it could not believe what had happened. You should use your inheritance, if not you will die at next at CAC. I stated the truth. Ever since I had entered the tower, my strength had grown a lot that even I did not have an idea how much stronger I am. I hope this Violet Hornbullman has a big inheritance that could pose some challenges to me. I have become quite bored since I entered the tower. I've not found a single one challenging opponent. The single move of mine has killed all of them. This Bullman is only one who survived, though I had not used real power against it still. It had survived, and now I have to place my hopes on it to give me some real challenge. Very well, I will show you the inheritance of Violet Hornbullman tribe. It said, and next moment, its horns started to shine brightly, and runes started to flow out from it. The runes spread all over its body before merging inside as they did. Violet aura burst out of its body, and with its battle power was rising rapidly, till it rose to the degree that brought a brilliant smile on my face. The aura seemed good. I just hope that it is not an empty balloon, I said as I saw violet aura covering its body, and white sphere one which the violet runes started to appear. It will be your honor to die under the grand inheritance of my tribe. It shouted and loudly before it came to me. For a moment when it came, it had become a blur to me before turning to normal speed. It appeared in front of me and swung its spear like a python. Looking at the spear, one would get a feeling that it is not a weapon but a live python that is coming to reap my life. Seeing its spear coming at me, tearing through the air, I also swung my sword with the power, feeling very excited to experience the power of the inheritance for the first time. Clang, the white spear covered in violet runes and clashed with my sword, and when it did, a huge metallic sound rang out. An immense force came at me with the violet energy of the bullman. I did not put up any defense as it came to me. I want to experience the power of the level 10 constitution. The force and violet energy entered inside me, and when I experienced it, I was blown away by the power of it. If it had an average adamantine of any stage beside me, he would have exploded into the fine pieces. The force is too big, not to forget the strange violet energy is released. This violet energy is one of strangest energies I've ever seen. It is not harming me but block all the nodes from which I could get energy, not the nodes of my physical. It has also started to block the connection with source and the heart space from which I got my mana and mystic energies. It is doing all that by transforming into the runes and creating the formation, so blockage will not be a block that one could break through the sheer force. One will need a defined method to break these formations, or use sheer force like mad, that would so much time that Bullman would easily finish you. I was shocked seeing the nature of this violet energy, and understood that I had a way to underestimate the inheritances, especially the inheritance of a powerful tribe as Violet Horn Bullmen. The force's energy started to work their magic as they energized my body, but they had just begun when my body started to release faint red energy, and which directly consumed all the force and violet energy that had infiltrated my body and soul. Nice inheritance. That violet energy of yours is very difficult to solve for the average adamantine. Even weaker special adamantines would not last long in front of it. I said, its attack was powerful, but it did not faze me even a bit. I did also shook slightly by the attack. It got surprised, but a look of understanding flashed in its eyes. You are powerful, but the attack I had performed just now was the simple attack. I will now show you the real power of my inheritance. It said as it swiftly took back its spear. Violet blast. It shouted as it did. A big, dense cloud of violet energy started to appear on the tip of the spear, and at the same time its spear's movements became faster and difficult to differentiate as phantoms began to appear around it which look extremely real and giving off the same aura as the main spear. The spear had merged into the tens of phantom that one could not see which spear is real. Normal adamantine could forget about identifying the real spears as every spear looked the same and felt the same. I was impressed by this attack of its. It is not every day one would get to see such an amazing and complex attack. Seeing it coming, I swung my sword at the spear. Others may have problems seeing the real spear, but I did not. Clang. Our weapons clashed again with more strength than before, but this time as our weapons clashed, the thick cloud of violet energy, which was present on the tip of the spear, moved and enveloped my body before seeping inside me. The violet energy inside this move is more than 20 times than before, and now it had come inside and speared thought every inch of my body and started to create the ceiling formations. But like before, this time to my constitution had dealt with it easily as before. Seeing such change, I've really felt like I had become quite overpowered than an attack so dangerous, as this wasn't able to harm me even a bit. You should really start attacking me with real moves. Using these moves won't work on me, I said to Bullman. It again got surprised seeing me coming out of its attack unscathed. This time it did not say anything, just the calm violet aura around it started seething and started to give off very aggressive feelings. It seemed like this violet energy could change in nature as it had now changed from ceiling type to offensive type. Violet fury. It attacked again, and this time, its aura is covered in the seething violet energy, which could destroy anything that comes in its way. And this time, this attack did not have any illusion. It came directly without the fanfare of the phantoms. I became a little serious seeing this attack. It is a very powerful attack that even I did not dare to underestimate, as this attack is powerful enough to threaten me if it hit directly to my body. Seeing the attack coming, I also swung my sword, and in a moment, my sword reached its, and about to clash when the spear changed the directions as a wily viper with the aim of piercing through my neck. Clang. Seeing that, small smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I flicked my wrist a little in my sword, and immediately blocked its way, and it clashed against my sword. Immense force crashed down on my body with the seething violet energy. As they entered my body, they started to attack in unhesitantly. The force had directly attacked my internals, while the violet energy turned into small formation before those formations began exploding. Though these violent explosions did not harm my internal, as blood-red energy enveloped and neutralized the energy before they could, they are still able to shake my body slightly, as that is really something. Clang, clang, clang. I was about to praise it for such an attack when I saw another attack coming at me, and it was faster and stronger than before, so I swung my sword to deal with it, and before another attack came, which was even stronger. Its attack got stronger and faster at the rapid pace, but no matter how much stronger they got, they were not able to do anything to me. My constitution was able to handle everything with ease, and that had really shocked me. This Violet Horn Bullman is not a weakling, but I was able to fight against it without using any of my power. I am fighting against it with just my physical strength. It would not have been possible with the level 9 constitution, but level 10 had completely changed the dynamics. It had made me really powerful, and not to forget the level I had to fill again, which was an immense amount of energy when it was regressed. This is just a level 10 constitution. What kind of height will my power reach when I advance my constitution to level 11 or level 12? Hun. The fight continued, but the rise in power of its moves had started to slow down, and now it is barely increasing its power. I was about to end it if it had nothing much to offer when I sensed something and saw yellow light begin to cover it. It had seen its end, and now had crushed its badge to escape, but how can I let it escape? You should have asked before leaving, I said calmly as yellow energy spread through its body. As yellow energy spread, a thick layer of violet energy started to spread over its body. If one looked carefully, they could see tiny runes floating inside it. It is a defensive ability. It had activated it as soon as it crushed the badge. Not only that, it also kept its spear ready in case I attacked. There is fear in its eyes, but it also believes that it will be able to get away. I will fight you again when I upgrade my inheritance. At that time, you won't be my match, it said. Yes, inheritances could be upgraded, but very few people have the capability to do that. 95 of people stayed with the same inheritance they have received the first time. Only around 5 of people were able to upgrade their inheritance. Puchai. Unfortunately, you will not get a chance, I said when 2.5 seconds passed. When I disappeared from my spot, next moment I appeared beside it with my sword in its heart. It looked shocked, seeing it, and opened its mouth to say something, but I burned its heart to cinders before it could do anything. I could have let it say something with my sword in its chest. Its escape had already been hindered, but there was no use talking to it, so I just killed it. I took out my sword from its chest and stored its body inside my storage. This is the first grim monster that had not been turned into ash by me. I've decided not to burn the bodies of the grim monsters anymore, especially bodies of powerful grim monsters. I would need a massive amount of energy for the advancement of my constitution, and turning them into the ash is simple waste. I had not collected bodies before because I was not worried about collecting the crystals. I am confident that with my current power, I could easily emulate the humongous number of the mana crystals that I would need for level 11 and level 12 constitution within a few months. Mana crystals were never a problem for me. There are walking, talking sources of them. The problem for me is the herbs. I need to have at least 50 of herbs in advancement resources. The sheer amount I will need for the advancement would be humongous, and gathering it would be very difficult, especially if I want to do that within a few months. So I will have to collect all the resources I would need in this ruin. Not 100, but I would need to have at least 50 resources for the advancement to level 12. As for the advancement of the level 11, I have no worries about it. I am very confident that I would be advance my constitution to level 11 in this tower. After storing and adding things of the Violet Horn Bullman into my constitution storage, I continued my travel. I did not look at how much my constitution storage had filled. I stopped doing that after the storage got filled with the 50 resources. I crossed level after level, and finally I reached the 799th level. Next level I would receive a reward, and I am very excited about it, but I have also reminded myself that I should make the same mistake I had made the last time. I will quickly move away from the formation to another room after I collected my reward. I will only have 2 days of rest, and I want to train and make sufficient progress as now my target has changed. Before entering the tower, my goal was to reach 900th level and get a reward from there, but now my target had changed. Now I reached the apex of the tower, 1000th floor. Though it is impossible to reach there with my current strength, even reaching 920th level would be difficult for me, as the level above 900th is for those at an unnamed level above adamantine. They are supposed to be supremely powerful. However, I will still try my all to get there. Taking a deep breath, I entered inside the gate and again appeared in a small room, and now in front of me is my reward floating as usual. As I looked at the reward, my heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. It is a sword. Though with my totem all the weapons are useless to me, I still got excited by this sword. These are releasing incredible fluctuations, and just sensing them I know it will be incredible. I took the sword without waiting and received information about it in my mind as I walked toward the resting room holding the new sword. This room could not be said to be a room, but a big entry hall. There is nothing in the hall except for the runes carved floors. Sitting, I look at the sword in my hand. This sword is completely opposite of my totem artifact. It is a staff sword named Cutter 921, which is 1.5 meters long. It is a 0.5 meter long wooden handle and 1 meter long blade, which is sky blue. The sword is completely straight with a 45-degree tip. This sword is extremely durable that I don't think even my totem artifact would make a scratch on it, and very suited to be used with all elemental abilities and mystic energies. It has only one enchantment, and that is cutting. It could cut through anything, even steel is cheese in front of it. Aside from my totem artifact, it is the best sword I've ever seen. If I did not have my totem artifact, I would have definitely made it my permanent sword. I took my totem artifact and tried to merge with it but faced intense resistance from it. The level of my totem artifact is way higher. It would not merge anything aside from the weapon, which had a similar or higher grade than it. I put away artifact and also put away the cutter and started to take off my clothes. I am going to practice 3 methods, especially the body cleansing method. Even with my current power, it is extremely useful. When I was talking to that being who occupied my body, I spoke out the methods I was practicing, and it had nothing but praise about it, especially supreme combat exercise, which was even practiced in its world. It had also said good things about the secret method, and the body cleansing method said anyone who practices these methods fully would have impeccable. It will also practice methods similar to these after it occupied my body. If such a powerful being who only answers in the few words, throws praises about these methods for a few minutes, means everything I heard about these methods is absolutely true, and I should practice it with all my heart. My target of practice is to go through 2nd Grand Cleansing and break through 7th level of Secrete Method, and also create 2nd Ruby Seal. All of these are very hard goals to complete in 2 days when I had gone through the 1st Grand before coming here, and hadn't practiced body cleansing technique since then. I could not talk about the secrete methods as I could not tell when I could break through it. The thing I could talk about is supreme combat exercise. There is some confidence there, as I had already created the 180 seals of it. The month when that being was creating the constitutional base inside me was hell to me. It was the time when I had felt the most dreadful pain in my life. There, I was lost in pain for more than 3 weeks, having no idea about anything other than having simple thought, that is, to survive. I had become a dingy in a furious sea. In this time, I could not do anything other than let pain wash over me and maintain the spark of my consciousness with all my efforts, so it could not be crushed under the humongous waves of pain and make me a vegetable. During that process, I could not practice any method as my body and soul were going through the transformation during that period, so the only thing I have during those painful days is me. Those days of pain would not have helped me in the method, but after I became free, I started to circulate the methods, especially supreme combat methods, as just in 5 days, my seals of supreme combat exercise had reached 180. The weeks of pain had sharpened my willpower and persistence immensely, and I am betting on this willpower and persistence to help me go through the 2nd Grand Cleansing, make 200 seals of supreme combat exercise, and make a breakthrough into 7th level of secrete method if possible. With every article of clothing from my body except for my underwear removed, I walked to the center of the room and started to perform the body cleansing method and with the other 2 methods. My speed is extremely fast, fastest I've ever been while performing the method, and within a minute I had performed all the poses of the first move and moved toward the second move, which also finished within a minute. Till I reached the 8th move, I have performed all the moves within a minute. Only on the 8th move, I started to feel little resistance and slowed down a little. As I am progressing further, I started to become slower and slower, but compared to previous speed, I am super fast. Soon I reached the 11th move where I started to feel considerable pressure, and my speed started to slow still. I am very fast, and it did take me much before I reached the 108th pose of the 11th move, before moving to first pose of 12th move. I started to perform the poses of the 12th move with heavy resistance. Though the resistance is great, I am very sure that I could handle it and continue performing. As I am progressing in the body cleansing technique, I am also making progress in the supreme combat exercise. I had already created the 4 minor seals already, and was moving toward creating the 5th seal. If everything went well then, there are quite good chances that I might be able to create 190th seal or 19th amethyst seal, 1 amethyst seal before I could have my 2nd ruby seal. Gulp. Soon I performed 12 poses of the 12th move, and major cleansing had started, seeing that I gulped down the crystal core. I had to gulp down the sire, not to advance my level, which I did not have to worry about in the tower since there is elixir but to feed Nero. My constitution is top level, which means the energy I would need for each breakthrough would be humongous. I better start feeding Nero from now if I want to make a breakthrough. I had already stuffed my mouth with lots of mana cores, including that of the Lord Stage Monster. Before my constitution, I could not have taken such a risk, but now I do not have fear due to my constitution, and Nero would also be able to eat, seeing how he had gone through the 6 mutations back to back. He may look small, but his power is humongous. It could be seen inside my body as guzzled up the energy as it came out. Despite expecting such speed from Nero, I still got quite startled. Gulp gulp, seeing the 1 core would not be enough, I gulped down another one and then another, and then another. Only after gulping down 4 monster core did I able to satisfy energy needs. I continue performing, and even if getting out of major cleansing, I have no fear of the cores. Even without the suppression of the cleansing energies, Nero could easily manage the energy of the 4 cores. I continued performing one more, and after another, before long, I crossed the 50th pose and continued moving forward. However, I started to feel tired, and is far from enough to produce thoughts of giving up in my mind. Seeing my speed of performing and I have already upgraded my target. Now I want to go through the grand cleansing this very session. Not this day or 2 days, I will go through the grand cleansing this very session. With that goal in mind, I continued and crossed the 70th pose. My speed has slowed down even more, but I still have more than enough energy to continue, and I will continue till I reach the 108th pose of the 12th move and let my body go through the grand cleansing. 80, 90, 100. I reached the 100th pose and felt bone tired that I just want to sleep, fell down and sleep, but seeing target so close, I continued performing as I had already decided that unless I reached the 108th pose I would not rest, and since I had decided, I will follow through it. So, with an ant-like speed that was completely unlike my earlier superfast speed, I moved toward 108th. The poses got harder and harder, and my speed got even slower as the exhaustion reached its limit still. I continued and reached 107th pose. Now I have only 1 pose remaining to perform, and I will do it no matter how tired I am, just a step away from my destination. I will not give up before I reach there. Rumble. I continued trying and trying and trying, and finally my efforts bore fruit as I reached the 108th pose. As I did, a rumble rang across my body, and a huge amount of cleansing energy spread, bringing out all the energies that are hidden deep inside and suppressing all the energies they could move a single inch. Their only fate is to be eaten by Nero or get melted and fused with me. The cleansing also started, and with it, it brought a horrible smell as dark gray impurities in liquid and smoke began to release from my body and soul. Gulp. I also gulped down the Lord Level's monster's monster core finally, and I have to say the energy it has been huge. It was beyond my expectation that even Nero could not eat all they came out. It was a good thing. The suppression of cleansing energy is huge, that energies from the Lord Level core were suppressed enough to help Nero quickly eat them. If not for it, my body would have had to handle those energies, and even though I had become very strong with the constitution, it would still take me quite an effort to suppress those wild, powerful energies of the Lord Stage Monster's core. I have not only made progress in the body cleansing technique. A few seconds after the grand cleansing started, I've also created the 190th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise. That seal is finished, and now 10 seals are spinning to create the 19th amethyst seal. They are now sucking mana from the tower storage, which has sufficient mana to create for the ruby seal, so I did not have to worry about it not having enough for the amethyst seal. Soon the amethyst seal created, and it started to spread the refreshing energy inside me as it strengthens my body and soul. Though the book Amethyst Seal provides is pretty much nothing, but still, I am extremely happy about creating it. The being had told me many secret about Supreme Combat Exercise, and knew little of but refreshing energy, which did not much increase and seems like nothing is very important in the grand scheme of things. I will get a glimpse of its benefits if I can create 1,000 seals, and receive life-changing benefits if I am able to create 10,000 seals. FUCKING hard. I mitered inside when I started to circulate for the 191 seal. It's fuckng hard. I was felt completely dry after a few circulations, but I still continued with all my efforts. Thud. Few minutes passed by when I fell down on the ground with thud. I was completely drained that I did not have the energy to move for a second. I used every bit of the power I have to reach the grand cleansing and create the seals of supreme combat exercise. Though the practice was draining, every second of it was worth it. My strength had increased again, and with all the crystals I ate, I increased my level from 3rd star adamantine to 4th star of adamantine. This increase is a bonus as I ate the crystal for Nero to eat. He had mulated enough energy to take me to the mid-level of general stage, but I am breaking through, not without Ashlyn. So Nero will have continuously mulated the energy for the big breakthrough when Ashlyn entered inside me. I rested for a few minutes before I got up, activated abode, and took a shower inside where I practiced with a sword for an hour before I started practicing 3 methods again. I continued doing that until 9 hours passed at that time. I did not have the energy to continue anymore, so I ate and slept for 6 hours. After walking, I freshened up, ate before I started to practice again. I practiced only 1 session before I stopped. 3.5 hours had remained before I was teleported out, and if I wanted to, I could easily practice for another session, but I did not. The battle's going to turn little harder from now on. The grim monster I will face will be stronger, and to face them, I want to be at my 100%. Even with my current strength, I did want to take any chances as I know I may be stronger, but there are always be someone stronger than me. I have to be always ready to fight that stronger. On this day of training, I've made quite high progress. I have not only gone through the 2nd grand cleansing, but I have also reached the 39th pose of 13 move of body cleansing technique. I've also created 190-second seals in supreme combat exercise. The only method I was not able to make progress is secrete method. I've practiced this method, taking a huge amount of energy from the soul tempering diamonds, but I was still not able to make a breakthrough into the secrete method, which was little disappointing, but I could do nothing about it. Seeing I have nothing to do for 3.5 hours, I started to reread all the intel I had about the tower, especially levels above 800. FUCK, I had totally forgotten about that. I exclaimed out loud. I said half an hour later, after I started rereading the intel. The tower, I had completely forgotten about the progress of the tower. Well, it's not completely my fault. I was so dejected by the materials I've lost of methods that I had completely forgotten about. Before coming to Ruin, I've had materials for 2 advanced levels of mystic methods, but since half materials were herbal, they were used by the being to advance my constitution. Though I may have gotten top-level constitution, the mystic methods are still important, and they are not completely useless either, especially the Wolf Lord's armor. The 5th level of the tower is completely different from the other 4 levels. There is not only different runic formation for the upper 3 floors, but these upper 3 floors also give off a little unique aura. But the 5th floor might also be able to purify my energies enough that they turn useful to even current me. And pure mana is useful for my fire ability, as well. The more pure the mana is, the greater powerful my fire ability would display. Since Ashlyn is not here, I could not merge more energy of the blazing rose with my source, so I will have to make do with the pure mana. So without wasting any time, I closed my eyes and looked at the tower, and since this time there is no limit, I took my mana, which was getting refined in the 4th floor, and built the momentum with it to break apart the ceiling that stopped it from reaching the 5th floor. Crack. I built the momentum for a while before making it crash across the ceiling, and just as it did, a crack appeared on the ceiling. This crack is small, faint, but cracks nonetheless, and it shocked me. I had expected that I would be able to crash through the 5th floor, seeing what I've been through the past month, but never I had expected I would be able to make a crack on the floor at my first attempt. Last time when I made advancement just before coming to Ruin, I had thought it would take me months to reach the 5th, but I was able to accomplish in just little more than a month. Crack, 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 bang. I continued to build the momentum, with each attempt being stronger than others. More and more started to appear on the ceiling, and small cracks started to become bigger till the whole ceiling filled with cracks and shattered with a loud bang. I let my mana pass through the 5th floor and started to refine it. When I saw the refining process, which had become quite straining on the 5th floor, I couldn't help but laugh, as the 5th floor might be demanding more effort to refine the energy, but the result it is giving is also very amazing. The mana that is coming out of the 5th floor is very pure, purer than I had expected with such mana. The power of fire ability would increase even more. Seeing such purity, I couldn't but feel excited about the battles I will face in the coming levels. It is time to refine the mystic energies, I muttered as I finished refining all my mana. Seeing how pure the mana has become, I started to feel a little worried about the mystic method, whether they will be able to house such pure mana or not. They should be, I said in my mind. When I upgraded my methods last time, the fourth floor was barely able to refine them, so they should be able to house the purer mystical energies. I've spent a fortune buying the best materials when practicing mystic methods. I would be very disappointed if they could not hold the purer energy. The first energy I started to refine is that of my armor. It is connected to my source with the help of it. It had a lot higher chances of housing the purer mystic energy, and I was right when I finished refining all the energy of the armor. The wolf symbol was able to bear it all. Seeing a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I've seen how purer my energy had become, and combined that with the power of the fire ability, my armor had now become very powerful. I looked at the wolf symbol one more, checking if it is under any strain. Seeing there is no strain, I started to refine mystic energy of domain of withering sand. This mystic method I have the most confidence in, as last time I had practiced 3 levels of it one after another, which made it really difficult for Tower to refine its energies. Refining its energies from the 5th floor is also difficult, but for entirely different purposes. I kept refining the energies and adding to the rows and was quite relieved that there was not much change, seeing that I continued refining till I finished with it. There is a strain, I said as I saw faint lines of strain on the rows. Currently they will not affect the usage of it, but if I refine the energy again with the 6th floor of the tower, it will turn into fine powder as the strain will be too much for it. After I finished refining the energies of the domain of withering sand, I started to refine the energies of the feather light. It is the method I am most worried about. To my surprise, it took the purified energy fairly well, with less sign of straining than the domain of the withering sand. After refining all the mystic energies, I looked at the time and heaved a sigh of relief to see there was still a half hour before I sent out. It's a good thing there is still time. Refining all these energies have made me quite tired. Buzz. Soon a faint buzz rang out across the hall as runes on the floor lightened up, and the next moment everything in front of me had turned dark before the light appeared in front of me, and I found myself in the familiar snowy field. Die. I hadn't gotten up when I saw consecutive dies from the creature. There is one snow giant and 2 yetis coming toward me holding axes and hammers. The ice beings in the 800th floors are quite different. They are not only strong as powerful specials, but they also looked different. They have ornate ice armors on their bodies, and their weapons are also flashing with the runic lights. All of it is made of ice, and that is what makes them even more beautiful. If I could have captured one of ice giants. It is so beautiful and lifelike that those art freaks surely would have paid a high price for them, but unfortunately, I couldn't. Except for the reward, I could not take anything from the tower. Seeing the 3 ice beings coming at me, I took out the cutter from my storage. I wanted to use it since I've gotten it, and now I could finally use it against these snow beings. Slice. I disappeared from my spot and swung my sword 3 times. There was only a faint sound before I stopped. The 3 snow beings stopped their tracks like statues with their ferocious expressions and weapons up in the air. Thud, thud, thud. This only lasted for a second before a faint line had appeared across their waist, before the upper half of their bodies started sliding before they fell on the ground and vanished on the floor of the level. Good sword. I muttered. Its cutting power is just below that of my sword, but since it is a light sword, it is better equipped to cut than the totem artifact of mine, which is greatsword. A few seconds after that, another group of snow golem appeared, and they also got the same treatment from my sword as the first 3 ice beings did. Each and every golem had been cut down by me. After that, no golem attacked me as I gathered enough points, and now as long as I did not attack them intentionally, they would not attack me. I looked at the 200 kilometers wide stretch before me. There is not a single thing I could see in it. It is not surprising there was no living being here. When I entered the tower, there were less than 100 powerful specials who entered with me. Counting on those who became powerful specials in the tower, or those powerful specials entered the tower after us, there are still not many people, and seeing there are 100 levels and their dimensional copies, it is not surprising that I did not find anyone. Seeing there is no one, I sped across the snow and some time later appeared at the exit, which I unhesitantly walked inside and entered the 802nd level, where I also did not find anyone aside from the snow golems. I killed them and moved on next. I continued doing that while finding more and more empty levels, devoid of any being it human and grim monster. It is fine if I did not see any humans, but grim monsters are must. I still need to get resources from them to upgrade my constitution to the... This dry special continued till I reached the 807th level. There I finally found the live being. It was human, a girl about my age, fighting the snow elephant and snow yeti and doing quite fine against them. If she continued fighting this way, then it wouldn't take her long before she finished the 2 ice golem. This is a girl unfamiliar. I did not see her earlier when we are going against the grim monsters. She had either become special in the tower, or she had entered the tower after me. I am willing to believe that she entered the tower after me, as she is quite strong compared to the violet horn bullmen I had fought. If she used her real power, then she could finish those snow golems in a single move. She sensed me and looked at me while fighting. I gave her an encouraging smile before I moved toward the exit. The 808th floor had been completely dry that I just wanted to curse, and I did before moving to the next floor, and there I got quite surprised as I saw not one but two grim monsters fighting in the distance. In the 809th level, there are two grim monsters. They are werewolf and lionman tribe. The werewolf is fighting against the human, while the lionman is fighting against snow golems. I quickly disappeared from my spot before snow golem, or grim monsters, noticed my entrance. The fights are happening at quite a distance, but such distance is nothing to me. Hello, I said as I appeared behind a 7-meter tall lineman who was holding a black axe cloaked in lightning. My sudden appearance had startled it, but it did not delay its reaction as it reacted lightning fast as it swung its axe at the back. Putch, I easily avoided the thunderous axe that is coming at me before taking a few steps into the air and piercing my sword through the chest of lineman. It was quite easy to kill. Despite it using its inheritance, it was no match for me. Slice, slice, slice. After I killed it, I finished off the snow golems before picking up its body and storing it into my storage. As the stuff sorted out a moment later, I added them to my constitutional storage before moving toward the second fight, which is raging at a few kilometers distance. I soon appeared close so I could see and sense the fight clearly. Both of them are fighting with their all. Their inheritances have been activated, and the colorful attacks could be seen rumbling everywhere. Need any help? I asked a young man who seemed to be a year older than me. They had not sensed approaching, so when I asked, both of them got startled and instantly stopped the fight and separated. I could feel their senses on me, especially werewolves. It is looking very cautious. I am very sure the moment I tried to launch the attack, it would crush its badge to escape. No, I can handle it on my own, said the young man as he rejected my assistance. Okay then, good luck, I said as I moved toward the exit. It is a little regretful as in favor of helping him, I would ask for the stuff that I need as my share of the loot. Well, he should be fine against the werewolf. They both have a similar level of battle power, so even if he wasn't able to defeat the werewolf, he would at least be able to escape while crushing his badge. With that, I walked out of 809 and entered 810, where there again was a grim monster. Though it was only one, it was still better than finding the dry level. I quickly killed that grim monster before moving forward. Buzz. Soon, I once again entered the small room, and green rays started to shine over me as it did. My level started filling, and within a few seconds, I went from 5-star adamantine to 6-star adamantine. This is the first something like this had happened. Ever since I entered the tower, there was no single elixir which was able to fill my level fully except for this one. Well, it should, otherwise this level would lose and name the level for the powerful specials. 3 seconds later, after the elixir finished, I was transported out to the 811th level, which was dry. Time passed by as I continued crossing the levels while killing the grim monster. Sometimes levels would be dry, and sometimes they would like humans and grim monsters. I would kill most of the grim monster within a single attack, but against some, I would spend some time fighting. These grim monsters always have a power greater than the violet horn bullman I fought. Only those who had the battle power above the violet horn bullman have the right to fight against me, and there were a surprising number of grim monsters that had battle power above the violet horn bullman. These were people entered after us, from what I've been able to gather. It is said there was an old active teleportation gate that had been uncovered in Region 6, and through them, many people had entered the region we are in, and when they saw the bright green tower from the distance, they acted like a moth run towards the fire. Not to forget people from this region also coming. The tower is huge that people are able to see it from even thousands of kilometers, and they are traveling toward it like crazy. And now the levels started saturated from Admatin's levels. I began to come across more and more powerful powerhouses. My level had also reached the limit. I had reached 7-star adamantine from the second elixir I've received from 800 floors. After reaching 7-star, my body kept accepting elixir but brought only a slight increment in power. I've reached the limit. If any other level, the power of elixir would keep me progressing without care for the limit, but this limit that came in adamantine is different. It can't be opened through the power but through comprehension. This is the only thing I know about it, as what type of comprehension is needed to open it, I have no freaking idea. So now I just hope to gather materials needed for my constitution's advancement, so that I would not let these blessings go to the waste, and also because, without the level 11 constitution, I do not have much confidence in going much further in the 900th levels. After I took the elixir of the 870th floor, I moved to the 871st floor, where I saw humans die in front of me. He died by exploding into the fine pieces. The attack it received was too great that it could not do anything. I also could not do anything as I appeared in the 871st floor. The hammer had already touched his body, and he started breaking into fine pieces by the sheer force of the hammer. At least he had a painless death. I thought as I looked at the owner of the hammer, since he had killed the human, he had to die. But when I looked at Grim Monster, I was quite shocked before it was the Grim Monster, which I am most familiar with in this ruin. How can it become so powerful? I asked in my mind. It is Earth Crockman, the same monster who had chased me into the blood-red sea of mist. It is very powerful, really powerful. The last time I saw it, it had reached the peak adamantine from initial diamond. It was special with fairly good strength, but it was nothing compared to what it is projecting right now. Comparing his strength to its current strength would be like comparing Boulder to a hill, that how much its power had increased till now. So we meet again. I have desperately wanted to meet you again since I made the advancement. It said as with its usual fiendish laugh. You seem to have made great advancement. I asked with a faint smile. Though my face may have a gentle smile, my eyes are burning with a fighting spirit as I felt its huge battle power. Colossal Mountain Hammer Art. An art. I barely believe what I've just heard. Arts are supremely rare, that normal tribes barely have more than one art in their treasuries. Arts mysterious things and very, very dangerous. They are all types of it and could all types of things. One could never predict how powerful one can become when they have art. This bastard is saying that he had comprehended the first part of Colossal Mountain Hammer art, and seeing its battle power, this art had made it powerful enough that if it had launched its earlier attack at the Violet Horn Bullman, it would have to explode into pieces like that. Now let me show the glory of my tribe's Colossal Mountain Hammer art. First Mountain. It shouted and swung its hammer at me. It did not even waste a second attacking me, fearing I would run away. Its spiked hammer came at me. As I started to feel suppression. At first I thought I was imagining things when I saw the phantom of earthly Grand Mountain appearing behind it. I know the suppression I am feeling is real, and it is getting stronger and stronger as it comes close to me. The suppression that the hammer is releasing is so intense that in front of it an average adamantine would not even be able to lift their weapons. Seeing such suppression, my heart is really blown. I could feel that it come closer. The hammer gathers more and more energies of surrounding, and expertly use them to suppress me. In just the first level, this art is making use of the worldly energy to increase its power by many folds. The life extraction art that I had encountered before was able to suck one whole, including the Constitution one. Had this Colossal Mountain art was able to suppress normal adamantine enough that he was incapable of moving even an inch. Seeing its hammer come close, I also whipped my sword at it, and when I did that, its lips curved up in a smile in ridicule as it could not believe a simple swing of my sword would be able to stop its hammer at all. Clang! My sword clashed against the hammer and created the huge sparks and sent a huge amount of force with suppressive intent inside me. This suppressive intent feels so heavy that it had the power to crush anything. When it entered my body, it directly went for my internal organs, wanting to crush them into the paste. These energies had a feel of a mountain that weighed enough to crush anything, and it wanted to crush my internal organisms too, but blood-red energy of my constitution came and crushed this mountain's suppressive force. Quite impressive art you have. I praised it. Many not looked much, but I have used considerable physical strength to counter this attack of it. This much strength would be more than enough to kill 10 monsters like Violet Horn Bullman. It looked at my sword in surprise. It was holding back the spiked head of its yellow hammer. It is a hammer that is similar size that it looks like a toothpick is holding against the large rock. Well, I had never expected to kill you single move. Let's see if you survive against this. Second Mountain. It shouted and swung its yellow spiked hammer, as it did another phantom of the mountain that appeared beside the first mountain, which made the hammer release the suppression that was far greater than before. If earlier suppression was enough to make the normal adamantine immobile, then the suppression now is enough to crush all bones on the average adamantine's body, that now even I was somehow affected by this suppression. This suppression is making me feel as if the air around me has become a little dense, that would affect my movements. This suppression is nothing. I could easily crush it with my sheer physical strength. Clang! Seeing its hammer coming, I again swung my sword. As our weapons clashed, they cleared even bigger bang than before. It was so much that snow around us thrown away by the shockwave. The mountain-like suppressive force that came at me was even greater this time, but my constitution was still able to crush it before it could touch any of my internal organs. Third Mountain. This time a look of shock appeared on its face, but it immediately changed into anger, and it launched its third attack. A third mountain appeared beside the other two, and created a suppressive effect big enough that it would directly crush a normal adamantine without any resistance. The air around me became even denser and came to me for the purpose of crushing me, but it was not able to do anything to me, aside from waving my hair a little. Though this pressure is harmless to my body, it will affect my movements a little. Seeing the light smile on my face had disappeared, and the expression of seriousness had finally appeared as I swung the sword at it with the power. Clang. Its huge hammer crashed against the toothpick sword of mine and created the shockwave big enough that it plowed snow several meters behind while both we remained in our spot without shaking. I had not expected you have grown this powerful. Till now all the humans I face, no one able to survive the third mountain of mine. You are the first one to do that, it said with a smile. The anger and shock it was feeling a moment seemed to have disappeared into the air as if they have not existed on his face before. Since 3 mountain attacks did not work you, take this 4th mountain. It said slowly and swung its hammer, which seemed to be a slow and casual movement, as the phantom of the 4th mountain appeared behind him. I got alarmed seeing this attack. The hammer, which seemed slow, is extremely fast, and not to forget suppression, which had increased like never before. It now has strong enough to make a normal special immobile. I launched my attack the moment I saw the usefulness of its attack. This slow-looking, extremely fast hammer seems to bring the weight of the mountain with it, and if I did not care for it, and then I will pay the heavy price. So in this attack, I used all physical I've had. Seeing my attack, the teasing smile on its face had disappeared, and its expression had become even more spurious that it had added more power in its move, which increases both its speed and strength. CLANG. Our weapons clashed and created shockwaves great enough that for a moment, it felt like we were under huge wind as clothes and hairs waved madly, and for the first time since I've gained this constitution, my body shook visibly. This attack was really strong, stronger than I had imagined it to be. If I still had my level 9 constitution now, I would have been seriously injured by such an attack. That is how powerful the attack was. 5th mountain, it said, and the phantom of another mountain appeared behind it. The smile on his face had long since disappeared. It now only had rage and killing intent for me, which could be easily sensed from the attack of it. The 5th mountain created even bigger suppression, and the force that the hammer is coming is even greater. The power of this move is really great that I wanted to use that, but I quickly shook off that through. It is not a time, or at least I still could defend against this move with the power of my own body. CLNNG, step. A resounding clang resounded as our weapon clashed, and I finally stepped back. This attack of it was powerful enough that it had made me step back despite my resistance. Though I am not injured even a bit, still making me take back with my current strength is not an easy thing to do. While I am feeling surprised, I could see rage bubbling inside it, and its killing intent for me soured even higher, that I feel like it might open its big mouth and chomp on me instead of attacking me with its hammer. 6th mountain. It shouted and launched another attack with suppression strong enough that the weak special adamantine would be crushed by it without resistance. The suppression is so great that normal that weak would have his bones crushed to the powder under such suppression. Seeing such a powerful attack, the battle intent inside me burned even higher, and I swung my sword with even more power this time. I was not holding back even a shred of my physical power. CLANNG, step, step, step. Sparks like the fireworks flew as our weapons clashed. If these had been any platinum and diamond beside us and had those sparks flown at them, they would have directly tuned into the ash. The power of this attack was great that it shook my whole body, and I had to take the 3 steps back, the pressure of me so great that I had left deep marks on the hard soul of the tower. When I first heard you are leading whatever mountain arts first level you have comprehended, I thought you would give a satisfying fight, but what you have my empty words. In all your attacks, you have not even been able to injure me, much less make me use anything other than my physical strength to defend against you, I said mockingly when it heard my mock. Its face became quite bad. It looked like it ate something very bad. If it's all you have, I might just kill you now instead of wasting my fighting with you. I mocked, which made its face even worse and killing intent for me rocket at an even greater height. Bastard, you won't see the real power of my art. I will show you the real power of my art that you will regret mocking me, it shouted frenziedly. 7th mountain, it shouted in a frenzy as it attacked. Seeing the attack, my expression changed abruptly, and without hesitation, I activated the Wolf Lord's armor and attacked. The 7th mountain had brought suppression like never before. This suppression would have been enough to immobilize the powerful grim monster such as Violet Horn Bullman. CLANNG, step, 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 step. Another resounding clash rang out across the battlefield. This move was really powerful that I had used to my armor. I would have been able to defend against it, but there would have been some injuries. Just so. I mocked the Earth Crockman, who finally stopped after 10 steps back. The armor, which had purified by the 5th floor of the tower and has the energy of fire ability, have become very powerful that just a casual counter had hands sent the Earth Crockman 10 steps back. I will kill you. 8th mountain, 9th mountain. It roared loudly, and 2 more mountains appeared behind it in quick succession. As the 2 mountains appeared, it attacked me with the force that would easily heavily injure my unarmored body. It is a good thing nobody watched our fighting, because it would have been difficult for them to watch. Now the suppression had increased so much that powerful adamantine like Violet Horn Bullman would have been crushed to death under such pressure. Great mountain, the hammer halfway across me when suddenly a weird smile lit across its face, and it shouted, Great mountain. that moment, all 9 mountains behind it started to merge together. It became a single big mountain, and that same time, huge suppression descended. This suppression was never felt before. It is in a completely different league than the mountains from before, and suppression is great enough that even I felt a stifling sensation come over me for a moment. Now this what you call the real power move, a move that could shake one's soul from the core, I thought, and instantly increased the power of my attack. Our attacks felt like a small missile going there, the world-destroying meteorite. Both of these attacks tore through the air to meet against each other. CLNNNNG. When our weapons clashed, it felt like a supernova had exploded for the moment. These were no sound before a deafening sound rose that made ear deaf for the moment. Despite attacking with such powerful attacks, not a single one of us moved even an inch. We just shook a little as our feet dug deep into the soil. This bastard is completely shocked as it could not believe this had happened. It had probably thought I would be turned into a bloody paste by its attack, or at least shot back bloodied, but nothing that sorts have happened. Seeing this is likely its most powerful attack, I launched my attack to counter it. There is no use for waiting for its attack right now. CLNNNNG, CLNNNNG, CLNNNNG. It snapped awake, sensing my attack and using the same attack it had used previously, but it was far from enough to defend properly since, in this attack, I am using more strength than I used to counter earlier. Step, step, step. It started moving back as it could not defend against the attack properly. All it could do is take a step back with every defense. This is the choice it had remained other than crushing its badge and leaving the tower. If I wanted, I could have killed it, but I wanted to make it feel a loss and despair that I had felt when it was chasing me, which is why I am increasing slight power with the only attack. Most of the time, I would let its hammer counter my sword, but sometimes I would give it a deep cut on its body, and in the few minutes since the fight started, I had already made its body quite bloodied. CLNNNNNG. It countered another of my attacks and shot back like an arrow blurring speed while puking blood when suddenly it crushed its badge. It's quite smart until it has not crushed its badge if first observed, my fighting before it crushed its badge. It knows that when it flew back, I would give it some seconds to heal, so this time when it created a sudden distance between us, its crushed badge and started to move back while overdrafting its speed method which it has not used till now. Putch. It is good to plan, but it had way too underestimated my speed. Seeing its crushing badge, I immediately disappeared from my spot when I appeared a second. I was behind it with a sword present in its chest. It had happened so fast that it did not have an idea about how my sword had appeared in its chest. Shake, I added all of its stuff into my constitutional storage, and the next moment my body shook a little. Finally, level 11 constitution. The advancement had started for that. I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This Earth Crockman seemed to be my lucky star. Last time it chased me to the blood-red mist, and I got this wonderful constitution, and now it has given me enough stuff to make advancement in my constitution. It was a really powerful opponent, and if it had its Earth constitution is the same level as mine, then the battle would have quite a different result. Not to forget it was not able to utilize its art and did not have the inheritance. If it had the inheritance, the art would have been even more powerful. Most of the art's grim monsters used or related by their inheritance. If it had the art, it would have been able to utilize the art even better than it is right now. When I was fighting against it, I noticed its art had seemed a little hollow. It may have comprehended the first part of it, but it was not able to utilize it properly. It fell short, not only due to the inheritance, but also due to it not having enough strength to bring out its real power. That art needs more than just comprehension to bring out its real power. Still, I would have preferred if it had been a little stronger, strong enough to force me to bring out the only ability my constitution had given. Yes, I've received an ability from my constitution advanced to level 10. That ability is very good, though I have never used it. That being had told me about it when I had asked it about it. I looked inside the changes that are happening, and my level, which had reached the peak of the adamantine, has started to regress again, and this time the speed of its regressing is great. In just a few minutes, it had already regressed to the initial adamantine and regressed even further. I tracked changes in my body further before starting to cross the levels again. The advancement will continue for a while, and I could waste my time in staying at single level, so I continued crossing the levels. At the next 872nd level, I was lucky enough to find the 2 grim monsters, and since they were able to reach that level, they were pretty strong and played with them for a few minutes before killing them. The next level was dry, or there was only a single human there who was fighting against Snow Golem there. He had already reached his limit at 873rd level, and would be lucky if he could reach the 874th. At the next level I did not find any, but level after that, I found some and killed them as usual before continuing toward the next level, and as such, I had reached 890 level, which was empty of any grim monster or human. I was passing through the 880th level when the buzzing inside me finally slowed down. My constitution had advanced to level 11, bringing out huge benefits with it. My strength had increased even further, but my level had regressed to initial platinum, which was a little surprising but not that much. When my constitution had advanced to level 10, my level had regressed to mid-diamond, so at level 11 constitution, getting regressed to initial platinum is not that surprising. I checked all the changes I had for a minute before walking into the exit of the 880th level and entered the small room again to receive the elixir. Earlier, I would not have been interested in receiving the elixir, but now I am very much interested in it as my level regressed. Buzz, the green light of the elixir had enveloped me, and right at that moment, my level started climbing steadily. 1-star platinum, 2-star platinum, 3-star platinum, and it continued to climb till it reached the peak platinum. It stopped them as elixir was finished. I was shocked, happy, and sad at the same time. This super powerful elixir is only able to take my level from initial platinum to the peak platinum. This elixir is for powerful specials. It even used to increase my level in adamantine by 1, but now all increase 7 levels of puny platinum level. What kind of resource guzzling being I am becoming. It is fine in the tower, but outside of the tower I would have a huge problem in my hands just thinking about it. My head started to throb in pain wildly. After taking the elixir, I continued my level crossing and fighting the monsters that are getting stronger and stronger. Though they are getting stronger, I've not met any grim monsters who are matched against me. I crossed another 10 levels and soon received another elixir, which took me to just 1st star of diamond. For other powerful specials, this elixir increases 1 level in adamantine, but to me, this is enough to increase 1 level in a diamond. After taking elixir, I again started to cross the level and came across even more powerful grim monsters. 3 I fought had the power equal to the earth crocman that I fought. Soon I reached the 899 level, which, to my surprise, was empty. I would not be surprised if not past 12 levels. Every level I was at found at least 2 grim monsters. If it had been normal levels, I would have been quite disappointed, but this 899th, the last level before I received the reward, so I am more than happy to see there was obstruction between me and the reward at the other end. Increased my speed and crossed 200 kilometers in a minute before I appeared in front of the exit, which I walked through without hesitation and found myself in the small room and fronted me is fist-sized crystal floating. Knowledge crystal, I said ecstatically, a weapon and potions other things might use for some time, but they could not be useful forever. Knowledge crystal gives the knowledge that is forever useful. No matter what kind of knowledge this knowledge crystal contains, it is going to be very useful to me, and even if I had the knowledge inside it, it would be useful to my parents. So I am more than happy to receive the reward of knowledge crystal, and without waiting, I covered my hand thickly with mana and took the knowledge crystal into my hands and put it into an ornate wooden box where there was already some knowledge crystal. I had no wish to touch it with my naked hand. Once I do, it will assimilate in me, and that process took time, which I did not have. After putting them into the box, I immediately moved out of the formation, walked in case I was teleported, and walked toward the resting room. I have to practice and raise my strength, as this will be the only chance I have to increase it. The higher my strength will be, the closest I will be able to get to the 1000th level. If you CK, it looked like I won't be able to fulfill my target this time. I thought as I was my last leg performing body cleansing technique. The day had nearly passed, and now there are barely 4 hours that had remained until I was teleported out of this room. This is my last practice session in this room, and I had thought that I would be able to accomplish it, seeing I accomplished my target yesterday. But the things are hard. I was only able to reach the 98th pose of the body cleansing technique and created 197 seals of supreme combat exercise. Going further in both methods is too difficult. I am already utterly exhausted. Going further would be impossible, as I continue performing is already very difficult and would be able to continue for the minute at most. After that, I would collapse. Crack, crack, crack. I continued performing, and half a minute later, when I was on the verge of collapse, I heard that familiar sound through my soul. Seeing that look of unbelievable shock had appeared on my face. To be honest, I had not thought I would make a breakthrough into the secret method, as there was no indication of it, though most of the time there is no indication still. It had caught me by quite a surprise. I quickly calmed down and used all my strength to perform the body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise as this best opportunity for me to accomplish the goals I have set for the 2 methods. Crack, crack, crack. As I circulated the 2 methods at their fastest without care, I also gulped down all energy cores that were held in my month, including 2 pieces of Lord Stage Monster core. This is a risky move, as it is very hard to digest energy produce from 2 Lord Stage Monster cores. Nero would not be able to guzzle all the energy till the grand cleansing, And until then, my body has to bear the assault of Lord Stage and Night Stage monster cores. It will be quite hard-pressed to bear all these energies, but I will not die from their assaults. Crack, 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 bang. With the bang, the secret method had broken through level 7-7, and I was transferred to the conscious space, which has become even bigger and better. I could now do many things, including that thinking, which I wanted to do for months. Cracks, boom. Hours passed in the consciousness space, and before I heard the cracking sound of exit. In the time since I entered and since I left, I have been focused on a single thing. I only did that thing, and to my luck, I was able to finish with it. Now I have another trump card which has great power. It is so powerful that even I can't imagine how powerful it is. With it, I got even more confidence to go further in the 900ths levels. Thud. The darkness in front of me has disappeared, and I returned to the real world. And just as I did, I fell on the hard in the utterly exhausted state that I could not even strengthen my finger properly. But there is a smile on my face as I smell the foulest smell coming out of my body. I have gone through the third grand cleansing. I now have to go through 2 more grand cleansings before I could go through the supreme cleaning and get unblemished body, a body without any impurities. It is the same for the secret method. As long as I make the breakthrough in the 2 more levels of it, my soul will become stainless. I've not only made the breakthrough in the body cleansing technique, but I also made great progress in the supreme combat exercise, which gave me a huge boost in power. Unlike normal seals, the ruby seals are a little different. They worked in 2 ways. First, like normal seals, an amethyst seal, which is provided the defined level energy. But there is another way, and that is if the provided energy is less than of the creator's entire strength, then the seal works in a second way, which increases the strength of the creator by or 20. The only thing the creator needs to provide is mana, enough mana for the seal to raise your strength by 20. To do that for someone like me, the seal would need the humongous amount of mana. It was a good thing I had broken through 5th floor of the tower, which not only gives me pure mana, but also bigger storage as to giving me a 20 boost. Ruby Seal had empties 92 of my mana storage, which huge amount is seeing how pure my mana is, and how my mana storage is more than 10 times bigger than the normal person. The 20 increase in the strength had raised my level to adamantine barely, though it has barely reached the adamantine. Getting there with the power of Seal still an amazing feat. I stayed down for seconds before I got up weakly and walked into a tiny abode, which I had already prepared for my shower. In the above, I directly entered the shower, as this is the only thing it has. Half an hour later, I returned smelling like roses. I had to use the rose flavor body wash to kill that vicious smell coming out of my body. With me feeling refreshed and clean, I ate as I was feeling hungry before I started to refine mana. I had expended a huge amount of mana I have to get to fill the storage again before I am transported out of the hall. It took me an hour to fill my mana storage full after that. I packed everything and laid on the floor, waiting for formation to transport me out in little more than 2 hours later. If I wanted to, I could transport out within a minute. I'd just have walked into the reward room and stand on the formation, and I would be teleported out in few seconds. But I did not do that as I want to relax in 2 hours as time after that. I won't be rest for a few days. The 900th level is going to be very dangerous there. I will have less danger from the grim monster and more danger from the golems from the tower. From 901, each of golem present there will have the power of level above adamantine. Fighting them would be very extremely difficult. To be honest, I want to reach the 1000th floor, and the reason is the reward. The reward of the 1000th floor is life-changing. Till now, anyone who was able to enter the top and get the reward had their life changed. One can have bloodline transfusion, art, and the potions that could transform one constitution. Anyone would kill for these types of rewards as they are literally life-changing. But how hard it is getting to 1000th level, even with current power and all the trump cards I possess, I have no confidence that I could go, and that's how difficult and dangerous it is to reach that level. Buzz, the formation of the resting room lighted up, and the next moment, everything dark before returning to normal or red. I have entered the lava world. Lava could be seen flowing around everywhere. It is like I've entered hell. Everything is red and hot, filled with the thick scent of sulfur that could burn up the normal adamantine ashes. It is like hell. There are all types of lava creatures that could be seen. Lava giants which are 25 meters tall and lava monsters which could easily swallow a few grim monsters in a single bite. There are not only the big golems, there are smaller ones as well. All sizes and types golems exist at this level, having 10 times more variety than any level before. There is a lava monster as lava scorpion and lava humans, which look like humans, but they are made of the red clay and have lava seeping from their cracks. And each and every one of them is powerful as the violet horn bullmen, and they are going to get stronger, stronger that even I don't think I will be able to match some of them when I reach the higher levels. This level is different from all the other levels I had been or different since I entered level 600. There are hundreds of people fighting inside these levels, both grim monsters and humans. This is not surprising since, after the 900th level, there are only these 100 levels, there are no dimensional copies of them. So whoever crossed the 900th from which dimensional copies, they end up here. The humans and grim monsters are not only fighting against themselves, but they are also fighting against each other. The earth-shaking fights could be seen everywhere. Die die roar. I was looking sound when I saw 2 lava giants, 3 lava falcons, and a sneaky grim monsters coming at me. Each of them are emitting powerful energy fluctuations, especially Grim Monster, who is stealthily coming at me. It is using a stealth ability of its inheritance, an excellent steal ability. I may say if anyone other me were here, they would have not been able to sense it, but I could sense this sneaky snakeman as if he walked in a sunny sky. Seeing such powerful enemies coming at me, I did not take the actions immediately instead. I just took out my sword and waited, waiting for them to come close to me. Slice, slice, slice. Soon they came closer, and the first one to attack were 3 lava falcons, which are as huge as the lava giants. 3 of them came above me and spit the huge amount of lava at me. It felt as if the river of lava had come down on me. If that was not enough then, right after the 3 lava falcons launched their attacks, the 2 lava giants have also hacked their blades at me. All 5 of the lava golems are perfect sync with each other. If someone like Violet Horn Bullman faced something like this, then it would have been really hard for it to come out unscathed. But to nothing, I waited for because I wanted to have little fun. Slice, slice, slice. I disappeared from my spot and appeared above the lava falcon, and sliced its head off before disappearing and appearing above another falcon, and cutting its head off before doing the same with the third one. I have not only cut the heads off the lava falcons, but also appeared behind the 2 lava giants and cut their head off, and I did all that before after the image of my had completely disappeared from my previous standing place. Blop, blop, blop. As I killed the 5 golem, all of them turned into the lava, merged into the nearest lava river, but their attacks had crashed into the place I was standing. That area had completely drowned by the lava attack of the 3 lava falcons. Are you searching for me? I asked the snakeman as I appeared in front of me. It had been searching for me since the moment I had disappeared. It looked at me horror as it saw 5 golems disappearing into lava, but was not able to see how I was able to kill them, and that down the horror on its face as it released that I am the opponent that is far above it could kill. It opened its mouth, and about to say something when suddenly it looked down and saw my sword in its chest. It had appeared there without it realizing. A second later it died, and I stored its stuff, including its stuff, and a moment later, I added sorted stuff into Constitution storage. While I was doing that, I noticed an interesting thing. They are sneakers, cool silver-black sneaks. It was the same sneaker that Snakeman was wearing. When I added my mana into them, I instantly knew everything about them and got very amazed. I instantly knew these sneakers were the reward this monster got from the 900th level. It is definitely a product of the tower as its insignia is imprinted on it, and I am sure it is a reward of the 900th level as its quality is too high for it is the reward of any other levels. The name of these shoes is Silent Wind 593. They have 2 enchantments. One is silence. They will make any sound when they are used. They will be utterly quiet. And the other enchantment is swiftness. They will provide a boost of speed. Seeing the boost, even I am quite surprised. I did not waste any time wearing these Silent Wind sneakers. These sneakers will be very helpful in the battle, and I know I will need all help, tiny as that it may be, to forge ahead. After wearing the sneakers, I disappeared from my spot and started killing any grim monster that my eyes fell on, and within 15 minutes, I killed all the grim monsters that were unoccupied. The ones who were alive are those who are fighting against humans. I had offered humans to kill the grim monster they are fighting. Some have accepted while others have denied. Challenger has conquered the tower. I was about to step into the exit of the 901 floor when suddenly an announcement rang out through the floor. The language was unknown, but everyone clearly understood what it meant. Someone had cleared the 1000th level. I had expected something like this would happen, as there are millions of people who have entered the tower. At least one should have the capability to clear the tower, no matter how hard it is. But it felt too soon. There were barely 3 days had passed since the tower had opened, and there had already been someone who had cleared the tower. I wonder who it is from the powerful grim monster I've seen. Nobody seemed to have the capability to reach the 1000th level, but they could be hiding their strength using some method as I did. Even with the sensory abilities of my intermediate grade killing rule, I am not full confidence in sensing their real combat strength. There are many ways people could hide their strength. Still, I hoped it's Ashlyn who had conquered the tower. She had the capability. The power of Blazing Rose she had merged inside her source is far greater than me. With such ability, she had the capability. I can't be sure if it is her or not, nor I could waste my time thinking about it. The only thing I could do is try my best to conquer the tower and get that life-changing reward. A whole day passed by and I had crossed 70 levels. If one did not count the rest days, then it had taken me less than a day to reach the 900th level. But today I took a day to cross the 70 levels, and I am going to need much more to cross the levels ahead. I took the blessing and walked to the 971st floor. The floor is silent. There are no grim monsters or humans at this level, which is not much surprising. Very few people could reach these levels. Roar, roar. I had just taken a step inside when I heard the roar and saw one lava scorpion and minotaur bathed in the flame are coming at me. Both of them are exceptionally strong, so strong that even Earth Crockman would turn into mist if it faced them. It is time, I said in my mind, and silver phantom armor covered me. Till now I had fought without using my armor, but now I have to use it. Without it, I won't be able to pass through the 971st level. As armor appeared on my body, I moved toward the monster. My speed is so great that even powerful specials won't have a problem seeing me, but these golems seem to have no problem in seeing me. I could feel their dead eyes tracking me. Putch putch, though they may be able to see me moving, their reaction speed is slow. As I appeared above the speed, lava scorpion attacked me with its super-fast pincer. Still, before its pincer could touch me, I pierced my sword into its head, turning it into the melted lava, before I appeared behind Minotaur and pierced my sword into its head. It isn't over yet. One lava giant and two lava snake are coming at me. Only after killing them will I be able to pass through this level, as only killing 5 golems will I be eligible to pass through the level. Putch putch putch. In the next 10 seconds, I pierced my sword through 3 golems before moving toward the next level. With me using the armor, my power has increased again. It will help me pass through a few levels comfortably. I crossed level after level, and before I knew it, I had reached the 980th level. It was not easy to reach here with just the help of mystic methods. Till the 975th level, I did not have any problem, but after that, the fights got longer and longer till at the 979th level, which took nearly half an hour to clear. As I took a step into the 980th level, an oppressive feeling came over me. In the 980th level, there were already 3 fights going on, 2 grim monsters and 1 human fighting against golems. All of them are pretty strong since they can reach this level, but still against these golems they are struggling with. Roar die roar. A second after I took a step inside the 980th level, 5 golems came at me, and surprisingly all 5 of these golems are of the different types. They are lava falcon, lava demon, lava scorpion, lava giant, and lava lizard. All of them are big, each and every one of them is 20 meters or longer, and the power they are emitting is enough for one to have his soul shuddered. Even I am feeling quite fearful of them. Lava lizard, lava scorpion, and lava falcon had attacked by throwing shit loud of lava at me, while lava demon threw a punch which was filled with lava, while lava giant hacked its axe at me. Seeing the 5 of them attack me with perfect sync, they have cornered me from every corner. There is not any space to dodge these attacks. They are not only powerful, but they are fast. Seeing their attacks coming, I immediately used the featherlight method to disappear from my spot and appeared behind the lava, and giant attacked with my sword covered in the cloud of the dark sand. Clang. My attack was fast, very fast, but the lava giant was not slow either. It was tracking me, and as I tried to launch an attack at its huge neck, it swiftly moved its heavy armored hand and defended its neck. Right when my attack counted, I saw a lava falcon coming toward me with its huge mouth open to bite the little me. Seeing that, I immediately disappeared from my spot and appeared above the lava falcon and slashed my sword down at its eyes. But as I was doing that, the falcon spun away 360° in unbelievable time and launched a big load of lava at me. I was barely able to save myself from the attack before I appeared behind the lava demon and slashed my sword at it. Pachak. It also moved its hands to defend, but I was too fast, and that before its hands could approach it, my sword sliced through its neck. I did not get a chance to enjoy my victory as the axe of the lava giant came cleaving down on me. Immediately disappeared as I sensed the attack. The lava demon was the easiest to kill as it had the lowest speed. It had the highest offensive powers but the lowest the speed. The remaining 4 monsters are more balanced compared to it. Killing them quickly would be quite difficult. Though I could kill them quickly if I started to use more of my abilities, I had already decided against doing that. I have set my target on 1000th level, and for it, I have divided each of my trump cards and abilities according to the levels. I will only use my armor when I reach the 971st level, or take out my totem artifact at the 981st level. So even if I have to take the intense beating to clear the level, I will take that but will not use those abilities or trump cards. However, there are some exceptions to the rule, like grim monsters. I still have not forgotten about my constitution advancement. Other than reaching the top of the tower, collecting the resources is still a priority. If by some luck I was able to take my constitution to level 12, I fight against the 4 golems, trying to understand their fighting style better, so I could kill it. Only doing that will I be able to kill them quickly. Golems at each level had the distinctive fighting style. Someone like me had to observe them quite a while before I could find a pattern and kill them. But finding a pattern is not a simple thing, especially when they are so powerful. Time is needed, especially when I am not using the killing rule. If I had been actively using the killing rule, 5 minutes would have been more than enough. Putch. Finally, after 20 minutes since the fight started, I was able to kill the most difficult opponent. The lava scorpion is most difficult to kill. Due to its swift pincer, it is very difficult to get on its back, much less stab the sword on its head. 35 minutes. It took me 35 minutes to defeat the 5 golems of the 980th level. It is a little shorter than I had expected, seeing I am not actively using my killing rule to deduce the combat style of my opponent. After finishing with the golems, I looked towards the battles that are happening in the level. One grim monster and human are fighting against the respective golem that Tower had sent at them. I am a little disappointed seeing one grim monster leaving the level, but if I am lucky, I could get it at the next level. Forget about that, I should think about the current one. It is Bearman and has good strength, but it had already reached its limits, and at max, it would be able to move another level before it got killed or it crushed its badge and transported out, but it will not have that chance as I am going to kill it. A minute later, I killed the Bearman and stored its body in my storage, including its stuff there. I got another good piece of artifacts. They are gauntlets. They have one specialty, which is to dissolve the force as long as it is within their limit. Since I entered the 900 levels, I have found many amazing artifacts. Silent wind sneakers to pressure puff gauntlets that I am wearing right now. Everything I was wearing before entering the 900 levels had been replaced, including the sword I am using. I am using the cutter, but this cutter is way better than one I got as the reward. The one I was using got 800th level as a reward, but the cutter I am using right now is an upgraded version of cutter I had, which Grim Monster had likely got as the reward in the 900th. After I finished wearing the gauntlets, I walked into the gate, took the blessing before getting transported to the 981st level. Just as I did, I finally took out my totem artifacts as it is time to use it. The golems and the grim monsters of this level are very strong, and it would take quite a lot of time for me to finish them off before I could advance to level, and that much weight, simply not worth it. There are 20 more levels I have to cross, and each of them is filled with a stronger and stronger obstacle, which I could not underestimate, so if things got hard, I would not hesitate to bring out my trump cards. Shake. With sword in hand, I moved toward the golems that were coming at me, but I had just taken the step when the floor shook lightly, and a familiar announcement rang out. It is 5th. I said, this is the 5th time the tower shook, and the announcement rang out. 5 people have cleared the tower till now, and I intend to be the 6th one. The intel said that only 10 people get the best of the best reward after clearing the tower. Those who clear after that had the quality of their rewards reduced a little. This intel is not confirmed, yet as there was not enough data to bring the sure result. As the reward one gets at the after completion of the tower is not random, it is a reward that is most suitable for one. It is said that the tower observes one whole journey through the tower and decides the most suitable for you. That is why most rewards one gets are most suitable for one, and it is hard to distinguish whether one is getting a lower level reward than the normal still. I like to be one of the first 10 people who cleared the tower, in case it is true. With a sword in my hand, I felt my strength rise unprecedentedly, which gave me the confidence and capability to destroy the golems that are coming toward me. A few seconds ago, they were capable of engaging against me for more than an hour, but now, killing them has become easy as pie. I had just needed less than 10 seconds to finish with them all. After I had finished with the golems, I had killed off the grim monsters before I moved toward grim monsters, which took me a little more, 5 minutes, as one of the grim monsters had a very powerful defensive art. It took quite an effort to crush it all. After I finished with the grim monster, I moved on to the next level, where I did the same thing as the previous level before moving away. The first 4 levels were different, but as I moved forward, the levels started to get more and more dangerous, and I needed more time to kill the golems. The grim monsters have also become quite a challenge too, as with each level they got stronger till, at every level, it took me more than an hour to finish off the grim monsters. It took me 15 hours to reach 990th level, and 2 hours to cross it to reach the 991st level. At 991st, I let loose the power of level 1 rules, and they were fearsome, especially the killing rule, which, if used at full power, gave me migraines as it transmitted more information to me than I can process. Even at the dangerous 991st level and forward, I did not need to use the full power of my killing rules, but I still did, experiencing that unbearable constant load of information just to get used to it. I will need to use it when reaching the 1000th level. The 1000th level is extremely dangerous and difficult to conquer. According to statistics, only 5 of those who had reached the 999th could clear it. To reach 999th, one needs fearsome power, but still, that is not enough to conquer the 1000th. One needs to be very, very powerful. Well, I will need to clear the 999th before I can clear the 1000th. I've heard there is real madness present in the 999th level, I said in my mind, and took a step inside the gate leading to the 999th. This is madness. This is the first thought that came into my mind as I entered the 999th level. I saw more than 100 grim monsters, and humans are fighting in a tiny space of 500 kilometers. The fights are happening everywhere. There is not a single remaining space that has been left open. Despite having huge numbers of grim monsters and humans, both parties are keeping to each other, not attacking the members of other races, which is completely unlike levels before. In the past levels, as long as one has enough strength, they will always try to kill a member of the other race, especially after 900th level. As we want to finish off any grim monsters that will become a massive threat for us in the future, each and every grim monster who is able to enter 900 levels count as that person. It is the same for the grim monsters. They will kill any human their eyes fall on, but here everything is different. Here everyone is fighting their own battles against the golems, and not attacking others despite knowing they would get the point of others if they kill it. Well, I could understand why both races are not attacking each other like crazy despite seeing the cream of the crop of other races. The reason is that fighting here would be like lighting up a fuse. Once the fight had started, everybody would be drawn in, and they don't want that to happen. It would have been fine if it is at any other level, but it is the 999th level. They are just one step away from reaching the 1000th, and they don't want to jeopardize that chance by doing anything. If any human decided to attack any grim monster, then before grim monsters could do anything, humans would kill him. That is how people are serious about reaching the 1000th level. So I also have to stay my hand, no matter how much I want to kill the grim monsters, and get the resources from them in the chance of taking my constitution to level 12. Die. This time when I entered the 999th level, I was not immediately attacked. It took 7 seconds before the golems came at me, and all these golems were humans made of stone and lava. These lava humans have bodies of stone that are filled with numerous cracks, and through them, lava could be seen spilling out. These lava humans are most common in the level 999th level. They are about 80. On the regular level, they were not more than 5, but here when there are hundreds of people present and are fighting against the 5 golems each, so having 50 meters tall lava giants is not feasible. That is why lava humans and small lava demons could be set on the field. Though their size is small, they pack explosive power. If one is not careful fighting them, they would be burned cinders before they even know it. The 5 lava men coming at me are fully armored, and if they had been wearing cloaks, I would have considered them real humans, but they are not. They are just extremely strong lava golems. As I saw them coming toward me, I activated the killing rule at full power, which instantly gave me hard migraines, but I bore it and started to process all the information that was coming toward me. The movements of super powerful golems have become slow in front of my eyes. I could see each and every movement of them with the perfect clarity and process them to see what type of attack they will make. All 5 lava humans are holding the different types of weapons, and the forefront of all is a lava humans, which is holding the spear. It attacked me first with its 3-meter-long spear while the 4 cornered me and started to launch their attacks. Seeing that, I started to make my move and my speed with speed, which isn't much faster than theirs. Everything is moving at a very slow speed, including me. With the killing rule, my senses have become really strong, but I am not strong enough to move according to it, so a fight between 5 lava humans and me has become the fight of the turtles. Each of us would take very slow steps and perform fighting maneuvers against each other. It feels like life's biggest joke that when I first started fighting in the slow fashion, tears came out of my eye. Though I know we are fighting extremely fast, and it is only due to the full power of killing rule that everything has become slow, it still felt quite weird to fight like this. I just wanted to stop the killing or lessen the power of killing rule power at the least, so I won't fight in such fashions, but I could not as I have to get used to using the full power of my killing rule. I will need it in 1000th level. Not only I will need to use the killing rule, but I will also need to use every trump I have been holding back. Only then will I be able to do something. But before thinking of the 1000th level, I should say the first thing about the ways to quickly finish this fight as soon as possible. I had greater speed. I would have 0 problems killing these bastards. Their attack and defense are filled with holes that could be easily exploited, but with my current strength, I could only use very few of them. Still, these slow visions are extremely helpful, as I would need less than 20 minutes to finish off these 5 lava humans. While fighting these lava humans, I dodge most of their attacks as countering directly is just a hassle as they have more physical strength than me, and no matter how expertly I counter them, I still going to take a couple to steps back, so I might as well dodge the attack and save myself that hassle. Putch. Time passed by, and I continued to kill lava humans every few minutes before finally, I pierced my sword in a crack in the skull of the last lava human, gaining permission to enter the 1000th level. All the 5 golems were killed by me, and now I could walk into the 1000th level that I had wanted to since I had entered the tower. But I did not hurry. I slowly walked toward the gate while looking at hundreds of fights that were happening around me. I am quite tired and want to rest a little bit before entering the 1000th level. I want to be at my peak before the fight, to be honest. I would have very much liked to take a small nap to remove all the fatigue I am feeling, but unfortunately I could not. I will be killed within a moment of closing my eyes here. Finally, after 2 hours, I reached the door leading to the 1000th floor. I took a deep breath and entered inside. It is time to face the most powerful challenge. As I entered the gate, everything went blank for a moment before the light came shining again. I found myself on the red floating disc, which had a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Right in front of me is a challenge that I had to defeat. Seeing it, I am quite surprised, but also happy that I got an opponent which had never appeared before, or at least in the intel I've received. The last obstacle of the 1000th level is always legendary creatures, like Hydra, Gorgon, Dragon, Phoenix, and some others, but one I got is Wendigo. A ghost-type legendary creature that had never appeared in the tower before. The Wendigo looked similar to what I heard and seen in books and medias, like some freak from a horror movie. It is only 3 meters tall with a bony gray body and long deer horns that are present on the both sides of its head. Some parts of it, like the bone cage of its chest, are visible, while other parts' thighs are covered in skin. It looked like a freak and felt extremely dangerous with those large bone hands, which are sharper than the knives, and the faint gray that's swirling around its body, which is giving off a very weird sensation to me. The battle will start in 10 seconds. A monotonous voice rang out, and numbers in the universe language started to flash above us. Seeing that, my heart started to beat loudly as I gripped my sword properly and activated my killing rule to full power. Not only killing rule, but I also activated my other rule powers too. The sun rule had powered up the enchantment of my sword further, while swallowing rule and healing rule started to circulate throughout my body. Battle. The countdown slid further and further, till it finally reached 0 and loud fight rang out in the flat, monotonous voice. As the battle rang out, the stationary Wendigo moved, and it moved at such speed that it completely blew my mind and made me question how it can move at such speed. The speed is incredible that I immediately started using one of my trump cards immediately, as I know without it, I am no match for it. The current armor and artifact I am wearing are nothing but paper in front of it. Bang. It appeared in front of me and swung its body hand, and next moment, I saw the defense of the armor and artifact I am wearing crumpled in front of its attack before I received a hammering blow on my body, which shot me back like a kite in strong wind. Puh-puh. I started to vomit blood as I hit, and this blood is not red but gray, which gave off the filthy smell. I could feel the force and strange gray energy entered my body as it did. The blood-red energy also came out for the defense. But when it came, it was already late, and some of the gray energy already started affecting my body. If not swallowing rule and healing rule, which immediately started healing my injuries, I would have become a dusky skeleton by now. A look of horror dawned on my face as I experienced the terror of this energy, and knew I could not let more of this gray energy come into my body. If it came in huge quantities, then even my powerful constitution and healing rule would not be able to save me from becoming a dusk skeleton within a few seconds. This is the first time I had been injured since I had got this constitution, and to be honest, it feels good to be bloodied again. Bang. It had been just a second when I received the attack, and I was still flying back like a rocket when it again appeared in front of me and attacked me with its claw, and this time, the attack of it was even more powerful than before. It is like a ghost appearing in front of me before I could react and attack me before I could even move my sword. It had released a huge amount of gray energy into me, but this time, I and my constitutions were prepared. The blood-red energy of my constitution and healing rule enveloped the strange gray energy before the gray energy infiltrated and injured me like last time. Though the gray energy was not able to infiltrate my body and injure it, still the strength of the attack was powerful enough to shock me and sent me flying back at even greater speed. It is coming to me again. I could see its ghost smile as it moved its bony hand to attack me, and this time there is even more gray energy present in its hand than it was in the previous attack. I moved my sword to defend, but I know the attack will come at me before the sword could move to defend. I wish the activation of my trump card would be a little faster, but it needs 3 seconds activated, and only 2 seconds have passed. There is one more second before the trump card could be activated. Bang, another of its attack had landed on me, and my speed of shooking back increased again that I am shooting back at blurring speed. Finally, I said in my mind as I saw silvery runes came out my body and created an intricate formation. The formation is very beautiful, and if one looked from the distance, they would see the shadow of my old swirling armor in this new runic armor of mine. The swirling armor and this runic armor of mine had a difference between sky and earth. The things it could do things are way beyond that of the old swirling armor of mine. Buzz, the faint buzz rang out my body as the runes connected to each and created the formation. As the same time formation activated, the Wendigo came closer to me and swung its body hand again at me. Seeing that, smile couldn't but appear on my face. The runes on my lit up and I stopped on the spot. The momentum shooting me backward immediately crushed away, and at the same time, the runes on my hands lit up a little, and my sword moved at unbelievable speed toward the bony hand of the Wendigo that is coming for my heart. Clang! A deafening metallic sound resounded, and our clothes and hair moved back, but we did not move a single inch in this terrifying clash. We stayed rooted without much shake. The power of runic armor could not be underestimated. It is one of my trump cards, which have given me the confidence to clear this 1000th stage, and seeing this clash, it has affirmed my confidence again. Its claws and my sword locked in a stalemate, both of them are not moving a single inch. While my face may look normal by this, but I am shocked by its powerful defense. The flaming red edge of my sword had directly clashed against its big bony hand, but despite that, they were not able to make a single scratch on it. My totem artifact is very powerful, that even without the level 1 rule of sun, it was able to cut through the sword of powerful adamantine. But now my totem artifact is not only powered by the power of my ability, but also the power of the sun rule, but despite that, it was not even able to make a scratch on the bony hands of the Wendigo. Seeing that, I've even questioned whether this legendary creature could be killed, but soon calmed down from that thought. Its hands are its main offensive weapons, so it is not much surprising that they could not be scratched through my sword, but it will not be the same for the other parts of its body. With that thought, I power up the runes on my hands and move my sword back to launch the attack. Seeing me attacking, it also moved its body hands and attacked me. This time, it is using both of its hands instead of one. Its hands moved like a ghost as they attacked me. It is extremely hard to keep track of these ghostly movements, and others won't be able to do that. But it is not a big deal for me, which has a pure sensory type rule. I could see its movements very clearly and know, and that it is not wise to treat them as normal attacks, as they may look slow and ghost, but in reality, they are extremely fast and pack 3 times more power. So I did not attack directly. Instead, I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind Wendigo and swung my sword directly at its neck. Clang. My sword moved closer and closer to it, and when it was just palm distance away from its neck, a bony hand appeared above the neck and defended against my sword. Seeing that I am not sad, not even a little bit, as now I became sure a common weakness of the neck applies to it. Clang, clang, clang. Next moment my armor lit up, and I disappeared from its back and appeared in front of it and attacked again, but this time it had its hands moved and counter the attack. Just as it did, I disappeared and appeared on its left and attacked it. I barraged it with the attacks from all directions. There is no place from which I hadn't attacked it. I am attacking it at breakneck speed from every direction imaginable, but it was able to counter all of my swords. If anyone saw our fight at the distance, they would see me blinking all around it while it is defending from all the sides. Though it is defending against all my attacks, I am not one bit sad seeing that. It is not only giving me precious data about its combat style, but also making me get used to the power and many abilities of my armor. This experience will be very useful when I use my full strength to fight. If it had been any grim monster, I would have used my full power in a surprise attack to finish it off in a single move. Though usually I like the long, bloody fights, I still want to finish some as quickly as possible when the great reward is at stake. But I am not fighting against the grim monster. It is Golem of the War Tower, which bore 100 similarities to Wendigo. If I use my full power, it will also immediately use its full powers, and that is not good for me as I did not have full control over my powers yet and was sure about my victory against it. The longer I fight, the greater chances of my winning would be. In the long run, not only will I get full control over my abilities, but will also be able to collect precious data about it. But still, a long fight will not be more than 3 hours, according to the intel. All the fights at 1000th, victory or defeat, ended in 3 hours. No fight had ever lasted for more than 3 hours here. 90 even ended within an hour. There is no perfect reason written for that, but I am sure it is because it started to use all of its strength within an hour. By that time, you defeat it or it defeats you. It is as simple as that. Time passed as I continued to try to attack its fatal spot with its neck and its ice-cold heart. If legends are to be believed, then to kill a Wendigo completely, one needs to burn its ice-cold heart. Still, I would prefer to kill it with old-fashioned beheading, but I wouldn't mind some heart burning too. I haven't done that in the past few levels. As the fight continues between us, I am gaining a tactical edge over it. Not only have I put it on the total defense, but I've also started analyzing its combat style, so each move I made is on the previous move it made. With every attack, my sword will move closer and closer to it. If it did not increase its full power soon, I would use my full power instantly when my sword got close enough to its weakness. That time, even if it used its full power, it would not be able to defend against it. This is one of the plans I made. There are many other plans which tribute to different changes that might occur in the fight. 5 minutes passed by when the gray aura around it thickened suddenly, and its strength rose unprecedentedly. It had become stronger and faster at the moment that if I did not have my killing rule, I would have definitely fallen prey to its surprise attack. Seeing its fearsome claws coming at me, making noise as they tore through the air, the runic armor also lit brightly. Seeing the power of its attack, I know I will need to harness a good amount of power from my runic armor, so I did. I instantly harnessed the huge amount of power I will need to fight from the armor. Clang, clang, clang. A deafening clang rang out, and it was so loud that I felt my ears going deaf, but that was just a starting. As the next moment, it started to attack me with two of its bony hands. Clang, clang, clang. Fuck the power. I cursed in astonishment, seeing the strength of its attack. It is fucking powerful. It's been 15 minutes since we are fighting, and since then it has shown the power far greater than I had expected. Not only has the strength of its attacks increased, but its whole body movements have also become ghostly. I always had to keep my killing rule locked on it. A tiny mistake, I would be seriously injured. It's a good thing that I had a runic armor. If not for that, I would have been finished by now, as even with my powerful constitution, each of its attacks is powerful enough to injure me seriously. The runic armor is very powerful, and I am very proud of it. Not only the design of it, which I spent months on creating, but controlling it also took a huge effort that a normal person would not be able to do with superior control over one's energies. There are a total of 1294 runes are needed to create the runic armor formation, and I am controlling that formation while fighting. To do that, one needs to have expert focus and control, which needs years of practice. I had gained that from the swirling armor and 7 long months I had spent in perfecting my control. All my hard work had created this armor, a work of art. It would do all the things that swirling armor could do and much more, but it is an undeniable fact that runic armor is based on the swirling armor. I still used the analogy or swirls and dividing the force in the design of the armor, and also created instant movement and instant blast with this armor. Like in the previous swirling armor, the foreign force and energies that came from me would enter various swirls and get crushed is also happening in the runic armor. It's just that instead of swirls made of my fire ability, I used a runic formation that worked like a swirl. I replaced everything with the runic formation, and now my next target has infused the power of the rules in the armor. In the swirling armor, I just mix the rule powers in my ability and make slight calibrations so that it will work, but doing that is very difficult in the runic armor. Here I will have to change the runes according to the power of the rules. I nearly finished choosing the runes. I just replace the runes and calibrate the armor according to it. It will take a few days and might even take a week or more. Nothing could be said when it comes to runes, especially when I am calibrating the armor outside. If it were in my conscious space, it would have been done very quickly, but outside it takes time. I am fortunate that I have gained the knowledge crystal, as before gaining it I had made the runic armor, but it was not as perfect as this one, and there were many flaws inside it, which made it unusable till I fixed its flaws, and that would have taken me months. The knowledge crystal had not only saved me months of the time, but also perfected my armor to the degree I've never imagined. Suddenly another change occurred in the Wendigo. The strange gray energy around it became even denser. Seeing that, I immediately stopped the useless thoughts, as whenever a change in gray energy occurred, its power rose explosively. The gray energy became denser, and some part of it started to mulate around its bony hands. Seeing that, I couldn't help but turn serious. Till now, it had never used such a huge amount of strange gray energy. Gray energy is very dangerous, and I have experienced its terror firsthand, and now it is 100 times more than before. If I say I am not a little scared seeing that, then I would be lying. Though I am scared, I am also very excited, as now I will be able to test the real power of my armor. The strongest point of the armor is not the strength boost it provides, but the defense, and now I will see if the defense is as strong as I imagined it to be. It took a moment for the change in it to occur, and it attacked me with the claws, which are filled with dense strange gray energy. The power of the claws had reached an unbearable degree, and its movements even more unrecognizable. The bony claws appeared in front of me as it teleported and came for my head, but how easy was it to reach for my body? The claw was halfway into the distance when it found the crystal sword blocking its way. clanng. Its claw and my sword clashed, and next moment I felt a tsunami-like force filled with gray energy came at me. The amount of strange gray energy is 100 times greater than before, and it came at me. It did not take a moment before it touched me, and just as it did, my runic armor lit resplendently and sucked the tsunami life force of strange gray energy. If this Wendigo had been alive, it would have been shocking seeing this, as anyone would try to bar such dangerous energy, not sucked right in. As the tsunami of gray energy sucked it, it started to spread into every corner of my armor into the 49 swirling formations I had created. This gray energy far stronger than my fire ability, but when it entered the swirling formation, it started to get crushed under an extremely powerful spinning force which made of extremely dense fire. The tsunami of gray energy, which was enough to scare the shit out most special adamantine, even those above it got crushed within a moment. Even those who fought the 1000th floor would not dare to believe it. Clanng. Like a tsunami, it did not stop after the first attack. It continued attacking, with each getting stronger and stronger, filled with more and more gray energy, but each and every attack has got crushed by the armor. Our movements have become a blur. We are so fast that even special adamantine won't be able to see our movements. We are like phantoms, attacking each other without stopping for anything. Time passed by, and we continued fighting, and with it, my control over the armor had also risen sharply, as such intense battle had put huge pressure on me, as not only I had to fight, but I also had to control the armor. So there is pressure, but there is also excitement as well. It is such a fight that made all the hard work I've done worth it. We were just fighting when suddenly I shot back like an arrow. It's not because of its attack, it's because I felt a horrifying fluctuation coming out of it suddenly. Ouwll. As I had landed a few hundred meters, I heard its ghostly roar, which made all the hair on my body stand up. It had been half an hour since we had been fighting, but it had been silent all the while. Not a single word or roar came out its mouth, but now it did it. The finale is starting. I thought as I heard the roar, and I was right. Right after it finished its roar, the gray energy covering it darkened and became dense before it started bubbling and spreading outward in semi-spherical fashion, with it being center. Domain. It's fucking domain. I shouted in my mind, seeing what is happening in front of it. Domain. I never expected I would encounter a domain in the final battle, I said as I watched its summoned domain expanding rapidly. Then in just 5 seconds, it had grown over 100 meters, and it is still growing. Domains are not mystic methods, which could be learned by anyone. They are extremely, extremely rare, and very few knights have the capability and ability to use them. My eyes became glazed with excitement as I saw its domain, which looked like it came out of some kind of horror movie. The domain of it is completely gray, and inside it, all kinds of ghosts could be seen lingering. Domain of horror rang out from the center of the domain in a deep, ghostly voice as the domain stopped expanding after it covered the diameter of the 250 kilometers. Don't think only you have a domain, I said with a laugh, and the next moment, the blood-red fog started to come out of me and started expanding in a semi-sphere fashion. I have also summoned out my domain, my final trump card. This is my domain, Domain of Sin. It is the constitutional ability I got after my constitution reached the 10th level and further strengthened in the 11th level. It is now pretty strong. My domain kept expanding until it finally stopped after becoming 200 meters in diameter. It now becomes a completely blood-red world with blood mist being everywhere. Though it is smaller than 50 meters, its strength isn't less than the domain of the Wendigo's domain of horror. Between our domains, there is less than 10 meters distance. If we crossed that distance, our domains would clash. And that is what I want. I want to make a clash of domains. I heard it is amazing. Step. Next moment, I took the step forward and found Wendigo also doing the same. It is coming closer to making our domain clash, and who am I to reject the clash of the domain? So we took one step after another till there were only inches of distance remaining between our domains. Chin. Finally, our domains clashed as it felt like two celestial bodies are clashing against each other. The sharp sound and huge sparks could be seen around the point where our domains are clashing. As the clash started, I could feel the properties of the ist domain, which are similar to strange gray energy with a good mix of horror. This illusory horrific feeling attacked my mind as domains started to clash, but it did not much affect me. I have pretty great willpower. If these puny ghosts were able to affect me, then I would have long become the vegetable when that being was constructing a constitutional base inside me. Not to forget, my sin domain is resistance toward the mental attacks, as itself attacks the person mentally. If it had any living being in the place of the Wendigo, it would already have come under the effect of the domain, but I am not fighting a live being but a golem in the form of the Wendigo. My sin has the power of all sin rules, but they are a minority. 75 of its power is based on the archaic killing, the level 1 killing rule I had comprehended. If I had comprehended other sin rule, its power would become the majority with killing rule. The more sin rules I will comprehend, the stronger my domain would become. By that, having only comprehending one type of sin rule may seem like my domain is weak, since the killing rule I had comprehended did not have any offensive power, but they would be extremely wrong. Though it is true, my domain did not have the offensive power due to me only comprehending the killing rule, but domain based on killing rule is a marvel itself. Inside it I became absolutely aware of everything. I am omniscient in it. The domain user is naturally aware of everything that is happening in their domain since it is the specialty of the domain, but my domain is one step above that. With the power of killing rule, I became omniscient in my domain and would have been able to do much more if the Wendigo had been a living being. That is why I have a splitting headache, as I am receiving huge information every moment. It is 10 times worse than when I am using my killing rule at full strength. It is a good thing that this domain ability is from my constitution, and so I get a conscious boost in handling all this. If not of it, I would go mad by the huge information I am receiving every second. Grrrr. Our domains clashed before they started to mix as we kept taking steps toward each other. One could see how gray and red energies started fighting as they, step by step, we kept coming closer and closer to each other. As we did, our domains also kept mixing and fighting. The gray and red energies fighting each other, when the ghosts tried to interfere with silky ribbons, would appear and bind these ghosts to make them useless. These ghosts are extremely powerful. Each of them possesses the power of earlier attacks of the Wendigo. Finally, I entered Wendigo's domain, and it entered the mine. Just as this happened, the migraine I am feeling has got even stronger as more and more data started coming at me. Woo woo woo. As I entered the domains of Wendigo, the ghosts inside had completely gone crazy and came at me while making a strange noise. But before they would touch me, hundreds of blood-red ribbons started to materialize and bound these ghosts that were started to attack me. It is a very beautiful scene. It felt like ribbons of death god came down to take these vengeful ghosts to the underworld. Sealing is one of the properties of my killing rule, and since I am using the domain, this property has become even stronger as it had only sealing ghosts. It also tried to seal the Wendigo itself, but like M to ghosts, the sealing ribbons did not affect it even a bit. Its power is too great, and it is also non-living, so sealing it is very difficult for the blood-red ribbons. The mental attack from it had substantially gotten stronger as I entered its domain, but the migraine I am feeling every moment is so hard that these mental attacks were not able to affect me even a bit. Still, this migraine is not a good thing, and I will try to find something which increases my soul power so that I could use this information load on my consciousness. Finally, both of the domains merged completely, and we stood 5 meters away from each other. Now that the domains have been merged, it is time for the final battle. This battle will decide the final winner, and it will be me, though I will have to fight with every ounce of my strength. I am ready. I have full confidence in my strength, so I will conquer this war tower. Zup zup, a faint thunderous sound rang out as I moved toward each other with a speed that could only be said invisible. We are so fast that we have created shockwaves as we moved toward each other. When I was halfway into the distance, reaching it, I swung my sword. This time my sword was not only glowing red, but it also had the blood-red mist covering it that is the energy of my domain, which I could utilize. I am not the only one who is taking full advantage of the domain. The Wendigo also had his hands covered, but this time is not using the gray energy but the ghosts. Yes, it has 2 ghosts on both of its claws. These 2 ghosts on its claws are different from the other ghosts that are roaming in the domain. They are far more clear and feel very threatening as they snarl at me. Its claws and my sword moved closer to each, and I could feel everything and could even guess the terrifying power hidden in those claws. Its domain tried to interfere with my senses, tried to misguide me, but seeing how the specialty of my domain lies in sensory abilities, how can it trick me? Clang, hun, our sword clashed, and immense forces of our attack attacked each other, including the 2 ghosts of claws that came at me, but strangely, the sound of our clash had been muted. The clash had barely produced any sound. The sound felt like children are hitting thin metallic sticks against each other, not 2 terrifying attacks clashing against each other. I would have thought about it more, but 2 ghosts had come down from my sword, which considerably whittled away their power, but they still have more than 70 power remaining, and now they have touched my skin. Shake. As they did, the armor created suction, and to my surprise, these 2 ghosts were able to resist the sucking for a moment before they got sucked inside, and when they were getting crushed by my runic armor, they produced enough resistance that shook the whole runic armor slightly. Though the shake was tiny, these ghosts were able to make my armor shake is the testament of their power. But I am not worried. My armor is not that weak that it will collapse by the power of the 2 measly ghosts. Even if the more powerful ghost came, it would not collapse. OUWWL. Seeing its attack did not work, it roared in rage and attacked again with more powerful ghosts at its claws. Still, there is no fear in me. I have utter confidence in my armor that it will be able to bear whatever comes into my way. Clang, clang, clang. It started to attack after attack after attack as if it went mad, and to my horror, each of its attacks was twice stronger than before. Just a second ago, I had proudly declared that my armor would not break even if it used stronger attacks than before, but now, seeing the speed, the power of its attacks is increasing, and now I am not so sure about my armor. Currently, my runic armor is fine, but it won't be long before it reaches its limit, and my armor cracks parts. I am very aware that the power of this bastard will increase to the degree it becomes capable of shattering my armor before that happens. I have to find a way to save it. Find a way to save my armor and also kill it, but it is not easy to kill it. Despite me seeing and analyzing each of its moves to an omnipresent degree, I would need at least 2 minutes before I land a finishing blow on it, but unfortunately, I did not have the 2 minutes. Seeing the rate ist power increasing, I would be lucky if my armor survives for that time. It is worrying but not much. I have already thought about this scenario and had plans ready for it. It would not have come to this if Ashlyn was inside me, or I was able to merge my rule power in my armor. If Ashlyn with me, I would have more fire from Lotus merged into my source as I upgraded my constitution, and that time I would not be worried about such a thing. Hell, I would have defeated this Wendigo in a minute with that power. Shake, shake, shake. Soon a minute had passed, and my armor had come near collapse in the last attack. It had nearly collapsed, and now another attack is coming. If let my armor bore it, it will definitely collapse. Clang. Its claws and my sword clashed again, and like always, 2 ghosts came at me before getting sucked by my armor with great resistance. But this time, my armor only sucked 1 ghost while letting the other ghost enter inside my body. Puh-puh. It entered inside my body, breaking the defenses of my rule power and started to tear my body apart. The blood energy came, but by that time I had already injured me quite a bit and puked 2 mouthfuls of the black blood. The blood energy had crushed the ghosts, but they are still able to injure me. The injuries I received started to heal immediately by healing rule, but it is just a starting as another attack has already arrived, and this attack is stronger than before. Puh-puh-puh. I started to puke the blood as ist attacks began to tear my body apart. They are dangerous and painful. First few seconds, the injuries were quite light, but as time passed, the injuries were getting more serious. Though the battle is getting fatally dangerous to me, there is no sadness in my face. It had been quite a while I had puked so much blood, and I am enjoying it very much, but I am afraid I couldn't enjoy it more now. Not only because it is dangerous, but also I have completely mapped its fighting style. I finished mapping it half a minute ago, but I continued fighting as I wanted to, but it is time to end things and conquer the tower. Another of its attacks came, but this time I did not counter it. Instead, I moved exactly 0.3 meters left and whipped my sword at its neck. Koch. My sword moved toward its neck. It sensed it and moved its bony hand to defend, but my attack was too perfect as it directly hit its neck, and as I had expected, I was not able to cut its throat fully. The cut was little more than a quarter of its neck. Catcha catcha. I had expected that, which is why I moved at its back and attacked its neck again, which again hit right on the spot, cutting its throat. By half it would have been more if not for it healing rapidly. I disappeared again and appeared in front of it and attacked. This time my attack was way stronger than any of my previous attacks. I am using full power for armor to create a power blast. After this attack, the armor will collapse, and I will not be on the state to create again for a few minutes. That is why this attack is so strong. It roared, seeing the power of my attack, and increased its power explosively. Its bony hands became thrice faster immediately, but unfortunately this 3 times speed is too slow compared to my final attack. Ouw catcha. Soon my sword reached its neck, and before its bony hands could reach me, my sword had cut through its remaining neck, immediately silencing the strange roar it was having. Congratulations ENTRE on conquering the tower. Rang out throughout the disc. I felt happy hearing that, but I am too tired to properly enjoy it as I slumped on the floor tiredly. The last move taken too much out of me and not for strain that domain gives. It felt extremely good to kill that Wendigo. It was a worthy opponent that had made go all out. Use every move I had in my arsenal. Such opponents are very difficult to find. I looked around earlier when I entered. I did not properly look around. I know I am on a 1,000-kilometer diameter disc covered in the force field, but when I found there are other discs too, floating at a distance like the stars in the sky. Buzz. I was busy counting on a tiny disc around me when the runes started to appear around me, and a few seconds later, a whole runic formation created around me, which lit and teleported me to the place I wanted to since I saw the tower for the first time. The darkness in front of me has disappeared, and I found myself in a big hall which is complete. There was no other color than the white, which felt really weird, and I needed a few seconds to adjust myself to all the weirdness. When I adjusted a second later, I looked around and found there was nothing in the room except for palm red crystal floating up in the air. Seeing the red crystal, many things come to my mind. Treasure crystal. This red crystal is the signature of the tower. Those who conquest it get. I just have to touch it, and I will get my reward. I did waste any seeing the red crystal. I quickly got up and appeared right in front of it. Let it be a reward that is most suitable for me, I said and touched the ball. There are hundreds of things I wanted, but I am sure exactly what I want, so I wish Tower would give me the thing that will be most suitable for me. For the first second of touching the crystal, nothing had happened, but the next second I felt my thoughts slowing down. The process of thoughts slowing is way faster than when I touched the knowledge crystals. Thud. I fell on the floor before I could sit properly and about to move to a comfortable position when that thought had also vanished from my mind, and I blanked. There is not a single thought in my mind, just a stream of knowledge that is imprinting on it. Time passed by as I stayed in the thoughtless state before finally, thoughts started to form in my mind again. First thought formed, then a second thought, and then a third. As such, I found my thought process increasing till it returned to normal. Eldritch sword art, I muttered. This name of sword art I've received. Yes, I have received an art, a sword art at that. As I read the information about it, the smile on my face became bigger and bigger as it is very suitable for me. The name of the art is Eldritch sword art. It is sword art, which is used with abilities. It can be used with my fire ability or mystic methods. It can be used with magical, elemental, or any other type of ability. If one described this art in one word, then destructive would be the right choice. It is the art that is used for pure distributions. When it is one enemy or 1,000,000, all of them can be decimated through it. It is divided into 13 levels, and currently only one level is unlocked while others are locked. When I read the first level, my mind started to spin. It's CFUCKING hard. Comprehending is going to be very difficult. Not only is it difficult to comprehend, but its requirement to practice is also high. One needs to have basic proficiency in the sword. When I read that I had requirements years ago, but when I read what basic entails in method, my brain melted. Current the sword, my sword proficiency, which I consider to be expert level, is barely qualified to basic proficiency, and I was able to reach this basic proficiency because of clock sword style that I got in previous ruin. If not for that, I would not have the basic sword proficiency that I have now. The second requirement the method had is a powerful ability, whatever type that ability is, and any ability or mystic method I did not qualify for it, but I am not worried about it. When I go out and merge with the power of Blazing Rose, my fire ability would become powerful enough that I will be able to use the first level of the Eldritch art through it. Not only my fire ability, but my mystic method will also qualify once I upgraded them and purified their energy. So, I have already met the requirement, and now the only thing I will have to do is comprehend. It will be very difficult for Knight to comprehend the first level of this art, much less comprehend it within 5 weeks, which I am planning to do. As for why 5 weeks, because in 4 weeks there is the Continental Championship. Ellen is going to participate, and I want to defeat her there. What I have experienced and heard, I know Ellen is very powerful. Not anyone normal could become Guildmaster of S-Class in Strongest Warzone, Warzone 1. I know she is extremely powerful, even with current abilities. I don't know whether I could defeat her or not, but I know it would not be easy. She is something special, and with the power of her teacher, getting an art would not be a problem for her. Defeating her would be extremely difficult, but as long as I comprehend the first part of my art, I will have a chance of defeating her. I still remember how badly I've lost against her a year ago, so I want to pay her back, defeating her and also her fiancé too. She too had beaten me up badly. As for my criminal tag, FUCK it. With my current power, I will be easily able to join Adventure's Paradise, and at that time, participating in the competition would not be a problem for me. If there is anyone who tries to stop, which I think they will as there is the law for that, I will beat the shit out of them. I was thinking of those thoughts when I saw familiar runes appear below me. Seeing that, I quickly got up as it was time to leave. I wanted to sit when I got out of the tower. I might get attacked as soon as I appeared out of the gate, so I have to be ready to face any attacks that might come in my way. Buzz. Finally, the formation buzzed, and everything in front of me darkened before it became bright again. I found myself in the night sky under the shadow of glowing war tower. There are 2 people on both sides of me. One is human, while the other is the grim monster, and both of them are armed to the teeth, ready to fight if at moment's notice. They are guards. Behind them are others from both races. Seeing them, I knew the conflict had not started. Seeing that, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I would have really hated it if I had missed the big battle. It is such a great chance to fight the worthy enemy and collect the resources, especially now millions of people came out bringing huge loot. I looked around, and as I had expected, both races have made camps. The grim monsters are on the right while the humans are the left, and space between them is being used as the market. Seeing that, I walked forward without anyone stopping me. The camps are huge and both sides have millions of abodes. People could be seen everywhere, shopping from each other's stall. If I did not do any better, I would have thought the 2 races are acquaintances rather than mortal enemies. It has been 5 days since the tower hand opened, but people are still going inside the doves, which explains the huge population of both camps. Choo-choo. I was just walking through the market when I heard the familiar chirp and saw a blur coming at me before it landed on my shoulder. The silver is Ashlyn, and she is chirping and affectionately massaging her head to my cheek. I am quite surprised seeing her do that, as being affectionate is not in the nature of Ashlyn. She is rarely this affectionate. I missed you too, I said as I petted her. This was our longest separation since we bonded. She had never been away from me more than a day. Choo-choo-choo. I was just about to ask her about when she returned and whether she had conquered the tower. She had read my question without asking and started to tell me all about her. She said she had returned 2 days ago after she conquered the tower. She said the tower was fun. Not only she got to kill lots of golems, but she had also killed lots of grim monsters and took their stuff. Though she said many things, she complained a little too, about me asking her to walk slowly in tower, so that she could kill more grim monsters and take their stuff. If not for that, Ashlyn said she would not have needed even a day to conquer the tower. Hearing what she said, I became extremely ecstatic. It did not matter if she was not the first one to conquer the tower. Her conquering is more than enough. I wanted to ask her what she had received in reward, but I controlled myself and decided to ask after I set up abode. With that thought, I walked out of the market and walked toward a huge force field where humans have set up their abodes. The area of the market is open, but the residential area is inside the force field. 5 days have passed since the towers opened, which means there are now 5 to 6 days before we leave the ruin, and before that, the big battle is bound to happen. It is a battle not only to destroy the enemy, but also to take their loot. It will definitely happen within a few days. Soon I entered the force field and found an empty space to set up my abode. As I set up an abode, I went inside. The first thing I did after entering the abode is a shower. My body is quite bloodied, and I want to get it off as soon as possible. What reward did you get after conquering the tower? I asked. My voice was very excited as I had already controlled myself asking too long, so as soon as I walked off the shower and wore clothes, I asked Ashlyn about it. Chew. Ashlyn chirped. An exquisite while shield, which is less than the size of the finger, had come out. Seeing it, I was a little disappointed. This shield clearly an artifact. I would have preferred it if it was art or something else she had got. Choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn seemed to know what I am thinking and chirped. Hearing that, I became quite dumbstruck. What? It is not artifact. I asked and quickly picked up the exquisite shield and added my mana into it, but to my surprise, there was no reaction from it. I even tried adding my soul energy, but there was no reaction. It's really not an artifact. I thought as if it had been an artifact, it would have reacted by mana or soul energy, which I had inserted inside it, but there was no reaction from it. What is it if it is not an artifact? I asked. Choo-choo-choo. She chirped for quite while explaining what it is and how it is used, and hearing that I am quite shocked. This exquisite, while shelled in my hand, is one-time use amulet, to be precise protection amulet. Once it is bound, it will hide inside the body of use. If the user receives an attack that can kill the user, it will activate automatically and protect the user for 5 minutes. This protection amulet is very amazing, and its value is far, far above art in some sense, as it can defend against the attack in the limit of small world, means unless it is a powerhouse that has broken through the limit of small world, they will not harm me as long as I am under the protection of it. By the small world, meaning in my world, I won't even have fear of the strongest powerhouse for 5 minutes. Though there is a condition that when one bound it, one has to be at night level, it will still work even after one broke through the night level. Its value is immense. Those people's central continent would be willing to pay a shitload of money, including arts. It is like Second Life. Even if only it will save for 5 minutes, it is still enough for them, especially to the children of the powerful, but I am not an idiot who will sell this. As I said, it is a Second Life. Even if it is for 5 minutes, it is still worth it, and it would be total idiocy to sell it. Why do you not want to bind it? Quickly bound it, I said as I gave her the shield. This little bird had a habit of taking a huge risk. With this amulet, I will be less worried about her. Choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn, it is you who earned it. You should bind it, I said when she asked me to bind the amulet to myself. But how can I? It is a thing she earned herself. She should bind it herself. Choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped, and this time her voice was forceful as she rejected. Hearing it, I know she will not bound it, and if I kept insisting, she would feel hurt. As the drop of blood fell on it, it levitated through before seeping inside my chest. I tried to find it inside me, but it had completely disappeared. It will only appear when I am a fatal danger. Thud, what else did you get? I asked. I had just asked when storages appeared in front of me suddenly. Seeing more than 1,000 storages, with most of them being high grade, my eyes started to shine. Ashlyn said she had killed every grim monster she had come across. She had even slaughtered grim monsters at 999th level, where even I did not dare to lift my weapons against them, but she slaughtered them all within a few minutes before any big battle could occur. I did not waste any time and covered all the storage with my energy before adding them into my storage. As I did that, sorting started and huge stuff started to come out of them. There are all of the kind things that came out of the storages, from bodies of grim monsters humans, to artifact, herbs, and rewards they have got in the tower. I get to see many unique things that tower gave. Some of their info had mentioned in Intel. There are many things I saw which I need, but I still mostly focused on the herbs and energy crystals, as those are the things that could advance my constitution to grade 12, which will increase my power further. Soul tempering essence, I said in shock as I saw the palm-sized bottle filled with dense twin color liquid. It is emerald and violet color liquid, which looks like it is made of melted gems. This is very rare and could not be found in the market. It worked the same as the soul tempering diamond, which I used to practice the secret method, but it is far more powerful than soul tempering diamond. If I had this to practice before, then there would have been a quite high chance that I had finished completely practicing the secret method by now. Well, no problem with this thing. Crossing 2 levels of the secret method would not be a problem. The only problem would be my will, as it is way harder and painful to practice using soul tempering essence than soul tempering diamond, but I have confidence in myself that I will be able to do it. After soul tempering liquid, I found much other useful stuff that I had put up in the special selection. More and more storages got opened, bringing out more and more stuff, including the treasures from the remnants attacks. These treasures are best for my constitution, as they do not have a huge amount of herbal properties but also are made of energy. The huge energies contained inside them is best to fill my constitution storage. For the grade 12 constitution, I need 4 times more resources than grade 11, and I was hoping to gather them during the battle, but seeing how much stuff is coming out the storages, I don't think I would need to do it anymore. There is really huge stuff, and adding to 21 storage that had already been filled by me, I think there is quite a great chance that I could get 79 from the storages that Ashlyn had brought. Her stuff is really too much, and it could be credited to slaughter she did at the 999th level. Their best of best people came, and those who came also slaughtered people of other race, and their storages are filled with the stuff of the slaughtered. Some getting huge stuff is not that surprising. Time passed by and soon 10 minutes passed, and all the stuff had sorted out. I quite marvel at my storage ring's ability to sort. It would have taken me hours while it did it in 10 minutes. As the stuff sorted out, I did not have to waste any time and added the stuff in the constitutional storage until the storage stopped taking the stuff as it had been filled. Buzz. The constitutional storage is completely filled, and as it did, the formation inside me lit up and buzzed before its advancement started. This time advancements would really give me huge benefits. It is the last level of my constitution, and resources it took were also very huge, far more than any other level, so it is obvious it will give me tremendous benefits. It is also showing how rapidly my level is regressing. This time I am very sure that my level would definitely be regressed to the Golden Elite at the least. I would have been quite worried by this fact, seeing the resources I would need to get back to the peak adamantine, but now I am not. The storages that Ashlyn had given me, I've found something in it that could help me quickly regain my previous level. Now I just have to sit and wait till the advancement is over before I take that thing and regain my level. Choo choo choo. I was watching the process of breaking through when suddenly, I heard Ashlyn chirp. She said she is feeling hungry. I will cook something great for you, I said as I pet Ashlyn before getting up and walking to the kitchen. Ashlyn has given lots of things which are invaluable. I at least cook something great to show my appreciation to her, and this time, I have all the things I need for cooking. In storages Ashlyn had given me, I have taken out the things I needed for cooking, like rare herbs, condiments, and other things. I found something which I could not get my hands on when I was in the war zone. I always wanted to use those things, and now that I have got my hands on them, I am definitely going to use them. So I started to cook while my constitution advanced. I would have waited if it was a matter of a few minutes, but it will take an hour or more, and seeing how hungry Ashlyn and I are feeling, the wait is not worth it. By the time my constitution advanced, I would have already finished cooking half of the dishes. Peak General, I muttered. That is what my level had been regressed to. Forget Golden Elite. I'm not even a Silver Elite or White Elite. I am no elite at all. My level had regressed that much. I am quite shocked seeing this, as I thought it would be regressed to Golden Elite at most, but never expected I would not be an elite after this advancement. Formation is still present. I thought when I finished checking my level 12 constitution. I had thought the formation would vanish after my constitution advancement to grade 12, as the info telepathically received had no mention of it. I was just thinking that when formation buzzed again, and I felt like it was hit by the hammer. FUCK, the pain only lasted for a moment before it disappeared, and as it deepened, there were new memories in my mind. It is the Constitution, and when I read them, I could help but curse it loudly. The info is short. It only said that there is one last Constitution above level 12, It is on a completely new level, but at my current level, my body has reached its limit and could bear another constitution. I would have to make a breakthrough to the level above adamantine before I could make advancement to that constitution, and the resources I would need would be about 100 times what I needed for the level 12 sin constitution. I remained in shock for a while before I came to myself and focused on cooking. To take my constitution to the next level, I will have to level up above the adamantine and also gather about 100 times more resources than what I needed for the grade 12 constitution. Both of the conditions are too hard. To reach the level above adamantine, one needs to have a comprehension of some sort. Even the most talented struggle to gain that comprehension to reach that level, and as for 100 times more resources, I could forget about that too. Even in a big battle, I would not be able to gather a quarter of the resources, much less after I exit this ruin. These conditions are too hard, but I am still going to try. I've never heard about the constitution above level 12, but now there is, and I could advance in it, so how could I leave such a sweet chance? It is very hard, and I might not be able to do it, but I sure as hell would try it. I would try till my efforts to fully fill both of the conditions to advance to that constitution. I thought about it for some time before I stopped and focused on the cooking, as it is the quite complicated part I am going to do, and if I messed it up, I would waste the hard work of the past 1 hour. Another hour had passed and finally finished cooking. It took me little more than 2 hours to cook the 7-course meal, and it is worth it as it smells so great that Ashlyn had come flying to the kitchen wanting to eat straight from the pot. I somehow stopped her and asked her to wait till I make the plates, which I finished doing in 10 minutes before we started eating, and I have to say, it is delicious, very delicious. Eating such means I finally felt good. For the past 5 days, I've been eating the packaged food, but now I have finally eaten the food which I had made from my own hands. Chew, chew. I did not remain surprised for long, as just as Ashlyn went inside me, our sources connected, and blazing fire from her source had started to merge into my source. The power of my ability started increasing every second. When I entered the tower, I had only merged with the 10 power of the blazing rose. At that time, my constitution was only at grade 9, but now it had reached grade 12. I wonder how much power of blazing rose will I be able to merge with my source and how powerful my ability would become. I hope I am at least able to merge with 50 of blazing rose's power at that time. I fear very few would be my match in the adamantine. As the merging of fire ability went, I took 3 bottles from my storage. These bottles are thumb size and have silver liquid in them. These bottles are called blessing potions. These are the product of the tower and given as the reward at the 900th level. A single bottle has enough energy to take anyone to peak adamantine as long as they limit broken. It did not matter if one normal powerhouse or special powerhouse, it had the energy to take one to peak adamantine. I wonder if it will be able to take me to the peak adamantine at grade 12. My energy needs are too great. I don't know whether liquid of the one bottle will be enough for it to take to my past level. Gulp, well, I will find out when I drink it. I thought and opened the bottle and gulped down the whole liquid. As the liquid touched my mouth, it evaporated, and the next moment, I started to feel slight heat all over my body, and at the same time, my levels started to climb. I became the wild elite the second I drank the liquid before my energy started to climb up steady fashion. Soon I reached the golden elite level, and a few seconds after that platinum elite, then diamond, and by the minute was over, I'd become adamantine, and my level is still rising. It rose for a few seconds till my level rose to peak adamantine before the heat in my body suddenly disappeared. What had happened? I asked myself. I had thought it would take half an hour at the least before I could reach my previous level, and I might even have to drink another bottle of this silver liquid. But nothing of that sort had happened. My levels started to climb up monotonously. In my advancements there was not a single discrepancy. Everything had happened very smoothly without any problem. Seeing that, I couldn't help but wonder about the energy this silver liquid had. If my constitution had been higher, would it still be able to fill the level that quickly? I did not know the answer to that, but I am very happy as I could feel every part of my body brimming with strength. With my current strength, I have confidence in defeating the Wendigo with just my physical strength. I had received a huge boost with my grade 12 constitution that I could barely guess my own strength, which increased by the second. I wanted to stay awake until the merging process is over and see how much power of the blazing rose I can merge with my body, but I am feeling quite tired. I haven't slept for 2 days, not to forget the battle I had, including one I had with the Wendigo, all of which had made me quite tired, that despite making the advancement, I just wanted to sleep. My sleep was dreamless and calm. When I woke up the next morning, I felt completely refreshed, ready to face any challenge that day had for me. The first thing I had after waking up is to check my source. I want to see how much power of blazing rose my source can merge with. I quickly closed my eyes and looked into my source. 44 that is now my source, able to merge with the power of blazing rose. The rose is stronger than I thought as despite having power grade 12 constitution, I am only able to merge 44 of its power. Ashlyn is still way ahead of me in this. The 44 of blazing rose I was able to merge with my source is horrifying. My fire ability has become extremely strong if I would just need to punch Wendigo lightly wearing my runic armor to defeat it. The power of the ability is too strong that I will have to make slight changes in armor to accommodate it. It will not take me long, just a few hours of tinkering and runic armor would be ready to bear the power of my fire ability. Buzz, I freshened up and ate. The breakfast I made with Ashlyn was about to go out when suddenly my holowatch buzzed, and I received the mails. The mails are from the camp, and there are more than 10 of them. I was about to skip through them when I saw 2 emails marked important, and when I opened first important mail, I was surprised to find it is for Ashlyn, though there is my name on it for Ashlyn. You have become quite famous. Did you do something in the past few days? I asked Ashlyn, who was lying on her stomach. Choo choo choo. She said she did not do anything, just flew around the mark. She did not even kill the grim monsters since I had asked her not to kill unless necessary if she came out of the tower before me. They must have seen her fight in the tower. I said she is invited to a very important meeting. From the mail is worded, it is very strong people, preferably those who reach the 999th level and above. I am right, the second important mail is common. It is inviting those who reach the 999th level above for the important meeting. As for how they verify who reached which floor, it is very simple. The mark of the tower is still present on the wrist. One look at it is enough to know on which floor one had reached. My mark of the tower is completely red, means I had conquered the tower. Those who have reached the 1000th flood but did not conquer tower will have white tower, and those who 999th floor will have a full yellow mark like others, except where a faint white line on the top. The meeting is at evening 800 p.m. sharp, and since it is morning I have enough time. I plan to head to the market and sell all my stuff, all the things I have, which I have no need for. Usually I don't sell stuff, but now I need a huge amount of resources. I am more than willing to empty up space. I walked out of the camp to the market, which is bustling with millions of humans and grim monsters walking around buying and selling stuff in thousands of shops that are present in the mark. I booked the big empty space which I had got through a special ID, which they have provided to Ashlyn. If I wanted to book this big space in the market with ID, I would have to show my mark, which would have wasted lots of time which I don't have. I set a huge abode and started to place all the stuff I have. I am leaving nothing behind, even selling the precious weapons like cutters. I am leaving nothing behind that I do not have any us. After I placed all the stuff, I sent hiring notice with the help of Ashlyn's id, offering the price that is mouthwatering to even adamantine. Knock knock. I had just sent a notice when less than minutes knocked sounded on the door of the mansions. I opened the door, and a pretty girl of chocolate complexion walked in. She is peak diamond with decent strength, wearing a full body army with 2 black swords hanging by her waist. When I looked at her, I found her very familiar. I feel like her face is similar to someone I know, but I couldn't tell who she looked similar to. Hello, you have posted for a job. I've come for the interview. The girl snapped as she found me weirdly staring at her. If I had been in her place, I would have to snap if someone weirdly looked at me. Sorry, you just look very similar to someone I know, I said sheepishly as I apologized. Hearing that expression on her face softened. You must have confused me with my sister. We look quite similar, she said with a small laugh. When she said sister, something clicked into my mind and I remember who she looked like. You are Jen Wright, Kyla's sister, right? I asked, to which she nodded. She is Kyla Morgan's twin sister. Kayla is a friend whom I met in Milfred. She was my team leader when Origin transformative crystals had appeared all over the grim battlefield, and she had also come searching for me with the rest of the team when I disappeared into the Forbidden Ground. She had talked about her sister when she cursed on how Guild had sent her and twin sister to different cities. I had talked to Kayla the day before I entered this ruin. She had talked about entering ruin with her sister and seeing her sister alone. It looked like they got separated again. Did you know my sister? She asked. Yes, your sister is a good friend of mine. I replied, I am Mitchell Czar. By the way, I introduced myself and stretched my hands for a shake, but this time it is her time to be stupid. I am sorry for rude behavior earlier. I had been a little cranky since morning. She apologized. No problem, I said, and quickly canceled the hiring notice since I found the person. I've hired you because I want to man the shop and sell things I have. I've already made the detailed list about what I want in exchange for the stuff I have, I said and sent her a list. These are things you have to sell, and inside it there is a small list about the things I need, I said. I sent the list and tapped the buttons on the holowatch and next moment. The shutter I had placed on the stuff started to open. I had stuttered the stuff earlier, so the people I interviewed would not get too enamored by them and not able to focus on the interview. Fuck me, she cursed loudly as she looked at all the things. There are thousands of things. Most of them are the things that Tower gives as the reward, but there are things as well like for weapons and precious, which Ashlyn and I got from the grim monsters that we have killed. She is looking at the adamantine level stuff. At the same time, shiny bright eyes, I could understand the allure a diamond could have for the adamantine grand stuff, especially the tower. Did you rob the whole war tower or something? She asked as she finally came to herself. This is not even half of the stuff. Most of the stuff is in the warehouse you have to fill then once they have sold. Hearing that, she again became dumbstruck, but this time, she came to herself, quickly nodded like a cute chick. I will leave Ashlyn to help. You anyone asks for trouble to ask her to help, I said. She wanted to say something when I said Ashlyn would help but deal with the trouble. But she wisely shut her mouth when Ashlyn released her adamantine aura, which again shocked the hell out of her. Seeing her reaction, I smiled and walked toward the training hall I had created in the abode. I left the shop to Jen and walked toward the training room. There are many things she will have to sell, and with Ashlyn with her, I don't have to worry about anything funny. Soon I reached the training room and sat cross-legged in the center of it before immersing my mind in the first chapter of Eldritch Sword Art, which is named Blast. As immersed my mind into the first chapter of the Eldritch Sword Art, which is strangely named Blast, I felt like a whole new world had opened in front of me. This world is simple yet complex. All sorts of sword profundities could be seen flying everywhere, so are the formulas of using various abilities, and when they link together with worldly energies, they create the destructive force that very few could be able to resist from it. Everything here is very simple, but when I tried to grasp them, they became profound that I could not simply learn them as I learn after reading the books. I have to ponder over these profundities and understand them in my own way. No one could help me grasp the profundities of the art, as it would not be mine. Even if I comprehended it, I will not be able to use it as its full potential. So it is important that I comprehend the art with my own understanding. Art also advises it. The prologue of it had advised that one should comprehend by one's own understanding. It is fine to take inspiration from those comprehended, but one has to understand them in their own way. I looked at the profundities, delving deeper and deeper into them. Sometimes I understood, sometimes it goes over me. Still, I am quite happy as I concentrate on these profundities. I understand how important it has a basic knowledge about the sword. This knowledge is very important. Without it, one would have a really hard problem understanding these profundities as they are based on the sword. Understanding one's abilities are also equally important, and in that, I am a little ahead than the sword. My understanding of my fire ability is way greater than my sword. I may not use it as much as the sword in combat. I understood it better. During the design of my swirling armor and runic armor, I have researched heavily on my fire ability. I understood it very deeply. Even now, when the power of the blazing rose merged with my fire ability, it only increases the power of with only bringing slight change in it, which I quickly understood. Otherwise, I would not have accommodated my fire ability into my runic armor. I ponder profundities for a while before getting up and taking out my sword, using the profundities in practicality. Though I will not be able to use the art unless I fully comprehended the first chapter, I still gained hugely seeing those profundities. I want to use them all, so I could understand them even better and also ponder over new profundities. This is the only way I will increase my comprehension of the art speedily. After I practiced for a while, I again sat down and began comprehending. As the day passed, I continued doing that. I got up and sat down more than 10 times a day. I would get up when I quickly understood some profundity and sat down when I had to ponder over the profundity. Buzz. Time passed, and soon the evening had arrived, and my holowatch buzzed when I was practicing a particular profundity with my sword. Feeling the vibration, I had stopped. I had set up an alarm of 700 p.m., as I have an important meeting to attend at 800 a.m. I put away the sword and walked out. When I reached the front, I saw a crowd of 10 or so people in front, each other requesting something through the wind. The line is quite orderly. There is no chase, not the slightest. I am quite surprised, as when only one manning such a big shop with so many shops, there tends to be chaos, but there is none. Everyone is peacefully requesting the thing they want to buy. I opened the inventory, though my holowatch, and became quite surprised by the number of stuff she had sold. It is triple than I had expected, and the best seller is the things from the level, even the things that are rewarded. 100th flood had been sold. Seeing that, I became quite excited and quickly checked out the stuff she got in return, especially the specific list of things that I had asked her to buy. When I checked it, all the stuff on the special list had been ticked. This specific list contains the things I want for practicing my mystic methods. I have got all the things I needed to practice all the remaining levels of mystic methods. If I had been normal adamantine, I would not be able to practice all the levels, especially the last level of the mystic methods, which is for those above adamantine. But now that I have grade 12 constitution, I will have no problem practicing them. The only problem I will have is whether my tower can refine the energy there or not. especially of the last levels, but seeing the refining power, it will be able to refine it, albeit barely. Currently, with the power of my fire ability and runic armor, I do not need or urgency to practice the mystic methods, as I don't think they will be able to match the power of it. However, I am still going to practice. One never knows when they need their help. And they are actually good camouflage. With me practicing them, I will not have to use my runic armor to deal with every difficult enemy I've come across, and not to forget I planning on integrating the power of mystic methods in my runic armor. If I can do that, then the power of my runic armor will rise beyond my comprehension. But it seemed impossible. The mystic energy is drawn from the runic formation made of the alchemical material. Since the energy is drawn by specific runic formation, it is nearly impossible to place it in a different formation, till I could find a way to vent that rule. It will be impossible for me to use mystic energies in my armor, though. Michiljin said as she finally notices me coming toward her. You seem to have got a store in full control, I said as I saw how she is selling stuff to the humans and grim monsters without a problem. It's all because of Ashlyn. She had taught the troublemakers a lesson that they will never forget in their life, she said as she looked at Ashlyn. When she looked at, I could clearly see the hint of fear deep in her eyes. Looks like the one she taught the lesson was quite powerful, likely an adamantine, I thought. Here is stuff I was able to get. They are as you have requested, she said and handed me storage pouches, which I directly stored in my storage and watched them sort. You have done a good job. I praised her. She had really done a great job. There is a huge amount of remnant attack resources in the storage. You handle the store. Ashlyn and I have some business to attend to. We will return in 2 hours, I said after I helped put new stuff on the shelf. Okay, she replied. Nodding at her, I walked out of abode and walked toward the camp, and looking at the way it seemed to be the center of camp where I reached within a few minutes and found myself standing from the small black castle. It looked quite defensive, and I know it is as I have 2 abodes like this. If I am wrong, then this abode is one of the abodes from the tower. I had got one killing the grim monster, and one I found in storages that Ashlyn had given me. The 2 of them I am using for my abode and shop I've set in the market. While I had adopted the simple design for the abode, whoever activated this abode used the beautiful design of the Black Castle. Now and then people could be seen going inside, but before going in, they had to flash their wrist at the guards and take the badge from them before going inside the castle. I also walked toward the guards, who all are peaked mantines. They quickly noticed me. Sorry, they noticed Ashlyn, and the expression of their faces had changed. Some of them had a feeling of surprise, some had that of disbelief, and my favorite, jealousy, which had been targeted by me. I'm very familiar with such gazes. I had received them a lot when I was peak Golden Elite, who had yet to break to the Platinum level, while Ashlyn was a peak Platinum Elite. This is your badge for the meeting, said the blonde guard as he finally moved his eyes from Ashlyn and handed me a badge. It is a badge with white color tower imprinted on it. It is a mark one gets when one reaches the 1000th level but did not conquer it. I shook my head at the badge, to which an angry frown appeared on the blonde guard's face, and he opened his mouth to say something when his gaze fell on my wrist, which had a red mark of tower flashing. Seeing that, his eyes had nearly popped out, and words he was about to say got stuck in his mouth. Apologies, sir. Here is your badge. The blonde guard quickly recovered and handed me the badge with the red tower. The 3 conference table in the room, the smallest one with red table, had only 12 seals. This table enveloped another table which is white in color. It had about 70 to 80 seats, and enveloping it another table which is yellow color with a thin strip of white in the edges. It has about 400 seats. It is very clear who sits. Those who conquered the tower will sit a center table. Those who entered the 1000th flood but did not conquer it will sit on the middle table, and at last, the last table are those who were able to enter 999th level. I entered the conference after the guard verified the mark on the wrist again, but this time from a little closer. As I entered inside, I found gazes of many people on me, or rather the red badge I am wearing. Conquering the tower is no simple feat that anyone could perform. To defeat the Wendigo, I had to use every ounce of the strength I have to defeat the Wendigo. In the central table, only 3 people are sitting. 2 of 3 are unfamiliar to me, but one is very familiar. It is Kara, the girl who has a penchant for high heels, and she is wearing them even now. She looked quite surprised seeing me having the red badge, as she did not expect I will have one. Her reaction is quite funny. I am enjoying it very much. I gave her a soft smile as our eyes crossed and walked toward the central table. Soon I reached it and sat on the empty seat of the round table beside the empty table. Hello, I am Mitchell. Introduced myself to the 3 people. 3 of them looked about the same age as me and only faintly showed their power. My killing rule is showing their battle power above average adamantine, but I know it is not true battle power if it had been then not in this table but also not in this room. I could sense their real battle power, and if I used my killing rule and I don't, they would sense their battle power, but I would rather not. Little mystery is fine to keep the fun going. I am a Jeroj. Ella, I am Kara. Three of them introduced themselves. George is a young man with blue hair and oriental features. Ella is a beautiful young woman with jet black hair and a sharp face. And last is Kara, who likes to wear high heels. After introducing ourselves, we made small talk before falling silent and watching people come inside one after another. Since today there are 14 people who have conquered the tower, and of the 14, 6 are on the human side. Now the central table has the 5 people in Ashlyn, means on our side at least 6 people have cleared the tower, which is good compared to Grim Monsters, who likely have 8 people who made the tower. Though they have more people compared to us, the gap is not big seeing how many of their people have entered the tower, so even if they attacked us even now, we would be able to deal with them easily. Finally, the clock ticked 800. The number on our table did not have a chance, but the other 2 tables did. In the middle table, there are 60 people, which is quite surprising. I had not expected these many people would be able to enter the 1000th level. Seeing their numbers, it could be said that barely 1 in 10 entered the 1000th level able to conquer, which itself speaks to the difficulty of the conquering the tower. The people who reached the 999th level also greater than I had imagined. The third table had filled. There were only 4 seals that remained empty. Seeing such numbers, it seemed like I had underestimated us humans too much. If this continues for 5 days, then we could easily twice or more numbers than we have now, and people are still coming and entering the tower in doves. I had called the meeting to discuss the strategy of our response if Grim Monsters attacks, or if they did not attack them, how are we going to attack and when, Kara said and brought me out of my thoughts. Soon a small projection screen appeared in front of everyone, and we started to discuss the optimal plan on dealing with Grim Monster. There will be a huge battle, it is an undeniable fact. The only question is who will start it, us or Grim Monsters. This is all for today. We will meet tomorrow at the same time, Kara said after we finished the discussion. Currently, only 5 people have left a huge conference room while others left half an hour ago. We have discussed the secret plan. This is the plan of attack. We have roughly decided on the date and time of the attack. If Grim Monsters did not attack us by that time, then it would be us who will launch the attack. I got out of abode with Ashlyn and walked toward the shop. I had thought the meeting would not last more than 2 hours, but it had lasted 3 whole hours, and now I am feeling hungry and Ashlyn off course. I wanted to go directly to my abode, but since the store is open, I have to go there before I could go back to the abode. I felt a little bad for Jen. Her job was to stay up to 10 p.m., but it is 11:00 a.m. right now. Soon I reached the store and found Jen tend to the customer like earlier, but now the store looked even more crowded as there were 20 humans and Grim Monsters lined up for the thing. Let's close, I said to Jen before I helped her sell the stuff to a line of customers before closing the shutter. Sorry, the meeting lasted longer than I thought, I said apologetically. Okay, my sister was always praising your cooking when we cooked at home, she replied as she accepted. I quickly stored back all stuff into my storage before deactivating the abode and flew toward the camp with Jen right after that. When I reached abode, I found Jen and my abodes were quite close. Her abode is a few hundred meters ahead of mine, which is a nice surprise. As I reached my abode, I quickly freshened up and started to cook, and within an hour I was finished. Only eat a few bites of this one, more than that, and your body will explode, I said, motioning toward the dish on the table. Really? She asked in doubt. Yes, I've used adamantine-level monsters and some powerful herbs to make it, I said with a smile. I had warned her early in case she ate too much and exploded. I don't Kayla banging on my door for revenge. It would be both funny and depressing if that were to happen. You are better than my sister praised. This is gourmet, she said after bites. Thank your praise, I said, feeling happy by the praise. You can stay at my abode. You will be a little safe if the battle erupts, I asked her. She is peak diamond and intelligent enough to know that there is going to be a battle in the next few days. Staying close to me will help her survive from the initial harm. I am sharing the partial control of abode with you. Call me if you need anything, I said before I walked to the training room. If the meeting had finished earlier, I would have practiced the mystic methods, but since it is late, I would have to be satisfied with practicing the 3 methods. As I entered the training room, I took off all my clothes except for my underwear and walked toward the center of the room and started practicing when I suddenly remembered something. FUCK, I had totally forgotten about that, I said and took out the small bottle from storage which bicolor liquid inside. This is soul tempering essence, far more effective than the soul tempering diamond. I opened the bottle even slightly and tilted over my mouth. As I did that, a bicolored drop that looked like made melted gems came out and fell on my tongue. As it fell on my tongue, I felt like something huge had dropped on my soul, and the secret method, which I was practicing unconsciously, slowed till it barely circulated within my soul. It is not that heavy, I thought. Though it felt quite heavy and circulation of the secret method had slowed down much, its effect was not as crushing as I had expected. Well, to me, with constitution advancement and 1 month of hell-like pain, very few things could unfaze me. Even this soul tempering, which is notorious for damaging the soul by making it extremely heavy, is barely giving me any stress. This tempering liquid might not seem very dangerous, but it is. It poisoned the soul if not tempered into the soul by a method. Many people had damaged their soul and died because of it. I took a deep breath before I started to circulate the secret method with full power. Till now the secret method circulating unconsciously. Now I am circulating it with conscious efforts. It began to pick speed and started to temper my soul with soul-tempering liquid I had drunk. Seeing secret methods started working fine again, I started performing body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise, and after I stuffed a few monster cores into my mouth. Thud, about 2 hours later, I felt on the ground dead tired by the practice. I would not have continued for long if not for refining the drop of soul-tempering essence, as I could practice the secret method at every waking moment, but I could not practice it in every sleeping moment, so I have to practice it. I not only fully refined that drop of soul-tempering liquid, but I also went further in the body cleansing technique than I had expected, which was a surprising bonus for me. Nero, start level up. I said to Nero when I had caught my breath in the tower. I had gone through 2 grand cleanings, and the energy that Nero was able to emulate was huge, enough to take me from the initial general stage to the initial martial stage. But now my constitution has leveled up to grade 12. It is not enough to take to martial. Hell, it is not enough to take me to the peak level of general stage. The current energy Nero has would only be able to level me up to mid-general stage. Just as I said it, Nero started to break through, and when I noticed changes happening, I couldn't help but feel surprised. My strength is increasing, and it is progressing at the rate where it mattered. Ever since I became the white elite, the boost the levels ups provided is nothing much, but now the boost that is providing me is quite substantial. Though it's not huge and it is not less either, receiving such a boost, I am more than happy as it is an unexpected surprise to me. A few minutes later, the breakthrough ended, and I formally entered the mid-level of general stage. The next morning, I woke up early despite sleeping late and drank the drop of soul-tempering liquid before getting out of bed and following the usual schedule. After shower and breakfast, I flew toward the market, Ashlyn and Jen. The abode already presents in the market since I did not take it, so I just had to place all the stuff to sell back on the shelf and warehouse before handling the store back to the hands of Jen and Ashlyn. As I entered the training room, I started to take out the I need for the practice of my mystic method. I am planning on practicing at least 2 mystic methods before I went for the 8 a.m. meeting. The target is a little tight, but as long as I do not waste time, I will be easily able to accomplish it. The first method I am going to practice is Wolf Lord's Armor. I have already practiced the 3 levels of it. Now I just need to practice 2 more levels. So without wasting any time, I placed the formation plate and started making the ink. Learning from the debacle of last time on how I have wasted my time drawing formation on the floor, I had responsibly commissioned the formation sheets for the formations I will need to draw the method. So now I just have to create the ink and add it to the sheet before starting the practice. These sheets are one which gave me the confidence to finish off my practice of 2 mystic methods before 800 a.m. Within 15 minutes, the formation is produced, and I added it into the sheets. For the ink, I had used the best materials. The materials I used are really great that previously used materials could not be compared to it. Buzz. After checking the formation ink filling every ruin on the formation sheet, I sat on it before putting the stuff at respective places before finally starting the formation. The formation started its magic as it removed the extract from the materials. I watched the process for a minute before I closed my eyes and inserted my consciousness to the first chapter of the Eldritch Sword art. I do not want to waste any time, and I do not have to do anything other than watch formation do its job. I might as well make use of the time to comprehend some profundities of my art. Time passed, and I kept comprehending when suddenly, I felt something and opened my eyes to see every material in front of me disappeared, and formation had dried out. So soon. I questioned even though I am bust comprehending, I have a basic idea about time, and from my knowledge, the 4th level of Wolf Lord's Armor should have taken 1.5 hours to 2 hours to finish, but I don't think that much time has passed. FUCK. I couldn't help but curse when I saw the time. Only 45 minutes had passed since I activated the formation, and it had already finished. To be sure, I looked inside me and saw the wolf mark more pronounced and complicated than before floating inside me, and sensing energy fluctuation of it, I am sure that I had practiced the 4th level of Wolf Lord's Armor without any problem. This is likely because of my constitution. I thought, this constitution of mine is giving me more and more happy surprises. As I conformed, I had practiced the 4th level of the Wolf Lord Armor. I got from the formation sheet and took another formation sheet for the 5th level of Wolf Lord's Armor and spread it down before creating formation ink again. Buzz. 15 minutes later, I added ink into the formation sheet, checked the formation for any fault before sitting on the center of the formation sheet after I added everything in its place. This time I did not close my eyes to comprehend the art instead. I kept my eyes open and watched the process. There I was quite surprised, as for half an hour of the process there was only a small change in method. The real change only occurred when all materials merged and moved toward my body. The essence of materials touched me, everything accelerated, and the process, which took an hour, finished within 15 minutes. One more thing I notice, the formation is also working fast usually. It takes 45 minutes hour to draw out essences to merge together, but this process took only half a time, and this time it is not a body who does, but high-level materials I used to formation ink had does that. With me practicing all the levels of Wolf Lord's armor, there is a big change in wolf symbol, as it is now changed into wolf's head, a real wolf head made of shiny silver runes. I admired the runic wolf head for a minute before I got up from my place. I wanted to try out the armor, as I am sure it will be very powerful with my fire ability, but I refrained from doing that as I will waste at least 10 minutes doing that. I did not want to, as now I have a new target, and that is to finish practicing all 3 methods before the 800 p.m. meeting, so I could not waste even 10 minutes. With Wolf Lord's armor finished, I moved to the Featherlight method. I had kept Domain of Withering Sand for last, as the last 3 levels of it are quite special. I have practiced 4 levels of Ferthelite methods, and now I have to practice 3 more. So without wasting any time, I started to do it, and 3 hours later, I had finished with it. Now in my space is a beautiful violet feather. In each level of Featherlight method, a new feather would add in, but at the 7th level, everything had merged together and formed a beautiful runic feather that one just wants to keep admiring. I brought my admiring self back to the real world and thought about the Domain of Withering Sand. This method is my first mystic method, and considered it my most mediocre method of all my mystic method, but if I am not wrong, then Domain of Withering Sand is the most powerful method. It is mediocre till level 6, but further, it will not be from the 7th level. It is the domain-type mystic method that uses cosmic energy. It is the rarest of rare mystic method that very few have the chance to practice. The domain-type mystic methods are powerful, but not everybody could handle it, especially this one, and with its last 3 methods as the cosmic energy-treated sand, it needed to contain a humongous amount of cosmic energy that won't explode if does not have the powerful body to bear it. I closed my eyes for a while before I started and finished with it 4 hours later, and now inside my space there is an enchanting white runic dandelion floating. I was right, the last levels could not be practiced by a normal person. Hell, I would not have been able to practice the 9th final level of it if I did not have grade 12 constitution. I could still feel the pressure I felt on my body and soul when I was on the last stage of practicing the 9th level of Domain of Withering Sand. My level 12 constitution was barely able to bore it. By the time I was finished with practicing all the methods, it was already 7:15 p.m. I got up, showered, and left the meeting. While walking toward the meeting place, I started to refine the energy of the mystic method. I began with Wolf Lord's armor, its energy most suitable for me as it is connected to my source. The energy of the 5th level of the Wolf Lord's armor is quite powerful that even trying with my all I was only able to refine the trickle of energies every second. Though the speed of refining increased as I continued to refine, it is not much. Still, I continued as I saw the refined energy that came out of the tower. The 5th level of Wolf Lord armor is for the level above adamantine, but I can practice it in adamantine level. Now its terrifying energy is getting purified by the 5th floor, making it even stronger that even I can't imagine its might. Soon I reached the abode of Kara, and 15 minutes after the meeting started in conference room grander than yesterday. There are more people, not only at the middle and outer table, but at the central table too. There are 2 more humans conquered the tower, making 8 humans conquering the tower. 9 we count Ashlyn into it. The meeting was long like yesterday, and when I got out, I had the task in my hand. I am taking a watch tonight on the market. There are 3 other conquerors that will be joining me, keeping an eye on movements of the grim monsters. As the date of closing got closer and closer, the environment between the 2 races was getting tense and tenser. The palpable tension could be felt between 2 races that the slightest spark would make the battle erupt between 2 races in full force. By the time I reached my shop, I had finished refining the energy of Wolf Lord's armor. I wanted to try it immediately, but I controlled myself and moved to the violet feather of Featherlight. The mystic energy of Featherlight is a little tougher to refine than that of the Wolf Lord's armor. I have to put quite an effort into refining it. Do I close the shop? Jen asked as she saw me enter the store. Yes, but no need to take the stuff out. I will be spending the night in the abode. I said. She seemed a little surprised hearing that. I have a guard shift, I explained before I materialized the kitchen and started to make the preparation for the cooking, and Jen was nice enough with her help that we finished making dinner within an hour. 45 minutes later, we finished eating dinner, and I sent Jen back to camp. She wanted to stay, but it is too dangerous. After I sent Jen back to camp, I walked to the abode roof and created a small room there. I entered the small room while keeping Ashlyn out as she will keep guard while I practice. Inside the training room, I continue refining energies of Featherlight in the background while putting the maximum of my focus on comprehending the profundities of the Eldritch art. 2 hours passed by, and I finally finished with the energy of Featherlight, which has become even stronger than before. After I finished refining the energy of the Featherlight, I did not directly start to refine the energies of Domain of Withering Sand. I opened my eyes and tapped a few buttons on my holowatch as I did. The practice room got bigger and bigger till it covered the whole roof about 100 meters as I did that. I activated the Domain of Withering Sand at its full power. The next moment, a sphere of the reddish-brown sand erupted from me and started to spread outward. Withering Domain. As I looked at the domain, I became quite surprised, not by the domain but of the sand. I had thought the color of sand would be eye-catching, the one that puts out awe, but the sand that came out is reddish-brown of color, a regular desert. Well, it's also good it looked like regular desert sand. People have a habit of underestimating average things. A second later, the domain stopped expanding at 50 meters. The area of domain is quite small compared to domain my constitution offers, but I am not worried about it, as I am very sure it will expand as it will get refined by the floor of the towers. The thing I am most interested in is its lethality, and I have to say it impressed me. As the name of the method suggests, the domain had withering abilities. Whoever had entered the domain would find himself assaulted by the full power of the domain. Average adamantines would not be even able to survive in it for 7 seconds before turning into the ashes. Only those who have power equal to Wendigo will have the chance of survival in it, and this is the power of domain before its energy got refined by the tower. As its energies get refined by the tower, it will become stronger. I can't imagine at what degree its power will rise. If its energies ever get refined by the final floor, 7th floor of the tower, that time it will surely become a terror. But that is the thing of the future currently. I could only refine it though the 5th floor. I hope that after refinement, the time I could employ it will also increase. Currently 20 minutes is the limit of what I could employ the domain before it got drained of the energies. So, without wasting any time, I started to refine the energies through the 5th floor of the tower. The energies of Domain of Withering Sand are tougher than the Featherlight energies that I had to focus solely on refining it for an hour before I could branch out my consciousness and focus on comprehending the art. 4 days passed by since I exited tower, and now tensions are brimming between the two races openly. Just an hour ago, I was disturbed by the mid-practice and was asked to solve the conflict between one human and grim monster. The tension is very close to reaching the breaking point, as the days leaving have to come. We will leave this ruin tomorrow, or the day after that we will know it after our homing bands turn green. It will sign that we will be teleported out in 12 hours. Currently there is no change in our homing bands, but it will occur in the day, which I am sure of. Jen, we are closing the store, I said to Jen who was handling the customer. She was a little startled hearing it, but nodded as she continued to serve the customers that are the line. Seeing the bubbling tension, more than half of the shops have already been closed. Only about 40 of shops are opened, and those are also closing by the minutes. By tomorrow morning, I don't think there will be any shops present in the morning. Soon, Jen finished with the customers, and we started cooking in silence. Usually we cook after I come from the meeting, but today is early dinner. We finished cooking within an hour and finished eating in 45 minutes. The dinner had gone into silence, with we speaking barely more than one sentence as we all lost in our own thinking. Here, take this, it will help you in surviving the battle, I said as I gave her a storage pouch. I can't accept it, they too much, Jen said while stretching the storage pouch back to me. I've hired her for one adamantine level artifact given by the tower, but would have given her full adamantine set and something more. Take it, there is going to be a huge battle in a day. If something happened to you, your sister would not forgive me, I said to her. She looked like she wanted to reject again, but seeing my expression, she did not do that. You should go back to camp quickly and use those things to increase your strength before the battle begins, I said. She nodded before she came to hug me before she left the abode for the camp. I stayed in Adobe till 7:30 p.m. before I deactivated and walked toward the camp. When I looked at the market, I saw it is emptier than I thought. People, be it grim monsters or humans, are closing their shops rapidly and moving at their respective camps. I was wrong earlier about not having shops by the morning. Seeing how rapidly everyone closed their shops, there won't be any shops in market by midnight. A few minutes later, I reached camp into the abode of Kara, where the conference room had got even bigger. By 8:00 p.m., when the meeting started, there were 14 people on the central table. 14 humans had conquered the tower, compared to 21 on the grim monsters' sides. Tomorrow at dawn, we will launch the attack, but be prepared there is a high chance the grim monsters will attack us before we do to them," said Kara as she finished the meeting. Half an hour after everyone left, I left the building as we at Central had discussed the technicality of the attack we do or defend by the morning. By the end of the meeting, I again got night duty. Thud. After I got out of the meeting, I did not return to abode and walked out of the camp and disappeared into one of the decapitated buildings, while Ashlyn secretly flew up to keep an eye on the grim monsters. In a dilapidated building, I found a clean spot and activated warning formation, which I found in one of the storage grim monsters that Alan had made. From the design, it looked like the product of the tower. As I said, it is a warning system with a range 100 meters. If anyone entered that range, I would know it. Though nothing is perfect, with it in my killing rule, barely anyone would be able to come close to me, and not to forget my greatest assurance is flying above. Ashlyn will easily spot any danger that comes at me. With everything done, I took out a palm-sized bottle off my storage and drank a twin-colored drop from it before closing my eyes. I am not leaving a single chance to practice, especially the secret method. In every waking moment, I had been practicing the secret method with the help of soul-tempering essence which drops. I drink every few hours. The secret method is very elusive and needs the most practice. I am practicing it every waking moment so that I could reach 8th and then 9th level as soon as possible. Though I am practicing the secret method, it is running in the background. My main focus is always the art. Eldritch art is the thing that could make my strength sour, and aside from my runic armor, it is only thinking, which gives me the confidence to stand against Ellen. I am giving my everything to comprehend the profundities, so I could fully comprehend the first of Eldritch art by the time competition starts. Time passed. By midnight, I opened my eyes and pondered before closing again, but this time I did not spread my consciousness into the art, but to the tower. I have a feeling that I could crash through the 6th floor of tower today. I had been trying it for a few days, but I did not get any success. Today will be different, though I have a feeling that I might succeed today. Boom, 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 crack. So I closed my eyes and started to build the momentum to break into the 6th floor. I built the momentum and crashed into the 6th floor. There was no success, but I had expected that and continued trying, and still there was no success, and I was about to give thinking today is not a day when I heard the faint crack. Crack, 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 bang. Hearing that crack, the hope in me reignited, and I started to build more and more powerful momentum. I crashed the energies across the roof, and with a crash, there would be cracks which got bigger and bigger till they blasted the roof apart with a powerful bang. I became ecstatic, seeing breaking through the 6th floor, and wasted no time starting to refine my mystic energies. As I started to refine, I found that refining on the 6th floor is quite hard but faster than the 5th floor, as I could refine more energy in less than. That is why it took me an hour to refine the energies of the Wolf Lord's armor, and 1.5 hours to refine the energies of the Featherlight method. I had finished about 70 of the energies of the domain of Withering Sand when Ashlyn had alerted me about the grim monsters. So they finally made a move, I thought, and I pressed the device which I had gotten from Kara. Horn, horn, horn. Just as I pressed the device, a huge horn resounded in the camp. Though I could not hear the horn, I could see the movements inside. Though my killing rule, not to forget the scouts and people from the central table, flew up in the air. "Mitchell, did you sounded the warning?" asked a girl named Erica who had her blonde hair cut in the military. She looked quite intimidating, especially when she projected her aura, which has a habit of doing. "Yes," I replied with a neutral voice as I watched ahead at the grim monsters camp, where no movements could be seen, their force field pitch blue as before. "There does not seem to be any movement by their side," she asked, intentionally projecting her aura at me. "There will be soon," I said in the same neutral tone, which made frowns appear on her face, and she was about to say something when suddenly Grim Monsters Camp's force field disappeared. And millions of grim monsters came toward us. "Good," Erica said as she saw millions of grim monsters coming at us with thousands of them in the air. Those in the air are all adamantines, and there are thousands and thousands of them. It still feels quite entailing whenever I see such a huge number of grim monsters. By the time grim monsters halfway into the distance, the shield of our camp had also disappeared, and about 2 million humans came out. Though our numbers are 3 times less than grim monsters, there was no fear on the face of the humans, only excitement and battle. Lust. These people are the cream and crop of the continent who have entered the most dangerous ruin of the continent. Having survived here for 1.5 months, all of them are elite and could easily handle the grim monsters 3 times more than them. "Attack," Kara said when there was only 2 kilometers distance between the grim monsters and us. "Attack, attack, attack." All humans immediately responded to her battle cry and shouted their battle cry as they sped toward the grim monsters. So it was Grim Monster, I said as I looked at 22 grim monsters that are leading the charge. 4 hours ago, the tower had lit up, which is the sign of conquest. I was hoping it would be a human, but it turned out to be grim monsters. Now 14 humans would face off against the 22 grim monsters. It will be a challenge I am more than ready to accept. In the meeting, I had already claimed my stage on the 2 conquer grim monsters, and now seeing the 22 grim monsters coming toward us, I had already chosen the 2 grim monsters I will be fighting against. The 2 grim monsters are apemen. There are 2 apemen in 20 leading grim monsters. Though they both are apemen, both are from the different tribes, one from the White Crystal Apeman tribe while the other is from Aqua Apeman tribe. The White Crystal Apeman is one of the biggest grim monsters I've ever seen. It is about 8 meters tall and has a body that is completely encased in the beautiful white crystal, which is very defensive. In its hand is 9 meters long a X, which looked like it had excavated it morning from the ground. It is rusty iron is color, and would look like it would break just after a single clash. As for Aqua Apeman, I've fought against a member of this tribe long ago. The Aqua Apeman coming toward me is a regular 7 meters tall grim monster, with an aqua blue coat which is wet, making it look like it had just come out of the water. In its hand, it has a pitch black 7 meters long hammer, which is giving me quite a feeling I have to be a little careful of its weapons. Human, we were just discussing which one of you kill first. It's a good thing you have come on your own. It saved us a time of discussing your death, said while Crystal's Ape-Man as it appeared in front of me as it teleported and swung its axe at me. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I whipped the cutter at the coming axe. The scene of us attacking each other looked quite funny, as one is using a huge 9-meter-long axe while the other is a thin sword of 1.5 meters. Though they might laugh at seeing our attack, they would attack sober up if they sensed the power behind our attacks. Clang! Our weapons clashed with a resounding clash. My thin sword held back its huge axe without a problem. It did not seem surprised by that, as it had already expected something like would happen. Our weapons had just clashed when I felt a threat behind me and knew that Aquaman had launched the attack from behind, and its attack was extremely fast despite using the heavy weapon such Warhammer. Some special adamantine would get crushed by such an attack before knowing what had happened, but for me dodging such an attack is not a problem. Hell, I would not need to use any ability of mine to dodge this. Speed given by my body is enough to dodge such attack. I let them come closer to me, and when it had entered the 1-meter range of mine, I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind it and launched an attack at its neck with speed, which is 3 times its earlier attack. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as my sword clashed against the pitch-black hammer of its which appeared by its neck. When I had launched the attack, the black hammer shone brightly, and its speed increased so much that it directly appeared behind its neck and defended. Hee, it's not easy to kill me, human, it said with a laugh as it spun at blurring speed and launched an attack at me. At the same time, I saw a rusty axe coming at me. Both of the attack speed is the exception that it did not take them a second to reach within my 1-meter radius. I disappeared when both of the weapons were about to touch me and appeared behind the neck of the White Crystal Ape-Man launched the attack. At the same time, the Aqua Ape-Man appeared beside me and launched its attack. I did not move away and let the hammer while my sword moved toward the neck of the White Crystal Ape-Man. Sensing my attack, the White Crystal reacted swiftly as it disappeared. Seeing that I was about to disappear when that exact moment, the bitch black hammer of the shone slightly, and as it did, I felt the air around me froze, and away I came under intense suppression. The suppression is great, it is even greater than the art of Earth Krokman created in its final move. If my strength had been the same at the time when I fought against the Earth Krokman, I would have crushed under this pitch black hammer, but unfortunately for it, my strength is far above what suppression of hammer. It is not strong enough to stop me. The hammer was just inches away from me when my body shook suddenly, and the next moment, I disappeared from my spot while the hammer passed through my after image. I appeared 50 meters away from both of the apemen, and we all looked at each other without making a move. Human, enough playing around, let's use our real power, said White Crystal Ape-Man, and its aura shot through the sky as black runes started to appear on its body. The Aqua Ape-Man also had a faint change of aura, and as aqua blue runes started to release from its body. Its momentum may seem way weaker than the White Crystal Ape-Man, but it faintly, those who underestimate it by its aura would not be alive to see the next morning. They both had used their inheritances, seeing that I did not waste any time summoning my armor. After going through the purification of the 6th level of the tower, it had become stronger. Its look had also changed. It is still shiny silver armor, but the color of it had become even beautiful and runes on it even more prominent. Armor also lost its energy form completely now. It looks fully metallic. If one does not know it is made of energy, then one will never be able to guess it. I could see a hint of mockery on their faces as they saw me use my mystic method in front of their inheritance, and it is idiocy to use mystic method inheritance if they are not part of inheritance. But the mystic method of mine is simple. They are purified to extreme in strength. They could produce far above any mystic method could compare. See Cleaver, Mountain Crusher. Both of them launched attacks at me just as they finished activating, and looking at their attacks, they did not seem to hold back anything. The axe of white crystal ape-man came at me bearing the force of cleaving the sea. If one concentrates clearly, one could hear the faint sound of the ocean through its attack. The attack of Aqua Ape-Man even more dangerous. The hammer of it brought great suppression. An average special would simply become paste of flesh and bones. That suppression is the ability of the hammer, which enhanced the mountain-crushing attack of its even further. Seeing such a powerful attack, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Since I practiced my mystic methods to their peak, I had wanted to fight against the powerful opponents, test their power, and now I am doing it. I let the attack of white crystal ape-man come closer to me before I dodge, before swinging my sword at the pitch-black hammer, which is coming at me with soul-crushing momentum. Clang. My sword clashed against the hammer, and right at that time, I know hammer is not a normal weapon, it is likely mystic weapons. As our weapons clashed, all the suppression that the hammer was emitting had disappeared and compressed with the energy of inheritance into the needle before coming at me. It was stealthy and fast. I was only able to detect it when it was about to reach me, and by the time I could do anything, it had already crashed against the armor. If it had been when I was in the tower, such an attack would have made the armor collapse and me heavily injured, but now it was not even able to shake my armor. Even the attack from the mystic weapon is not enough to shake my armor. It seemed surprised, and seeing me casually countering its attack, seeing its face, I wanted to say something witty, when suddenly I felt something coming behind me. Sensing that, I move my sword act and whip it toward the rusty axe which is coming at while making faint oceanic sounds. Clang. A muffled clang rang out as weird energy around its axe absorbed all the sound while sending really sharp wave-like energy from its axe through my sword. This is the sharpest energy I've experienced, but my armor was still able to defend against it. As I had just finished defending against it, I found another attack coming at me from Aqua Ape-Man, and it is stronger than last. This time, instead of countering it, I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind White Crystal Ape-Man and swung my sword at its neck. Clang. For this attack, I had spent a considerable amount of energy, so my attack was quite fast that my sword appeared behind its neck and slashed across it, but despite slashing across its neck, there is no blood spurt and head flying. Hell, my attack was not able to even make a scratch on its neck. Earlier, just before my attack was about to be slashed at its neck, its skin glowed faintly, and it activated the defensive ability of its inheritance. Its ability was quite strong as my attack was not even able to make a single scratch on its skin, which is totally unexpected. I have never thought I would kill it with my attack, but I at least hoped to injure it or make a mark on its crystal, but nothing that sort had happened. Human, use some real force, said the white crystal ape-man and whipped its axe back with a powerful attack that made Sea Wave's phantom even more apparent, but unfortunately for it, I had already disappeared from its back. I appeared behind Aqua Ape-Man and launched an attack at its neck, which was even more powerful than my last attack. Clang. As I did that, the hammer of it moved like the wind and appeared behind its neck and defended against my attack while sending even more powerful suppressive needles at me. This time too, my armor defended against the suppressive, which wanted to tear my armor apart and crushed my body. As I had finished my clash, I sensed the attack of White Crystal Ape-Man from behind. I slightly dodged that axe before I launched the attack at the Aqua Ape-Man. Good. It shouted, seeing my attack, and launched its attack of its own. This attack of mine is not a normal attack, but an extremely powerful one. It had enough power and speed to finish off Wendigo in a single move. This power-up was sudden. I did that because I wanted to test its power and power of that hammer of its. Clang. Huge clang resounded as our weapons clashed, but surprisingly, despite launching such an attack, not one of us took a step back. Forget about taking a step back, we did not shake much. The only thing that got affected by it, its wet fur and my clothes which flopped due to the shockwave. Seeing such a result, my mouth could help but form a weird smile. Seeing my smile, a small change occurred in the face of Aqua Rhinoman, and I disappeared from its eyes. Seeing its eyes couldn't help but constrict. This is the first time I had used the Featherlight method in battle. As I disappeared using Featherlight, I appeared behind the White Crystal Ape-Man and slashed my sword at it. The sword is extremely fast that even Aqua Ape-Man is barely able to track it, and this time the sword attack is different. This time the blade of the sword is reddish. Jeer, be a car. Despite being swift, the White Crystal Ape-Man sensed my attack at the same time its friend warned. Its crystal skin started to shine resplendently by the time my sword approached its neck. Pachak. My sword touched its neck and started to move deeper inside it as the White Crystal Ape-Man began to move away to dodge the attack, but it was too late, as my sword already passed through next of it with its head flying in the air with the expression of horror on it. The White Crystal Ape-Man was too careless. It was also dependent on its powerful defensive ability that it had never expected that I would have an attack that would give me the ability to cut through its neck effortlessly. To kill it, I had used 3 of my mystic methods in complete sync. 3 of them worked perfectly, so that they did not give it a chance to survive. What an idiot. It's a good thing you have killed it, said Aqua Ape Man, seeing the body of its friend disappeared into my storage. But since you have killed him, I have to kill you as revenge, it said calmly. Can you? I said back with a smile before I appeared in front of it immediately and attacked. This attack is even more powerful than the one I used to kill its friend. Seeing my attack, its faces became serious, and as it swung its warhammer at me, which is producing the very dangerous amount of suppression that even former me who fought against the Wendigo would have been very suppressed under this attack. It is not leaving any stones unturned as it finally started to use real power. It is not only using the power of its hammer, but also using its own power too. I could clearly see dark blue runes on the hammer, which flowed from its hand. For others, they may be very hard to distinguish, but for me, they are very easy to see, which is why I am not underestimating the attack of it even the smallest bit. Clang. Ours clashed in the resounding metallic clash, and that produced a huge shockwave, and it released a suppression needle that shook my armor. This faint shaking of my armor was easily seen by the grim monsters as it retrieved its hammer back and attacked me with an even more powerful attack. Seeing its powerful attack, I also whipped my sword at it, and like last time, the blade of my sword was covered in a sandy reddish hue. I have coated with the energy of the domain of withering sand. Though the last 3 levels are domain specified, they could also be used as a normal attack, and I am using a bit of the power of it to contend against power weapons like this hammer. Clang, clang, clang. We started to attack furiously, and each of our attacks is stronger than before. This Aqua Ape Man is extremely strong, especially with that hammer of it, which is sending the suppressive needles at me. That needle compressed with suppressive force and inheritance energy of it that with each attack, the armor of mine would shake even further. If this continued, then in less than a minute my armor would crash. I had expected mystic weapons to be powerful, but not this powerful. My constitution top grade 12 constitution, and had fire ability merged 44 in my source. Not to forget my armor had been refined by the 6th floor of the tower, but it is still barely able to contend against it. This sword of strength would more than enough to kill the maximum of people who had conquered the tower easily, like White Crystal Ape Man, whom I had killed within a minute without any problem. But this Aqua Ape Man is tough. As I have observed, the mystic weapons not only could release the suppression, it also increases the strength and covers the body with a powerful defensive barrier, which could help it defend against the energies released from me. At every attack, I have been sending a huge amount of fire at it through our clash, but not a single one able to hit. If I had done that with the White Crystal Ape Man, it would have burned from inside despite its powerful body. 44 of Blazing Rose's power is humongous, that very few in Night Stage have ability compared to it, but it was clearly turning its feudal against it. Though indeed I hadn't used much of my power against it, there are still rules, powers, domain, and my runic armor. Many of them had remained to be used. I had thought I would need to use them in this battle, but seeing the opponent is tough, I brought out my killing rule. I have started to use it actively rather than the passively it was. There was no change in fighting style as I started to use the killing rule, but in just a few seconds I had understood a lot about it. One thing is very clear about my observation, that it is too dependent on its weapons. I could clearly see it in the way it is fighting. It is cherishing its weapon too much. Defeating would not be a problem, I said as I continue to clash with, not caring how my armor is shaking with each attack of mine. If I wanted, I could easily dodge all of its attacks. The sensory capability of killing rule permits them to me, but I rather not till I need to. I like clashing directly. If not for that, I would have begun my offensive against, as my killing rule had already gathered all the data it needs about it to kill it in a minute. While fighting, I looked around and saw that the battle is going smoothly for humans. Till now, we have been able to kill 3 Conqueror Grim monsters, and no humans died yet. It was because of her that no human died yet, otherwise seeing how strong Grim Monster, and how they have more people who conquered on their side, at least 1 human would have been killed in the battle. Of the 3 conquerors, Grim monsters died till now. Ashlyn and I killed 2. Earlier seeing how Ashlyn saved humans, 1 Grim monsters had lost its mind and went into a cloud. A second later there was no sign of it, not even its body could be seen, it simply disappeared. Since then no Grim monster dared to go above to face Ashlyn, as she is just saving humans who were about to get killed. She is not intentionally attacking them. Crack, another clash of hammer and sword rang out, and finally a crack appeared on my armor, seeing that I couldn't help but sigh as the time of killing had come, just when I was enjoying the fight. Human, your armor had reached its limit. Nobody will save you now from the hammer of mine. It said with a laugh, and suddenly a faint dark glow on its hammer became brighter, and it swung its hammer at me. It is very clear, it is also biding its time, and when it saw the crack appear on my armor, it became sure and finally used its trump card. This attack it had just launched is extremely powerful. about 20 times more powerful than the previous attack if it will not only vaporize my armor fully, but it will also take it directly to the death door. I smiled lightly before dense violet energy covered my body, and it broke through the mountain-like suppression of the hammer and disappeared. Putch, when I appeared, I was directly in front of it with my sword in its chest. It looked down in confusion about how it had appeared there without it knowing. It opened its mouth to ask that question, but before it could let the word out, the shine in its eyes lost as I burned its heart to the crisps. I put the body of the Aqua Ape-Man in my storage, including that hammer of its, before I started to look at the battlefield. Till now, only 6 Conqueror Grim monsters have died while others are still fighting, and I have to say those who remained fighting are pretty strong that I just wanted to fight them. But unfortunately, I could not. The other humans have already called dibs on them, so I could only look elsewhere. Well, it is good that there are no super powerhouses present here, which means I do not have to follow the underlying rules of battle. Sup, sup, sup. With that thought, I started to throw knives at the grim monsters. I could have used the other way, which is far more destructive, but I am killing adamantine, and also I wanted to practice my knives, so I throw knives at a speed that to those I am attacking. I first targeted those grim monsters who were able to reach the 1000th level but not able to conquer it. Aside from us who conquered the tower, these grim monsters are the strongest with most potentials, so I targeted them first. My knives are fast, and they are coated with my fire energy. I even took help from my killing rule, so every knife of mine hit the target and killed. I launched hundreds of knives at minutes that it felt the rain of grim monsters as body after body of grim monster falling down from the sky. I could have used more power that could have burned their body apart, but I did not. I need those bodies. These bodies are of the powerful special adamantines, which would give me a huge amount of crystal. That is why I only used enough power to kill them, not burn them. I got noticed within the second, and many grim monsters started to run away, but what they can do, I greater speed and strength that my knives could easily catch up to them no matter where they ran. In less than 3 minutes, I finished killing those who reached the 1000th level. I've not killed them all. I left 1 grim monster for each human. If I killed all of them, then not I would answer the fury of the grim monsters, but also that of the humans. I would not live if someone had killed the grim monsters I am fighting. I would curse that person, and if I am in a bad mood, then I might attack that person. After I finished killing that group of grim monster, I started to target another group. There are more than 10,000 special adamantines here, not to forget normal adamantines. They are doves. So I did not have a problem in searching for the target. The only problem I could have is finding the knives to kill them, but I have more than enough of them to kill all the adamantine fighting in the sky and then some more. I continued my massacre, and over time my speed had increased even more. Some people who are fighting even looked up to Grim Monster who was falling down. All the Grim Monster noticed my unabashed killing, no one condition to help. The only one who could help these Grim Monsters are Conqueror Grim Monster, but the humans tied down all of them. I have heard screams of theirs at me. Some tried to come at me, but how can humans that are fighting them let them do that? Forget them. Some weaker Grim Monster came to attack me as group, but they killed before they could even come 10 meters closer to me. I am invincible on the battlefield. There may be some powerful Grim Monsters here, which I could not kill, but I am very sure they would not kill me, too, especially when I used my runic armor. With the 44 power of Blazing Rose being merged with me, and that power now powering up the runic armor, its power had reached off the charts that I am sure if I had used nobody here was a match for it. Time passed by and another 10 minutes passed, and 2 more Conqueror Grim Monsters were killed by humans, and now less than 15 Conqueror Grim Monsters have remained on the battlefield. In the time since the battle started, humans would have died by the Grim Monster as well, but due to Ashlyn, all of them had survived the fatal attack of the Grim Monsters. Time passed, and soon, I finished killing the special Grim Monsters and moved toward the normal adamantine Grim Monsters, who are around 100,000 in numbers. There are absolutely a huge number of Grim Monsters, such as the force is crucial that if I were able to kill them all of them, I would be making a Grim Monsters of continent grown in pain. I appeared near huge numbers of adamantine, as I did small kindles that started to release from my body. Hundreds of small kindles released from me by the second, and all of them moved at breakneck speed as they seeped into the average adamantines. Special adamantine could avoid the kindles, but average adamantines could not. These kindles are small as pearls, but they packed huge power, which is why I had coated them with killing rule. With the power fire ability, even a pearl-size fire could burn it into the ash. To something like that happen, I coated them all with energy, though I could make the fire that they could only kill but not burn whole. It will waste time and I will be able to release tens of kindles every second, not hundreds. This is way better. Grim Monsters tried to run away, but they were not able to. The kindles are too fast that they are seeping into their bodies before they could do anything. Thousands of adamantine are dying every minute for the grim monsters. I've become the grim reaper that has come to take their life. I really looked good releasing thousands of Kindles through my body every second. I've secretly released a few drones to record myself specifically. I want to know how I look. It is a little narcissistic, but I don't care. I want to see how I looked while releasing thousands of Kindles through my body, and it's not that I am going to release this recorded footage for personal use. I not only wanted to see how I look, but I also wanted to get a look at this move from another angle so I could make adjustments to the mass killing move. As I was massacring the grim monster, I felt a familiar gaze of me when I looked. I found Jen was looking at me with the utter shock on her face. I had noticed her earlier when she was fighting a couple of adamantine. I had not only given her the full-body adamantine artifact set, but also given her something which could help her level up to adamantine, and seeing she had leveled up to the adamantine, I could say she made fair use of that thing. Now that our homing beacons have activated, there is no need to plan anymore, Kara said as she looked at her homing band, which is blinking with a green light. Right now, we just have to wait for half day, and before we teleport out of the ruin, Aaron said. What do you guys plan to do this half a day? Rest in camp or looked around? Kara asked. Most of the grim monsters had been killed, and those who were able to get away would not be able to pose the threat to camp as long as there are 2 or 3 tower conqueror around. There would be no threat to the camp. Everybody answered their choice. Not all people opted to stay in the camp till they teleported out home. They didn't want to mess up at the last hour and die. I would have done the same if not for Ashlyn calling me and saying she had found something. So 12 people decided to stay in the camp, while 3 like me decided to search for the last bit of fortune before we leave. After leaving the group, I talked to Jen for a few minutes before I sped toward Ashlyn. She's not that far, but seeing how many remnant attacks present in the city, it took me 40 minutes to reach where Ashlyn is. Choo-choo. Alan chirped as she saw me and landed on my shoulder. What do you want to show me? I asked. Choo-choo-choo. She chirped furiously before she wanted to start to take me toward the curtain direction. As she took me, I looked around, looking at the rubble of a huge building. This area seemed to be the wealthy part of the city where rich and powerful people live. This is one area where signs of the buildings are clear, and one could get an idea about the buildings used to stand tall in this place. Not to forget the formations. Even after thousands of years, there are still formations on the building blocks that could be seen. If not for Ashlyn saying there is something important here, I would refuse to follow her. These broken formations are death mines if anyone of its reaction, then I did not doubt that it will send me to the underworld, so I am very careful when walking into this area, not to step on any of the formations and get myself killed. Choo-choo. Soon we appeared in front of the dilapidated building, which I am sure used to be a huge mansion, but now except for the columns, there is nothing much left in the place where the glorious mansion used to be. Ashlyn flew off my shoulder and entered a huge hole, nearly cursing at her my heart. I tentatively followed her carefully not to step on the formations that were running all around. Soon I reached the huge hole and looked down, faintly seeing something but not knowing what it is. So after making sure there is no danger, I floated down and smoothly landed on the ground beside Ashlyn, who is standing on the broken wall. Is this what you wanted to show me? I asked as I looked at a huge wooden box, or I may say a huge room made to wood, which had broken formations floating around. Choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped excitedly as she motioned toward a wooden room, saying there is something good inside it. Hearing that, I couldn't help but frown. She is right, there must be something good in this wooden room, otherwise it wouldn't have survived for thousands of years. As for what it could be, I don't really know for sure. It is underground and survived thousands of years. I would though a vault if it had been metallic, but huge room is made of wood, which is likely a vault, but nothing could be said. This might be some rare type of wood which is best for the vault, or it may be some special room used to store some special artifact. I don't know what it is, but if Ashlyn said there is something good here, there is sure something good must be here, and now the question is how to open this thing. Using raw force would be idiocy as it might trigger the formation. The way is to break the formation and before using the force, but it is not easy to break the formation. If it had been in Prime, I would left it here since the formation would have been too complicated for me to solve, but the formation is also broken, and now I just have broken the rest of it. As long as I tried, there might be a chance that I will be able to open this thing. So I started to concentrate on the broken formation, trying to find a way to break it. Ashlyn did not disturb. As I studied the formation, she stood silently on the spot she was. 2 hours passed by as such when I finally closed my eyes in rest before opening them a minute later. I had pretty much understood in the broken formation and just had to move a few runes before it completely collapsed. Taking a deep breath, I created a few strings of mana and moved them toward the few runes while trying to control my agitated mind. Though I am sure I am right, there is still fear that I may be wrong, and if this formation reacted in a bad way to the tinkering, then I would die before I would be able to do anything. So I am very scared, but nothing could be done about it. I just have to calm myself and focus. GRRE catch. Finally, the mana strings touched the specific runes, and I moved them at a certain place at the same time. As I did that, grating sound rang out of those runes, and they started to crash against each other before destroying themselves. Crack, crack. The clash of runes lasted for a few seconds before all the runes disappeared. Seeing a naked wooden room without any problem, I was about to ask Ashlyn to blast the door open when the cracking sound started to ring as cracks began forming. As the cracks started forming, there was a weird smell that began to come, which instantly made me disoriented and made my body boil with energy, which instantly made me take a jump back. D-Hub, I had just taken a jump back when Ashlyn blurringly moved toward the room and crashed on it before entering inside. Seeing she had entered, I was about to take a step toward her when I looked at multicolor smoke coming at Ashlyn, or it is Ashlyn that is sucking up that smoke. The smoke of all colors started to come across Ashlyn and seep into her body. I was shocked seeing this, as something like that never happened. I was watching her when I inhaled faint smoke before I could stop myself and nearly survived the explosion as immense energy started running through me. When I controlled the energy in my body, I thought about the smell I had inhaled earlier and faintly guessed what was inside this wooden room. Human, I heard a huge roar from behind when I was just about to finish off the last big of adamantine in the sky. It is the roar of the bullman who had come from behind. Its body is quite bloodied, but power is flaring from every inch of its body. Looking at its condition, it is very clear that it had spent quite a huge effort to get away from the human it was fighting so it could come to kill me. Seeing it coming at me, bloodthirsty expression, holding a huge black saw blade, I smiled, and armor appeared on my body with my intention. This grim monster seemed to lose its mind seeing me massacring its kin without letting a single one run away. I am quite impressed by its ability to get away from the human it is fighting. Other grim monsters have tried to get away to kill me, but no one was successful except for it. Die. It shouted as it came close to me and swung its huge saw blade at me. The blade is an uncommon weapon as it came at me. Its blade started to spin away like an electric saw, and I began to feel like I am getting cut by the blade itself. Mystic weapon, this saw blade, is definitely a mystic weapon. Normal weapons could not launch such a mental attack. It's the ability to launch the mental attack made the weapon even more valuable than hammer. Strong people may fight off the suppression effect of the hammer, but it is extremely difficult to fight off a metal attack like this one, which makes you feel like you are cutting apart. Hee hee, Puchai, seeing me on my spot, it laughed thinking I was struck frozen by the pain as I hadn't launched the attack despite its blade crossing half a distance, but next moment, its laugh froze as it saw my blade in its chest. The big bodies of grim monsters give them a huge advantage, but small bodies of us humans also have their advantage as well. Like now, I had appeared in front of it and pierced my sword into its huge chest. It would be quite difficult to do that if I were fighting against a human. I would prefer the back route instead of the front route if it had been a human. Do you want a body or blade? I asked Aiden. If I had been shameless, I would have stored the whole body, but I am not shameless. Aiden had been fighting against this bullman since the battle started and would have been able to kill it within an hour if not for bullman running away to kill me. The look of contemplation appeared on Aiden's face. He looked at the body of the grim monster and saw the blade it was holding. He is smart, not to demand both. If he had done that, I would have taken body and blade both. Blade, said Aiden finally. I nodded in regret as I stored the body of the bullman into my storage and threw the mystic weapon at Aiden, who caught it without a problem. The value to mystic weapon is huge, as it is not only used at the night but also used at the above stages. The chances of me finding something of equal value in the belonging of the grim monster are very low. I had just finished killing all the adamantine when the sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The remaining 11 conquering grim monsters started to run. They all ran toward the different directions. Some of them were extremely fast that they would not be able to catch the running grim monsters. I did not chase them, as even if I could catch them, I would have to share the benefits, and it's not like someone is not going to catch them. Ashlyn already locked several grim monsters. As long as humans stopped giving chase, she will finish off these grim monsters sneakily. With the leaders running, the whole battlefield has become chaotic as every grim monster started to run away, and this is a chance that everyone was waiting for. We could not use our full power on the grim monsters fighting below as humans were fighting them, but now we could. Now body parties have been separated. Armageddon started to rain down on the grim monsters. Boom, bang, 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 boom. All sorts of sounds started to ring out. We attacked millions of grim monsters. I too created huge fireballs that directly vaporized thousands of grim monsters at once. This continued for 5 minutes before everything calmed down. Just 10 people had finished millions of grim monsters in less than 5 minutes. I could see the humans on the ground and Sky looking at us if we were some kind of monsters. Those who could conquer the tower are not simple night-level powerhouse. with our current strength average lord, is not our match. We could finish it off just as easily as we finished off the regular adamantine. Night level is the base level. It is a level that has the maximum potential. Some powerful member organizations spent years in night level to unearth everything it had to offer. As the deeper they got into the night level, the further they will go ahead in the future. Especially those who are able to reach that final unnamed level of night stage. To reach one needs comprehension into that level. No amount of resources or chance is going to take one to that unnamed level. There is no fixed way to reach there. It is said it takes just a moment. As long as one gains comprehension that is needed for it, one will reach that level. You have hidden a lot of things. Why didn't you tell me you had conquered the tower? Jin said as she appeared beside me. All could be clearly seen in her eyes as she looked at me, and also some amount of accusation. You did not ask, I said with a laugh as I looked at the people below who were collecting the bodies of grim monsters that I had killed. I've killed thousands of adamantine monsters. Collecting them would take more than a day, so I hired people to help me collect the stiff. 3 hours passed by and morning came. The people I've hired finished collecting stuff which I had directly added into my storage after taking a look. I've even got a share from the millions of grim monsters we have killed. Though the bodies most grim monster destroyed in our attacks, their storage bands and artifacts survived. Everything we have got from the grim monster we have massacred got divided between us 14 people. They were kind enough to give Ashlyn the share of the 2 people. Buzz. We all gathered and were talking about the next course of action when suddenly our homing bands buzzed together, telling us we will be teleported out of the ruin in half days. It is a FUCKING wine cellar. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad about it, as I had been desperately wishing it would turn out to be a vault filled with treasures, but seeing it as wine cellar, I couldn't make myself sad either. Especially when just a faint whiff from it made me feel drunk and filled my body with the energy. After experiencing something like that, I couldn't help but feel excited about the surprises that are stored within the cellar. I quickly wore masks and looked at Ashlyn, who had multicolor smoke swirling around her, and she took it all up while gently swaying drunkenly. Like all food items, Ashlyn loved wine and getting drunk, which is why I rarely take out any form of alcohol in her presence, as she would always drink it all without holding anything back. I'm quite shocked seeing her taking up all thick mist inside her. If I had not known about strangeness of her, I would have heart attack her having sucking up all intoxicated smoke which filled with terrifying amount of energy. She continued sucking up the mist for a whole 15 minutes before she finished with all. As she finished, her body swayed drunkenly before she fell. She had not fallen unconscious, she just drank too much that now she could not stand up straight. Seeing the smoke as nearly despaired, I walked toward the wine cellar but did not take out the mask that I had on me. I know very well that there's still lingering smell remained in the cellar, and I am not strong enough to take even a single whiff of it. If it somehow got inhaled by me, then I don't know anyone who would be able to save me from exploding. So I once again checked the mask for any leaks, and even covered it with dense mana of mine, as precaution against any tiny leak which I could not see. Soon I reached the entrance of the cellar and picked up Ashlyn, who was swaying drunkenly. You little drunk, I said before I entered inside, and as I did, my expression changed as if I ate a fly. These bottles of wine looked spoiled. Though they are not shattered to anything, they are covered in moss which had reached deep inside and had drunk all the wine inside. I had been expecting to see very rare bottles of thousands of years of aged wine, but what I have got moss-filled bottles. The cellar is quite big and likely has the capacity of over 10,000 bottles, and looking at cellar, it seemed to be only filled to 10 of its capacity. There are around 1,000 to 1,500 bottles in this wine cellar, and all of them seem to be covered in the moss. I was in a really bad mood when suddenly I noticed something. The moss on the bottle, especially that is inside. Seeing it, my eyes couldn't help but lighten up. There may be no wine in the bottle, but they were still very useful. The moss on them is very precious, so precious that it just became the most precious herb of my collection. Acerandea moss. I said this moss is very precious with very high medicinal value. With so much Acerandea moss, I won't have to worry about the resources anymore. I am very confident that this moss alone would be enough to fill the need for the resources I need. Though I did not get any wine, I still got this precious moss, which had fulfilled all my need for resources, so I am happy to see the cellar got destroyed. Without wasting any time, I sunk my consciousness into my storage and created a special part to store these bottles. The moss is fragile, a small disturbance in its environment and it will wither away. So I created a special place inside my storage, a special environment created by formation that needed to store for this moss. With that done, I started to store, one a bottle after another into my storage. I had just stored 52 bottles into my storage when suddenly I came across the bottle, which is perfectly fine other than the tag, which could not resist the test of time. The wine seemed perfectly fine, and bright red liquid could be seen swishing inside. Looking closely, I am very sure this wine is not damaged by the moss and is in perfectly fine condition. As for whether it is drinkable or not, I don't know. Age could mature the wine, but thousands of years of aging could very well make it a poison, so I would not drink it before checking if it is fine or not. After putting in a special wine formation, I again started picking a moss-filled bottle and also came across another perfectly fine bottle of wine which I had picked off course. As I kept picking up moss-filled wine bottles, I came across many more perfectly fine wine bottles. By the time I had finished collecting nearly all the bottles in the wine cellar, I had collected 16 perfectly fine wine bottles. This is huge. If these wine bottles are drinkable, then they would fetch a very high price, more price than I could imagine. A wine that is aged for thousands of years is extremely rare. I had nearly finished collecting all the wines in the wine cellar, except for one. In the center of the wine cellar, there is an ornate crystal box, and inside, there in the shadow of a wine bottle could be seen. This wine bottle must be very precious to be in place in the center inside such an ornate crystal box, which does not show any sign of damage except for being dust-laden. Gasp! I cleared away the dust of the crystal box and felt its color and texture, and just as I did that, I couldn't help but gasp, as I was able to identify what this crystal is. The crystal box is made of nemer crystal, which is one of the best materials to store precious things. The value of the box is huge. One could easily buy several of these high-quality mystic weapons with it. That's how valuable it is, and now I want to see the thing which was mandated to be stored inside such a case. I opened the case, and as I expected, inside of it there no moss. The only thing inside had is a beautiful crystalline wine bottle, which is preserved to its cover. I took the bottle out and looked at it carefully. Enlightenment crafted by Marcel. These are only words written on the cover of the bottle in a universal language. I looked around the bottle for more info, but there was none. Still, I am more than happy to get it. I looked at the beautiful bottle for a while before I carefully stored it in my storage with a case made of nemer crystal. I once again checked every nook and cranny of the cellar before I walked out of the hole and started to make my way toward the camp, as there were only a few hours until we teleported back. "What is this heavy alcohol smell? Have dipped yourself in a pool of alcohol or something?" Jin said when I reached my abode 2 hours later. "Something like that," I answered with a smile as I look around the ground, which is filled with people. My abode is the only one active abode present while everyone had packed theirs and now waiting for its call back. I also deactivated my abode and sat down with Jin as I waited for the beacon to activate and teleport back home. Buzz. 5 hours passed by when suddenly a sound came out from millions of humans sitting on the empty field. Hearing the sound, I know the beacon had started to call back the people. People started disappearing from their spot. I could see them with me, as 1 minute they were, other moments they disappeared. Me. I heard something from Jen, and when I turned at her, I saw her disappearing with her waving at me one last time. In just a minute, half of the people disappeared from the field. Buzz. I was just looking around when suddenly I felt my homing band buzzed away, and I also found myself disappearing from which I had been in for the past 1.5 months. Everything turned blank in front of me before I found myself in a familiar space tunnel. I just have to spend a minute here before I reach the war zone. Time passed as I looked around without moving my limbs. It is inadvisable to make movement in the space tunnel. Some mistakes could occur, and one could be flung away in chaotic space where one gets shredded in a moment by the space currents. Crack, crack. 50 seconds passed by as such, and now I could reach the war zone any moment when suddenly I felt a sharp pain on my wrist. When I looked at my wrist, I found the homing band was heating up and cracks began to form on it. Seeing that, horror couldn't help but well up on my face. I am clearly aware of what will happen if a malfunction occurred in the homing band, and that is why I desperately wish it would hold on till I reach the war zone. D-Hub. But it looked like luck was not on my side today as the cracks spread at the visible speed, and suddenly a faint blasting sound rang out, and I was flung away from the tunnel and darkness enveloped me. I'm dead. That was the thought in mind when I was flung out of the tunnel, so one can imagine my surprise when I saw I am still alive and found myself floating in the space wave with transparent runic cover enveloping me. Protection amulet. I said in my mind as I looked at the transparent runic screen that is covering me. It is protecting against me dangerous space waves, which could tear me apart in a moment if I was with my fleshy body. Horror had completely drawn on my face as I looked at the sea of space cracks which had formed the ocean of their own. These space waves looked so beautiful, like they have been handmade by the gods, but they are utterly dangerous. I have read about the terror of the space sea. It is extremely dangerous, and only the Emperor stage or above powerhouse could travel through them, and even they need rare space-type artifact travel through space sea, as their bodies are not strong enough to bear the assault of the space waves. I looked around with mirthless laughter as I am aware that I am good as dead. As soon as 5 minutes over and protection of the amulet wore down, I am going to die. The prospect of dying is fearful, and I don't want to think about it even for a moment, but even if I don't want to think about it, it is right in front of my eyes. As long as Shield is here, I am here as it disappeared. I would disappear too, and that is very terrifying to me. I looked at my hand where my homing band used to be the way it exploded. It is very clear that it had been tinkered. Someone had intentionally tinkered with my homing band to kill me on the way home. I did not have to think who it is, as I know who the people who have tinkered with it are. They are only ones that have power and connection to achieve something like this under the nose of Adventure's Paradise. I am very angry at them doing this to me ever since I came in contact with them. They had tried to kill me. They have used every method to oppress me and kill me from the borrowed hands. I always survived their seams, but this time they had outmaneuvered me. Even if I were 10 times stronger, I would not have got out of this predicament. I just hope that Ashlyn did not have to die with me. I hope by some miraculous ability, she survives these space waves and returns to the real world. I am floating the space wave, no strength to make my own away. I am like a stick in the ocean. The stick is powerless against the seal. It will go where the waves take. This is what is happening to me. Hun. I was just floating in waves when suddenly, I felt a change in waves, and when I looked at the direction of change, a look of horror couldn't help but appear on my face. Black hole, I asked myself. There is a big swirling mass which is sucking the waves inside it. The waves which got sucked by it simply disappeared inside. Shit, why the fucking black hole? Couldn't I just die in peace? I asked as the space wave slowly moves toward the fucking black hole. These had less than a minute since Amulet activated, and I wanted to enjoy all precious. I had enjoyed the work of nature. But now, because of this fucking monstrosity, I couldn't even do that. I watched as the space wave slowly moved toward that black hole, which is trying to swallow everything that came in its way. In a minute, it will swallow the wave I am in, including me. Buzz. As I had been watching the wave getting closer and closer to that monstrosity that is swallowing everything in its path, I felt something from my source, and when I looked inside, I saw that gray swirl inside my swirl started to grow. Not only its size is growing, but also its aura, seeing I that even an idiot will be able to guess that my rule power is advancing. My rule of swallowing is making an advancement into the intermediate stage. Seeing the advancement, a sad laugh couldn't help but escape my mouth. I was busy staring at the death. I forget that one going to be my death is the best thing to comprehend swallowing rule from. Still, despite not trying, I had comprehended and made advancement into the swallowing rule, which is a very amazing thing. I would have been ecstatic if I had not been dying within a few seconds in the hands of things, which helped me make advancement in my swallowing rule. SHRR. I was wallowing in the thoughts of death when I saw huge powerful sea waves coming from behind and crashing into the small wave I am in, effectively sending the small wave and me far away from the sucking death hole. Seeing that I could heave a sigh of relief, even though I am going to die soon, I want to die on time, when the time of protection amulet is over and not a second before that. Crack, crack. I had just heaved a sigh of relief when suddenly I noticed something on the transparent protective screen. Cracks, very faint cracks, started to form on the surface of the transparent protective screen. I was shocked seeing. I had thought I would be safe till the time of protection amulet ran out, but never in my dreams I would have thought that the huge wave which had saved me from the black hole also dealt the damage to the protection amulet, that a very faint crack had started to form on it. Seeing the faint crack slowly spreading, I know I will have to do something. Very soon some very tiny space particles will enter through the cracks, and I will have to survive against them. The space particles will be extremely dangerous, but the danger will be mitigated through sufficient preparations. If these space particles that came had been slightly bigger, I would not think about making preparations against them, as I know they will be of no use. The first thing I did was to take out a small green vial and unloaded all the liquid into my mouth. I did not drink it, but kept it in my mouth at the same time. I started to circulate the rule of healing throughout my body, and as I will need it. The cracks on the transparent runic shield continue spreading, and finally, I found some very tiny space particles came inside, though the faint cracks. These particles are very small, and I would not have noticed them if I did not keep my eyes on the cracks using my killing rule. More and more particles started coming inside through the gaps before moving around the runic barrier that is covering me. See, I took a sharp breath of pain as the particles entered my body, tearing through the protection of my clothes and methods as if they did not exist. These space particles give pain like a very, very thin needle piercing through the body. They entered my body and started to tear through it, but due to their tiny size, the damage they did to me is very tiny that my body's healing capability is more than enough to handle. Their few particles are not any danger to. Even 100 of them could be handled by my body alone due to their very tiny size and tiny injuries they create, but as these particles rose to thousands, they will create a terror. And it will not take a long time for thousands of them to come to me, just a few seconds would be enough. As the cracks spread more and space particles started to come inside, In just a few seconds, their numbers have reached 100, and now a few seconds, they have reached the thousands. I now needed to use my healing rule to heal the injuries as they appeared. I could not let these injuries piled up. If they piled up in a certain amount, then I would be in the grave danger. So I started to circulate the killing rule through every inch of me. Gulp, few more seconds passed, and now the tens of thousands of invisible space particles have entered inside, and I had to gulp down the healing potion I had been holding into my mouth to aid my killing rule in healing. Every space particle feels like a tiny needle, and there are tens of thousands of tiny needles pricking through every part of my body. It is very painful and uncomfortable sensation, which made one feel like to kill himself. Still, this pain is not the world I had experienced, but the one that could kill me, and as more and more particles are coming inside every second as the cracks spread, getting me closer and closer to dying. Earlier, when I found the protection amulet had enveloped me, I had thought death would be sudden, and before I would enjoy the work of nature peacefully, before death took me suddenly as the time of amulet is over. But who would have thought that calamities of calamities would come over me, and I would die painfully? Holowatch is gone. I said in my mind as I looked at the condition of my holowatch. There were thousands of tiny holes that had appeared on it, just like the clothes and artifacts I am wearing. At first, my holowatch was working with the help of its self-repairing function, but as the damage has become too great, it has simply turned off. Seeing the speed space particles interesting inside in a few seconds, I would be completely naked as everything I was rearing would be reduced to dust. What I feared had happened. Everything I was wearing had disappeared. The only thing that is still fine is my storage ring. It seemed to be without damage, which is not surprising since it's made of the space metals. It is quite resistant against these space particles. Gulp. The space particle inside increases exponentially, and I am taking healing potions every few seconds. There are hundreds of thousands of space particles inside me, which makes me feel like there are hundreds of thousands of needles piercing through my body. I could feel my end is near. Seeing the rate of the amount of space particles are increasing, I think it would be absolutely a miracle if I can survive for a minute. I did much feel anything, except for slight regret about dying 2 minutes earlier than I had imagined. Still, I kept fighting for every minute, drinking healing potion after healing, taking out the powerful healing potions which came for the tower, just to survive a second more. After I die, they're going to go to waste anyway. The ring, which is fine under the assault of small particles, will turn into the dust under the assault of the space wave in a day or two. So I did not hold back and started to use every resource I have. No matter how precious they are, I started to use them. I kept drinking potions, eating precious healing while circulating the healing rule, with which I found out that I increased the power of potions by double. Buzz. I was fully concentrating on healing my injuries when, suddenly, the power of the killing rule increased. It had increased by huge margin that whenever killing spread, it would heal wounds immediately. I quickly looked inside my source and found the 3-leaf clover had transformed into the seed, and now that seed is slowly germinating. It is extremely clear that healing rule had advanced to the intermediate stage. What is happening? I asked with the mad expression on my face. In 3 minutes, 2 of rules advanced. It is a level 1 rule that has advanced, and they are not advanced at a small level, but bit level went from basic to advanced stage. I am completely flabbergasted to see that, but I am also very ecstatic, with my healing rule advancing to the intermediate grade, as now it had become very powerful that it was healing any injury immediately that had appeared on my body. If one looked at me from now, they would see one moment my body is normal, and another moment it is completely red with injuries. There are hundreds of thousands of space particles around me, and present in every part of my body. They are injuring me every second, but my healing rule is healing those injuries in less than a second. If my healing rule had not been advanced to this stage, then I would not have been alive right now. The number of space particles had reached such high that I would be turned into a bloody powder within a second. 4 minutes have passed, and now I reach the same precarious condition I was in a few minutes ago before my healing rule advanced. The transparent runic cover had filled with the cracks. There is not a single surface on it which hadn't been filled with the cracks, and through these cracks, an immense amount of space particles have been entering inside. I don't know if I would be able to survive even 5 seconds under such numbers of space particles. These particles are really too much. It wouldn't be long before they turn me into a bloody powder. Unlike before, my skin is now completely bloodied, and it is because of me drinking potion every moment and circulating the healing rule with all my might. I am alive right now, but not much longer. In 2 to 3 seconds, I would be completely dead. Buzz. I was just continuing with my survival of the seconds, but I heard a familiar buzz deep into my mind, and the next moment, all the space particles I had in my body got sucked toward a certain place. Every new space particle that is entering my body is getting sucked there, and as for who is sucking it, it is my tower. It is my refinement engine sucking up all the space particles and storing them into the base. I don't know what it was trying to do, but I am more than happy it is doing with all the space particles in me getting sucked. The pressure on me lessened considerably. Now, I just have to be worried about the particle entering my body, which is huge in huge numbers, but I could handle them easily with the help of my killing rule and potions. After having a moment of rest, I looked at the tower. Like I had seen a second ago, it had been sucking all the space particles and storing them in its base. I could see more and more space particles being added every moment in its base. I opened my eyes and looked at the space waves again, which are present everywhere. It is such an ethereal scene, and to be honest, I am quite happy I am dying in such a beautiful place rather under the blade of the grim monster. I do not have any ambition to die in battle. I always wanted a peaceful death at a scenic place. Though most of my wishes would never come true, this one coming is making me happy. I don't want to die while feeling angry. Looking a few seconds at the space waves, I looked at the transparent runic barrier, which is protecting me. It is filled with space cracks and thousands of space particles coming inside every moment, but despite that, it is not getting big cracks. It is still holding on very tightly and holds on for another 50 seconds before it finally disappears, and I will embrace death finally. As death was second away, my whole life started to reply in front of me, and watching it, I felt somehow content. I could say that I lived my fullest, though these are hundreds of regrets I am leaving behind but who don't have them. Even those who lived their life fully died with regret, so me having a few hundred regrets is a normal thing. 40 seconds passed, and now only the last 10 seconds are remaining of counting seconds since the protection amulet activated. I might get 1-2 seconds behind, but that is all. I still have little more than 5 seconds to enjoy this ethereal scene, I thought as I continued to look at the beautiful space waves. Interesting, I had never thought to find someone in the vast space sea. I heard from behind. When I looked back, I saw two feminine figures enveloped in dense aqua blue energy. Even though I could not see their faces, I could tell that one is a little older while one is young. I opened my mouth and asked her to help me when suddenly the aqua blue energy that had been covering them had enveloped me, and before everything went dark and when light appeared again, I found myself in an opulent hall. That is what it seemed like, as I don't know what it really looked like as I am covered in thick aqua blue colored energy, which made it really hard to see outside. "Boy, wear some clothes," said the feminine voice, hearing that I came to myself and realized I am completely naked. In the shock of being rescued from the jaws of death, my mind is a little muddled. I quickly took out my clothes and wore them just as I finished. The aqua blue energy covered in front of me had disappeared, and I came face to face across an enchantingly beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She had a dark purple gain and deep blue eyes, and her height is slightly lower than me, and the most important factor about her is that she is extremely powerful. I don't know how powerful she is, as when I looked at her, I found her power fluctuating. Sometimes she seemed little more powerful than those two who had been oppressing me, while other times her power seemed quite close to Ellen's teacher. It is very confusing. "You, how are you here?" I heard the familiar voice, and when I looked toward her, I found a familiar face staring at me. I looked at the familiar face and got quite surprised by the aura she is giving off. As I had thought, I had left her far behind with my current progress. The girl in front of me, Elena Bentz, was the vice guildmaster of Raging Thunder at the outpost, and also the person who forced me to sell the totem blueprints to her. When I met her a year ago, she was just a silver elite, but now she is not only peak adamantine, but has an aura powerful enough that she is giving me the feeling of threat. "Do you know him, Ellie?" asked the beautiful woman to Elena. "We just had a brief contact in the outpost," she replied. These two seem to know each other very well, and seeing the facial familiarity, they seem to be sisters. "Boy, I don't know what sort of luck you have to be born with to be saved by the space sea," she said in wonder. As he is right, the space sea is infinite. Finding me when they are traveling through the space sea could be said to be a huge miracle. Seeing that I couldn't help but disagree, the space sea is extremely dangerous, and that even people like Ellen's teacher have to be careful. Her saving me is taking huge risks about her own safety. "Well, I am quite curious about you ending up in the space sea. Care to tell me about it?" She asked that I had briefly explained what happened. I finished within a minute, and hearing that look of contemplation appeared on her. "Homing beacons are well tested, and they don't malfunction the way you described," she said, looking at me intently. "She's smart enough to understand what has happened with the little information I've provided." I smiled lightly under her intense gaze but did not say anything. My personal feuds are mine to deal with, and it's not others who could help seeing how powerful they are. There is usually small friction across all top organizations, but they don't usually go for the kill unless necessary, she said, totally misinterpreting my silence. "Seeing how talented you are with the grade 12 constitution, a special one at that, killing you would be like declaring war on each other," she said as she looked at me. Seeing her misunderstanding growing, I opened my mouth to explain to her when she spoke again. "As for her knowing my constitution, I am not surprised. When she had rescued me, she had added her energy inside me, so it is not surprising she knew about my constitution. Tell me your name and what organization you belong to. I will call your seniors to fetch you, she said. Ma'am, you have completely misunderstood. I am unaffiliated. You can check it. My name is Michiel Zar, I said hastily when I found her gaze becoming a little hard as if she could not believe what I said and looked at me intently. Aunt, he is telling the truth. Last time I had met him, he had not joined any organization, and also he is native, she said, to which I nodded. Your name is Michiel Zar, right? She asked. I nodded. Seeing me nod, she tapped a few buttons on her holowatch, and the next moment all my info appeared on the screen. As she read it, she had various expressions that appeared on her face before suddenly becoming very hard. What heinous crime did you have committed that you got grade 2 criminal tag? She asked angrily as she blasted her aura at me. She must have seen the tag on my record to react like this. Powerful. This is the only word I had in my mind. The aura is very powerful that it made me want to kneel down. I have to fight with my all. Crush the urge to kneel to this aura. I committed no crime, I said through the greeted teeth, hearing that her eyes became even harder, and I thought I would blast by an even more powerful aura, as I could feel this is far from her limit. But to my surprise, she just gave me a look before she furiously started typing on her holowatch, before suddenly her eyes had softened before they began to blazing against. Fucking Skysaber, she said with greeted teeth before she turned to me. I apologize with the earlier outburst. Ever since I had met you, I've been misunderstanding a lot. She apologized. It's okay, anyone would see that tag would react the same way, I said with a mirthless laugh. So how do you get on the nerves with those detestable fellows from Skysaber? She asked. My girlfriend received an Apex inheritance and they took her, I explained, hearing that look of understanding appear on her face. So your girlfriend is one of 5 people who received that Apex inheritance 8 months ago, she asked, and I nodded. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but closed it while shaking her before she again looked at me. Do you have any interest in joining the organization? We have some vacancies opened in ours. She asked that I couldn't help but smile. I heard Skysaber is very petty, and your organization doesn't seem to be a supreme organization, I said. I had applied to many organizations, including supreme level ones, but all my applications got rejected, while some people who were worse than me got selected in some organizations I had applied to. Normally one least gets a computer-generated return mail when they got rejected, but 99 did not even do that. In the past few months, I've done quite a research on the supreme organizations and knew how terrifyingly powerful they are. Only supreme organization content against supreme organization, those below it simple ants to them. And from what I've heard, the Skysaber is one most powerful supreme-level organization that even other supreme-level organization dare to mess with them on some issues. So I would be quite surprised if their organization, which I am sure, not the supreme-grade organization, dares to admit me. You don't have to worry about Skysaber, though our organization is a lot weaker than the Skysaber. We did not fear it, she said, and the tag. I asked this as an important question. It will be removed in a second, she said as she tapped a few buttons. It had been removed, she said, and she showed me my info where everything is clean. Not a single criminal complaint could be seen on my record. You don't have to feel pressured if you need time. You can take it a day, and even if you are to reject us, there will be no hard feelings, she said with a smile. Under the smile, her mature, enchanting face had become even enchanting that I was lost in for a moment. There is no need. I will join your organization, I said. Like I had said, there is no need to join the battle. Even if there were no life-saving grace, I would have joined it. Welcome to the Riverfield Academy, she said with a smile. Kara had told me how she had seen me Raven and how she had asked for higher-ups to accept me, but that time they had not accepted me as they wanted to get the bad side of the Skysaber despite them being supreme-level organization. Though Kara had assured me that this time her organization would definitely accept me, hearing what she had said, my faith in supreme organizations has completely broken. With my current qualification, any supreme organization would accept me. I have no interest in joining them. Though with lower-level organization, I would get fewer opportunities and resources. As long as I worked hard, I will be able to make up for it. And it's not like the organization I had joined is too weak, seeing how she had shown scorn instead of fear against powerful supreme-level organization Skysaber, and how she was easily able to clear away my record with a few clicks. I know my new organizations aren't as weak as I thought it to be. So I did not have to worry about anything as long as I kept working hard. There would be a day when I would be able to crush those two like ants. Fuck, some small-time organization tried to cross me, he shouted as he looked at the notification on his holowatch. He had made a foolproof plan to kill that bastard and was hoping to receive the news of his death, but what he received is a notification of his name cut out from the list. Are you sure it is not some other supreme organization? Only someone from another supreme organization or people belonging to that place could override your access, said his friend in a soft voice. No, it is someone from Emperor-level organization, and the worst thing is I could not add that bastard's name again in the list, even with pseudo-authority that teacher had given me. He said while gritting his face in anger. Are you sure the pseudo-authority isn't overriding that small emperor-level organization? She asked in confusion before opening her holowatch and trying. Still, a minute later, she got the same result as her friend, C. He said seeing her friend also being failed, there is only one option left now, teacher. Let's ask him. We will ask him to put that bastard into the even greater list, she said, hearing that her friend's sore expression turned into a smile, and they both walked toward their teacher's suite. With their teacher authority, adding that bastard into an even bigger list, making him an even bigger criminal would not be a problem. As for him being a member of emperor-level organization, it didn't mean anything to their teacher. Their teacher is powerful enough to crush the whole emperor-level organization in a cinch, so thinking he couldn't override the authority of a small-time organization would be a great disrespect to him. Soon they reached the suite of their teacher, where a handsome middle-aged man is reading a very old-looking book. Teacher, we need your help. Both of them said in unison. Their teacher did not look up from the book he is reading, so they waited respectfully till their teacher finished. What did you both need my help with? Their teacher asked after 10 minutes as he finally put his book down. They immediately started to tell their teacher everything without hiding anything. Interesting, let me see which emperor-level organization, which authority you aren't able to override my pseudo-authority, their teacher asked with interest. Hearing that, he immediately sent the name of the organization to his teacher. So it is the Riverfield Academy. Their teacher softly clicked a few buttons on his holowatch before turning toward them. Forget about him from now on. They won't look at what we have done till now, and we will not seek any trouble with him now that he has joined them. Their teacher with a very serious tone. They have rarely heard their teacher speak in such tone in past. Teacher, he is related to Rachel. We have to finish him off, and it is just a small-time emperor-level organization. He asked, clearly feeling wrong that they are admitting defeat against the small-time organization. If we kill him, we will have to deal with a lot more shit than we have to deal with after killing other Supreme's members. Their teacher said with a sigh, and seeing that sigh, he knows his teacher's decision is final, but he doesn't want to back down, especially when he thought of Rachel. Herman, don't do anything crazy. If you kill him, then you will have not one but two Supremes for your blood, not to forget that crazy madwoman will also come for you since she is the one who has been accepted into the organization. Their teacher spoke again, but this time there is a hint of warning in it, which warned him of grave consequences if he did not heed his warning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My holowatch started to buzz as I had activated. My old holowatch had reduced to fine particles. This is a new one that ma'am gave me. It is bright red and comes with all kinds of functions that I had never thought a holowatch could have. Not to forget it is very strong that even those above the night stage could not scratch it, but it would still turn into small particles if it were in the place of my old holowatch in Space Sea. I am really tired. Those few minutes in the Space Sea had tired me out greatly. I just want to sleep till tomorrow, but I can't. There are many things to do. The first thing I did was to shower, though there was no blood on my body as the space particles completely cleaned it. I still wanted to take a shower to feel fresh and clean. After I had finished with the shower, I started to reply to the friends who were checking on each other to see whether everyone came back alive from the ruin or not. Fortunately, all my friends returned in one piece, including Jill, Ellen, Kayla, and everyone. I am happy to see that as I know how dangerous the ruin was, it is not easy to survive inside. I myself had barely skipped the death a few times, and the latest was just an hour ago. After I finished replying with all the messages, I called my parents and felt extremely happy that there was no criminal tag on the screen this time. I could now talk to them without any guilt. In just 1.5 months, my sister had grown even bigger, even cuter. I couldn't wait to meet in 3 weeks. The Continental Championship starts in 3 weeks, and I am going to participate in it. My parents and sister are also coming to watch me, and I am feeling very happy about it as it has been nearly a year since I saw them in person. After I finished talking with my parents, I laid on the bed and started to read about my new organization. Its name is Riverfield Academy. Like its name suggests, it is an academy with a rich history of nearly 4,000 years, which is quite shocking as rarely any organization other than Supremes and some top organization have such an account. It is an Emperor-level academy, which is 2 levels lower than Supreme-level academy, which is more powerful than I had expected. I continue reading, and the more I read about it, the more impressed I would become. Buzz. Time passed, and before I knew it, my holowatch buzzed, alerting me about time for dinner. Seeing that, I got up from the bed and changed into new clothes. I don't know whether we are going out, ordering, or cooking at the suit, so I wore something which could be suitable for all. When I got out, I stopped short in my tracks as I looked at her. Earlier, she was wearing a black jacket and pants which had nearly covered all her body, but now seeing her in the black spaghetti dress, I feel like I am seeing a goddess. I unconsciously started comparing every aspect of her with Rachel, which I had never done with any women before, and worse than that, I began to find her even more attractive than Rachel in nearly every aspect. Seeing my thoughts going in the direction where they have no right to, immediately crushed those thoughts and looked away before she could notice me ogling. "Mitchell, I did not introduce myself to you, did I?" she asked me, to which I shook my head during all our conversation. She had effectively forgotten to introduce herself. "My name is Josephine Carlston. You can address me as Professor Josephine. You don't have to address ma'am every time," she said. "Yes, ma'am," I said, and she rolled her eyes, which made her look even hotter. We were in just comfortable silence when Alina walked out wearing a blue dress. "Audie, let's go quickly. I am feeling quite famished," Alina said as she came out of her room. I still felt surprised when Alina called Prof. Josephine aunt. They looked more like sisters than the aunt and niece. "Let's go then," said Prof. Josephine, and next moment, I found myself enveloped in the aqua blue energy, and second later, I found myself in front of the small 3-story building which looked like it was made of crystal. As we appeared in front of the crystal building, a very well-dressed man who was obviously above the night stage came toward us bearing a respectable expression. "Madam, your private room had been ready," he said as he led us inside the crystal building, which is obviously a restaurant. As I entered the restaurant, I was quite shocked to find out that most of the patrons in the restaurant above night stage, there are very few people who are knights. These knights were either servers or some power which is in company with the powerful powerhouse, like Alina and me. The next moved as we entered the restaurants. More than half of the people stared at Prof. Josephine as she entered, and I can't blame them. The professor is so beautiful that one would have a hard time able to get their eyes off her. Soon the maître took us to the private room that the professor had booked. A few seconds after we had taken our seats, the waiter came to us with menus. "Sigh, there is nothing much good here," said Professor. A look of disappointment could be seen in the limpid eyes of hers while scanning the menu. She had scanned the menu for a while before she finally ordered something. "What types of wines do you have?" she asked after she finished ordering the food. The waiter started to list the names of wines, hearing that her eyes were so disappointed that she lifted her hand to stop the waiter. "Just bring the best wine from your restaurant has in their collection," she said with a disappointed sigh after taking the professor's order. The waiter turned to us. "While the professor is not happy with the restaurant, I am more than happy. This is the most elite restaurant I've been into, and dishes here are ones I've only heard, so I did not hold back on ordering." I hoped Ashlyn would be here, but she was still in her drunken state and could not come out, even when we entered the restaurant, which was filled with a delicious scent. "So, Mitchell, what is your plan? Are you coming back with me to the central continent or stay a few more months here like Ellie?" asked Professor. "I'm planning on participating in Continental Championship and staying in the continent after that till I break into the unnamed level," I said. Both of them had a look of slight surprise when they heard that. "Good ambition, I like that." Just like Ellie, she also wants to stay in the continent until she breaks through the last level, she said before her expression turned a little serious. "The Continental Championship you are participating in is quite different this time, as there is going to be the biggest competition of the world 2 years later on the central continent. The winner of the Continental Championship will get a direct spot in top 1,000 in the competition, which is held in 2 years in the central continent, which is a huge thing. Many people who were native to this continent would come to participate from the central continent, and also students of a very powerful individual also participating. If this competition of the past, you have no problem in winning it with your current strength, but now entering into top 50 would be difficult for you," she said with a serious note. Hearing that I am both surprised and not surprised, Ellen had warned me that the continental competition would be completely different from the previous ones, and I should prepare to give my all if I want to enter top 100 of it. "It will be very challenging," I said with a smile. "To be honest, I am very excited. If it had been like the previous competitions, I would have been bored to death since there would have been no challenge with my current power. But now all the top knight powerhouses participating in it, it had become quite challenging. I can't wait to fight them all, especially Ellen, whom I had wanted to fight, to take the revenge for the beating she had given me. It's good that you are spirited. I will be rooting for you," she said, which surprised me. "Are you going to watch the competition too, Professor?" I asked. Given her power, I did not think she would be interested in a small competition. "Yes, I am coming, so are the members of powerful organizations. Competitions like this are best placed to find suitable seeds for organizations. I've come specifically here for the completion," Prof. Josephine explained. She is right, the level of the competition might be low, but it draws the most talented people from the whole continent. Even though the continent is nothing in front of the central continent, the huge number of people present still produced some gems they needed for their organization. Soon the waiter came bringing our food, which smelled very delicious, at least to me, and when he opened the wine bottle to pour us the drink, the smell of the wine was so great that I could not control myself from taking a sip. After taking a sip from the best wine I've ever drunk, I took a bite off food, and I have to say, it is amazing. The most delicious food I've ever eaten. The chef is really talented to cook something like this. I hope Ashlyn would have been here. She would have absolutely loved the food from here, but regretfully, she is still in a drunken state and would need some time before she could finally come out of it. What a bad wine. It tasted like dirty water. My thoughts were interrupted by the complaint of the professor. She really did not seem to like the wine that much, also the food too. I found some undamaged wine bottles in the ruin. I don't know whether the wine inside it is drinkable or not, I said after some time, seeing how she is cursing the wine after taking a sip of it every time. She seemed a little surprised by my sudden offer, and an enchanting smile lit across her face. Let me see if it is drinkable then. I am sure it will be way better than the dirty water I am drinking right now, she said, and while looking at the wine bottle beside her, hearing that, I took out a wine bottle and gave it to her. Unlike before, the bottle is completely clean. There is not a speck of dust that could be seen on it. Profession Josephine took the bottle from my hand and looked at it carefully for a few seconds before her expression changed suddenly. She covered the bottle with aqua blue energy of hers and used her hand to pull the cork of the bottle slowly. Pop. A popping sound rang out as the cork released from the bottle, and just as it did, an even more drastic change appeared on the face of Prof. Josephine. At the same time, the aqua blue energy hers became dense and spread tightly around the bottle, not wanting to let even the slightest smell of it. Looking at the expression of the professor, I couldn't help but curse in my mind as I thought the wine was not drinkable, but soon, that thought changed as the expression on the professor's face changed again and became that of yearning. It is the look I am very familiar with. It is the same look that Ashlyn has when she wants to eat something very desperately, and would not listen to even if I said so. Professor looked at the wine with yearning before a crystalline wine glass appeared in her hand suddenly. This wine glass seemed very precious. Its dense transparent formation could be seen on it, but formation does not affect the crystalline visibility of the glass. As the glass appeared in her, Prof. Josephine expertly poured the wine in the glass. The wine is dark red as I had expected, and it is a little denser than the normal wines. Prof. Josephine filled the glass 1/3 before putting the bottle beside her and taking the glass to her lips. The dark red liquid touching red lips felt disturbingly arousing that I looked away after taking a look. She had put the glass down after one sip and closed her eyes when I looked at her face. I had to look away again immediately. Her face had become flushed red, and the expression on her face looked like she was enjoying the greatest pleasure known to man. This sight felt too amorous, and I am not the only one who felt that. Alina also felt that, which is why she also looked away with flushed cheeks, but not before glaring at her aunt and muttering shameless under her breath. Professor Josephine kept her eyes closed a few minutes before she opened it, and her eyes were glazed, which again aroused the forbidden thoughts in me and made me wonder if this woman had cared for others' feelings to put such display. Marvelous, this wine is a work of art, she muttered as she looked at the wine bottle. The crafter of this wine must be a genius in its field, and with it being aged over 5,000 years, it had really become a precious treasure, she said with a sigh. Can I drink it, Auntie? Alina said suddenly while looking at the wine glass. Ha ha ha. Hearing her niece's question, Professor Josephine let out a chime-like laugh, which felt very comfortable to hear. To me, it felt like sweet laughter that I want to continue hearing, but to Alina, on the other hand, it felt like mock. It angered her, and she stared at her aunt angrily. It's not like I don't want to let you drink, my dear Ellie, it's just that you can't drink it. The simple whiff of it would be enough to explore you. To drink it, you will have to reach your mother's level before you would be able to drink a sip or two of this wine, Professor said, hearing that look of extreme shock appear on her face. One needs to be emperor stage just to drink few sips of this wine, she asked in shock. Yes, even peak emperors like your mother would be able to drink only a few sips of it most, she replied before taking another sip and closing her eyes to enjoy it. I again looked away from the arousing sight and continued on eating, but it tasted less delicious compared to the feast sitting opposite of me. How many bottles of this wine do you have? I heard 5, I replied. I had expected this question, so I replied without any hesitation. Can you give me another 2? She asked, to which I nodded and took out another 2 bottles and gave her without any hesitation. These wine bottles are very precious, more precious than you can imagine, Professor said as she looked at me. I will not take these bottles for free after entering the academy. I will provide you something of equal value. It will be very helpful in your future practice, Professor Josephine promised, to which I nodded with a smile. I do not regret it, giving her 3 wine bottles. In front of the life-saving favor she did to me, these wine bottles are nothing, and it's not like I don't have any more. I still have more of them in my storage. As for her promise, I felt it is real, and I am feeling quite excited about what she will give me, as by her words it is very clear that this wine is very precious. Thinking of precious, if a bottle which was on the shelves is this precious, then how precious would be the wine which was under the crystal case. That wine name is Enlightenment, and it was stored in a very precious crystal case. It must be more precious than the wines on the shelves. Or maybe not, it might not be that precious, unlike this wine. The one in the box might become spoiled and poisonous. I am not sure, but I will not take out that wine until I become capable of drinking it. Auntie, why is this wine so precious? Ellen, who had been silent all this while, busy in her own thoughts, suddenly asked the question. Why is it precious, you say? There are many reasons for it, said Professor Josephine as she put the glass down. The first reason is that when it was crafted, the precious materials used to make it and crafter of the wine who is an expert in his field. She said, not every wine could be aged, and not every aged wine is precious. I added in my mind, it was the text I've read somewhere a few years ago. The materials, the craftsmanship, and the place of storing everything is important. This wine is a perfect example of that. After aging 1,000 years, this wine started to go through mana fermentation, where the mana and medicinal energy break and merge again by sucking up more and more energy from the environment. It had gone through this process naturally in every 1,000 years, which made this wine more and more powerful until it reached its current stage. Now it is powerful enough that even emperors have to be careful when drinking this wine. Only powerful tyrants will be able to drink it without facing any consequence. Hearing that Alina and I both fell silent, I have underestimated this wine quite much. Tyrants are peak powerhouses of this world, and seeing only they could drink this wine without facing the consequence, it itself spoke to the value of the wine. After the talk, we fell silent again and continued to eat. Professor Josephine also did not complain about the food anymore. She silently ate while taking tiny sips of wine now and then. Soon we finished dinner and walked out of the restaurant, but not before I asked them to pack one meal for me. Ashlyn is giving me an indication that she will sober up soon, and that time she will be hungry, so I might as well have food prepared for her. We walked out of the restaurant, and again I found aqua blue energy covering myself, and second later I appeared in the familiar living room with Professor Josephine and Alina. Mitchell, you rest today well. Tomorrow you will spar with Alina, Professor Josephine said before she walked to her room, saying good night while Alina and I looked at each other before we went to our respective rooms. After entering my room, the first thing I did was step into the attached practice room and remove my clothes before I walked to the center of the room and drank a drop of soul-tempering soul essence, and I started practicing the 3 methods. I've already expected Continental Championship to be harder, and the words of the professor confirmed it. I knew that even with my current abilities, including my trump card runic armor, it would be hard for me to win the competition. So I have to work hard and increase my strength, only then will I have a chance to win the competition. With that thought, I started to practice the 3 methods. I have a clear target in mind. I have to make a breakthrough in secrete method and go through another 2 grand cleansing, though it will not be able to help me win the competition. It will give me an edge. 2 things will help me win the competition. One is my art, and the other is my runic armor. If I can comprehend the first chapter of the Eldritch art, my power will rise explosively. As for the runic armor, I just have to find a way to accommodate my mystic methods in it. If I can do that, then I don't want anyone able to be my match in Night Stage. The runic armor I've created is a work of art. It lets me make full use of every bit of my abilities. If I can use the mystic energies in it, I will become quite invincible in Night Stage. It is not just my conjecture, but the truth. However, despite my trying, I did not find a way to merge my mystic energies into my armor. The resistance from their bases is too great that these mystic energies would not mold in any other rune. Tomorrow after spar, I'll ask the professor if she has any way I could do that. I am sure if there is a way, she will surely tell me. Thud. I practiced for more than an hour before I fell down tiredly on the floor. I lay on the floor for a few seconds before I finally had the energy to get up. This time, instead of going to shower directly to wash off all the sweat, I sat cross-legged and closed my eyes. I am going to comprehend art for a while before I take a shower and sleep. 2 hours passed as I comprehended the art. While comprehending, many times, I would get up and use my sword before sitting down and comprehending. To others, this way may seem like a waste of time, and comprehension needs an extremely focused mind, and I would get up every 10-15 minutes and practice my sword, thus breaking my concentration. But I do not think I break my concentration when I get up. Even when I am using my sword, I remain extremely focused on the profundities of the art. My concentration would never break away. After 2 hours, I finally got up and walked to the shower to clean away all the dried sweat that had accumulated on my body. Choo-choo. I had just worn my clothes and was about to get up on the bed to sleep when suddenly Ashlyn came out of me, and she seemed different. No change had occurred in her, but somehow she seemed different. Any other time, I would not have thought of anything about this, but now, after hearing the explanation from the professor, I am clearly giving this my mind. Ashlyn had sucked away nearly all the alcoholic smoke in the wine cellar. Though that smoke was not effective as wine, still, the sheer amount she sucked away is mind-blogging. Have you leveled up or gained something from the smoke that you sucked? I asked her. Choo-choo-choo. She answered, and hearing her answer, I really wanted to bang my head against the wall. Why I even ask her these questions when I know I am going to receive the same answer nearly every time? I ask myself. Her answer to my question is nearly the same as many times she did not know what had happened. She just knows that after inhaling all the smoke, she felt really good that she wanted to last that forever. Bloody drunkard. I couldn't help but say in my mind when I heard her answer. She had drunk for more than a day and she wanted to be drunk again. Choo choo choo. I was in my thoughts when Ashlyn chirped again, and this she asked for food. She had specifically asked me to cook for her. Here, eat it. I said as I handed her meal box. Seeing the meal box, she looked at me and let out a chirp, but that chirp stopped before it completed as she looked at the box intently. Seeing that I couldn't help but smile and walk toward the bed to sleep. Tomorrow I will fight against Alina, and if my senses are right, then she will be the strongest opponent I will face till now, which is making me very excited. I woke up early morning, just as I did. I drank the drop of soul-tempering essence before I got up to freshened, ate the fruit which I had found in ruin before walking into the training room. There I removed my clothes and started to practice 3 methods. I practiced them for 1.5 hours before I fell tiredly on the floor. A few seconds after that, I got up and walked into the shower. 15 minutes later, I came out of the shower and wore clothes before I walked out of my room. You came at the right time of breakfast, Professor Josephine said as she was unpacking the breakfast. She looked at me and about to look away when her gaze fell on Ashlyn. Is your monster Silver Spark Sparrow? She asked as she looked at Ashlyn. Yes, she's mutated Silver Spark Sparrow, I replied. Silver spark sparrows are the most common birds in continent with next to nothing combat abilities. Very few people decided to make them their monsters, so I could understand her surprise seeing Ashlyn. She looked very special, Professor Josephine said after some time. She is, I said as I petted her lovingly before sitting beside Alina. Professor was kind enough to prepare the plate for Ashlyn on the table. If she had been asking to eat like normal monsters on the floor, I would have had a huge headache dealing with the tantrum she would be thrown at me. Now that breakfast is finished, let's go to the arena. I want to see the power of your grade 12 special constitution, said Professor Josephine, and next second, her blue energy covered all of us. When the light appeared in front of my eyes, I found myself in front of a huge arena. This arena is even bigger than the one where I had fought Rachel's ex-boyfriend. Looking at the size of the arena, I knew we were in the arena of Adventure Paradise. Michiel, my niece, had fused level 3 inheritance, which is one best inheritance in the whole continent, and also she had fully comprehended first level of her art. Professor Josephine informed me, and I have to say I am quite surprised. I am very aware there are 10 levels of inheritance, and she fusing with level 3 in adamantine is a huge feat if nothing goes wrong. During the time of her breakthrough, she will potentially fuse with level 7 inheritance at the least. Till now, all the grim monsters I've fought only fused with the level 1 inheritances. So one can imagine the disparity of power they will have with Alina, not to forget she has even comprehended the first level of the art. Michiel, if you beat my niece, then reaching top 5, even top 3 in the championship would not be a problem for you, she said. I could see a faint laugh in Alina's eyes as she could not believe it was possible. I may have an envy-worthy constitution, but without proper inheritance, it will not be able to show its power. If I had level 3 inheritance, which is suitable for my constitution, then a minute would more than enough defeat Alina, but unfortunately, I did not have that, so I will have to use my all against her. Only then will I have a slight chance of defeating her. Now go fight. You both don't have to hold back while fighting. I've added my energy inside both of you. It will stop any fatal attack from killing you, Professor Josephine said as they sent us toward arena. You should use you all front the beginning, otherwise, you will not be able to last even a minute against me, Alina said as she appeared 10 meters distance from each other. There is no scorn in her voice, just the fact. I smiled at her before I took out my totem artifact, and at the same time, Wolf Lord's armor spread across my body till it fully covered it. I am using my totem artifact from the beginning. She is not any simple opponent whom I could fight by using the cutter. I have to use my totem artifact against her. As I took out my totem artifact, she also has taken out her totem artifact. It is a pitch-black short spear with the meter-long leaf blade that looks like it is wholly made of the volcanic stones. Let's begin, she said, and we both moved toward each other with extreme speed. I am quite surprised by her speed, as my speed is gained by the usage of my armor and featherlight method, but she seems like she is not using anything. I am not the only one that was surprised by the speed. She too seemed surprised seeing my speed, like she had not expected I would have such speed. Clang, our weapons clashed with a resounding sound, and I had thought she would keep our weapons locked, but no, she did not. She retracted her spear and attacked me with even greater speed. Seeing her doing that, I also whipped back my sword before clashing against her spear. Clang, clang, clang. Her movements are extremely fast as she launches attack after attack at me. If it had been my previous opponents in my place, they would have been cut by sharp leaf blades 10 times already. Of all people I've fought, she is the fastest of them all. Till now, most people I've fought have been the fastest, but in this fight, there would be likely such a case. Hun. We clashed for a few minutes before suddenly she disappeared and appeared behind me and attacked. Her speed is swift, her movements are impeccable that I had barely able to find any flaws in them. Such an attack is a perfect killer, and if it had any other in my place, they would not have been able to counter such an attack. But unfortunately, she is facing me who has very powerful senses. I had been tracking her movements without missing, as she is using a similar strategy as I use against my opponents. Once I concurred my speed is spreader than my opponents, I attacked them like a ghost from every angle. Clang. So when she disappeared in front of me, I had been tracking her movements and moved my sword according to it, so it is no surprise that I was able to counter it, which seemed to surprise her slightly before a sneaky smile appeared on her face. Clang, clang, clang. From the next moment, she had become a ghost, attacking me from every angle possible. To deal with her, I had to use more and more power of the featherlight, and also of the killing rule. She's a really great opponent, the best I've ever had except for Ellen, or even better than Ellen, as Ellen had never used her true powers to fight me. I'm really having fun fighting her till now. No one has challenged me to speed as she has. Seeing her movements, I came to know a lot of flaws when I used the speed, and I started to better myself as I fought against her. 10 minutes passed by since we started fighting. Her speed has increased again, but I am still defending against her without taking a single hit from her. I could tell she's reaching her limit as we fought, and seeing that I couldn't help but feel shocked as till now, while I am fighting with my abilities, she is solemnly fighting with her body. She had not used an ounce of her real abilities. I could not sense any other energies from her. She was fighting me with her physical body. Her physical body solely generates her strength and speed. She had to have not only powerful physical capabilities, but also a very good combat style, which is perfected by the constant fighting. I could see the shadow of the expert's guidance in her fighting. I am very good at finding the flaws in fighting and fighting against the thousands of people and killing them, taking advantage of their flaws. Fighting then, I was able to notice the common flaws. Nearly everyone has these flaws or that very hard to see and fix, and aside from myself, I had never seen anyone not having those flaws in fighting style. I was able to find them and fix them because I saw them in thousands of people and worked very hard to fix those flaws, but on her side, her flaws not only were fixed, but they are being used by her enhance her combat power, which I don't think to have the capability to do that without any guidance. Even me, who has the powerful killing rule, had not able to use those flaws to my advantage and could only fix it. I think she had received guidance from her powerful mother or aunt. I may be wrong and might be judging her by my capabilities, and she would have been able to do that on her own, but I doubt that. Clang, another clash rang out, and I tracked her for another attack when, to my surprise, she did not attack, instead appeared 10 meters in front of me. But if this all you have, then you should give up. With me using my inheritance, you are not going to last very much, she said, and runes started to cover her body. These runes are in a color of steel in which tiny stars could be seen shining. When I looked at those runes, battle intent started to blaze in my eyes. I am quite shocked by that, as these emotions were not mine, but from the runes that are spreading on Alina's body. Soon the runes spread all over the body before they started shining. As they shone, an armor started to spread across her body. The armor looked like it is made of steel and is completely plain, devoid of any decoration, but it still looked amazing on her. I'm using my armor. You should also use whatever trump cards you have soon, otherwise you will lose, she said with a smile before she appeared in front of me and attacked. Her speed is so fast that even I got shocked by it, and when she appeared in front of me, I had to use every bit of power from my armor and the feather light method to match her speed of attack. Clang. Our weapons clashed resoundingly, and with came force and energy of inheritance, which is very strange, as it is giving me the feeling that the intent of weapons contains that energy. If it enters my body, then I will find my internals attacked with all sorts of weapons. This inheritance energy is quite strange, but also very dangerous, which I could not let inside my body. Shake, crack, crack, crack. The inheritance energy came at me and directly crashed against my armor. It shook my whole armor to the core, and cracks started to form all over it immediately. I wanted to fix the cracks, but before I could do so, another attack came at me swiftly, which I had to clash against every bit of the power I had. Clang, bang, our weapons clashed, and inheritance energy crashed against my armor, and a moment later, it exploded with residual inheritance energy entering inside me. I had been prepared for it, but this energy, fucking dangerous, as it had injured me before my constitution could react. It's a good thing. I was circulating the healing rule, which immediately healed all the injuries that occurred. Thud, I landed on the ground as during the clash. I used the force of the attack to take a jump back. I landed on the ground and wiped out a trickle of blood with the back of my hand before I looked at Alina, who is at the same place where she attacked me. I had expected my armor to last more than just 2 moves. I said with a laugh, your armor able to last 2 moves of mine is shocking enough. Normal mystic methods are not this strong. She said, to which I nodded. Do you have any trump cards to use? If not, then we will end this fight right now, Alina said directly, to which I couldn't help but laugh. Haha. No need to hurry, I still have some small trump cards which I want to try, I said with a laugh, and next moment a very compressed silver layer started to spread all over my body. It is my runic armor. To hide from others seeing it in runic armor, I am using compressed fire, which looks thick silvery paint covering me. Soon my body covered in silver paint. 5 fires before, gray, green, and blood red lines started to spread across my body. The plain-looking shiny silver armor is now becoming more and more beautiful. Their green, gray, and red lines represent the 3 rule powers that I had merged into my armor. I had also added the power of my sunfire into it, but since it is at the basic stage, its color could not be shown. Finally, all the runes fix in armor, and now my new and improved runic armor ready for a fight. Is this your inheritance? Alina asked as the beautiful armor appeared on me. No, it is something I've created on my own. Hearing that, she seemed surprised, as if she had not expected to see this armor. If Mitchell had looked outside the arena, he would have seen the shock that appeared on Professor Josephine's face, which appeared after seeing the runic armor. Alina could not see the dense runic armor hiding behind the compressed fire, but someone powerful as Professor Josephine doesn't have such a problem. Such a simple cover of fire could not elude the expert of her level, and she also had a basic knowledge of the runes, so she could see through the working of armor, which had really shocked her, but also excited her very much. Mitchell may not understand the possibilities that came with the armor, but she did, and that is making her excited that she couldn't wait to see their fight start again. We both moved toward each other at the same time with a speed that is way greater than before. Earlier speed could not compare to the current speed of ours. It did not even take a moment for us to reach each other and attack. Clang! Our weapons clashed resoundingly, and with it, her inheritance energy attacked me. It flowed through my totem artifact, which had lessened its power by 1/3, but the energy is still strong as it came at me. As she touched my body, it instantly sucked by my armor and transferred to numerous swirling formations, which are made of fire runes and swallowing runes. The sucked energy entered the swirling formation, where it swiftly got crushed and converted to raw energy, which could be used by me any way I want. Before, my armor used to use a tiny bit of this covered energy before releasing all through the formations. But now all the crushed energies were absorbed by swallowing runes, which swallowed all crushed inheritance energy and converted it into pure energy which I could use. I used all of the converted energy and some of my own and launched another attack at Alina. In this attack, I used the same amount of energy as a previous attack, but since there was converted energy mixed into it, it became faster and stronger. Clang, clang, clang. We clashed, and this time, more inheritance energy came at me, which again sucked my armor, crushed and then covered before being used to power up another attack. Before, my swallowing rule was not capable of doing that. Before, it was only able to swallow the regular force and convert it, and that force had to be used within a few seconds. But since my swallowing rule advanced to the intermediate stage, it had changed. It now could swallow any form of energy and convert it immediately, and I could store that energy into me for a full minute before using it. Swallowing rule is great, especially when it is used with the swallowing type runes. With the runes, its power increases immensely, which is very great for me as this is just a starting with time. We will attack with more and more powerful moves. That time will be a real test of swallowing runes and the whole runic armor. We were just fighting when suddenly, I sensed the aura of Alina and Rise and knew she was using her inheritance ability. Art of War, Battle Cleave. Her armor shone faintly before it transferred the steely energy to her spear, which gave me the feeling that Spear was a man who fought the war for days without stopping. Spears are not suitable for cleaving as sword and saber, but when she used this move, I know I would regret it if I dared to underestimate this attack of hers. So I tapped into the power of the armor and swung my sword toward the spear, which is cleaving down on me. CLANNNG. Her spear struck against my sword like a venomous snake. A loud clashing sound rang out, and her spear released a huge amount of inheritance energy at me. The amount is so huge that if it entered my body, then it would cut through every part of it and send me directly to death. Fortunately, something like this won't happen. My armor will protect me from any threatening attack, including this. Huge amount of energy entered my armor, and just as it did, I powered up the all-swirling formation, which immediately crushed all energies and swallowed by the swallowing runes, which immediately converted into energy. Art of War, Moonstab. I had just covered energy, and when Alina took back her spear and brought it stabbing toward me while releasing faint moonlight energy with steely energy. Its speed is like a bullet that even a powerful special adamantine would be stabbed by before it could defend against it. But I am not. I had always had my senses locked on her and launched my attack at the exact same moment she did. This attack of hers is even more powerful than the last, but I have no fear of it. CLANNN. Once again, I countered her before launching the attack of my own with the power she had provided me with, also using my own power in an equal amount, which made it extremely powerful. My 1,000 kilograms sword moved toward Alina like a cannonball, wanting to blast her apart, but how can it be so easy? Her attack moved in sync with mine, and like a huge steel wall, her spear appeared in front of mine and stopped its momentum. But that was just the start as the next attack was launched again, but this time it was her we are both competing for the fastest and strangest, and I have to say, she is pretty fast and strong, but I do not lack either. The runes enhance the power of my runic armor beyond my imagination now. They are giving me speeds that are very few people who could compete against me in speed, and Alina is one of them. Her speed is so fast that many times she would beat me in attacking. First, I have to always power up the runes more quickly, digest the energy, and attack with it. Though my armor is more than capable enough to provide me enough strength to attack its own, I still like to use converted energy. It helps me save my strength, which I am sure would be very useful later. I am having very fun in this fight. Not only is this fight exciting for me, but it is also helping me fix the flaws of my runic armor. This is my first time using the armor with such powerful fire ability and rule power, so having flaws is quite normal. As I fought against her, I noticed many flaws, some of which I fixed immediately while others I noted down to fix later. If I were to fix now while fighting, my whole armor would collapse, and that would be disastrous for me. Clang, another resounding clash rang out, but this time, instead of launching another attack, both took a jump back. We have been fighting for nearly an hour and fought quite well, but we did not use all our strength. We have always held back using our full power as this was not the time. Like me with my new and improved runic armor, this is also her first fight since she accepted her inheritance and needed some long fight to get used to her inheritance, and now she did. Shall we go all out? She asked, to which I nodded, as it finally time to all out, use every bit of the strength we have to fight. Seeing my nod, a confident smile appeared on her face as her steely armor started to shine, and the design of bloodied weapons began to appear on her armor, which made it look regal and threatening at the same time. As the transformation of her steel armor completed, another thing happened, which shocked the hell out of me. From Alina, another Alina came out, and this Alina looks the same as other Alina, from aura to power. Even when I concentrated my killing rule on her, I could not spot the difference between the two. This is not the ability of her inheritance, it is her art. The lingering worldly aura on both of the Alinas are proof of it. A weird smile came across Alina's lips, and both of them came at me with extremely fast speed. Seeing them coming, I know I had to do something. If not them, it is very likely I will lose this battle. Sin Domain. I immediately activated the Sin Domain. The domain is the best way to deal with these kinds of tricky situations. It will enhance my sensory powers, which will help me identify which Alina is real and which is the fake. Not to forget, this is a domain where I could block some amount of worldly energy she requires for her, which will weaken it quite much. Domains is revered, and it is not without reason both Alinas shocked seeing the domain, and if I had looked back, I would have seen even Professor Josephine had a shock on her face. Since I am going all out, I might as well go full out. I thought as I looked at my spreading blood-red domain, and the next moment, a reddish hue started to appear in the blood-red domain and sand winds started to flow inside it. With my constitution advancing to level 12, the size of domain had also increased. Now it could cover 300 meters. On the other hand, the domain of withering sand had a size of 100 meters when its energy refines in the 5th floor tower. After its energy refined into the 6th floor, its size increased to 200 meters, but it is still smaller than the 300 meters. So I had merged it with the Sin domain, which increased its sand without reducing its power. Despite the appearance of domain, the momentum of both Alinas did not stop. Both of them came at me without the fear of sandy winds crashing at them. Both of them appeared beside me and attacked where I received another shock. I had thought both of them would launch the same attack, but no, both of the Alinas had launched different types of attacks. With them in my domain, I could see everything about their attack and knew that both attacks launched are real. There is no fake. Seeing this, I couldn't help but curse myself. The arts are not simple methods. One dies before knowing how if one equals arts with a simple method. Seeing their attack coming, I did not launch my attack. Instead, I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind Alina on the left side and attacked her. The reason I did not counter their attack was because I could not. Their attack is too perfect. I could only counter only one Alina's attack, while other attacks will surely hit me, though I have another way. I don't want to use it. Once known, defeating her will become even harder. With her senses suppressed under the domain, she took little more time noticing my attack, but she is still too fast. The Alina I was attacking has disappeared, appeared behind me and attacked, and other Alina who did not change places have turned back and whipped her spear at me. She had launched another twin attack, and I again had to disappear from my spot to avoid it before I appeared behind second Alina and launched, and swung my sword at her neck, which she had avoided, and launched an attack of her own coordinated with second Alina. We continue attacking each other, but not a single party able to land an attack on others. I have to marvel her strength despite being in my domain under the constant attack of mystic ability, and with senses and strength suppressed, she's still able to make it really hard for my attack. All the attacks I've launched at her failed, she would immediately dodge them with her speed, and I would have to dodge, as countering them means getting hit by the others. I am fighting them, but also I am observing them with the full power of my domain. I want to see which Alina is real and which is fake, and as with constant fighting, I was able to gather some hits, but they are not enough. Art of War, Steel Piercer. Suddenly I had a very threatening feeling come over me. I had thought this would be another of their inheritance attacks, but no, this time they have launched a powerful energy attack. Sup sup, both their tips of spears glowed brightly for a brief moment before she released a thumb-sized steely energy beam, which came at me at really fast speed. Zing zing, I had sensed them quite early and immediately prepared to dodge with all my strength, but these two beams were so fast that they had grazed by me, thus releasing a very huge amount of energy into my armor. If I were not wearing runic armor, my intermediate grade rule would not have been enough to swallow the energy, but with the aid of runes, not it had swallowed the crushed energy, which but also quickly covered into energy which I used in my next attack. Hun. I used that energy to launch my most powerful attack yet, which was avoided by the first Alina by hair breadth, but that moment when she avoided it, I finally solved the mystery of who's real and who's fake. Finally, I muttered in my head that question had been stopping me utilizing all the data I had collected fighting more than an hour, but now I could use it, but it is not time I had to find the perfect moment. Me finding the real Alina is pure coincidence if they merged and divided again, then it would be quite difficult for me to differentiate between them. So I had to attack at the perfect moment if I missed it, then I would have to continue fighting for more than an hour, which I don't want as she might find a way to beat at that time. So I wanted and I had to wait for a total of 12 minutes before the chance. The chance was another energy attack which both Alina had been attacking me with once in every minute. Sup sup, they launched an energy attack at the perfect moment that gave me very little chance to dodge, sensing it before I started to dodge. Dupe, but I was unsuccessful. I was able to dodge one energy beam, but I failed to dodge the other, which hit me directly on my ass. As the energy touched me, my armor rippled as it sucked the huge amount of energy. This attack of her is extremely fearsome, that thumb-size beam back a huge amount of energy, way greater than imagined. If my runic armor would have made only of the fire ability, it would have cracked apart by such a terrifying attack, but not with rule powers present, especially healing rule power, which gave my rigid armor flexibility. With the help of the healing rule, I had rippled formation, which is threads connect to whole armor, so if any terrifying attack came, it would absorb the excess energy and create ripples around the air, effectively neutralizing excess power while sending the remaining power to swirling formation. As the remaining energy is crushed, swallowed, and converted. As I got a huge amount of converted energy, I used it immediately and also added the full power of my armor and disappeared. You lost. I said next moment, I appeared back of the real Alina with my sword by her neck. I lost, Alina said with a sigh before a soft smile appeared on her face. I've never expected to lose, but the battle was so fulfilling that I am not feeling sad for losing. She said. I couldn't help but nod with her. If I had lost the battle, I would have been a little disappointed but not sad. The battle was too good to feel sad about it. Marvelous, the battle was really amazing. Professor Josephine said as she appeared beside us. And you, Michiel, is more amazing than I had thought. She said as she looked at armor of mine, which is still on my body, such a marvelous armor of runic formations. She said in the tone of amazement, to control tens of formations made of thousands of runes is no simple matter. It requires a terrifying amount of control that till now I did not think any knight stage would possess, she said as she carefully looked at every rune on my body. Under her intense gaze, I couldn't help but flush red. Though I know the gaze isn't directed at me, it still made me feel quite embarrassed to be under such an intense gaze. Is this armor you have designed yourself, or have you found it somewhere else? She asked as she continued looking at my armor. I've designed it myself, I answered, still feeling quite uncomfortable under her gaze. I've thought so, your design indigenous, nothing I've seen before. The formation lets you harness the full power of your fire ability and grade 2 rule powers, which made your armor even more powerful and flexible, she said as she finally moved her eyes off the armor. Seeing that, I took a soft sigh of relief and discarded the armor. It was really uncomfortable to be under such an intense gaze. Michiel, are you really controlling a runic armor made of thousands of runes? She asked in a voice filled with amazement. She had clearly heard the conversation and still could not believe that during the fight, Michiel was not only fighting her, but was also controlling the runic armor, which consisted of thousands of runes. It would be different if he was controlling such complex armor while not doing anything, but he was fighting, which itself requires intense focus, so one could imagine why I am having such a hard time fighting wrapping my head around it. It's all control, my dear niece. You should get some tips from Mitchell about controlling the energy. It will help you a lot. Professor Josephine said to Alina before she turned back to me. Mitchell, your formation is good, but it can be made even better. Do you want to listen to what I say? She asked, to which I nodded. Others' ego might get hurt if someone interferes in their precious creation, even if that interference could make it better. I'm not one of those people. I would accept any help that would help me make my creation better, and when such help is offered by someone like Professor Josephine, I would be more than happy to do that. I would love to, I said. Let's go then. It is the right place to tinker with your armor, Professor said, and her aqua blue energy covered me, Ashlyn and Alina, and next moment we found ourselves in the training hall. This training hall is way larger than mine. It is likely that of Professor Josephine's. Now let's start, Mitchell. Would you be kind enough to reveal your runic armor in its true form? Prof. Josephine said. I nodded, and soon runes started to come out of me and started to form into small formation before a large formation enveloped them all, and it became complete runic armor. Wow, I heard Alina say as she saw runic formation appearing on my body. The earlier version was coated in the fire pane, so Alina could not see it, but now it is open, she could see it in its full glory. The concept of formation is brilliant, especially with your rule powers, but there is still space for some modification. With some small modification and fixing of its flaws, the power of your armor will rise exponentially, she said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel excited. I would feel really great if the power of armor could be enhanced by 20. I feel like I am already at the end of my creativity. Unless I add mystic energy in armor, there would be no tremendous rise in power. With the professor's help, a new perspective would be added, and who knows, I might get some new ideas about my armor. Professor looked at the armor carefully for a few moments before she started to tell me about the flaws and modifications she wants to make in my armor, and I have to say I am very impressed by them. The process of modifying the armor is really long. I don't know how many times my armor has collapsed, and even time it goes down, I would summon it again, and we would continue with the process. The process is fun but tiring and lengthy, but I am more than happy to go through it. The knowledge of runes that the professor has is immense. Even I, who had received the knowledge crystal, paled in front of it. She also opened the new doorways for me, which I hadn't known they existed before. With them I was able to see the potential of my armor and first time, able to imagine it beyond the night stage. If I want to do that, I will have to do a complete overhaul of the armor, but that is the thing of the future. There is no use thinking about it right now. It is enough for today. We will continue modification tomorrow. Professor Josephine said 4 hours later. Okay, I said tiredly. I'm feeling really tired right now. The constant collapse and summon of armor had zapped nearly all the energy I had. I have some business in this warzone for some time. As soon as it is finished, we will head to Warzone 13 before leaving Cometh City, Professor said before she teleported me to my room. We are not in Warzone 13, but in Warzone 2. I have to go to Warzone 13 to finish some unfinished business before we leave for the Cometh City, where Continental Championship is being held. Time passed in Warzone 2. Every day after breakfast, I would spar with Alina, and after that I would modify my armor with Professor Josephine while having the rest of the day myself. For the rest of the day, I would train in my 3 methods and comprehend the art, and I made quite progress in both. I've gone through the 3rd Grand Cleansing 13th level, created the 11 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise, and reached the peak level of General Stage. As for my Eldritch art, I am steadily progressing in it, and there are some changes that I might be able to comprehend the first chapter of it during the Continental Championship. Every day I would always have 2 things to look forward to. First is my spar with Alina, and the other are modifications of my runic armor, which had just finished yesterday. Despite fighting with her more than 10 times, Alina remained a challenging opponent. I fought her more than 10 times, and except one time, which was our second spar, then ended in a draw, while in all the other time I had beaten her. But still, at every fight, she remained challenging. She is a very flexible fighter, and was able to know the specialty of my killing rule in just 2 fights, and would always change her combat style many times during the fight that I would have to find the different ways to beat her. As such, 12 days had passed. It has been 12 days since I had been in Warzone 2, and today is the 13th day where I will be returning to Warzone 13. There is some unfinished business I have to finish in Warzone 13. I've waited months to do that, and now I will do it, and no one will be able to stop me with the current strength I've had, not even a guild leader. I am currently sitting in a living room with Alina, waiting for her aunt, who had left a few hours ago. Professor Josephine had been leaving the everyday afternoon for some business. In the morning, she said, she would be finished with her important business, and she would take me to Warzone 13. Let's go. I heard, only to see Professor Josephine appear in front of me, and before I could say anything, the aqua blue energy of hers wrapped me, Ashlyn, and Alina before everything turned blank in front of me. When everything cleared, I found myself in the penthouse above the clouds. The city below still could be seen from gaps in the cloud. Seeing the city, I know we have arrived in Warzone 13. Normally through the airship, it takes days to reach one warzone to another, but with Professor Josephine, it only took mere seconds. It is very clear that we have traveled through the space sea, only though that way we could cross such a large distance in seconds. After making sure I arrived at the warzone, I had opened the guild's page and started to make the procedure of leaving. You should think out your decision to leave the guild very carefully. The guild is not only useful in battlefronts of this continent, but also just as important in the central continent. The adventurer's paradise would not give you half of the benefits as guild would, Professor Josephine said. I had already told her about my decision to leave the guild a week ago, and she had told me to think about it very carefully as it matters a lot in one's future development. I had made my decision, I said as I initiated the process to leave the guild. The guild had wronged me to the extreme. The guild had the power to protect me. Even if there was the immense pressure of outside, they had a way to resist it, but they did not. They have let the others oppress me over and over again, denied me opportunities that I had earned by risking my life hundreds of times. Even if there are immense benefits and life-changing opportunities offered by the guild, I will not stay in guild. I have my self-respect, and I would not let it be crushed under the feet of oppressors. If there are no opportunities in the future, I will make them myself. If I learned anything in the past year, that life is full of unexpected surprises, and as long one worked hard, there would always be opportunities. It took me nearly an hour to fill all the documentation of my resignation from the guild before I hit the submit. Normally, it would take a week or more to process such documents if it were done by a normal person or those who do not have the backing of powerful organizations. But since I have the backing of the powerful organization now, I will receive a reply by midnight. I am very sure that reply would not be a simple acceptance of my resignation. They will use everything they have to keep in the guild, especially when the new guildmaster of Raging Thunder is from Blood Cloud. The guild had a change of guildmaster about a month ago when I was in the ruin, and the new guildmaster is a member of Blood Cloud. From the rules, I've read they could make an excuse of mistake in my stay in the guild and issue a challenge of the fight, so unless I won the fight, I would not only have to stay in the guild, but also accept the penalty, which would also be heavy, seeing my animosity with the Blood Cloud. I am ready for any challenge they throw at me, and this challenge would be my first step toward my revenge against them. 2 hours after I sent the letter, we went to the city's best restaurant to dine, where Professor Josephine and Alina grumbled again with food, but unlike the first time we went out to eat, she did not drink the wine I had given her. We have been out dining 5 times, but she only drank that wine only the first time. All the time she grumbled, but drank dirt wines, which to me were the best wines I've ever drunk. After dinner, we returned to the penthouse, and I was about to start my usual practice session when I had finally received a reply from the guild. In the afternoon, I muttered as I read the mail from the guild. The guild acted very fast that they decided to finish off everything by tomorrow. The mail is as I had expected. They have my faults through the mission report and said I know there's going to be heavy punishment as I return from the ruin, so I decided to leave the guild to run from the punishment. It is quite standard. They have used their exact words many times on people who were leaving the guild. Tomorrow, there will be a challenge from the guild. I will fight a maximum of 3 fights and win them all to leave the guild. After reading the mail fully, I closed the window with a smile on my face. I've waited for this moment for too long, and now I am going to finally do it. As for the challenge, I am not worried. I knew the standard power of the guildmasters from Ellen and knew with my current strength defeating them would not be a problem for me. The problem could only come when something like Ellen came up to challenge me, but the guildmaster of Warzone 13 Raging Thunder Guild is not someone like Ellen. If the professor is right, which I am sure she is, the guildmaster is fairly strong. He is someone who has accepted the level 2 inheritance of Sky Saber, which is one of the peak inheritances of the world. But since I had already fought someone who had level 3 peak inheritance on a daily basis and defeated her almost every time, I have no fear of someone with level 2 inheritance. Even if he had an art, I do not fear him. I thought about the letter for a while before I cleared my mind and drank the 2 drops of the soul tempering essence before I started practicing 3 methods. Since a week ago, I had increased the doses of the soul tempering essence to expedite the practice of the secret method. It had been more than 2 weeks since I had started drinking 2 drops of soul tempering essence on a regular basis, but till now, I was not able to make any advancement in it. It is very difficult to make quick advancement in the secret method-like method. In the secret method, one just has to keep trying consistently, only then one would be able to make progress in it. I practiced the 3 methods for nearly 2 hours before I fell down. Like every day, I rested for a while before I got up and sat cross-legged for 1 hour to comprehend the art. When the hour passed, I got up, showered, and fell into sleep as soon as my head touched the pillow. I woke up early in the morning, freshened quickly before drinking 2 drops of soul tempering essence before practicing 2 methods for 1 hour before going to shower. Have you received a reply from the guild? Alina asked. Yes, they called in the afternoon for the challenge. I replied, hearing that her expression couldn't help but change. Those FU seekers are really shameless. Alina cursed. Seeing what they have done to you, it would be they who should apologize instead of creating a fake punishment for face mistake to give you a challenge. Alina crushed. Here is all the info of all the guildmaster and vice guildmasters you might face. Though there no one powerful enough to challenge you, you should really take a look at how someone might create unexpected surprises, Alina said as she sent the document to my HoloWatch. I thanked her for the intel, but I did not read it immediately. I ate breakfast with her and the professor before I went to my room and started to study the information she had provided. There are not many people on the list, just 11. 10 are vice guildmaster while 1 is guildmaster. As I looked at the list of vice guildmasters, I noticed vice guildmaster Rhea's name is missing, which is not surprising. Before going into the ruin, I've heard that she is returned to the central continent to accept the inheritance. I finished reading and analyzing all the info about the 11 people within an hour. There seemed to be nothing unexpected about them, but I still took note of their strengths and weaknesses, so I would be prepared if anything unexpected happened. Since there is a challenge in the afternoon, we have decided not to spar today, so I have a few hours to catch. So I again drank the 2 drops of soul-tempering essence and closed my eyes to comprehend the art. I could practice the secret method in the background without taking an inch of focus from comprehending. I used to have a little problem before, especially when I started taking 2 drops of soul-tempering essence, but after a few days of practice, I fell into my old way. Buzz, I stayed in a practice room for hours, sometimes sitting, sometimes getting up and practicing with my sword. If not for the alarm I had set before I started comprehension, I wouldn't know it is time to leave. I stopped my practice after hearing the alarm and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After that, I changed into fresh clothes, wore armor, and everything before walking out of the room. You have finally come out. I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes, Alina said as I came out of my room. She also seemed completely ready with her black suit. You are coming with me. I knew Alina would be there during the challenge, but did not expect her to come with me as it might create implications for her in the future. 2 weeks ago, we were just people who had a transaction, an unfair transaction at that, but now we have become good friends. We flew from our penthouse window, and 5 minutes later, we descended toward the guild. Thud thud, we both landed in front of the beautiful blue castle. When I had seen the castle for the first time, it filled my heart with awe, but now it evokes no positive emotions in me. This castle had become a sign of oppression in my mind. It is in this castle I've been oppressed over and over and over again. I was looking at the castle with deep emotions when I found a young man with a similar age as me coming toward us. Michiel Zar, the guildmaster, requested your presence in the arena, he said in a neutral tone. When I looked at the young man properly, I found he is a powerful peak adamantine but is still wearing a deacon badge. I would have been surprised if I had seen this before the ruin, but now I am not. In the ruin, thousands of people had advanced to adamantine, especially in War Tower. Not to forget, the War Tower was in a small part of the ruin, and there are many other places across the ruin where people got many chance encounters and reached the adamantine. So powerful peak adamantine becoming a deacon is nothing surprising. Okay, I said and followed him with Alina toward arena, which I had never got to use despite being the best performer in the guild within my level. I had not only got to use the arena, but I had not used the other facilities that the guild offered. While we were walking toward the guild, I saw many people looking at me whispering something, many people even following me. Looks like I will get quite a surprise when I reach the arena. I was right. When I reached the main arena, I found it completely filled, thousands of people sitting with not one seat being empty. Hell, there are even a few hundred people who are standing. I spotted many familiar people sitting in the arena, with some staying quiet with a neutral face while others are giving me reassuring smiles. I could see the guildmaster and vice guild masters sitting on the opposite side of the arena on the elaborate chairs, which makes them seem like they are lords of this place. Well, they are. Michiel Zar, you have broken too many rules during your stay in the guild, and when it is time to receive the punishment, you are running like coward. Today, the guild accepts your resignation, but since you have pending punishment, you will have to accept guild's battle of challenge. The guild will challenge you for the 3 fights today. If you win all of them, you are free to leave the guild, but if you lose them, you will suffer the penalties of losing the challenge and also punishment that is pending on you. Michiel Zar, do you accept the challenge from the guild? Finished guildmaster finally. What an idiot. I'm not the only one thinking that others are also thinking the same. The idiot of the guildmaster said everything so fast that he did not give me a chance to explain myself. He had bulldozed over all the procedures and directly asked me if I am willing to accept the guild's challenge or not. I accept, I said. Well, it's a good thing he had bulldozed over all the procedure, as I had no interest in wasting my time explaining myself. I was directly going to ask for a challenge from the guild. Very well, the guild will send Vice Guildmaster Melanie as challenger. He said. I was quite surprised when I heard that, as according to proper procedure, it is Deacon that goes first before Vice Guildmaster, and then Guildmaster. Vice Guildmaster Melanie is a beefy bald woman who looked like she could crush anyone who came in front of her with her huge hands. She did not need to use the black hammer she is holding. I recall all her info I've read a few hours ago. Like Guildmaster, she is also a member of Sky Saber, and she had accepted level 1 inheritance, which made her one of the stronger Vice Guildmaster. Guildmaster sending her directly means he wanted to crush me quickly as possible in the worst way. Hee hee. She let out a laugh as she entered the area while holding a 2-meter-long hammer on her shoulders. She did not say anything to me, which I am sure she desperately wanted to but could not due to her position, so she just showed it all in her weird laugh. To be honest, her laugh is quite scary that if my little sister sees it, she will have nightmares for a few days. She and I came face to face. She has a 2-meter-long hammer in hand while I have my totem artifact. The only difference between us is that she had cruelty filled in her eyes while mine has filled disinterest and complete disregard for her. The battle will start in 3 seconds, the Guildmaster said as the next moment, the viewers started to count down the numbers. 3, 2, 1, hee hee. Just as the one counted, even more, a hideous smile appeared on the face of Melanie as she came at me with her greatest speed. She must have read intel on me and about my fights in Ruin. Otherwise, she would not have attacked me with her full strength. In her attack, she had not only activated her inheritance, but also using her art. I could see her glowing with incredible might as it came at me. It took less than a moment for her to appear in front of me and swung my hammer at the speed that even most of the peak adamantine wasn't able to see. I could feel the shock and awe of the people as they saw her attack, feel their pitying gaze as they looked at me as the dead man. They did not think I had the capability to counter this attack. They are thinking that seeing the power of her, I was frozen dead, that I could not even react to her attackingly people like Alina and Guildmaster who think otherwise. I did not focus on what others said. I watched the hammer coming closer and closer to me with a smile on my face and only reacted when the hammer crossed half of the distance. As the hammer reached halfway, the smile on my face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression at the same time. My violet lines spread across my body as I swung my sword. The pupils of Melanie constricted as she saw my sword coming, and she tried to convert her offensive to defensive hurriedly, but unfortunately she is too slow to do that. Bang. Before she even started taking the defensive measures, my sword reached her, and the next moment, everyone heard the loud bang and saw the body of the Vice Guildmaster flying high in the air at great speed. Dhub. It flew over the audience and crashed across the wall behind them before falling down completely bloodied and unconscious. Everybody turned silent, seeing it as they looked at the bloodied body of the Vice Guildmaster in horror. Home run. Suddenly someone shouted, "Home run," loudly, breaking the silence that was reigning in the arena. When I looked at the person who shouted, I was surprised to find it was Vice Guildmaster. It is a cute-looking girl who looked to be a year younger than me. If I am not wrong, her name is Lenore Morris, and she is from the most powerful supreme-grade organization Hawthorne Sea. Of all the members, only she had little confusing info. It is not clear at what level of inheritance she had accepted, but since she had accepted the Vice Guildmaster position, she considered to have accepted level 1 inheritance, but now I think that might not be true. The Guildmaster only gave a little angry look. He did not even dare to look directly into her eyes. After giving her a look, he said something to deacons who were standing behind him before he looked at me. Even from a distance, I could feel his burning gaze, which just wants to incinerate me. He really seems to hate me very much. It is an extreme embarrassment for him that I was able to defeat the person he sent. The person from the same organization as him got defeated in a single attack in a most wretched fashion. Feeling his intense gaze, I smiled before I looked at Melanie, who was woken up by the 2 deacons and now drinking a healing potion to heal her injuries. My attack on her was not that dangerous. I used the back of the sword and full physical strength to flung her like a ball. The injuries she received were not much serious. The reason she had fallen unconscious was because of the intense physical shock she had received. It caused her brain to turn off as a safety measure. The potion healed all injuries within a second, and she quickly appeared in the previous place among the Vice Guildmasters before she started looking at me murderously. The Guildmaster looked at me for a second before he moved her gaze at cute Lenore, who looked at him with a mock. She did not hide expression. Others could clearly see she was mocking him through her expressions. He opened his mouth to say something angrily but stopped halfway, seeing that Lenore arched her brows while still looking at him mockingly, which made his eyes blade even more, but he did not do anything other than moving his eyes away. "Since you have defeated the Vice Guildmaster, you will receive the challenge from the Guildmaster," said the Guildmaster when he suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of me. He is a handsome young man with platinum blonde hair and piercing gray eyes. If he did not have a murderous aura from him, I am sure many girls in the audience would cheer for him. Defeat me, and Guild will let you go without any complaint," he said, and he took out his totem artifact, which is a bloody saber. He looked at me madly, feeling his gaze. I just smiled at him, which made him even madder. "The battle will start in 3 seconds," Lenore said in a soft voice that rang out across the arena. 3, 2, the audience started to count down with hungry eyes. Their eyes are hungry for the show. The earlier battle had only lasted for a single move, but it had blown the mind of everyone watching, and now they are hungry for an even greater show. 1. As the 1 rang out, bloody runes appeared on the body of the guildmaster, which had a very threatening aura. The aura he is releasing dangerous enough that it made everyone in the audience, including some vice guildmaster, shudder. As his aura reached the peak, he came to me. He looked like a bloody reaper as it came at me, as blood aura had thinly surrounded him and saber. This aura is not of his inheritance but his art. He practices the art named Blood Devour. From what I've read, it is a very dangerous art that even I would have run away if he were to use it in its full potential, but unfortunately he could not. With the power its art showing me right now, handling him would not be a problem. I stayed on my spot like last time, but unlike there were no violet lines spreading through my body. Instead, there was a silvery gauntlet appearing on my hands. These silvery things which had appeared in my hand are not gauntlet, they are my armor. I had summoned runic armor on my hands to deal with the guildmaster. The guildmaster appeared in front of me and swung his saber at me. The speed the saber is great, far greater than what the hammer of Melanie was able to reach, but despite that, there was no tension on my face. Like I did with Melanie, I let the saber of the guildmaster come halfway close to me before I reacted. The runic gloves I am wearing lit up slightly, and just as they did, my sword moved. It moved like a rocket. At one moment it was stationary, the next moment, it broke the barrier of the sound. A look of terror appeared on the face of the guildmaster as he saw my sword coming, and at that exact moment, the bloody smoke that covered him became solid and formed the shield around his body. Not only that, but he had also moved his saber defensively. His speed and reaction were way faster than Melanie, but that is not going to save him. The silvery gloves I am wearing shine even brighter, and the speed of my sword instantly increased by 3 times, which deepened the horror on the guildmaster's face even more as now. Even he is not able to see the sword clearly. Crack. Bang! Next moment my sword crashed across the bloody shield, which cracked like an eggshell before the back of it hit the guildmaster squarely on the chest and sent him flying. Boom! He flew up even faster than Melanie did and crashed across the wall behind the audience, barely missing the people by hair-breadth who were watching standing. HOMRUN. As the guildmaster fell down, Lauren shouted home run again, and this time her voice was even louder than before. No one talked even after Lauren shouted home run. The whole arena was silent as they looked at the bloodied body of the guildmaster, which had just fallen down from the wall. This was totally unexpected to them. They have never expected something like that would happen. It is one thing that happens to the vice guildmaster, but guildmaster is on a completely different spectrum. Guildmaster was considered untouchable, and only guild leaders of the other S-class guild could touch the guildmaster, but now who have no post in the guild and were wrongly accused, had thrown the guildmaster like a wrecking ball. The speed guildmaster had crashed across the wall was even greater than the vice guildmaster Melanie, and his condition is even worse than hers. This time I've really used a large force. I wanted to make a statement before I leave to those who had been oppressed by the guild, that no matter how much they have been oppressed, they could rise and take their revenge the way they want. A moment after the guildmaster fell down, the vice guildmaster Melanie disappeared from her place and appeared beside the guildmaster and fed him the potions. With her help, it only took him a few seconds to regain consciousness. He was a little disoriented at first, but when he remembered what had just happened, his eyes blazed like fury and his inheritance activated. "I will kill you," the guildmaster roared as he looked at me. His handsome face had been broken and his beautiful platinum hair slouched with blood, and with furious expressions on his face, he looked quite scary. "Careful, guildmaster, earlier was a challenge, but if you attack me now, it will be an act of aggression, and I would not be as merciful if you attack," I said gently when I saw him ready to pounce at me in madness and anger. I wanted to beat the shit out of him, but it would not be wise. What I had done now is quite excessive, but it would be understandable actions seeing what they have put me through. But if I beat him up again, then it would be truly excessive. Hearing me, he stopped in his tracks and looked at me with eyes filled with rage, but he did not take a step forward. He continued looking at me for seconds before he closed his eyes. As he did, inheritance he activated has disappeared, so is his powerful aura. "Guildmaster, I've won 2 challenges. Do you have anyone for the 3rd challenge?" I asked when he appeared on his seat. Hearing my question, he looked at the Lorraine who was looking at him with a mocking smile, seeing that he sighed and looked at me. "There is no need for more challenge. You have defeated me and Vice and Guildmaster. The guild has accepted your resignation. You are free to go," he said in an utterly calm voice, there not a single bit of fury in his voice. I have to say he is quite a good actor seeing his prestige is decreasing among the guild members. He quickly changed his tone and became a calm guild master who can accept defeat when it is needed to. I did not leave hurriedly. I walked slow, watching every corridor, every hall on the way. Whether I wanted to accept it or not, the Raging Thunder Guild had a big influence on me, and if it was not for joining this guild, I don't know where I would be now. Finally, I walked out of the guild and looked back at Castle. Even if all it represents oppression for me, I am going to miss it. Though this place had oppressed me heavily, it also gave me the motivation to progress and also gave me some very good friends. So I am going to miss it very much, but I am still happy I am leaving from today. The connection between Raging Thunder Guild and me has severed for forever. This is farewell. You have put quite a show there. I did not expect you to make a home run out of Vice Guildmaster and Guildmaster, Alina said as we flew toward the penthouse. It was just a sudden idea. Originally, I planned to beat them till they admit defeat, but soon thought finishing them as quickly as possible would be better, I said. Still, it was quite a show. If I ever have to make an example out of someone in the future, I will surely use your method. It is quite a people's charmer, she teased, to that all I could is smile. Soon we reached the penthouse and entered inside through a big glass gate which separated from the penthouse gate. Are you ready for the championship? Alina asked suddenly when we entered inside the penthouse. It was a sudden question that caught me by surprise, and I had to think for a while for an answer. I am ready, but I would have liked if I had some more time. I answered truthfully. Currently, my strength is immense, but it is far enough for me to win the competition. At most, it will take me to the top 5, but that is all. There are very strong people participating in the competition. They are stronger than me and trained with the expert. If I want to break them up, I will need something extra. I hope I will comprehend the first chapter of art as soon as possible so that my chances of winning would increase further. Oh, Mitchell, it's a good thing you have returned. I heard when I looked I saw Professor Josephine coming toward us. Today she's wearing her usual black suit, but this time there seems to be no shirt, just a blazer which shows off her cleavage. I have to use all my willpower not to look at it directly. Do you need me for something, Professor? I asked, trying to make as normal as possible in front of those temptations. Yes, I was wondering, do you need any mystic method, seeing you have only 4 of them? The professor asked, hearing that I am quite surprised and about to reject, seeing I already have all the mystic methods I need, but I stopped short on second thoughts. Currently, I only practice 3 mystic methods, and with my grade 12 constitution, I could practice more than 10, but there is no need to do that. Practicing more would be a waste of time and resources. I've got them, she said before she tapped a few buttons on the HoloWatch. I've sent you the list. This is the collection of mystic method that Adventures Paradise had. Select them, and they will send you the method book and resources within an hour, she said. I was just wondering how a powerful powerhouse like her would have a night-level mystic method when she gave me access to all mystic methods that Adventures Paradise has. Here, take this. It will save you a lot of time practicing the mystic method, she said, black square black box which looked like an abode. I was about to ask her how it worked, but she disappeared before I could and had to turn to Alina for instructions. 2 days passed in Warzone. In the 2 days, the only thing I did other than training was spar with Alina 2 times, which also could be said to be training. There is one other thing I did these past 2 days, and that is practice my mystic method. Of the more than 10,000 mystic methods in Adventures Paradise collection, I chose 3. I was going to choose the 2, but I found one mystic method very attractive that I could not help but take. 3 mystic methods I chose are of 3 different types. First is strength type mystic method. Second is defense type mystic method, both of which I wanted, and the last offense type mystic method. I do not have an offense type method. The domain of withering sand is a special domain type method. Though it could be used offensively, it is better to be used as domain, so I chose it offensive method. To practice all 3 methods took me an unbelievable short time. I practiced all 3 methods completely within 4 hours. The device that Professor Josephine had handed to me worked like magic. In it, I have placed the method book and resources into different sections, and voila, an hour later, the whole method is being finished. The only downside of that device is that it is damn painful. The quicker one wants, the higher the pain one will have to experience. Today we are going to Cometh City, the biggest city in the continent, where Continental Championship is held every decade. The Continental Championship is a week away, but we are still going early. The team of my organization had already reached there and already started searching for good seeds. It is not only my organizations, there are many other organizations that are searching for the good seeds, including 9 supreme organizations. Though they are supreme, they also need good seeds. The central continent may produce the maximum number of prodigies, but other small continents also produce them, and they want to recruit those. I am quite excited, not only for the Continental Championship, but also for my parents and friends I will meet. It had been nearly a year since I last saw my parents in Sinter, and now I couldn't wait. They have boarded the airship for the Cometh City 2 days ago and will reach the 3 days, but Jill and her brother, which I hadn't seen for more than a year, will reach there tomorrow. Ellen told her she and her teacher would come to the city the day championship IPS start, so I could only meet her during the competition. Ready for the championship? Professor asked as she came out of her room. Both of us nodded. Let's go to Cometh City then, she said, and her aqua blue energy enveloped us. Everything turned dark, and when everything became clear again, we were in front of a huge mansion. The mansion is not only big but also beautiful. It has a big garden and a pool that one just wants to take a dip inside. As we had just appeared in front of the mansion, when I found two men in their mid-30s appeared in front of us, I did not even sense them when they suddenly appeared in front of me. I looked two men mid-30s, trying to sense the feeling they were giving me, and was quite surprised to find these give a similar feel like those two I want to kill. The only difference that these two had less intensity in feeling I am getting from these two, while those two from Saber give the feeling which is quite intense. It is clear that these two are on a similar stage as those two from Sky Saber, but they had a huge difference in strength. Those two from the Sky Saber will easily be able to finish these two. Ma'am. They said as they bowed respectfully to Professor Josephine. How is the preparation going? She asked them. Everything is going well, ma'am. We have already identified the seeds and tracked their progress in the competition. The blonde man on the left replied. Keep working hard. We have to get some seeds before the others do, she said and walked toward the mansion. Elena had told me about the process of recruitment in their organization, and there is only one word to describe it: complicated. The recruitment process is very complicated, as they have not only looked at the history of the person, but they also check the rate of progress, nature, talent, and everything. On top of that, they could not recruit anyone who wanted to join them. There are rules about who they can recruit. Nearly 95 organization in the world is connected to the 9 Supreme Organization. The organization I joined is very unique as it connected 2 Supreme Organization. It is only one in the whole world which is formally connected to 2 Supreme Organization. They have to recruit the people who are connected to the Supreme Organization they are connected to. It is only for people who join some kind of organization on the continent, which nearly everyone does. There are very few people like me who remain unaffiliated and progress this much. The recruitment criteria I mentioned apply to normal people. If there were someone like me with the grade 12 constitution, they would recruit me without batting an eye. Hell, even Supreme Grade Organization would fight for a person who had such potential as me. There are exceptions in the recruitment process, but they are very rare, but they did happen. Elena had told me that 3 years ago, 4 Supreme Grade Organizations had fought to recruit a boy who had awakened a powerful bloodline. The fighting was not some low-level members of the Supremes, but their upper echelons. I hope something like that happens during the competition. I really want to see the fight of super powerhouses. Elena and I entered our rooms, while Professor Josephine went with the 2 people she had to discuss some business with those people where we have no business. My room is very, very luxurious. It could not be called a room as it is a grand suite, the best one I've ever been to. So after checking the room, I simply laid on the world's softest bed. In a week the championship would start, and it began to pressure me a little. The opponents are going to be very powerful, so powerful that my current strength would not be enough to win against all of them. This pressure is very exciting. Only in such pressure I will improve more. Till now I have improved the most when I am under huge pressure, and since it's been my dream since I was child to win such competition, then pressure could be said to be very high on me. I was just thinking about practice and what change I need to make in my training regime in order to be more efficient when I fell asleep. The sleep came quite suddenly. One moment I was busy with my thoughts, and then another I was sleeping. I had slept through the whole morning and some afternoon as I woke up at 2 p.m. After a few hours of sleep, I felt good. These days all I am doing is training. Every waking moment I am training. Even earlier when I was laying on the bed, I was practicing secret method. With all this training, I am only training about 6 hours of sleep, which is really small compared to exerting my mind and body every day. So earlier, when I had just relaxed a little, my body had completely turned off. I have to get a little more sleep than I am getting right now. Training is important, but so is sleep. With good physical and mental health, I would not be able to get 100 from my training. Knock, knock. I laid on the bed for a while before I went to the bathroom and freshened up and started to eat some snacks with Ashlyn as I was feeling slightly hungry. I had finished eating when I heard the knock on my door. Click. Hearing, I walked to the door and opened it, only to see it was Ellen. She looked quite tired and had red marks all over her body which were slowly disappearing. These red marks are the signs of the injuries she had healed within a few minutes. What happened to you? I asked. Worriedly, she must have suffered quite a lot of injuries seeing she have red marks all over her body. The same will happen to you, she said without answering my question. Let's go, Auntie is calling you, she said and asked me to follow. When she said it, there was a weird smile lit across her face, a smile that wants to revel in others' misfortune. I did not get a good feeling about what was about to happen, but I have no choice to follow her since Professor Josephine is calling. You must have a good sleep, right? Have a fresh body and mind. She asked suddenly, yes. I said with hesitation as the bad feeling I am getting intense by the second. Good, I hope it will help you in the next hour, she said mysteriously, and soon we reached in front of a huge door which Alina and pushed open, revealing a small arena inside it. Yes, this mansion had an arena. I said to myself as I entered inside. I saw Professor Josephine inside wearing the same suit earlier and now is looking at the weapons rack, which was filled with the practice weapons. Woken up, sleepyhead, she said as she saw enter inside with Alina. Hearing her voice, I unknowingly shuddered, and that feeling inside me got even more intense than it is now bubbling inside me. Till now you have been training with Alina. From today I will train you, she said before she picked up 2-meter white staff from the rack. Competition is going to be quite difficult. I can't let you fall behind too much in it. It will be a shame for our organization if you weren't even able to get into the top 5, she said and entered the arena. Okay, let's fight. Show me everything you have got, she said as she entered the arena with the 2-meter long white staff. Hearing her expression, my expressions turned for the worse, and I understood why Alina had so many injuries. Don't worry, I will seal my powers to your level, she said with an enchanting smile that feels like that of the devil. Even if she used the power equal to that of average adamantine, it would be very difficult for me to win against her. She is at the level where I could only dream of reaching from there. The perspective of one changed completely. The battle experience she has is far, far superior to mine, and not to forget the senses she has at the current level. Even if she suppressed them to my level, she would still be able to utilize them better than mine. Still, I couldn't help but find myself getting excited about fighting her. A fighting powerhouse like her would bring me unimaginable benefits to me. Their benefits would be far above what I get from fighting against her. Taking a deep breath, I walked toward the center of the arena. Walking a thick silver paint started to spread through my body till it covered every inch of my body from the neck down before solidifying. As it solidifies, the lines of red, green, and gray started to spread over the armor, making a simple armor a work of art. This is my runic armor, which I had improved with the help of the professor. We have made many minor changes inside, which had doubled its power. The changes were not only strength-wise but also appearance-wise. Earlier, the armor had a thin look, but now it had a thick look, now looked like a solid piece of armor, very few able to identify it as the ability armor. As the armor dawned in my body, I took out my sword. Against the professor, I am holding nothing back. Holding even a little bit would be disrespectful to her and me. Good, you are using all your strength, it will be fun, she said, and next moment she appeared in front of me and swung her staff at me. Her staff is like a snake, which is striking my most evident weakness. Seeing her the staff coming toward my most fatal weakness, I powered up all the runes of my armor and swung my sword toward it. I am using the full power of armor. I did not want to, but I have to. If I want to stop this snake-like staff from striking my weakness, then I will have to use the full power of my sword. My sword tore through the air as it moved toward the white staff of the professor, and in less than a moment, it approached it and about stopped it from going further when the staff did an impossible movement. Like a snake, it changed its course when it was about to clash against my sword and came toward my thighs. Bang. Crag, crag, crag. The staff struck on my left thigh heavily and broke several bones of it. It took all my willpower for myself not to scream loudly as I could. You have to focus. Use that level 1 sensory rule of yours properly. You can't be sure that your enemy won't try to do anything willy when your weapons are about to clash. And also don't leave your thigh too open. Though it helps you reduce other openings, it makes the thigh opening bigger, and the smart enemy will use it to its advantage, she advised before launching another painful attack at me. FUCK, it's painful, I said as I chugged down another bottle of potion. This is the second day of training of Professor, and a few minutes ago, she had broken nearly every bone in the body, just like yesterday. What you are experiencing now is what I have been experiencing since childhood, Alina teased, at which I glared at her before focusing on my healing. Beating aside, the training of these 2 days had been tremendously helpful to me. I had made swift progress like never before. The one thing I made the most progress is my opening. There were many openings in my body which I had thought were impregnable. I had opened them on my own to close the more dangerous one, but these openings were more dangerous than I thought, and fighting with the professor made me very aware of them. Soon all my injuries healed and walked back to my room. The first thing I did in my room was a shower before wearing new clothes and lying on the bed to rest as I am still feeling quite tired after taking a beating from the professor. I laid on the bed for a while before I looked at my holowatch, and seeing there is still half an hour, I continued to rest. Half an hour passed in a jiff. I got from my bed and walked out of my room in the mansion. The airship that Jill and her William are on is going to land in the Cometh City within 20 minutes, and I am going to the airport to receive them. As I walked out of the mansion, I I took the air and flew toward the airport. As I looked around the city, I found it is a lot more crowded. The sky is nearly filled with people who are flying everywhere. This is just a start. As a time of championship grew closer and closer, more and more people would come in, and that time the city would be jammed packed with the people. Thud, soon I landed in front of the airport, which I had also found packed with people, and walked toward the private lounge. Professor had upgraded my access, and now I could use many things that even those above night could not get access to. Take this uber luxurious airport lounge. Unlike an airport that is jam-packed with the crowd, it is completely empty aside from me and the staff. There are many lounges at the airport, but this is the most luxurious one, which is especially for the members of powerful organizations. And since members of powerful organizations, most of the time, traveling with seniors, they don't need to use the lounge at all, which is why it was empty. I had shared the access lounge with Jill and her brother, so when they got off the airship, they would not have to go through the crowded airport. They could directly enter the lounge through the direct entrance. I did not wait for the lounge instead. I walked ahead and waited for them at the entrance. It had been more than a year since I saw her in person. I wanted to greet her personally as she came out of her airship. Time passed by, and soon, I saw the airship she was on descending. I watched as the huge airship descended down from the sky before landing on the ground. Few seconds after it landed, the door of it had opened, and people started to come out. People kept coming out for minutes before I finally saw Jill and William out of the airship. Willem looked the same, just slightly older and beefed up, but Jill had completely transformed. She's not a cute, shy girl anymore. She had transformed into an extremely beautiful woman whose beauty is comparable to Alina and Ellen. The baby fat she had on her completely melted away, giving place to prominent cheekbones. They got out of the airship and looked at their holowatch before they started to walk toward the special gate for the lounge. It did not take for them to notice them. As they did, Jill disappeared from the place and appeared directly in front of me at extremely fast speed. Mitchell, she said, and before I could say anything, she hugged me, seeing that I hugged her back. We hugged for a few seconds before finally letting go. William, it's been a while, I said as I looked at her brother, who was sending out a powerful energy fluctuation, which is comparable to the guildmaster of Raging Thunder, whom I fought 2 days ago. But that is not anything compared to what I am feeling from Jill. To be honest, I am not feeling much from Jill except for she is peak adamantine, and when I focused on her, I felt strong danger coming from her. This is quite shocking, as in the night stage there are not many people who could make me feel threatened with my current strength. Even Alina, who accepted powerful level 3 inheritance, does not give me any threatening feeling, so one can imagine how powerful Jill is right now. Let's go, we will talk in the lounge, I said, and led them to the private room I had booked in the lounge. Soon we reached the private room and sat comfortably in it. You both seem to have progressed a lot, I said. Jill is peak adamantine, and while William is initial adamantine, even if they average in their levels, it would still be tremendous progress to make in the span of over 1 year. Same could be said about you, you have reached the peak adamantine. Jill chimed in with a smile, and as she smiled, her former cuteness revealed in it. William, it looks Jill had finally beaten you in progress. She had reached peak adamantine while you were initial adamantine. I teased, seeing his initial adamantine level. It is not that she was beaten, it's just that my level had regressed when I had accepted the inheritance. I was lucky enough to recover my level from Silver Elite to initial adamantine, but there is still some time before I could recover to the peak adamantine, he said with a sigh. He is bragging heavily. I could clearly see through his fake sigh. AC, would you stop bragging? Jill said to her brother. Here, drink it, you should be able to recover your level within a minute, I said as I threw the silver bottle at him. What is it? He asked him as if he could not believe what I had just said. Drink it, I said, gulp. Seeing I am not going to answer his question, he opened the chugged all down, and second later his power started to rise, and so is his level. A look of unbelievability appeared on the faces of both of them as they could not believe what was happening. William's level is rising by the second. He is very shocked by it. By the time 45 seconds passed, he had completely recovered his level of peak adamantine. What is it? Asked Jill this time, something I had got from the War Tower. I replied casually. You lucky bastard, so you were in Region 7 where the War Tower had appeared, William said. Yes, I was one of the first adamantines that entered there, I replied with a self-satisfied smile. I had spent a few hours with Jill and her brother, first in the lounge, and then in their hotel room before leaving for the mansion. I had asked them to come to the mansion with me. I had asked the professor if my friends could stay, and the professor did not say yes, but Jill and her brother weren't willing. They wanted to stay in the privacy of their hotel. Thud. Soon I landed in front of the mansion and went inside to my room, where I did not waste time and started my training. Tomorrow my parents would come and I would have even less time in training, so I have to train as much as I could today. Time passed by. Soon the evening came, and I had dinner with Professor and Alina before I again came back to my room trained. By the time night came and it was time to sleep, I was too excited to sleep when I thought about my parents and sister whom I am going to meet tomorrow. Their airship will reach Cometh City in the evening. The sleep finally came, and it is silent, dreamless sleep. The next morning I went through a similar routine as yesterday, where I trained with a professor, where she broke every bone on my body and left me bleeding on the floor while she walked away. After training with the professor, I continued with my own training, which had lasted till the evening when I finally stopped, as it was time to leave for the airport. My parents' airship will land in Cometh City within an hour. I took my sweaty body into the shower, cleaned up well before I walked out of the shower, and changed into a new set of clothes before departing for the airport, where I reached a few minutes later. The airport was much more crowded than yesterday. People were coming out in throngs that it felt like they were running from danger. It is due to so much crowd entering the city, and the sky is always packed with people. The city announced stricter restrictions on flying. Now only adamantines and people with special access or permission could fly in the air. This criterion is too strict, seeing the Cometh City is not the grim battlefield, but now it is feeling it is grim battlefield and war zone, seeing the sheer numbers of adamantine flying in the air. There are thousands and thousands of them. It is a good thing that the only native of the continent could participate in the championship. If not, then the sky would have been swarmed by 10 times more people. I entered the premium lounge yesterday and walked toward the airstrip. Normally people could not walk there, but the professor provided me with special access, which would make nearly all doors in the city open for me. I've come quite early. There are still half an hour until the airship of my parents reaches the Cometh City, so I just stood there waiting for their airship arrival. Time passed slowly, and finally I saw the airship which my parents are descending towards the grounds, and a minute later it finally landed and its gates opened. People started to walk out of it, and to my surprise, my parents were the first people who came out of the third gate. When I looked at my parents, I found there was a visible change in them compared to a year ago. Their skin has become more vibrant, which makes them look quite younger than their age, not to forget both of them emitting the aura of the peak golden elite from them. My mother had my sister in her arms, who was wearing a cat ear headband, which made her look very, very cute. Brother, she was the first one who noticed me standing by the airship and shouted loudly in her cute toddler voice, which made my parents look toward me. Michiel, both said in unison as they came toward me. Mother, father, I said as they came close to me before I took a little munchkin in my hands, which had also grown quite a bit up. She's not 2.5 years old, almost 3 years old. Brother, missed you a lot, little munchkin, I said as I started to shower her cheeks with kisses. Alice, missed you, brother, she said in her toddler tone and kissed me on my cheeks. I missed you too, Ashlyn, she said, and picked up Ashlyn from my shoulder in an unusually fast fashion that even made me quite surprised. She picked up Ashlyn and started to shower her chubby body with the kisses. She had given Ashlyn more kisses than she had given me, and now she is holding her in tiny hands. If it had been anyone else, including me, she would have fled long ago, but she will stay in Alice's hands and let her do whatever she wants with her. Michiel, you have changed. Mom said as she looked at me. My height and physique had small changes. I had grown taller, that now I am shoulder to shoulder with my father, and my body had become even leaner. Now every muscle on me is filled with power. Let's go, I've already prepared space for you guys. I said the professor had agreed to let my parents stay in the mansion with me. Seeing the mansion having hundreds of rooms and only having less than 10 people to leave, there is enough space in the mansion for everyone to have their complete privacy. A few minutes later, we got out of the airport and flew toward the mansion. My parents could fly as I have given them special access. The only one who could not fly on her own was my sister, but looking at her and seeing how much she is enjoying up in the air, I don't think she minds it. It's quite a huge mansion, my father said, sounding quite impressed seeing the beautiful mansion. It's really beautiful that even my sister is looking at it with shiny eyes. The only one who wasn't much interested is my mother. She had her usual expressions on her face when she looked at the mansion. As early as I remembered, my mother had never been much impressed by such things. She always had been cool-heeled when she saw such things. My father always jokes about nothing much impressing my mother. She always looked at everything with cool-headedness. Thud thud, we landed on the ground and walked toward the mansion. I am keeping my left wing. It is empty, where nobody's privacy would be disturbed. I could see Professor and Alina in the garden when I landed in front of the mansion. Both of them looked up, and to my surprise, the professor walked toward us, and behind her Alina. The professor is especially looking at the mother quite weirdly. You both must be Michiel parents. Nice to meet you all. I am Josephine. She introduced herself. There is no need to thank me. It is the fortune of our organization that Michiel choose our organization, she replied before she turned toward my mother. Forgive me for saying this, but do you want someone named Sandra Michelson? You look awfully similar to her. Professor Josephine asked my mother. No, I did not know the person you are referring to. Mother said, my mistake then. Professor Josephine said and talked a minute before she left with Alina while we walked toward the left wing of the mansion. Soon I showed their room to my parents and left them to rest while I took my sister to the kitchen, and we started to cook dinner. Well, I began to cook the dinner while she ate the snacks I've given to her with Ashlyn. I was halfway into the cooking when my parents came to the kitchen looking fresh. Mitchell, don't give too many snacks to Alice. Once she got a habit of them, she won't eat the normal food, she said, and had just placed her hands on the bowl to take when she met with tear-filled eyes of her daughter, seeing that she let go of the snack bowl her daughter was holding with her tiny hands. She knew once she had taken the bowl from her, the floodgate of the tears would open, and that would not be easily stopped. My father had wanted to help me with cooking, but everything had already been done. Now I have to let them cook for a while before taking them off the gas. While the food was cooking on the fire, we talked. It has been nearly a year since we have met, and there are so many things to talk about, especially my father, who is enjoying the job of his dream. Dinner is ready, I said after some time, and served the plates for everyone, including 3 monsters who were eating snacks from sister's bowls. She did not seem to mind them and even fed them with her tiny hands. Soon we started eating, and like my mother said, my sister had refused to eat the dinner first, and only when I placed the bowl below her nose and let her smell it delicious, only then did she take the small, deliberate bite. Now 15 minutes later, she's eating from her plate just like everyone else. We did not leave the kitchen after dinner, but stayed there 2 hours talking. Our talking must have bored my sister very much as she slept in mother's lap while holding Ashlyn in her tiny hands, which is also sleeping. These are the few things I've found in the runes. It will help you make quick progress, I said as I took out several things from my storage. If knowledgeable golden elites see these things, their eyes would turn green with envy. All of these are special repairs that could take them to peak adamantine in the span of a few days, and since their base is strong, since they are practicing body cleansing technique, supreme combat exercise, and secrete method, they won't have their base damaged. Not to forget, all these resources have been acquired from the tower. Their side effects are compared to none, so I don't have any problem in letting my parents consume them. My parents were a little surprised, but they accepted them and stored them in their respective storages. We talked for a few more minutes before they went back to their room and I to mine. The championship will start in 5, though I am ready. I will still like it if I made even progress. It would be really good if I can break through the secret method. It would help me really great, but nothing could be said about the secret method as it might take a day or month to make a breakthrough in it. So I could not trust in the secret method. The other thing which could increase my strength is supreme combat exercise and art. Supreme combat exercise has also become difficult as I made 3 consecutive breakthroughs within a month. Art is the only thing that gave me hope, but seeing the speed it is progressing, it would take at least 2 weeks before I could comprehend the first chapter of it fully and use it in the battle. It's a good thing the competition is going to last 15 days, and with these 5 days combined, I will have a total of 20 days. Let's just hope that I survive the competition until I comprehend art. 5 days passed by, and finally, the day of the Continental Championship has come. The past 5 days went quite quickly, with my time filled with family and training. In the 5 days, I did not make a breakthrough into anything, but my strength had increased quite much, especially my combat style. Daily training with the professor furnished it to an unbelievable degree. My combat style is now a much better state than it was ever before, and when I had fought with Alina yesterday, I had defeated her in the record time of 10 minutes, which has never happened before. It is very difficult to do that in such a short time since she knows about every move of mine. The shortest time I took to defeat her was half an hour, so defeating her in the 10 minutes was quite an accomplishment. Mom, Dad, I have to go early with the professor. You guys came after you are ready, I said to my parents. The Continental Championship will start in an hour, but actual fights will start an hour after that. I've already booked the best seats for them where they could watch every fight that is going on in the arena. You go now, we will come in a few minutes. Mom said. I nodded and left the room, but not before giving kisses to my little sister, who had a snack bowl in her tiny hands from which she and Ashlyn are eating. Since my parents have arrived, Ashlyn is nearly inseparable, except for sleeping. They are always together, munching on something. Soon I reached the garden where the professor and Alina were waiting, and we flew toward the venue of the championship. Professor did not teleport us there directly as she usually does, but flew toward it, which is quite strange, but I did not ask questions. She must have her reasons, doing something out of the ordinary. Why are you so nervous? I asked. Ever since we started to fly away, she had been acting quite nervous. We are going to meet very powerful people. They always make me a little nervous. Alina replied, seeing how she averted her eyes slightly. I know she is lying. It has been 2 weeks since I have known Alina, and in those 2 weeks I had learned quite a few things about her, and one of them is that she is a bad liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Suddenly, Professor Josephine said as she turned toward us, "Little Ellie is nervous because she will be meeting her little boyfriend whom she hadn't met in a few months." Professor Josephine teased, "Auntie." Lena said loudly with a completely flushed face, seeing that Professor Josephine laughed, and we continued flying toward the venue. The city is filled with people. One could see people everywhere. Cometh City had gathered millions of people for the championship, IPS, and I heard that the price of the ticket had skyrocketed more than 100 times in the black market. Soon I saw the venue. The awe couldn't help but fill in my eyes. The arena where competition is being held is really awe-worthy. It had a fighting space of 500 meters, and millions of people could watch it from every direction. I couldn't help but feel nervous and excited at the same time when I imagined myself fighting such a huge arena. Our destination seems to be a tall red tower. It is the tallest point in the arena, and only the most powerful people could sit there. The top of the tower enveloped an egg-sized blue force field, so one can't see what is happening inside. Well, I will see soon enough as we are flying toward that egg-style force field. Soon we reached there, and I thought some window would open for us, but no, nothing like that had happened. Professor Josephine just directly went inside, and it let her the same happen with Alina. Seeing them going inside smoothly, I stopped hesitating and moved forward, found myself entering through the force field without any problem. When I entered the other side, I couldn't help but get shocked by what I saw. There was a huge space inside, and there are floating platforms. There are about 100 floating platforms. Each floating platform is beautiful, decorated with the most beautiful things, and has powerful staff on the standby. But one could difference in them when one looked at them. The platform sizes are not similar. 100 platforms are divided into 4 dimensions, and looking at the plaque on them, the plaque is of 4 different colors. These 4 sizes of platforms referred to 4 grades of organizations. They are King, Emperor, Tyrant, and Supreme. Everything seems right except for the place of my organization and grade of it. The platform of my organization is right behind that of the Supreme grade organizations. Professor had said our organization is Emperor grade, but here we have received the place and plaque of the Tyrant grade organization. Seeing I will not get the answer, thinking myself, I stopped thinking about and flew toward where the Professor and Alina are. Currently, only less than half of the place's floating platforms are occupied by people, and those who are filled with are all the people from the King and Emperor grade organization. Except for us there are no platforms occupied by the Tyrant grade organization, and it is the same for the Supreme grade organizations. As I flew toward the Professor, I found hundreds of people looking at me, and all these people are extremely powerful that a simple tap from them could turn me into a bloody mist. It made me feel naked under the gazes of so many influential people, but there is nothing I could do as they are just looking. They are not using their sense or any ability which I could sense, and I don't think they would dare to, especially when the Professor is around. Though these people are strong, they are nothing in front of the Professor. I am confident that she could crush all these people without any problem. Soon I reached the floating platform that is assigned to us. It is 5 meters in diameter and has 3 beautiful lounge chairs on it on which Alina and the Professor are already sitting. They have made great arrangements. I praised as I took a seat at the left of the Professor, which was a little behind her chair, just like that of Alina, who is on the right side. "They are fine," Professor said blandly, not sounding much impressed. Well, to her it may not be, but to me, it's a hell of a great thing, especially when it presents here, as I've come across such things in the ruins. These circular platforms we are on are paper thin, but they are easily able to hold the weight of all us without much shaking, and on top of that, I did not see any rune on it, so either these things are purely made of the technology, or the formation carved on it is hidden. The 3 of us did not talk much. Each of us is busy with their own thoughts. I don't know what the Professor is thinking, but I could very well tell what Alina is. She is waiting for her boyfriend. It is clearly seen from her as she is looking at a transparent force field with lodging-filled eyes. The egg force field, which is blue on the outside, is completely transparent from the inside. If one does not know it is there, they will never think there is anything present there. "Be patient, my dear, near your little boyfriend will come soon." Professor Josephine couldn't help but tease her niece, and unlike last time, this time, Alina did not say anything other than glaring at her aunt. More and more people came till all the platforms of King grade and Emperor grade organization filled. All the people who had come, all of them, nodded to the Professor respectfully before taking their places. Soon 2 people came through the force field. One is a man in his later 15, other is a young man who looked 2 or 3 years older than me, both of them all octagonal badges to their chest, which depicted a golden raven falling down from the sky as the arrow pierces its chest. "Madam Josephine, I did not think you would be here." The old man said a neutral tone, but seeing the expression on his face, it could be said that he is friendly to the Professor. "I also did not think you would be here. Sir Carter, it looks like your organization values this competition quite well to send their sharpest eye," Professor Josephine said to the old man, who had a similar type of aura at her but weaker and stabler. The old man made small talk with the professor before sitting beside the platform beside us, which had the plaque of Raven's Fall. The badge they are wearing perfectly suits the name of their organizations. After the first Tyrant Grand organization had come, more and more Tyrannid Grade organizations had started to come every minute. Within half an hour, all the spaces of the Tyrant Grade organization had filled. All of them that came, everyone nodded or at least talked to Professor Josephine before they took her place. Some people had fear in their eyes for her, while others had respect. There was one old man who seemed to dislike her, but he still nodded at her before taking the seats with members of his organization on the platform. Now only 15 minutes have remained till the championship starts formally, and the 9 big platforms are still empty, which I am sure would be filled before the championship starts formally. Like a line, I am also waiting for people of the Supreme Organization to come. Ellen had said she would be coming with her teacher, and seeing her teacher being even more powerful than Professor, I am sure she will be here. Grandpa. Suddenly 5 people appeared on the platform of Hawthorne Sea as if they had teleported. Just as they did, Alina shouted Grandpa and flew toward the old man in the 60s who had the strongest aura, who is slightly weaker than the professor. Little girl, look, I brought your boyfriend. The old man said as he motioned toward a handsome young man who looked to be a year older than me. Hearing Alina, who was flying toward the old man, faltered slightly, and a deep shade of red appeared on her cheeks. While Alina may be filled with ecstasy, I am quite shocked in my heart. Having a powerful aunt already has a high background, but having a grandfather who is a powerful member of the most powerful organization is even more heart-rending. It is quite envious to have such a background. If I had such a background, I would not have suffered anything that I had suffered. It had been a few seconds when people from the Hawthorne Sea had come. When 4 people appeared on the platform of the Skysaber, seeing them, I couldn't help but freeze up as great hatred started blazing my eyes. In the 4 people, 1 is a middle-aged man, while 3 were young men and women. Of the 3 young people, 1 is a young man who is about my age, but I am not looking at him or the middle-aged man. I am looking at the 2 men and women in their mid-30s. I hate those people. I hate them so much, like I never hated anyone before. The shame I had to experience because of them is immense. I still remember those gazes and curses I suffered when people know I am a criminal. I had been discriminated against and oppressed by the things they have done to me, and wanted them to experience the same thing. My gaze is so intense that all of them seemed to feel and turn toward me in unison when those 2 of them looked. They got surprised before a mocking, provocative smile had appeared on their faces, while the young man and middle-aged man looked at me curiously. It is pleasant to see you here, Josephine, said the middle-aged man to the professor after looking at me for a moment. It is pleasant to see you at too, Edmund, Josephine replied with the same neutral tone as his. Their words and actions seemed polite enough for each other, but they were not. Everybody could guess there is something off between them. The middle-aged man turned to Alina, grandfather, after greeting Professor before he took the seat on his platform and talked to people around him, which I could not hear. In the next 2 minutes, people from another 3 Supreme Organization have come, and now only 4 have remained to be, who will also come within a few minutes. Hun. I just thought that when another group of people appeared, and when I looked at these people, I couldn't help but get surprised, especially the women who looked to be in her mid-30s. Josephine, what a nice surprise, said the middle-aged woman with a smile as she came to our platform and hugged the professor. Yes, a nice surprise, Sandra. I did not expect to see you here with your full family, Professor said as she looked at the group of people she had come with before hugging the women. They both seemed to know each other quite well, seeing the way they were talking to each other while I kept staring at the women, looking at striking similarities she bore with my mother. This lady did not look completely similar to my mother, but she bore many similarities with my mother in many aspects that if I had been in my professor's place, I would have also asked the professor if she knows this lady or not. I moved my eyes from the lady and looked at the people she had come with. There is 1 old man in his late 50s, 1 middle-aged man in his early 40s, and 2 young men and women who looked to be 2 or 3 years older than me. Looking at their faces and faces of this lady, the old man in his 50s is likely her father or uncle or maybe even brother, seeing the similarities they bore. The man in early 40s is likely her husband and girl, and boy, their children, as they bore many similarities with both of them. I am quite surprised by the level of similarities she bore with my mother, but I don't think they are related. First, because billions of people live in the world, there have to be many people who bore similarities with one. Hell, a few months ago, I found a young man who had quite many similarities with many. And second, these people have a terrifying level of power, even that young men and women in their early 20s have a similar level of power with the 2 in Sky Saber. So no, I don't think they are related by any means. And who is this young man? The lady suddenly asked as she turned toward me. His name is Mitchell. He is I recruited for my organization, she replied. I felt a little uncomfortable under the gaze of a lady. She is terrifyingly powerful. though she is not as powerful as Professor, but still very powerful, that a single breath of her could erase me from the face of the world. He must be quite talented to be personally recruited by Josephine Carlston herself. The lady said, and her gaze became quite intense, and that became quite that all the hair on my body stood up. I was unable to move a single inch under her gaze. Sandra, Professor said just as the lady's gaze became intense. Oh my, I am sorry. For a moment I forget he is still at night stage. She apologized to the professor as her gaze turned normal. With her gaze turning normal, I could finally breathe without any problem. Her gaze had become intense for less than a second, but it was still able to stop my body and soul for that time. If she had continued looking at me this intensely for a minute, I am sure I would have received permanent damage to my body and soul, which would have been very difficult to heal. I'm quite angry at this lady. What she did was the assault. Even if she did it unconsciously, it is still an assault, and for it, she apologized, but not to me but to the professor, who made me even angrier at her. But what can I do even if I am angry at her? She's so terrifyingly powerful that just a simple tap from her could turn me into the bloody smoke. So I only gulped down the anger I am feeling before looking forward, and the scene and I saw made my mood even sour. The lady is from Mistsan, and their platform is right beside that of the Sky Saber. The people of platforms are talking animatedly to each other, and seeing the expression on their faces, both sides seem to have a good relationship with each other. Few more minutes have passed, and 2 more platforms have been occupied, and now only the platforms of Wisdom Tower and Crystal Domination have remained empty. As I was just looking at the empty platforms when suddenly a person appeared on the platform of Wisdom Tower. Unlike others, he came alone. He is quite young and looked to be in the mid-30s. He is very handsome and wearing a dark blue suit with a black tie and had a rapier by his, which made him even more charming. As he appeared, he smiled and talked to all the people from the Supreme Organization before he turned to the professor. Josephine, I did not expect to see you here. He said with a charming smile, talk another word to me, and I will break every bone in your body, threatened the professor. Hearing the threat, the charming smile on his face stiffened, and his eyes started blazing with hate as he looked at the professor. When I looked at the professor, I saw her looked quite angry. Since I've met her, I've never seen her this angry before. Other people seem to know something as they have made eye contact with each other as they looked at the drama unfolding. The handsome man from the Wisdom Tower opened his mouth in anger to say something, but no words came out as he looked at the expression of the professor. From the powers I could send, Professor Josephine is the strongest of them all. There is no one here who has an aura strong as Professor. The only problem is that her aura is quite unstable, going hiss and low every second. Everybody was standing silent, looking at the silent confrontation between the professor and the handsome man, when 3 people appeared on the empty platform of Crystal Domination. As those 3 people appeared, the expression of everyone had changed, and all of them stood up, including the professor, Lady Vivian. They respectfully spoke to the women like others. I stood up, and unconscious reverence appeared in my eyes as I looked at her. She is the strongest person I've ever seen. Her aura is a lot stronger than even a professor and gives off a feeling of reverence when one sensed it. She looked at everyone present with a neutral smile before taking a seat on the platform. As she did, others followed the suit. Mitchell, I said my name, and the next moment, a striking woman in front of me and hugged me. It's been a while, Ellen, I said as I hugged Ellen. Ellen had come with her teacher as she said she would. I could feel the gazes of everyone looking at me with surprise in their eyes, including Professor and Alina. The only people who aren't surprised is her teacher and fiancé. Madeline, it's nice to see you too, I said to Madeline, who appeared beside Ellen. It's nice to see too, Mitchell, she replied, and I was about to say something to her when I saw Ellen looking at from up to down. My Michael, you have made great advancements. It will be fun to beat you to the pulp again, she said while smiling weirdly. Seeing the weird smile, I couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. I did not know you know the student of Lady Vivian, Alina asked as Ellen and Madeline went back to their platforms as the championship was about to start formally in a minute. We are childhood friends, I replied. You are lucky to have her as your friend, she said as she looked at Lady Vivian. I just smiled at that. Though I am happy Ellen was able to find such a powerful teacher, I had no wish to make use of her powerful teacher. If I wanted to, I would have easily erased the criminal tag of mine with the help of her teacher, but I did not do that. Though it is an undeniable fact that some of the help I took from her had the hands of her teacher, still that help was within limits. As I was in my thoughts, the championship formally shouted. The old king came center of the stage and started to say something. This old man is head of continence affairs and is quite powerful, but not as powerful as the people sitting here. He started his speech, and it lasted for 15 minutes before the performance of some famous idols, which had lasted for the rest of the 45 minutes before the championship had finally begun. In the 500 meters arena, platforms started popping up one by one until their number reached hundreds. There are millions of people that have registered for the championship all over the continent, of which million have been selected, and now these million will fight, from which top 500 will be selected. These preliminary rounds for top 500 will last for 8 days before another 500 will be added, and the real championship will begin. Ellen and I are part of that 500 lists. It is made from winners of a competition held in the different countries and persons referred by the people that sit on the platforms. For 8 days of competition, I will not even have to lift the sword to fight, and it is a good thing for me as I will have enough time to comprehend the art. I just hope I will be able to do it, as without it, I will have no chance against Ellen. Earlier I was not able to sense her power, but the feeling of a threat she had given me enough for me to know that with my current strength, I am not a match for her. I will need art if I want to fight against her. As the people platforms erected, people started to enter them. I looked at Arena 27 specifically as Jill is going to fight there. As I was looking, she entered the Arena 27, opposite to a beefy guy named Gavin, who is holding a huge sword. This guy is pretty powerful, a peak adamantine. To others, he may have been a tough opponent and would have been lord over the fight, but in front of the Jill, he is nothing. If the feeling that Jill gave me is right, then this peak adamantine boy named Gavin is aunt to her. She could easily defeat it. Soon both of them came face to face, and that beefy guy said something to her while laughing lecherously while Jill stared at him without change of expression, and just as the referee started the fight, she disappeared from her in the next moment. Bloodied Gavin crashed out of the arena. "This is a girl you were talking about, right?" Professor asked. I had told the professor about Jill and feel I am getting from her it would be great if she can recruit Jill. I had offered Jill about joining our organization, but she said she would think about it after the competition was over. It is very clear that Jill is aiming for the Supreme Organization, and I do not blame her for it. If the professor had not saved me, I would have also participated in the championship with the aim of impressing people of the Supreme Organizations. It is a little regretful that Jill will not be able to join our organization from the sense I was able to get from her. She is very powerful, and people from these 9 organizations would be able to see it clearly. These people's main purpose to come here is to find seeds for their competition, and with their level, they would barely miss any good seeds, so it will be very unlikely that she will be joining our organization, which is not a supreme grade organization. After Jill's battle is finished, another fight began right at the next moment. Every minute, there is a fight going on every one of those hundreds of platforms, and to my utter surprise, more than half of those entering the arena are adamantines. This is quite a surprising thing. I've read the data on the past championship, IPS, and there were never this many adamantines in them. Hell, there were never 10 of adamantines as they are right now. Fight after fight kept happening on every platform, and people from Egg Tower looking every fight very carefully, with their level of strength concentrating on all hundreds of fights and watching carefully, is not a problem. Since the fights started, the professor had barely talked a few words. She would always focus on the fights that are happening in the huge arena. Like other people in the tower, she is completely focused on the fights that are happening below. I watched the fights for half an hour before I drank a few drops of soul-tempering essence and started comprehending my art. Professor had told me I did not have to watch all the fights, and if I wanted, she could teleport me back to the mansion after the first hour. I am going to ask her to teleport me back to the mansion after half an hour. Seeing the power of Ellen, I am feeling intense pressure. I am pretty sure if we fight, she will try to finish me off soon as possible. She will not show mercy, especially to me. So I had to increase my strength. Even if I did not feel able to beat her, I had to be powerful enough to fight her to draw or at least last an hour against her. 7 days had passed, and the fervor of the competition had reached beyond the limit, and people are going batshit crazy over it. With the powerful people of adamantine level fighting, the championship had broken all the past record of viewership by far, and prices of tickets have reached beyond belief that when I saw the ticket prices in the black market, I was shocked. It was a good thing that intense clampdown on the black market hunted down the biggest black market bookies, but it was still not able to stop all the black market traders. The profits from the tickets are so great that they have become willing to take such great risk. It's been 7 days since the championship started, and the top 500 has been selected, and there is a lot of hidden talent in them. The professor told me there are 10 people I should be careful against in the top 500. And these people are selected through the rounds, and not to forget there are 200 people who are referred by the people of various organizations, where the lowest one had accepted the level 1, and as for the highest one, even the professor did not know. But she said there might be some people referred by the supreme organizations may have accepted the level 4 inheritance or even level 5 inheritance. With my current strength, I may fight and win against the one who had accepted the level 4 inheritance, but I am not capable of fighting against level 5. In the 8 days, I've made quite good progress, but I was still not able to comprehend Chapter 1 of the art completely. There is a tiny part of it that has remained to be comprehended. It is giving me quite a headache, as it is very difficult to understand. I've been trying with my all, but it will still take some time for me to comprehend. As for how much, I don't have a damn idea. I was stuck on the last part, which I could comprehend the next minutes or next month. Nothing could be said about it. Though I may not have made any visible progress in the past week, still, my strength increased quite a bit, which I am sure would be enough to take me to the top 10. As for how far I could go in the top 10 would depend upon how much progress I would make during the championship. Who knows? I might comprehend the first chapter of my art during one of my fights today. Are you ready, Mitchell? My father asked, ready as I could be. I answered as I took a sip of my coffee. The whole family is sitting in the kitchen for our regular breakfast. Don't worry, you will do great, said my mother as she patted on my head. For the past few days, her mood had been a little off. I had asked what had happened, but she evaded the question, and I did not ask about it. She will tell me when she is ready. For the past 8 days, I am going to head to the challenge with Professor and Alina. Have you looked at the list I had sent you? Professor said as I had approached her. Yes, I replied. A few hours ago at dawn, when the list of top 1,000 had been finalized, the professor had sent me the list. It had info on all of them. I read through all of them in 2 hours. As of the 1,000 people, 800 are a total waste, so I had to just read through their information, only focused on 200 people. The info provided is quite detailed, but she was not able to provide the detailed info of all the people. There are hundreds some people whose detail is at the minimum level. They are people who are referred by the organizations. These organizations had been very careful, letting the minimal amount of data about their members getting leaked outside. It's time, let's go, Professor said, and we flew toward the venue of the Continental Championship. The past 7 days, the city had become even more crowded that people had set up abodes outside the city as there was no space in the hotels. The championship of this time is in a league of its own, and nobody wanted to miss it. Gigantic projections could be seen in every part of the city, projecting the best fights in the past 8 days. As the competitions start, they will project the live matches on these gigantic projections, so the people could fully enjoy the battles of the championship. The arrangement of the Continental Championship, IPS, has been always great, but they were never this great. As I said, the championship of this time had broken all the limits. And the reason for all that is the competition that is going to happen in the Central Continent in about 2 years, and the winner of this championship will get a direct place there, and it is a huge thing. Alina had said if she could participate in this championship, she would have, as she also very much desired the direct seat in that competition. Here, wear this. It will disrupt others from seeing runes of your armor, Professor said and gave a silver bracelet that is densely packed with the runes. I am pleasantly surprised by it. I was worried about others seeing runes of my armor. It is fine if normal people were to see it, but if the people with the professor level saw it, it would be a problem. Though I don't think anyone disrupts my armor, especially those who are fighting against me, I still don't want others to see the runic formation of mine. Those powerhouses would just need to look at it once to understand my armor completely. Once they do, they would help their members to direct the strategy to fight against me. If that happened, it would be quite detrimental to me. Does it really stop others from knowing my runic formation? I asked as wore it. Don't worry. This artifact is quite powerful that even Lady Vivian would have to put the considerable focus to see through ist obstructions. Professor replied. Hearing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. Best of luck. Try to win all the matches, said Professor as we reached the venue, which is jammed packed with the people. I will, I said as flew toward the participant area. They have made 4 participants area, one in each direction of the venue, with each housing 250 people. It is regretful that Ellen and Jill are not in the same participant area I am in. I am on the east side while Ellen is at the west while Jill's south side. It's a good thing I have another good friend on my side. It will be great to talk with her when I am not fighting. Mitchell here. I was just landing toward the participants area when I heard the familiar voice calling. As I heard the familiar, I flew toward it and landed beside its owner. Ria, it's been a while, I said as I hugged her. Few of my friends had been able to get into the top 1,000, and Ria is one of them. Earlier, I had read the info about her, and seeing the badge on her chest, I know she joined the Supreme. When did you join the Silverstone Academy? I asked as I took a seat beside her. About 8 months ago, right after I became adamantine. She replied, yes, she became adamantine 8 months ago, about 1.5 months after I've left to join the Excelsior division. You seem to be doing fine yourself, joining a powerful Emperor-grade organization, she said back with a smile. Like me, her organization must also provide her with info of all the participants. And the intelligence she has must be more detailed than mine since it is from the Supreme Organization. An Emperor organization of mine could not compare to it in the intelligence network. If you get added to my group, go easy on me, Mitchell. I don't want to be home ruined, she said with a laugh to that I couldn't help but glare at her. With my current power, I don't think I could throw her like a home run, especially with that terrifying diamond defense of her. We were just talking when 10 a.m. clocked in, and a beautiful woman in her 30s wearing a long black gown appeared on the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you here again for Continental Championship," she said with her soft, charming voice, which instantly attracted the attention of nearly 1 million people who were watching. "Today, as you all have been waiting for the fight between top 1,000, she said with a little loud voice in response to that. She got a deafening cheer from the 1 million people. The rules of the top 1,000 fight are very simple. They will be divided into the 20 groups 50 where they will fight every member of their group. From each group, the 5 people who win the maximum fights will get a spot in the top 100, she explained, which again got cheered from the audience. "Now, without further ado, let's divide these top 1,000 into their groups," she said as a projection of 1,000 people appeared, and they started to spin like roulette. Soon the roulette broke, and all the projection moved toward the different groups till all the 20 groups filled with the 50 people each. "Sigh, it looks like we are not in the same group," Ria said with a sigh of regret. "Then we will have to meet in top 100, I said as I looked at people that are added to my group, and got both happy and disappointed that there is no friend of mine was in my group. Ellen, Jill, and Ria, 3 of them, are very powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. Ellen and Jill have gained great strength that I am currently not capable of winning against, while Ria had similar strength as me, but Diamond's defense of her is so strong that it will take every ounce of my strength to injure her slightly with such defense. The top 1,000 will fight for the 50 battles each in the span of 4 days to get into top 100, she said, and 20 mini arenas popped in from the field. "I wish all the participants good luck and hope they give us the show we have never seen before," she said and flew toward the high stage. "Let's see who battles who," she said, and the projection of all 20 groups started shaking, including Group E, which I am part of. With a few seconds of shaking, 2 projection of 2 participants of each group started to come out. "Looks like you and me and are not to the first battle," she said as both of us were not selected to fight in our groups. I am quite disappointed seeing all the battles for the past week. I had been burning with a battle spirit that I just want to jump in the arena and fight. The 40 participants had been selected from the 20 groups, and now they are walking toward the arena. I looked at the 2 people from my group who have been selected to fight. They are one of the top 500 that have been selected through the days of the championship. Their strengths are average, and I would need just a single move to finish them off. In my group, there are only 3 which I needed to take seriously. One of the 3 is selected through the competition, while Emperor and Tyrant grade organizations reference the other 2. Their strength is guildmaster level, similar to those who had accepted the level 2 inheritance. One of them has an art, while the information about the others 2 is not available. Still, this strength is nothing in front of me. As long as they do not have surprises, I don't think I will have any problem beating them up within a minute. I looked at fights that are happening in 20 arenas. Half of these fights finished within 20 seconds, and new people selected to fight from their group, while half of them are still fighting. The fighting is intense from the start. Everyone wants to finish the fights as soon as possible, as this is not the only battle they will have to fight. In the 4 days, they will have to fight 50 fights, which means each day, one will have to fight more than 10 battles. These huge numbers of battles and such large numbers of battles are not just for the enjoyment of the audience. The purpose of them is for the people in Egg Tower. They want to select seeds, and for that, they need to see every aspect of people they are choosing through the multiple battles they will fight. 10 minutes passed by, and in 10 minutes, more than 50 battles were finished. I was just watching the fights while commenting on them, and suddenly I saw a familiar image flashing in Group B, and a few seconds later, Ellen walked in from the participant area. She instantly captivated the eyes of half of the audience by her beauty and attitude. A minute later, she appeared in the arena and stood opposite a thin, blonde-haired girl named Nina. The referee started the fight. Just as he did, the fight was over as Ellen appeared in front of the thin, blonde-haired girl with her sword on her neck. The blonde-haired girl looked quite surprised as it happened too fast for her to notice. This end is not surprising. In the past 10 minutes, many people have defeated many of their opponents, such a way it is a quick and efficient way to end the fight. The referee announced Ellen a winner, and as he did, Ellen exited the arena with the same cool attitude she had come. I was just watching Ellen leaving when I found my name had appeared on the screen of my group. Looks like my time to fight had finally come, I thought as I looked at the projection of my image. To the other place of the continent, this strength would be something, but in this competition, it is just as average strength. Tap, the man in the back suit is king-level powerhouse, and what he just added small energy protection on me, which would save me for any fatal attack that came under. Soon I reached the arena and found myself face to face with a bald teenager about the same age as mine. He is fully armored and has a black saber by his waist, which looked quite beautiful compared to the plain cutter I've by my waist. "Both of you ready?" The white uniformed referee asked both of us and we nodded in unison. Fight. With our nod, the referee uttered the fight just as she did. I disappeared from my spot and appeared in front of the bald teenager who had just slightly taken out his saber from its scabbard when he metallic blade just hairbreadth away from its neck. F-U-C-K. He cursed and slid his saber back into the scabbard with the defeated sigh. This guy must have very high hopes about his victory and wanted to impress the crowd as she dressed in such beautiful armor and used such beautiful saber. But unfortunately, his opponent was me who had defeated him before he could even take out a weapon from his sheath fully. Michiel Zar, winner, referee announced. I nodded the referee and my opponent respectfully before exiting the arena. I walked the participants' area while looking around the battle going nearby arenas. Most of the fights are quite boring, but some of them are quite interesting. Some strong people are paired and not fighting quite a good battle, making the audience cheer for them loudly. Nice battle, Ria said as I sat back on my chair. To that I had just smiled. The battle was utterly boring. My opponent wasn't even able to completely draw up the weapon before I utterly defeated him. Few more minutes passed by before it was Ria's name that had appeared on the board, and she walked out of the participants' area to fight, but returned 2 minutes later as, like me, she also finished off her opponent within a second. Time passed by as more and more fights continued across the arena. Every hour, I would be called for at least once in an hour, and I would finish that fight within a second. I am not the only one who is doing that. All my friends and others who have the strength are doing that. Finally, the first day is over, and in the night, I did what I do on most days. I spent some time with the family before training and sleeping, and such the next day started again. The second day of top 1,000 went just like the first with no interest. Ellen and Jill had also finished their opponents in a single move. Only Ria had fought more than once more, and I had thought I would get to see her amazing diamond ability again. But no, she just finished her battle in the third movement, knocked out her opponent as he hit him on the head hard. The third day started, and I thought it would be the same as yesterday when in the afternoon, I saw the opponent. I am the face of my opponent, which flashed on the screen. Be careful, this one is a little strong, Ria said as I got up to walk toward the arena. I nodded at her and walked toward the arena. The name of my opponent is Doug Johnson, and he is the member that Blazing Spear, the Supreme Organization, accepted 4 months ago. According to the intel, he had accepted level 2 inheritance and comprehended the first level of art named Scorched Spear. He is a passable opponent. I just hope he will be able to last more than 5 minutes 10 moves of mine. As I entered the arena, my opponent did the same on the other side, and we came face to face within 5 meters. Both of you ready? The referee asked. Both of us nodded in unison. Fight, he said. Just as he said, instead of attacking, I activated the Wolf's Lord's armor, which appeared on my body in an instant, just as the inheritance on my opponent. Puh, kid, don't you have something better to use than the mystic method? He laughed and said just when I was about to advise him to use his full power against me. At our current power, nobody uses the mystic method just like occult methods. Wrong, they use mystic methods, but these mystic methods are connected to their inheritance, and it is very clear that my method is not part of the inheritance. It will be enough to beat you, I said calmly before violet lines covered my body, and I disappeared. I was going to warn him earlier, but after hearing his arrogant tone, I did not. Now I wanted to finish him off as soon as possible. His arrogant expressions turned serious as he saw me coming. I did not hold back anything when I attacked. I had used not only the full power of my armor, but also used the full power of my featherlight method. I am going to finish him off as soon as possible. Seeing me coming, his expression turned serious and yellow runes on his body turned brighter, and his spear started to send out a very scorching feeling. The next moment I appeared in front of it and swung in my sword in response to that. He also swung his spear. Mortal scorch, he shouted while swinging his spear. As his spear came at me and I started to feel hotter and hotter, I felt like I was in a scorching wasteland where the temperature is high enough to melt the human's bones. If it had been someone with level 1 inheritance strength right now, he would have definitely got heavily injured just by pressure of it. Even my armor had started to feel pressured by the scorching of the spear. He is using his art, which is being powered up by his inheritance, which made its attack extremely powerful, and it knows it's as well, which is why a victorious smile appeared on his face as he attacked. As our weapons got closer and closer, I started to feel more and more scorching pressure. Then hairline cracks began to appear on it. Finally, our weapons got close enough they were about to clash. That moment, my dim eyes became sharp, and a faint scarlet layer appeared on them. That moment, I took a small step to my left, and the exact moment flicked my wrist a little, which made me effectively evade my spear, and before he could take action to dodge or use his spear to defend, my sword touched his neck faintly. He looked shocked, seeing my blade by its neck, as it had never expected something like this would happen. His is not weak, he is even slightly stronger than that guildmaster of Raging Thunder whom I had fought a few days ago, but that time to defeat him in the single move, I had to use the power of my runic armor and boost from my totem artifact, but now I had defeated using the just my mystic method. Daily practice with her had opened a completely new door for me. I was able to finesse my combat style at an unbelievable degree and also learn the better way to utilize my sensory rule. In our first session of training, Professor had told me that my way of using the sensory rule is too crude and should find a way. She did not tell me despite me asking her. She's a big believer in finding one path for oneself, so she just fought with me daily while breaking my bones and saying my mistakes out loud. It has helped me very much. If not for that, I would have had to use my runic armor for such swift victory. Mitchell Czar winner, the referee shouted, hearing that I nodded at the referee and my opponent before getting out of the arena amidst mild cheer from the audience, which came a second after the referee's announcement. Very swift speed. I have to be very careful of your speed if we come face to face, Rhea said, and I returned to my spot. You do not need to fear my sword. Your defense is enough to bear it, I said, as I really don't think the cutter is capable of cutting through her diamond defense. The third day passed by, and like me, all my friends had finished their battle in a single move. Unlike me and Rhea, who had used some or our methods or inheritance to defeat our opponent in the single move, Jill and Ellen did not use any of that. Both of them had finished off all their opponents in a similar fashion. They would casually appear next to their opponent and place their sword on their neck without using even a shred of their ability. This itself speaks of the strength they possess. Of all the people fighting, there may be less than 10 people who could force them to reveal their abilities. Third day passed, and the fourth day of top 1,000,000 has come on the fourth day. I had fought against the last 11 people of my group, including 2 of the 3 strong people I had noted in the group. I defeated them in a single move like I had defeated the others, and became one of the few people in 20 groups who had won all the battles. Since I won all the matches in my group, it is without question, I have become one of 5 people in my group to advance in the top 100. Ellen, Jill, and Rhea, all 3 of them, were able to advance into the top 100 without losing even a single match. Not only them, but William also able to reach the top 100, but unlike Smooth said that his sister performed, his journey was a little rough. He had to fight a couple of difficult battles and even lose one. Still, with a solid win of 49 battles, he was able to sail into the top 100. You did well today, Professor said as we appeared in the garden of the mansion, but future matches won't be that easy, Professor said as her mood turned a little serious. Those old codgers from Supremes had put their eyes on this championship and added some good seeds in the championship, Professor said, and I am not surprised. In the past 4 days, I've observed each and every fight and noticed, and found a lot of people a lot stronger than their info said. Many of them did not show their power, but in the top 100 they will show it. Here is revised intel on those 100, though it is not complete. It will still be able to tell you something about your opponents, Professor said as she sent the new list on my HoloWatch. Next 2 days will be very important. Try to get into the top 10, Professor said before she walked into the mansion while I took lounge chairs and opened the list of my opponent and discussed it with Alina. Alina has quite in-depth knowledge of arts that these people from Tyrant and organization have comprehended. Even though the professor has already given me a list of the arts these organizations have, it is still good to take advice from someone more familiar with them. I discussed the 99 people on the list with Alina and found that there are a total of 19 people I have to be careful of. These people all have accepted or have strength equal to level 3 bearer and also comprehended the art, which they could use quite greatly. Nearly all of them had accepted the inheritance at least 4 months before and got completely used to its power. They have also trained with the powerhouses of supreme organizations, so all these 19 people possess the strength equal and greater than Alina. This is the only intel we were able to gather from them. The professor had already mentioned that many people are hiding their power, and I would get a great surprise while fighting them. If I come across one of these 19 people, then I would have to give my all fighting them, and to be honest, I couldn't wait to fight them with all my power. I have trained for days and have not been able to find the worthy opponent. Aline is good, but since I had fought her so many times, she does not create as much excitement as she used to. I just want to fight my heart out even if I lose after that. I would not be disappointed, though I would love to win. I would still be satisfied if I could fight my hearts out. Soon I landed in the participants area, which is on the north side instead of east, and it had only 25 seats instead of the 250. The chair is very luxurious, and if I want, I could extend them and create a resting pod. I sat on the chair and looked around to see only half of the people had arrived. There were still 20 minutes before the championship resumed, so I opened the screen of my HoloWatch and read. There are miscellaneous things about my opponents, like different things they have used in battle, the info about their fighting style, etc. Though it is miscellaneous, it is very immaculate. Whoever is written, it must have done quite great research. Mitchell, I heard a familiar voice only to Willem descending on the seat beside me. Willem, I said with a smile, how is your preparation for the matches? I asked him as I closed the window of my holowatch. I was lucky enough to get into the top 100. Going further ahead will be quite difficult for me, he said. Hearing that, all I could do is smile, as he is right with the current strength he possesses. He could only come this far. Going forward will be quite difficult for him. With the current power he has, he could win 1 or 2 matches. At max 3, winning matches will be extremely difficult for him. We talked for a few minutes before stopping as the championship resumed. The host had come flying to the center arena and attracted the attention of all the audience. I welcome you all again on the 12th day of the Continental Championship, she said, and the audience cheered. Today the top 100 will fight the same way they have fought for the past 4 days. The top 100 people will be divided into 10 groups of 10, and these 10 people will fight every person of his, and her group, and the one who will win the most matches will move to top 10. She announced the rules, which are the same as previously. The only difference is that in each group, only one person will be able to move forward for the top 10. The rules are quite pressuring as to forward. One will have to win nearly all matches. Losing a match could make a loose chance to enter the top 10, which most people want to enter. Now let's organize the group and start matches, said the host, and on the huge screen projection of 100 people started to spin before they separated into the groups, and when I saw the people of my group, I couldn't quite believe my eyes. You lucky dog, Mitchell. 8 people of your group are utterly weak that even I have the confidence to defeat them. You just have to defeat that one person, and you will be qualified to enter top 10, Willem said as she hit me on my jealousy. I also couldn't quite believe my eyes by what I saw. The 8 people in my group are weak. They are one of the weakest people in the top 100 that I could defeat in a single move without using my runic armor. There is only one person against which I will have to use my runic armor as long as I won against him. It would be smooth sailing in the top 10. To be honest, I am utterly shocked by seeing the members of my group. As the group divided, 10 arenas appeared on, and the screen showed the names of the people who were going to fight in their respective groups. Best of luck, I said to William as he got up to fight. He was selected first to fight in the group. William went to fight, and a few minutes later it was my number, and like my previous fights, I had finished the fight in a single move while William was still fighting with all his opponents. William's fight lasted a little more than an hour, and when he came back he was tired, but there was a smile on his face. He had won the battle, albeit barely, still winning. Time passed by, and 1 to 2 hours I would call to fight. All my opponents were too weak, and the only one who is strong is in my group. I did not get to fight against him. As for William, his luck was good at the first battle, but he lost the second and third battle before finally winning the fourth one by luck. Still, it was enough to put a smile on his face, as he did not expect he would be able to win more than one fight in his group. My other friends are also doing quite fine. William's sister, Jill, won all 4 fights she had fought in the single move. Ellen also did the same. Only Rhea had to fight for half an hour to win 1 fight. Of all the fights she had fought, she did not use her famed diamond defense. Till now there hadn't been anyone, which is really regrettable. I wanted to see if it's good as before. I was just thinking those thoughts when suddenly my name appeared on the projection, and this my opponent is Albert Connor. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but light up, as it is finally time to fight some strong opponents. Good luck, William said. I nodded and walked forward. The names of my opponent are Albert Connor, and he is a member of Blood Sun. He had accepted the level 3 inheritance of the Blood Sun and comprehended the art known as 9 Sun art. His battle power is higher than normal level 3 inheritance bearer, as he had defeated 2 of level 3 inheritance bearers together. All this made him the only person in my group that is worth fighting against. Josephine, what do you think about this battle? A beautiful middle-aged lady wearing the insignia of Blood Sun on her chest asked. Mitchell will win, Madame Sienna, Josephine said with a voice brimming with confidence. Hearing a soft smile come across a middle-aged lady's face, why do you say so? From what I had gathered, he had not accepted the inheritance yet, Madame Sienna said in the same soft voice. Inheritances are not everything, Madame Sienna. There are many things which could give power equal to inheritances, Josephine said with a smile. And would it be art, bloodline, constitution? You have made me quite curious, Josephine. Madame Sienna asked in a soft voice. You will know soon, Madame Sienna. Josephine replied with a smile as she saw Mitchell reaching the arena. I nodded at Albert as I reached the arena, and he nodded back. Albert was a tall young man with shoulder-length black hair, which made him look quite rogue and made people cheer for him, especially women. He looked to be a year older than me and was dressed completely white and had a white saber by his waist, which is clearly his totem artifact. The only color his body other than white is the blood-red color Blood Sun's badge he is wearing by his chest. Both of you ready? The referee asked. Both of us nodded in unison. Fight, he shouted. Just as we heard his affirmation, the weapons released from their sheaths and powers started to activate. The red blood runes began appearing on his body as he activated his inheritance, while silver gauntlets and shoes appeared on my hands and feet. The gloves and shoes are not pure simple, they have 3 different color lines on them, which are formed by the merging of the rule power. The silvery line connects both silver gauntlets and shoes. As it completely appeared on my body, I summoned out my totem artifact. This opponent is very powerful, and since I am not using my full body runic armor against him, I got to use my totem artifact for the boost. He got a little surprised by the appearance of the gauntlets and sword, but that did not stop him. As our powers got activated, our speed increased, and we appeared next to each other as we teleported and attacked. Clang. His saber clashed against my sword and created the deafening shouts and huge sparks, but that's all. All the inheritance energy he had sent toward me had been digested and converted already. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing no one getting an advantage over the clash, we both took back our weapons and attacked with greater power and speed. I took full advantage of the converted energy and attacked him with it. Our attacks started to clash against one another, with each attack having greater power than before, but despite that, no one was able to take advantage of the fight. We were efficiently able to neutralize the attack of each other. Since the fight started, a faint red haze covered my eyes. It is nearly invisible, only those who looked at my eyes closely will be an able faint blood red haze in my eyes. This blood red is of the killing rule. I concentrate the power of the killing rule in my visual senses. I am not only concentrating on the killing rule on my visual senses, but also on auditory senses, sense of smell, sense of touch, and soul sense. It is very different from the circulation killing rule through my body and soul before. Here I am selectively concentrating on my sense rather than my whole body. It is a difficult and painful process. To do what I am doing, one needs expert energy control and the capability to bear a shitload of pain from sensory overload. With me concentrating my killing rule on specific senses, the data I am getting is huge that when I tried it the first time, I had fainted on the ground. The sensory overload was too much for me to bear. But with passing days, I got better and better at controlling and processing the data my senses sent me, and now it only gave me a major headache, which I could bear without much problem. This concentration of the killing rule on senses has brought me many benefits now. I could calculate the power and speed of the opponent attack more precisely, and also predict them better, which helps me react against them better. As I looked at my opponent, I saw every movement his body made, the breath he took, and the energy fluctuation he had released. It tells me everything I want to know about his upcoming attack. When I gathered enough data about him, I would be able to predict the attack before he launched the attack. The pure sensory rule did not have any offensive power, but what they offer is much greater than any offensive rule of the same stage. My rule of archaic killing is one of the best sensory rule that is out there. There is probably no better sensory rule than this. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly blood red runes on the body of Albert brightly, and his power rose explosively. His attacks had become faster and stronger by 5 times. If it had been any other person in my place, they would not have been able to react this fast as I am right now. When he had increased his power, all I had to do is activate the few runic formation and power of my increased automatically so that I could easily respond to his attack, especially after I started to swallow and convert his energy. Before changes advised by the professor, it would have been difficult to swallow this amount of energy. In such form, I would have needed to summon the full answer if I wanted to swallow and convey such a huge amount of energy. But with changes made, my armor's swallowing power has been increased way greater than before. 5 minutes earlier. That is a runic armor, right? Madame Sienna asked when she saw runic armor appear on the body of Mitchell. Though she could not see the runes, she could still see it as the runic armor. Yes, Josephine answered without hiding or invading, where everyone is a powerhouse and experienced to see through the truth. There must be over 500 runes used in the making of that armor, Madame Sienna asked. A little over 600, Josephine answered with a smile. Hearing surprise could help flash into her eyes. Not only hers but others too flashed in surprise as they could see the runic armor is not only using fire ability, but also 4 kinds of rule power, and all these rule powers and level 1 rule power at that, with 3 of them being at intermediate grade. Is he just showing off, or is he capable of controlling them all? Madame Sienna asked that Josephine had remained silent, as there is no need to answer that question. It is right in front of them as Mitchell is fighting with. The fight continued, and in between, the people's eyes would flash in surprise now, and then, seeing how Mitchell effortlessly operated the armor, they had got especially surprised when Mitchell had increased the power of his attack 5 times when Albert increased his power. I had not expected this boy would really create runic armor a year ago, said another voice. When this voice speaks out, everyone looks at it. Lady Vivian, have you known about Mitchell creating the runic armor? Josephine asked in a surprise. No, I did not. I had never expected he would create something like this. A year ago, when he sparred with my student, he had an average ability, and I had casually commented to him to create runic armor after he got badly beaten by my student. She replied before she turned back toward Josephine. This is not a full runic armor of it, right? He had created a full-body runic armor consisting of over 1,000 runes, right? Lady Vivian asked, looking directly into the eyes of Josephine. While Josephine remained expressionless to Lady Vivian's questions, those who were hearing the conversation had got deeply surprised, as controlling something that is comprised of over 1,000 runes creates completely different implications. As that the level of control one needs simply beyond the night stage, controlling more than 1,000 runes while fighting is a near impossible feat that even they did not see anyone coming close to performing even in the central continent. Even those who were the best of their generation were simply incapable of doing what Lady Vivian suggested. Ha ha ha. Seeing no answer from Josephine, Lady Vivian couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. I had missed out on the great seed. I would have accepted him, Crystal, when my student told me to, she said with a little sigh of regret before turning into the battle where change had occurred. Clang, our weapons clashed again, but this instead of attacking again, we both took a step back and looked at each other before intense pressure started radiating from him as the runes on his brightly. Now only the blood-red runes shining brightly, but his saber also started to release powerful fluctuations as the faint shadow of the sun appeared behind him, and he appeared next to me as if he teleported. Everything had happened at extremely fast speed. One moment we both took a step back, and the next moment he had gone all out attacking me. It is very swift, that a normal person with level 3 would not have been able to react with such power but attack. But I am not an average person. I had been ready since he summoned all his power and came at me. One sun annihilation. He shouted as he attacked, and the faint sun behind him started to shine brightly. That moment, I felt like I had been transported to the surface of the sun. It felt extremely hot. It is not just a feeling but a real attack. If it had been normal adamantine in my place, he would have been burned to ashes. Hell, I would have also been quite injured if not for me wearing the armor, and it is not a real attack. It's just the field created by the attack, the real attack in its saber which is coming at me. The arts, one can't really underestimate them, especially the ones that came from the Supreme Organization. It's a good thing that in the night stage, he can't show the full power of this move, from what Alina had told me and what I had read from the info. This art is extremely powerful that it would change the topography of the place when it is used by the powerful expert. His saber came at me bearing the terrifying amount of heat, and while my sword went toward it, bearing a huge amount of strength. Seeing him attacking without holding back, I did not hold back either. I pushed my soul energy and activated all the power runes of my runic power. Clang, our weapons clashed. Just as they clashed, I saw extremely thick inheritance energy coming with shining yellow energy that looked like melted sunlight. As they were about to touch my skin, the energy got sucked into my armor. As it did, the armor shook lightly. If it had been before me using the healing rule to make it more tensile, I would have been worried by such shaking, as it would have meant my armor is close to breaking up. But now there is no fear. The healing rule made it quite flexible that I could bear much more load, so I am not worried. Instead, I am focused on that terrifying melted sunlight energy, which would have sent me to death if not for the protection of armor. The energy of art is extremely hot, but what attracted me is the power rule of the sun that is hidden inside. The rule of the sun aspect he comprehended is weaker than mine and still at the same level as me, at peak basic stage. As I focused on that rule power, something had clicked inside me. And the next moment, I found the power of the sun rule increasing exponentially. It is clear that my rule of sun is advancing to the intermediate change. Inside my source, the change is happening. The sun, which is half silver and half red, is growing by the moment. I could even see the change of it outside as red lines started to spread on my armor. These red lines are distinctively different from the blood red lines of the killing rule. As they spread, my armor became more beautiful and powerful. There are not only red lines, but silver lines too that are spreading, but they are not visible due to my armor already being silver already. I had been very close to reaching intermediate grade in my sun rule, but did not expect my comprehension would be the one that will take it to intermediate grade. With my rule of sun reaching the intermediate grade, all my rules are now at the intermediate grade, which had created the perfect harmony between my rule powers, which was not present before. This harmony had made my armor, even more, stronger than it already was before. With the rule of sun advancing, the power of my armor increased instantly, and I attacked him to counter his coming attack. He looked quite a little surprised as seeing me react this fast, as he had expected I would need quite some time to deal with his first attack. By that time, he would be able to finish me off with the second attack. The plan was simple but effective and would have worked on the other who had level 3 inheritance power seeing his powerful art, but unfortunately, it is me who came across. Even if my armor isn't able to digest all the energy, I could easily release the crushed energy. So as long as the attack is not too overpowered, that could crush my armor in a single attack. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing two of his attacks failed, slight anger appeared on his face, and he started to launch attacks furiously. His attacks were extremely fast and powerful, and I had to give my all to respond to them. It's a good thing I have the swallowing rule. If not for it, it would have been quite difficult for me to respond to such a degree, such quickly. The converted energy is a lifesaver in the combat it is due to it. I am having no problem fighting against such a powerful opponent. To normal people, it may look like we are just wildly swinging our weapons, but an expert would be able to see each of our moves are precisely calculated. Combat is not simply swinging of weapons, it is a highly technical field where one has to perform countless calculations within microseconds. There are countless feints, deceptions, and direct moves. One has to identify all of them before responding. All the people who were able to come to this level have gone through thousands of fights, and many of them were life and death battles. These instances make one an expert fighter. Not to forget, they are also trained by the powerhouses of their organizations, which furnish their combat style even further. One has to be very careful when dealing with such opponents. We were just fighting when suddenly, the power of its attack increased again, but this time, unlike before, there was no indication. The runes on its body remained the same, so is the sun phantom behind him. If one always looks for these signs when fighting, then one would be a big idiot. These runes and phantoms created by the power of the arts are just visual effects. If one had enough control over one's abilities, he could manipulate these visual effects at will. Albert did the same. He just turned off the visual effect of its arts and inheritance and attacked with his full strength. This time as he is using it all his strength, not holding even an ounce of strength back. Clang, clang, clang. He started to attack even more furiously with full strength. The strength of his attacks was so great that swallowing formation of my incomplete armor could not swallow it all. I had released some of its energy. He's getting angrier and angrier with the inability to defeat me despite using all his strength. If there had been any other person in his place, that person would have gotten angry as well. I fought against him for another minute before he decided to end it, as he had nothing much to offer. I would have liked to fight longer against him, as this will only be an interesting fight in which I will have the luxury to do so, as other remaining members of my group are weakling. When I reach the top 10, it will be me that is the end of the rope, trying my all to survive against my opponent. This time when our weapons clashed, I took back my sword as usual before swinging it back as I usually do, but this speed of my sword is far greater than before. He put his saber into the defensive posture to defend. But to his surprise, my huge sword strangely slipped into gaps of his defense before he could do anything, and stood by its neck with his saber just a centimeter away from his neck. A slight surprise appeared on his eyes, seeing the sword on his neck, before a look of disappointment flashed on his eyes as he realized he had lost the battle. Winner Michiel Czar, the referee said second after I placed the sword on my opponent. Cheer, cheer, cheer. Good fight, I said to my opponent before walking out of the arena amidst huge cheer. This is the greatest cheer I have gotten until now. Well, this is the first fight of mine, which has lasted for more than a second, so receiving cheers is obvious. That was a great fight. Somewhere in the fight, I had thought you would lose it, William said as he took my seat in the participant area. Don't worry, I would not lose till I reach top 10, I replied. Well, you will reach the top 10 before getting beaten by my sister there. William joked as he patted my shoulder. This joke maybe turned out to be true with my current strength. I don't think I am Jill's match. Josephine, this battle was quite surprising. I can't wait for the battle where this little guy will show his full runic armor. Madame Sienna said there was no sadness or disappointment that could be seen on her face despite seeing a member of her organization losing. Don't worry, Madame Sienna, you will not be disappointed when he shows his full armor, she replied. Since everyone had already guessed Michiel had full body runic armor, there is no need to scorn the intelligence of people here. She might well admit it, openly admit it. The championship continued. Fights after fights kept being fought in 10 arenas. Some fights ended in seconds, while others took hours. The audience in full spirit, while some intelligent people like me frowned. Especially me, who is feeling intense pressure. As I watched the fights, I couldn't help but notice how weak I am. I may be able to reach the top 10, but going further than that would be extremely difficult. In the 10 groups that were fighting, I noticed some people were still winning the fights in single moves, and by the time battles for top 10 finished on the 13th day of the championship, I was in intense pressure. I am feeling pressure because of the 10 people that got into the top 10, 7 of them had finished their battles in a single move, without showing even an ounce of their power. Jill and Ellen are among these people, and 2 who had shown their powers were Rhea and me. Even Rhea hadn't revealed Diamond's defense of hers, which means she is still holding back a lot of her strength. I am not the only one who is lacking in confidence in myself, others too, which is why when I checked the betting site, I found my odds are worse. Even Rhea had much better odds on her and than me. I had just returned to the mansion with the professor a few minutes, and now we are sitting in the conference room discussing the strategy. You should be most careful of two people tomorrow, Professor said, and the projection of two people appeared in front of me, Edmund Soren and Ellen Smith. She muttered. I looked at the projection of Ellen before turning toward the projection Edmund. Seeing him, my expression couldn't help but turn serious. It is not only because he is powerful, but also because he is the target I had to defeat no matter what. He is the member of Skysaber, and the same young man which the powerhouse of the Skysaber had brought with those two people. Ever since I know he is participating in the battle, I wanted to defeat him. Both of them are extremely powerful, Professor said with a sigh. You might not know, but that friend of yours had an apex-grade bloodline, which is the most desired thing in the whole world, she said. When Alina heard apex bloodline, a look of extreme longing couldn't help but appear in her. I do not know much about bloodlines, but I know their value is greater than a special constitution. An inheritance as a powerful bloodline could give these two things to his host. I had known about Ellen having bloodline. She had not hidden from me, but I did not expect it to apex-grade bloodline, which changes everything. The constitution I had been so proud of is nothing in front of her. If she had activated her bloodline completely, then bloodline would grant her an apex-level constitution, which will be a grade above mine, and that will be just one of the perks of apex bloodline given. This is Edmund Soren. He also has grade 12 constitution like you. But unlike you, he had accepted the inheritance, Professor said as happened on his projection, and his info started to appear. He had accepted the level 4 inheritance, and with that merged with his constitution, the power he could show is above the level 5 inheritance, not to forget the power of the art he could show with his special constitution. The professor said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but shudder. What kind of monster did they bring here? With such power, he is equal to Ellen, who had yet to activate her bloodline completely. These people would not need much strength to crush someone like me. These are strong, but the other 7 are not much weak either, the professor said, and the projection of the 7 people appeared, and the professor started to describe the strength of 7 people. When I started to hear it, I couldn't quite believe myself. Each and every one of them is very strong. Even Rhea, whom I used to consider my equal, is terrifyingly powerful when the diamond comes to play. Till now, what she had shown is the surface of what she had possessed, and her real strength is quite terrifying. The professor is somehow able to gather quite detailed info on all people except for one, and that is Jill. There's a lot of info about her, but all of it useless. Till now, all fights she had flights, and whatever recorded of her, she never showed her true abilities. All the fights she had fought, she had finished them all with her physical strength without using any abilities. The intel credible we have about her is that she had accepted a very powerful inheritance. This is all the professor was able to get from her when she had scanned Jill with her senses. I had thought with your strength, your getting into top 5, even top 3, would not be a problem, but looked like I was utterly wrong, Alina said with a laugh. Seeing her laugh, I couldn't help but laugh too, as I had thought the same before the start of the competition. Mitchell, have you made any progress with the last hurdle of your art? Professor asked, to which I shook my head. 2 weeks ago, the professor had offered me an art at that time. I had told her I had already had it and was trying to comprehend it. Now I had almost comprehended the whole art, leaving just a tiny piece of it. As long as I comprehend that tiny piece, everything would fall into place, and I would be able to use the power of the first chapter. But till now, all attempts to comprehend it has turned futile. Still, I will keep trying. You rest well. Tomorrow will be a tough day, the professor said after another hour of discussion. After the discussion with the professor, I went to my parents, and I followed my usual routine of cooking and eating with them. My parents wanted me to focus on training since it is a critical day tomorrow, but insisted on spending time with them. I already have a training schedule fix, and training more than that will be just a waste of time. Like the art, I have nearly comprehended the first chapter on it, and just need a tiny bit more understanding, and I don't think sitting for hours in one place is going to give me that understanding. So I spent 2 hours with my parents before I went to my training. I did what I do every day. I first practiced 3 methods before sitting an hour comprehending the art, which I had expected turned out to be futile. Before going to shower and sleep, I tried once again, breaking to the 7th floor of the tower. The 7th floor is the last floor of the tower, and seeing how dense the runes are on the top floor, I am very sure energies that would get refined by it would be off the charts. Such pure mana would increase the power of armor immensely, and that is what I needed for tomorrow, a powerful runic armor. My attempts to break into the top flood had been futile, though I have come quite close and was able to make a few cracks that time. Still, I was not able to blast it. I was too drained to do that. Sighing, I lifted my tired body and walked and took toward the shower before laying on the bed and falling into a sleep which was not dreamless as usual. I had few dreams, but I forgot them by the time I woke up in the morning. After waking up, I freshened up and practiced for 1.5 hours before I went to the kitchen and made breakfast, which the whole family eats together silently. The breakfast is usually silent. My parents seemed to be lost in their own thoughts, especially my mother, who had been quite silent for the past few days. My father seemed to know the reason behind it, but he did not tell me. After I finished eating breakfast in comfortable silence, I walked to the garden where Alina and Professor are already waiting. I took a seat beside them as there is still some time before we leave. "Are you ready for today?" Professor asked after some time, ready as I could be. I answered with a smile. "To win even a single match, I will have to give my all, and that in consideration, I did not come across someone like Ellen, who was too overpowered. Against someone like her, I would not be able to last more than a few moves, and if she takes me seriously, then I might be finished in a single move. To be honest, I don't want to accept this reality of my friend being too strong to finish me up in a single move, but it is the truth. I just hope that I did not come across her during my first match. I want to fight a good fight and not get disqualified in a single attack, which I am sure I would if I come across her. She will show no mercy, especially to me. Well, it did not matter. Even if she became my opponents, I would still give my all as I will to any other opponent. It will not matter how strong they are. It's time, let's go," Professor said, and the three of us flew toward the championship venue. They seemed even more excited today they should be. Only 2 days have remained. Today's matches will decide who will go to the finals that will be held tomorrow, the last day of the competition. "Good luck," said Professor, and next moment I found myself enveloped me, and second later I found myself in a high-glass suit where 10 luxurious seats were placed. The new participants' lunge, I thought. It is a good thing the professor had teleported me, otherwise I would have been mobbed by people. Though flying is forbidden, people would still break the rules. Since I had entered top 100, people had been taking photos of me constantly and started to camp outside of our mansion. Professor had to erect the shields around the mansion to keep some crazy people out. Even now we were coming out, some people tried to fly toward us. If not for security that is stopping them, hundreds if not thousands of people would have come at us, discarding everything. The participants' lunge is nearly empty, except for some servants and a girl named Camilla Johnson, who is sitting on the 7th chair. Hearing my steps, she looked at me and nodded. I nodded back before sitting on my seat, which is the last one. I had just taken a seat when I sensed fluctuations. A handsome young man with blonde hair appeared out of nowhere. George Carmen also nodded at both of us before he took a seat at the other end. A minute after that, a short boy named Bobby Watts has appeared. A few seconds after that, it is Rhea who appeared. She smiled and sat on the 8th seat. We did not talk much except for smiling and mouthing something to each other. She may be my friend, but she is also my opponent to whom I have to beat, so we remain quiet. Soon 7 people have already appeared, and now only 3 seats are empty, which are for Ellen, Jill, and that guy Edmund. These 3 also the people I fear most in this competition. Click, the door of the lounge opened, and Jill came in with a slight haggard expression. Here every person is a member of the organization and has been directly teleported here with the help of the senior. Jill had not joined any organization, so she had to come here on her through the hungry audience. Though she had been provided security of the powerful powerhouses, they still could not be compared to super powerhouses, which could make wet their pants with a slight release of their aura. "Mitchell," Jill said as she sat beside me. "Jill," I replied with a smile. "I hope you have made preparations. I don't want you to lose in the competition too early, at least not before we fight," she said. Hearing I couldn't help but become surprised before a small smile came across my face. She had been a shy girl who was always careful before speaking, but now she had lost that shyness, at least among the friends. "Don't worry, I will not lose before I fight you," I replied with a smile. Jill wanted to say something when suddenly we felt 2 presences appear behind us. When I looked back, I saw Edmund and Alina appearing one after other. They attracted the gazes of everyone as they appeared. They were the last 2 people who had yet to arrive, and now they have arrived. As they appeared, Ellen walked toward me directly and softly hugged me. "I would be very disappointed if you lose before even fighting me. So you better pull out that runic armor my teacher had so many praises about and win till we met in the arena," she whispered in my ears before quickly taking her. I was just looking at Ellen when I felt a very cold sensation on my back. When I looked toward the direction I am feeling the gaze from, my eyes fell on the gray eyes of Edmund, who was looking at me weirdly. I don't know what those emotions mean, but they are giving me a very uncomfortable feeling, which means whatever the emotions, they did not have good intentions for me. He looked me with his eyes a second longer before he slowly walked away to his seat. Only then I looked away from him. I don't know how powerful he is right now, but I am very sure he had grown stronger than before, and only Jill and Ellen could match him in strength. Sigh. I sighed and did not think about those thoughts anymore, and looked ahead to the host who had flown to the center of the arena. The fights will start in a few minutes, and I have to be ready, both mentally and physically. Welcome everyone. I welcome you all to the 14th day of the Continental Championship. the host said in a soft voice, which had brought the huge cheer out of the million people who are sitting at the stadium. The rules of today are simple, all The host explained the rules, which, as she said, are simple. The 10 of us fight each other. The 5 of those will go for the quarterfinal. The 5 people, the one who finished in the quickest time, will directly reach the semifinals where she will fight the 2 people who emerge at the winner. If he wins the fight against both of the people, there will be no final, and he will be declared the winner. If he loses one fight or both, then the winner of 2 matches, then both of them will fight in the final tomorrow. The first fight will be between Camilla Johnson vs. George Carmen, the host said as the projection of both of them have appeared on the screen. As they saw both of their names called out, they both looked at each other before getting up and walking toward the different doors. A minute later, I saw both of them appearing on the huge arena from different sides. Seeing them, the audience cheered loudly. I had not heard such big cheer before. It is good that there are thousands of sound absorbers around the stadium to dull the sound otherwise. Normal people would have found themselves deaf in front of such a huge sound. As they both appeared on the arena, a beautiful host appeared beside them as a referee and asked if they were ready to fight. Seeing a nod from them, she gave them permission to fight. As gave permission, the battle started, and I have to say, both of them did not allow dilly-dally much. They directly started using their inheritance powers, wanting to finish the fight as quickly as possible so that they could get that slot. I observed the fight, not wanting to miss even a bit. The winner might meet me in the semifinals if I was lucky enough to cross the first hurdle. I have even started to use the killing rule, which I usually don't do as a migraine I feel while using it. There is too much data, but now that I need this data, in case I will be fighting the winner in the next round. That is not the only reason, though there are other reasons as well, like identifying their strength and weakness. From the feeling I got from these 9 people, I had divided them into the 3 spectrums. The first spectrum includes Jill, Ellen, and Edmund. They give me the most intense feeling and have the strength to crush me in a single attack. The second spectrum includes Rhea, Camilla, John, Simon, and Bobby. These are also very powerful, and I do not have the confidence to defeat them. The third spectrum includes me and George, who is fighting against Camilla. He had accepted level 3 inheritance and level 6 constitution, which enhances his power quite much, but I don't think all this will help him win against Camilla. If I am right, then Camilla will finish him in half an hour, or so. She could finish him in a minute if she wanted to, but she will not. That will be revealed of abilities, and no smart person like her would tell opponents all her abilities before the fight. She will likely whittle George away till she would be able to finish him off without releasing her full abilities. Though she is holding back still, the battle she is fighting is absolutely amazing. Both of them are using very powerful moves that if I had been in their place, I would have had to summon the full runic armor. The small form of my runic armor would not have been able to hold against such powerful abilities. The inheritance of both of them is amazing, so is their arts. Well, it is not surprising seeing they are from the Supreme Organization. They did not admit the trash in their organization. The whole arena is filled with the dreadful attacks that normal adamantine would simply vaporize under. Even those who had accepted level 1 and level 2 inheritances would be instantly killed if they come under such attack. While I am watching, I am also calculating how I could respond to such an attack. There are tens of scenarios playing inside my mind about responses I could make to their attacks. Time passed, and finally, 45 minutes later, Camilla launched a fierce sneak attack that George could not dodge. The attack hit him squarely on the head and knocked him directly unconscious. Camilla returned to the amidst loud cheering. The battle was so amazing that it made the audience mad that they continued cheering even after Camilla disappeared from their eyes. Camilla returned, but George not. He went to different places where he will fight for ranking later on, but that is none my business till I did not lose the battle that will come at me. Well, that was an amazing battle. Let's hope our next contestants would entertain us with their strength similarly. She said as she looked at the screen where the names were shaking. The next battle would be between Rhea Holt and Edmund Soren, the host announced. I was a little startled hearing that and couldn't help but curse inside my mind. Why did she get such a powerful opponent? I hope her diamond defense gives her a chance to fight back. I thought as I mouthed best of luck to Rhea when she looked at me before leaving. Both of you ready? The hostess referee asked. Both of them nodded. Fight, she said. The next moment the things I saw was one of the greatest things I have ever seen in the battle in my life. It was mind-blowing, not only for me but just also for the audience. As the hostess shouted fight, a huge change occurred in both of them. Behind Rhea, a very faint phantom of huge snake appeared. It is huge and long, and has feathers covering half of its body. The snake looked very dangerous and bloodthirsty, but its whole body covered glittering diamonds. Even its phantom is very faint. It is enough to make shudders to all people who are watching. The huge phantom behind her that mesmerizes. If I am not wrong, then the phantom is likely the mythical feathered serpent, a mutated type of feather to be exact. It is her bloodline. I had guessed about it before, but I had never been sure, but seeing I am sure now. Though the bloodline is not fully awakened, it is still hugely oppressive that normal people would not be able to move under such pressure. As the feathered serpent appeared behind her, diamond runes started to flow out her body till it created the majestic diamond armor just as Diamond appeared her. A light gleamed in her hand, and the sword appeared. The sword had a red handle and diamond blade. Even from the distance I looked at, I felt cuts over my body. The sword's sharpness would not lose to my totem artifact when I activated its enchantment. While the spectator of Rhea was grand, the spectator of Edmund was a little muted but no less amazing. He activated his constitution and inheritance at the same time. A layer of fiery brimstone started to appear on him and covered him like armor, the only part of his body which is not covered his head. One could blue fire glittering and smoke coming from the hundreds of gasps of his armor, which made it look even more demonic. The totem artifact is the same, his armor made of brimstone, including the blade of his sword. While the diamond armor of Rhea made her look like angel from heaven, the brimstone armor looked like a demon. It may look like minutes had passed, but it took them less than a second to summon their power before coming toward each other with war cry. The scene was so surreal that I had got completely lost in it. Both of their weapons clashed, which created a deafening sound and shockwave that shocked all those who were watching. They got even more shocked when they saw Rhea take back. Bloodlines are powerful than the Constitution, but it is when it is fully awakened. The pseudo-awakened is also very powerful, but the opponent she is facing is not weak either. He had grade 12 special Constitution, which is power completely drawn out by the perfect inheritance. Such a grave combination is beyond powerful, so it is not surprising he can push the Rhea back easily. After the first attack, he launched another and then another. At every attack, Rhea would take at least a one step back despite Rhea's attempts to draw out more power from her inheritance. She is getting pushed back. Edmund is very powerful. He is using the natural power of his constitution very efficiently. Bombarding Rhea with brimstone fire. It's a good thing the power of Rhea is purely defensive, that she has any harm aside from getting pushed back at every attack. I could see the frustration on her masked face as she tried to find a way to release herself from the entanglement of Edmund's attack, but everything turned futile. The attacks of Edmund's are too powerful, and not to forget his nearly flawless combat style, which is making use of every opening present to Rhea's defense. I am quite impressed and couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like fighting him. I shook my head at those thoughts. Currently, the inheritance power that Edmund is projecting is at level 3, but when it combines with his constitution, its power has reached above level 4, closer to level 5. The current power he is attacking Rhea with is already enough to blast my armor apart, and the funny thing is, this is not even his true power. He is far stronger than he is showing. If I were to guess, I would say that he had accepted the level 4 inheritance at the least. There are even chances that he might have even accepted the level 5. If he had enough willpower, he could accept the level 5 inheritance with the power of his grade 12 special constitution. Bang! Suddenly, the saber of Edmund grew bright, and he attacked his saber smoothly past the sword Rhea and whip across her chest, which created a shocking force that sent Rhea directly out of the arena. While that was quite a fight, it had completely blown my mind, the host said. Despite her immense power, her voice seemed quite shaky. The fight was really amazing. It had blown everyone's mind. The audience is still cheering Edmund's name even after the fight is over. Edmund had shown his power and finished off one of the most difficult opponents within 2 minutes. I could still remember his intense attacks like spider webs that entangled Rhea more and with every attack. I wish I had enough time to accept the inheritance. If I had, I would not be weaker than Edmund. I too have a grade 12 constitution like him, and with the inheritance, I would have been able to draw its full power of my constitution. The next fight will be of Simon Tusk and Michiel Zar. I was busy in my thoughts when suddenly I heard my name. When I looked ahead, I saw my image projecting with Simon's. Looks like it is finally my turn. I said to myself as I stood up. I saw good luck that Jill and Ellen's mouth before looked at Simon, who was looking at me before I wailed to the left door while Simon to the right. Michiel, Michiel. When I walked out, I heard thousands of voices calling my name. It felt a little overwhelming seeing thousands of people calling with you having only meters distance between them. It is a good thing there is a force field separating them to me. Otherwise, I am very sure they would have come at me like hungry wolves, and I would have drowned in their bodies. I smiled at them seeing they were taking photos, but also quicked my face toward arena, and a few seconds later, I walked out the tunnel into the huge arena under the gazes of millions of people. For a few days, I had fought under the eyes of these many people, but not all of the eyes were locked on me. There were 10 arenas around where battles were fought consecutively. I had to take a couple of breaths before I walked toward Simon, who is already in the center of the arena. Simon is a muscled guy wearing full-body blue armor. He is from the Windows Temple, and if intelligence is right then, he has accepted the level 4 inheritance, which makes his very, very powerful opponent that I had to give my all to fight. Thud. As we appeared 10 meters away from each other, the hostess appeared between us, and I have to say she looked even more beautiful up close, and it was a lot more powerful than I had initially thought. "Both of you ready?" she asked. We nodded in unison. "Fight," she said after a second. Just as we heard the word fight, we moved toward each other at our greatest speed while activating our powers. A thick silver liquid with many colored lines started to spread around my body, and a moment later a solid runic armor appeared on my body. "He is fast," I thought as sword appeared on my body and speed runes lit on my armor. "I have to be careful of his speed. Those from the Wind God's temple are known for their speed. I would pay a grave price if I underestimated his speed." Like me, he had had changes that appeared on his body, but unlike armor that appeared most people's bodies. He had a faint green priestly robe appear on him, which is littered with many emerald-colored runes. If he wasn't holding a nearly 2-meter-long axe and showing battle intent in his eyes, I would have thought he was a priest who was running fast to save someone's life. Soon we appeared next to each other, attacked at the same time. He swung his axe while I swung my sword at him while carefully concentrating for every part of its body so I could get a clear idea about its attack. Hun. I looked when suddenly I saw the speed of his axe increasing 5 times when it was halfway reaching my sword. It was a good thing. I have fully concentrated all my senses on him and noticed the fluctuation of power immediately. Just as I noticed, I activated the few runes, and the speed of my sword increased by 5 times. He looked quite surprised seeing I was just a fraction behind increasing the speed of my sword. He had expected to catch me off guard with his speed, but didn't know he would have been able to do that if he used all his power. That time, even a fraction of time, would have cost me dearly with the speed his axe was coming at me, but did want to show all his strength to others who are watching from the participants' area. This is a great mistake. Fighting me, one should try to finish me off as quickly as possible. Once enough time passes and I study my opponent's movements, then even if he is stronger than me, I will fight a way to defeat him. Clang, our weapons finally clashed, producing deafening sound and shockwave which made the audience gasp. His attack was very powerful, especially that razor-sharp wind-type inheritance energy, which has the form tornado. If any normal adamantine had got even 10 of this energy into his body, he would be shredded into fine particles of flesh and bone. To be honest, this is one most dangerous inheritance energy I had ever encountered, and I am glad the professor had helped me improve my armor. Otherwise, my armor would have the capacity to swallow this powerful energy when it reached in great quantity. He looked at me intently as our weapons locked with each other before his expressions became firm, and the next moment, I saw 4 copies of him coming out of him and surrounding me. There are a total of 4 copies that came out, including Simon. They are 5. This is not an art, but an envy-worthy inheritance ability. Wind God's Temple's main inheritance, the Wind Duplication. The Wind Duplication is an envy-worthy inheritance ability of the Wind God Temple's main inheritance. It is the best ability to be used in war, but it worked fine in duel too. As I had said, the clones it had created are not completely realistic as what Alina did with her art. One could clearly see them being wind clones, but they are not as powerful as the clone Alina had created. These clones only have 10 power of the main body. The reason this ability is envy-worthy because numbers one could create with it. The professor said, the most proficient one could create more than hundreds of wind closes that each had 10 of the main body. This is not art of Alina could do. In the war, they could become terror, but here when in the duel they are not much use as I am only slightly weakened than him, and his clones of 10 strength would just annoy me without dealing with much damage, and that is what it is doing. This envy-worthy ability of it will not be much useful in the next match as it is against me. It is due to that it had shown this ability. It wanted to annoy me with the clones, so I could not focus properly, which will give his chance of finished me off quickly without much revealing its power. If there were others, someone of my strength, in my place, that plan would have worked, but now it will work in my favor. More attacks mean more power. Even if its annoying little flies could only offer so much, I would still be satisfied by this power which will aid me to defeat the main body. As the clones came out, a silver layer started to spread over my face. I usually don't cover my face, even though covering it with runic armor means more and more power. I never liked helmets much, especially in the battle. I liked to keep my head free of all obstructions, but now that these annoying flu had appeared, I had to cover my herd fully. Who knows, one of their blades might slip my defense and reach my naked neck. That would be a game over for me. So it is better I cover my neck for both power and protection. We continue looking at each other eye to eyes before taking back our weapons and attacking again. This is time. There is not only one person attacking me, but 5, but I did not have care for the 4 of them. Other people would not do that. These people have 10 power of the is enough to shake someone like Camilla if it hit her armor directly, but my runic armor is different than the convection armor. No matter where one attack, they will still face the tensile defense, which would immediately transfer power to the whole armor through the intricate formation. No power will remain concentrate on the same place to damage unless it far beyond what my armor could swallow. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed against, and right after that, another 4 attacked came at me, with all of them being targeted at my head, but they did not do anything except for creating sparks and shockwaves. He seemed slightly surprised seeing me not caring about his closes. Soon his eyes hardened, and he attacks with a lot more speed and power than before, seeing that I had 2 activated few runes, and swing my sword and counter with my sword holding the same amount of power as his. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed faster and faster with more power. The pests that were attacking me had also increased their power, but that did not anything but give more energy to swallow. I am barely using any attacking him. All that I am using had come from him and little pests. They are giving me so much energy that even if Simon increases the power of his attacks every time, I just have to use the converted energy of his previous attacks and attacks of his clones, and add a little bit of mine before attacking. This too good. I had never fought such a battle where I used so little of my energy. Here he is giving me nearly all the energy I need, and also showing me his combat style fully without hiding anything. I wish I come across such giving opponents more often. They are a nice surprise from the same old I fight every day. Still, fighting him is not easy. He is the fastest opponent I've fought. Such people are very trickier to deal with. With their speed, they could make a lot of stealthy moves that by the time you realized it, it is already very late. He is taking full advantage of his speed, using every trick he had in his arsenal to him, and I am doing everything to stop him. His blade would always be stopped by my sword. I may have confidence in my armor, but I am not an idiot to let his blade touch my armor. Powerful people like 10 ways to explode in power at right movements, and I am not too sure my armor would be able to withstand the direct strike of his full power, which is why I had been completely defensive, rarely launching the offensive of my own. I have been studying him with complete focus. I want to get the complete data on him so that I could finish him through his weakness. Currently, from the strength, I can sense from him, and seeing his speed, even if I used the full power of my armor, I do not have full confidence to beat him. The only surely what to beat his is his weakness. 10 minutes passed by, and attacks have grown even stronger. He has now revealed the powers compared to the strong level 3 inheritance bearers that very few could match. Anything further, and his attack will reach that level 4. His true power, which I am, he will start to use within a minute. He by now clearly understood there is no way he could beat me without using his true power, so he will show it whether he wants to or not. Thud, it seemed like I have underestimated this runic armor of yours. I should have used my full power at the beginning and use it to finish you off as soon as possible, he said as he landed back. To his admission, I had just smiled. Telling him he was right would feel like gloating, so I might as well just smile and wait for his attack. It had been over 20 minutes since we had started fighting, and I had collected a lot of data on him. With this much data on him gave me 70 confidence to win the fight. If I had 10 more minutes and he had shown his art, that would have turned to 90, but still him, giving me 20 minutes is more than I had expected. I will make do with what I have to do. Be careful now, I am going to use my full strength, he said, and an amazing visual phenomenon erupted around him, which made the audience gasp as it looked very beautiful. Art of 10,000 leaves, I said as I saw the runes on his robe lit, and beautiful leaves appeared around him that looked like they were carved from the flecks of emerald. He is at the first level of his 10,000 leaves art, which gives access to 1,000 leaves. These leaves may look delicate and beautiful, but they are extremely dangerous. The sharpness of these leaves is comparable to my sword. With the full power of his art and inheritance activated, he appeared in front of me as if he was teleported and attacked. As he did, a wave of thousands leaves came behind his saber. I wanted to dodge, but it is nearly impossible to do that. The speed of his was so great that I would not be able to take a step back, much less dodge. Under such an attack, I could only counter, so I activated all the runes of my runic armor, holding nothing back as I swung my sword. This is a real battle full of strength, and winning it will depend on how speedily I could operate my army. Clang, dehud, dehud, dehud. Our weapons clashed loudly and sent an immense amount of inheritance at me, which left my armor intensely, but that is just a starting right after the clash. The thousands leave attacked. The attack felt like that of the machine gun. Each leaf had a power greater than the bullet that would through my body if my armor was not able to defend against them. My armor in intense pressure, it is shaking madly as if it is on the verge of collapse, and I would not lee it is really it near the collapse. If I had not been operating each rune with all my soul energy, the armor would have crashed already. The power of the level 4 inheritance is really amazing, more powerful than I had thought. That with these attacks coming I had to expel nearly half of the energy which had been crushed. If I tried to convert more than half of the attacking energy of it, the armor would collage. I am already taking a huge risk of converting half of the energy, as I have an extreme need for it. My own strength is not enough to hold Simon. Clang, clang, clang. Simon started his furious assault with the speed that I am able to follow due to killing energy. If I used my normal senses, then he would become completely blur to me. Professor was right when she said I should be careful of the speed. You can never underestimate the rate of those from Wind God's temple. Step, step, step. I started to take steps back. His attacks are too powerful to mitigate the force. I had to take an action back with each. He had now become some kind of speed demon, which is attacking me from every direction, not to forget these leaves, which not only are powerful but also possess the ability to disorient. If not having level 1 sensory rule, I would have completely beaten by it. My old level 2 killing rule, even at intermediate grade, would not have been able to resist the effect of those leaves. I continue to respond in a phantom-like form that is appearing in every direction, trying to crack my defense, while all I could do is defend with all my strength, as I did not have a choice other than to give my all. I was just responding to his attack when suddenly my gaze concentrated on sparks that created when our weapons clashed, and something clicked inside my mind. The last piece of the puzzle that had been bugging me for quite a while finally be solved. I had finally comprehended the last piece of Chapter 1 of Eldritch Sword Art. Now everything has become clear, and could use it whenever I want it. Eldritch Art, Chapter 1 Explosion. It feels a little strange to have Chapter 1 of the Sword Art named Explosion, but when one looks at what it entails, one would feel it is an entirely justified name. This sword art is definitely quite different from the arts I've experienced so far, and one might even say it is quite nasty, but I liked it very much and couldn't wait to use it, and I did not wait. The moment I comprehended the first chapter, I used it. As I used, I could feel the power of the art in my sword. I had controlled the visual phenomenon it might have created, which is a small thing for me, and swung my sword at Simon. Now I just have to wait for our weapons to clash. Just as that happens, Simon and the audience will receive quite a surprise. Clang, our weapons clashed against like which had been clashing for a few minutes. Just as they clashed, Simon took back his sword to launch another attack when he stopped midway, and his expression changed intensely. Bang, an intense fear appeared on Simon's face as he tried to activate his defensive ability, but did not when suddenly a huge explosion covered Simon. The explosion created a huge sound. As it had completely covered Simon, I could see how silver energy acted like a fuse and lightened the whole Simon up. The Eldritch Sword Art is a little different than normal, or at least its first chapter, which is the only one I was able to read. It used one's ability and worldly energy to create a bomb that quickly spread over the user and create the explosion. It worked really well, especially when there is another energy like just now Simon was using the inheritance energy and energy of the art. My attack had merged with them and created even bigger energy. Thud, I was in my thoughts when the dusk around Simon cleared, but just as that happened, I saw Simon losing consciousness and falling down on the floor. Normally it is very hard to make one this level of powerhouse unconscious, but the power of the attack was too great that Simon could not resist. He had fallen unconscious and quite seriously injured. Mitchell Czar winner, the host declared, and a deafening cheer broke through the audience. They seemed to have enjoyed the fight very much, as this is the biggest sound made by the audience. I looked at Simon's unconscious form, which is being taken away before walking out of the arena myself amidst the huge cheers. You have really found a good C, Josephine, capable of controlling more than 1,000 runes at the same time. There has never been a knight in the past 1,000 years who had such exquisite energy control. Lady Vivian said. Hearing the word repository, members of the Supreme Organization had a strange gleam in their eyes. It is especially intense in the eyes of Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne C's members. I entered the participants' area and finally felt little the cheer of the audience was really too intense. I rather fight back to back 10 times rather than face such a wild audience. Nice explosion, Jill said lightly as I sat on my seat. To that I had just smiled. The comprehension of art came at the right time. Without it, it would have been really difficult for me to win the fight, and that was just a starting. There is still a quarter-final match, and if I am somehow able to win that, there is semi-final, which I really don't think I could win. Battle explosive. I hope our next would also create such impressions as this one had, the host said as she appeared in the center of the arena. The next battle will be between Jillian St. Palin and Bobby Watts, the host announced as the name and projections of both of them appeared on the screen. Just as Jill's name is announced, an excited expression appears on the face of Jill. It is like she couldn't wait to join the battle. Good luck, I said softly when she got up from her stop. Winning this battle would not be a problem. Bobby is strong, have around the same strength as Simon, but he is not at the level of Jill. She will easily defeat him. The only question is how much power will she have to show to beat him. Even Edmund has to reveal little of his power against his opponent, and Jill will have too. I could see everyone's gaze became sharper as Jill and Bobby appeared on the arena, wanting to watch the moves they will reveal. Their battle started, and right from the moment, it was shocking. Right from Bobby invoke his inheritance and art as he saw Jill in horror. Not only was he shocked, but us too. Speed, what kind of fucking speed it is. I've never seen any knight this fast. If not for the killing rule helping, I would have seen the green blur moving across the battlefield. Jill is too fast in front of it. The speed that Simon displayed earlier is child play, and the only reason Bobby is staying in the arena because of his damn good art. Unlike most people who had offensive art, Bobby had defensive art, and seeing it helping him to avoid his razor-sharp attacks. It is a damn good defensive art. Speed had always been Jill's forte. The ability she got from her monster is also that of the speed. After the initial shock wore down, seeing her speed, I am not much surprised seeing her have such awesome speed. She has huge strength, so it is normal for her to have such great speed. I just wished I could have such speed. I could have a speed that is far greater than it if I can help us my mystic energies into my armor. My armor would reach an entirely new height if I am able to incorporate the mystic energies into my armor. But it is hard, extremely hard. I had asked the professor about it, and she said it is possible, and she even told me some ways to do that, but each of that way out of my league. No knight level could use those ways. Even those who reached the unknown level of knight could not do that. I sighed as I shook my hands with those and watched the battle, which is coming to an end. Jill had already destroyed more than half of his defense, and it would not take more than minutes to destroy the other half the armor. Seconds passed by, and with each second, Jill had destroyed more and more his armor, till the black golem phantom that was covering him completely crushed under the delicate blade of Jill. Jill had defeated her opponent in less than 4 minutes. Now the only fight remained till the top 5 could be decided. Now it is time for the last battle of the top 10. The host said as Jill returned to the participants' area. Ellen Ashford vs. John Hall, the host called. This is the last fight of the top 10. With it finished, the top 5 will be selected. That will be quarterfinal. Only winning the match will be one reach the semifinals that will happen today. Ellen and John went out through the 2 doors, and minutes later they reached the arena where their fight started with the permission of the referee. The strange thing happened as the fight started. Unlike her opponent John, Ellen did not use her bloodline. She had just summoned her white sword and moved to fight. A frown couldn't help but appear on my face when I saw her body, even Edmund and Jill, who gave me the same feeling as she had shown some of their power when fighting. Soon the frown eased on my face. Ellen is not someone who will get drunk on power and think less of her opponent, especially at this stage, and I was right when I saw the momentum Ellen is moving toward John and got quite shocked. Her speed is great. I could see the resistance of air when she moved through it. Though her speed could not be compared to speed, it is extremely fast. A little slower than what I got when I activated the full power of my runic armor's speed formations. Which is a shocking thing as she is just using her physical energy, not her bloodline. Even if she had hidden the visual effect of the activation of her bloodline, the energy fluctuation would be sensed no matter how much energy control she had, but there is nothing. It is quite difficult to gain such immense physical strength while still being a knight. It is likely the work of her bloodline. It is strengthening her body passively. It is quite common for a bloodline to do that. The more powerful the bloodline is, the more passively it will strengthen the host's attribute, and since Rachel's bloodline is an apex bloodline, it is not that surprising for her to have such scary physical strength. Finally, both of them clashed and were equally matched, which seems to make John unhappy as the fury dawned on his face, and he started to attack crazily while Ellen was defending against them at the east. Despite using his full power and art, John is still incapable of pushing Alina. He could only fight her to standstill. Here in the participants' area, the 4 of us watch the fight very, very carefully. Ellen is going to win, and there is no doubt in that, so we are watching every move carefully to create a plan to defeat her. It is especially true to Edmund and Jill, who both were till now watching the leaning relaxedly from their chairs, have not strained up, and now watching the fight with their abilities. The fight continues with John using all his abilities while Ellen is calmly countering them. This lasted for 5 minutes before Ellen launched her offensive and started to push back against John. My expression couldn't help but change, seeing that I know things will happen but did not happen this quickly. Ellen continued to push back, and 3 minutes later, while the sword was on the neck of John. There was quite disappointment on John's face when a sword appeared on his neck, but he accepted defeat, and both of them walked out of the arena in deafening cheers of the audience. Well, quite a fight, isn't it? The host said to the audience as she appeared on the arena to her question. The audience cheered loudly, showing their emotions. Now that the top 5 had been selected, it is time for quarterfinals. The host said amidst the cheer of the audience as she looked at a screen where projections of 5 frames were floating. As per rules of the championship, Edmund Soren will directly be advanced to semifinals, as he finished the battle quickest, while the remaining 4 will have to fight battles to advance into it, she said. The frame of advance, Edmund flew to the semifinal bracket. Now it is time for the first match of the quarterfinals. the host said, and frames started. I watched the frames with bated breath as there is a very high chance I will fight those fights. The battle will be between Camilla Johnson and Mitchell Czar. The host announced and finally released the breath that I did not know I was holding. A faint smile appeared on my face as I saw the name of Camilla. I am very happy it is Camilla, as I was very sure I would have been no match against Jill and Ellen. They would finish me off within 5 minutes. I smiled at my friends as I got up from my spot and walked toward the arena. This time the audience was even crazier, but I had little experience. I smiled and waved at them as I walked toward the arena. Soon I reached the arena and came face to face with Camilla, looking at me without expression. The only emotion she had on her is battle intent. Her eyes are burning with it. All her intel, abilities, and battle flashed before, and I knew I had to use most of my power from the beginning. She will be harder to deal with than Simon with her level 10 elemental constitution. She had not used the power of her elemental constitution last time when she fought against George, but I am very sure she will use continuation now, which will boost the power of her level 4 tremendously. It is a good thing I had comprehended the first chapter of my Eldritch Sword art, otherwise I would have had no hope to win this round. Both of you ready? The hostess referee asked, and we nodded in unison. Fight, she said, and disappeared from her spot. As we heard the fight, the explosive auras shot from us as we moved toward each other. Camilla had beautiful watery runes spreading all over her body, while my body started to get covered in silver armor as my sword appeared on my hands and started to glow bright red. The runes have fully covered her body as she activated her inheritance to the full power of level 4. She had not used the power of Constitution yet, but worldly energies are spinning around her. It is clear that she activated her art, and it is powerful. My expression became serious as I sensed the art is inheritance art, which means it is from inheritance's collection, and using its energy to power, which makes it very powerful. Normally people don't comprehend the inheritance art, at least not before they could level up from the night stage, as not only do they have great expenditures, but they are also very hard to comprehend than the regular arts. Soon I reached closer and swung my sword. She also turned her weapon at me, bearing great momentum. Bang! An explosion created, and we shot back like a cannonball in this clash. She was not the only one who had used her art. I had used it too, but unlike the time I had used it, Simon, she had an idea about how arts works. She had been prepared. My art released the energy to make an explosion. It stopped at the tip of her sword. Seeing no way to move forward, the energy of my art lightened up the energy that had to stop it from moving forward, and an explosion was created. The explosion was so powerful that it shook my armor. If it had been someone with level 3 power, he would have directly gotten very seriously injured. I stabilized in the air and saw Camilla also controlling her momentum at the same time and now looking at me. Her expressions have become even soberer after the attack. We looked at each other for a moment before we shot toward each other. Normally, we preferred to fight on the ground, as 99 had been fought. The reason is that it is easy to build momentum and flexible movement, as she could not control the worldly energies to fly on her own, which gave us less flexibility, but now we are fighting in the air. All the attacks from now on are going to have the explosion as long as they kept countering them directly. In the ground, the pressure of the explosion is great. The shockwave had the obstruction of the ground, but on the air, the shockwave could move everywhere, putting up less pressure on us. Bang. Another explosion rang out as weapons and learning lesson from the last attack. I immediately moved back right after the explosion, but my armor is still rattled by it. The power of the explosion could not be underestimated, especially when this attack had far more power than the last explosion. Even Camilla, who had her head unprotected in the first explosion, had to cover her head immediately, but some of her hair still got singed. Bang, 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 bang. Explosion after explosion started to ring out in their air, creating the beautiful display of the silver and blue. The audience had been completely mesmerized by such displays that they were cheering at every explosion, getting bigger and bigger with every attack. There are very few attacks that could create such an explosion. It is the first time the audience is seeing such big and sound explosions in the arena since the championship started. While the audience is enjoying it, I am quite stressed. After every attack, I had to completely focus on my armor as it absorbed the powerful force of explosions that came at me. Though I tried to get a move back as soon as our weapons clashed, there was still a huge force I got hit by, and I attacked with more and more power. The power of the explosion became greater. I had to focus everything on the armor to manage the force coming to me like a wrecking ball. It is a good thing that through the constant battle, I had become even more proficient in handling the armor. My runic armor is like mecha. It is powerful, but could become even more powerful if the one that is piloting it. My runic armor is flexible that way, and the more I use it, the better it becomes. Though it may rattle whenever the force of explosions crashed into it, it is actually fine or maybe not. It always on the cusp of crashing under such huge force, but now I have become quite efficient in handling. The force of the explosion is great that my armor could not convert it. All I had to absorb all the force and crash into my armor and crush it before releasing more than half while converting it to the limit. In such pressure, I realized and devised a few tricks of handling such force, which made my handling of armor even more efficient. Bang, bang, bang. A huge sound rang across the whole arena. We both were trying to launch the attack on each other's bodies. It is the only way we could defeat each other, but how can it be easy? We both are the experienced fighters that have fought thousands of battles to finish our combat style. It is not easy to attack our bodies. Even with the help of the powerful killing rule, I find very few openings in her combat style, and those openings that are visible are easily defendable, which makes attacking her body too. Hun. We continue fighting for 15 minutes when suddenly, I sense something, and the next moment, I see a blue energy dome filled with runes spreading out of her at extremely fast speed. Domain. Camilla had finally used her domain. I am not one bit surprised seeing her using domain. She had a level 10 elemental constitution. She could use that. But that is not worrying me. What worried me was the fearful energy that was emitting from her. She had finally integrated her constitution with her inheritance, which made her power rise explosively. Her domain is spreading at super fast speed and already surpassed 100 meters, which should have been its range since her constitution is level 10. But due to it integrating into inheritance, not only the power of domain has increased but also its range. I could see the aqua-blue domain coming at me, and in less than a second, it will envelop me if I did not move away from my spot, but I will not move away. Close combat is the only way I could defeat her, and since she had activated her domain, there is no reason for me to hold back, so without wasting a second, I released my two domains together. A single domain would not be enough to hold her back domain, which is integrated into inheritance. Even two of my domains will be barely able to contend against her domain. As the blood red and gray domains released from her, a look of surprise appeared on Camilla's face. Till now I haven't shown my constitution or the domain that came with it. The level 12 constitution is extremely rare that only 1 in a billion would have such a constitution. Even in the whole championship, only one other person than me has such a constitution. So it is normal to get shocked seeing my constitution, but that shock lasted only for a moment before her eyes became firm, and she pushed her domain toward mine. Zing, zing, zing. Her aqua-blue domain pushed toward my blood-gray domain before the two domains clashed against each other. Just after the one clash, the disadvantage of my domain could be seen, but it is very slight that it did not affect the domain. Camilla is furiously clashing her domain against mine, trying to destroy, but she was not despite having a slight advantage. Our domains kept clashing till they finally started to seep into each other. The clash is still happening, but much on a deeper level. One could clash happening as the domains began to each other. We moved closer to each other as our domains seeped more and more and more into each other before finally both domains merged completely, and now both of standing in the 3 meters of globe made of blue, red, and gray energies that are clashing against each other. I am surrounded by water, the furious waves trying to hit me with all their strength, but blood-gray winds will come and destroy the waves they could touch me. I am also attacking Camilla through the withering winds, powered by sin energy, but the protection of water around Camilla will always protect her. Seeing the normal attacks are not doing anything to her, I covered myself in the blood-gray wind and moved toward her with my most incredible speed. The clash of domain taking too many energies from me, I would not sustain it for more than 45 minutes current form, and will last even less when the explosions start, so I should finish off her soon as possible. There is no time to waste in these dilly-dallying attacks, which could not help me observe her fighting style. Seeing me coming, she also shot toward me with twice the speed than mine. She had stopped holding back and now is fighting with her all. Soon we reached close to each other and swung our weapons in an attack. Her sword came at me extremely fast, covered in the watery blue energy, while my sword's half-blades are shining brightly. My fire ability and sunfire are now powerful enough to light up little more than half of the enchantment. The invisible worldly energy is also covering my sword, a sign of my art. Even if her attack is stronger faster, it will not reach me directly. My art is a fuse that could light up everything, and this powerful attack of hers would not be an exception. As our weapons got closer and closer, our domains started getting thick around us, especially around our bodies, so thick that they looked like cloaks. This was the preparation for the explosion. This explosion wasn't going to like any other. She had used too much energy in her attack. When my art lighted up, it might seriously injure us and blow up the domain. BANNNG. Finally, our weapons clashed, and just as they did, a huge bang rang out, and both of us shot us back like a rock. The power of the explosion was so great that it shook the domains and formed hundreds of cracks on it. But that is not the worst part. The worst part is that we were shot back like a cannonball. While shooting back, I am completely focused on crushing the terrifying force that came at me and releasing it while also using the covered force to crush more force. Not only that, but I am also using the energies of domain to slow my speed, and these things are putting extremely great pressure on me that blood started coming out of my nose. The explosion was extremely great, more powerful than I had imagined it to be. When I stabilized myself, I was at the edge of the domain. A little more distance, and I would have moved out of it. As I stabilized, I looked forward to seeing Camilla was in the same position as me. She also stopped at the edge of the domain. We toured each other at the same time, gathering more power for our attacks than the last time. We do not care about the explosion that will happen and the force it will create. The only thing I have in our mind is winning. My armor had lit up completely. This time I have used such an amount of converted energy I had never used. It completely overcharged the runes of my runic armor. If it had been a normal battle, I would not do that, but in a high-pressure, high-stake battle, I've outperformed myself and harnessed the power from armor, which I did not think it possessed at the time of its creation. BNNG, another loud bang rang out and pushed back faster than the last time, and a massive explosion came out. Seeing it, the color drained on my face as I concentrated every ounce of soul energy I have on my armor. D-Hub, the explosion of multicolor energies hit me, and I felt as if a meteor slammed into me. The force was so immense that I knew my armor would collapse, and it would be over for me if I did not do anything at this very moment. So without thinking, I applied the bold idea that I had when I was shooting back earlier. That split moment, I changed runic formations on my armor. I nearly changed all the small runic formations that provide me speed and strength and replaced them with the crushing and converting formations. With my energy control, it took me a split second, and as that happened, the immense force that came at me diverted to all the crushing formations. Pa. Still, it was not the perfect execution, and some of the energy leaked inside my body, which tore through, making me puke blood while back like a rocket. As I was shooting back, the 3 overlapping domains that were covering us popped up like balloons. In front of a huge shockwave of the explosion, the triple domains did not offer much resistance when a shocking wave crashed into them. They blasted away. Thud. When I finally controlled myself and landed on the ground, I found myself nearly on the edge of a huge arena. I wiped the blood from my mouth with my sleeves and looked forward to Camilla, who was also standing near the edge of the arena with a bloodied face and gaze that held a slight hint of fear for the explosion that had happened. The fear lasted for a moment before it got replaced by resolve as she moved toward me. I sped toward her with the speed that was no lesser than her. Gaining such speed is nearly impossible with my runic armor if I followed the standard design I had created, but now I am not following the standard design as standard design could not give me the strength to win this battle. So for more power, I used a risky strategy. I replaced all the crushing, converting, and stretching formations with the speed formation and used my energy and covered energy to power it. It is extremely risky, as not a single mistake could occur when I do this. A slight mistake and I will lose the battle, but it is the only option I have, so no matter how risky it is, I will use it to win. A second later, I crossed the 100 meters distance and reached her. That moment, I against the whole speed formations to strength formations and attacked. Camilla looked shocked by the strength of my attack. If my speed had been surprising, then my strength was shocking to her, but the shock did not stop her from attacking. It again deepened her resolve as her weapon started to glow with more power as it came at me. BANNG. Our weapons clashed again, creating an even more fearsome explosion than before, but unlike last time, this time I was very much prepared for it. A moment our weapons clashed, I again changed the runic formations on my armor. As the shockwave crashed into me, I flung away like a cannonball while vomiting blood, but I did not care anything about that. I am completely focused on crushing and converting the massive amount of energy that came at me. Thud. By the time I stabilized myself, I was at the edge of the arena. One more step back, and I would have lost the battle. I steeled my gaze and saw the distance between the arena before shooting toward her. I did not waste any time this time. I did not want to give time to Camilla to get used to it. BANNG. Another explosion rang out, making my body riddled with more injuries and taking the edge of the arena again, but that did not stop me. As my condition stabilized, I attacked Camilla again. She's in a bad condition like me. Every attack is a challenge itself. It is pushing ourselves to dig more power that is present inside us. We are on the limit of our power, but somehow, each attack stronger than the last. Both of us are very much injured, but when she launches the next attack, we will mostly be healed. If it had been anyone else aside from Camilla, I would have finished that person with serious injuries. As even potions would take time to adjust, and by that time we already performed a bunch of attacks, but my luck is so bad that Camilla had water elemental constitution, which had the best healing powers, so her injury would mostly be healed by the time of the next attack. The battle would end soon. Every attack of ours stronger than previous, which is making it extremely difficult for us to stay on the arena after every attack. We're barely able to stop by the edge of the arena. This is my strategy to win. I am going to blast her out of arena. I am getting better and better replacing the runes that it only took me a moment to replace the whole formation on my body. And in past times, I had been intentionally stopping myself at the edge of the arena. I don't if Camilla is doing the same. Even if she is doing the same, it did not matter. I will win if I only took more of my time. Thud. I landed on the edge of the arena. Just as I did, I changed the runic formation and charged toward Camilla like a rocket. This time, I had not only replaced formation with speed formations, but also added a few more speed formations and a few empty spaces on my body. It is a very risky thing to do as it made my runic armor little. That is the reason why I had left those spaces empty, but this time, I had no choice but to use them. I sped across the arena like a rocket with the audience watching without making any noise, could not even see me properly. Only those powerful admantines or lords and above were able to track my movements. Soon, I reached Camilla and clanged my speed runes into the power runes and attacked. The power of my attack had broken the chart again and surprised her, but which made her against power-up attack even more. BANNNG. As our weapons clashed and the explosion raged as if the heavens broke, the explosion was very powerful and came at me like an earth-shaking tsunami. Even with my speed, I was barely able to finish changing runes before the explosion hit me. Crack, 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 puh. The power of the explosion was never like before. As it hit me, it started to break the bones of my body, which had never happened before, and shot me back like an uncontrolled rocket. Seeing my speed of shooting back, I had a scare because I understand that there are very high chances that I would be shot of arena despite my preparations. I could not let that happen, so I changed the runic formations again. This time I targeted converting formations. I replaced them with the crushing ones that are already working. Without the converting formation, I would not have the energy for the next attack, but I did not care about that. The only thing I care about is stopping myself from shooting out of the arena. I don't lose the battle, and only when I will remain to fight will I have the chance to win, so I focused myself on everything on the crushing formation. Every moment I would crush the energy and release it from a specific point. That way, I will not release the energy but also reduce speed, and that is the thing I want. Thud. Finally, I stopped at the edge where only my toes were touching the arena, a centimeter more and I would have lost. Bang! I had just heaved a sigh of relief when I heard the soft bang. When I looked toward the sound, I saw Camilla crashing into shields which separated arena and the audience. I won. I thought ecstatically as I saw her falling down from the shield. The audience cheered, and I walked out of arena with a tired smile. What had just happened? I could not believe the result of the battle that was in front of me. Though I had the confidence in Mitchell, I did not expect him to win this battle. I had sensed the battle power of this girl and read her intel, and it would be a near impossible fight for Mitchell to win. Even with his exceptional art, it would not have been possible for him to win. The girl was too strong, and seeing the limit of Mitchell's armor, which I myself helped him modify, it would not be possible for him to bear the power of the girl with it. But he had done it, shocking everyone who was sitting. All of them are shocked, even Lady Vivian, not by his win. It did not mean much to these people. The platform is too low. The reason they are shocked is his energy control. If the control he showed in the previous battle was surprising, then control over his energy in this battle is downright shocking. It is not easy to shock people, especially from the 9 platforms. They have reached the peak of the world. In their long life, what they haven't seen, there are very few things that could shock them, especially Lady Vivian, who has less than 10 challengers in the whole world. Changing over 500 in multiple times in a few seconds is no simple feat that not even lords and dukes could perform. Only exceptional among them have such fine energy control. As for the knights, no one had such control. It is nearly impossible to get such fine control when one is at the knight stage. Seeing the shining eyes of these people, I want to curse at them being shameless. The artifact I've given Mitchell was enough to hide the exact design of runes from their eyes, but halfway in the battle, when the battle got exciting, these bastards started to use special methods to see Mitchell's runes. I'm very sure these bastards were deeper to the energy pathway. It is not hard for them to every cell of the night stage with their special method. Josephine Hawthorne C. will offer its inheritance to this child, Sir Damon said, breaking her from her thoughts. Took her a moment to notice what he meant, and happiness couldn't help but bloom in her heart. Her niece beside her had an expression of shock on her face. Gaining full inheritance of Hawthorne's seat is not simple. Despite her father and grandfather being top-level people Hawthorne's seat, she will have to go through the extremely difficult tests to gain the full inheritance. At the same time, they offered Mitchell just seeing his little battle. The Wisdom Tower is willing to offer their full inheritance to this boy. Said one of irritating voice, which I loathe hearing it, but I did not get angry like last time. I just nodded at him. Others had multiple emotions when they heard the offers of 2 Supremes, but they did not speak. It is a personal matter of Riverfield Academy. They have no right to interfere. no matter what they feel inside. The whole hall remained silent before the change occurred. The rowdy cheers had finally slowed down as the host called the last participants of the top 5, the 2 girls Mitchell friends with. If people here looking forward to any battle, then it would be this one. The Ellen girl is not only a student of Lady Vivian and had been personally taught by her for more years, but also possesses apex bloodline, which any powerhouse would salivate. I still remember the news of Lady Vivian fighting 4 powerhouses from Mistsan, including their leader for this student. Well, anyone in her place would have done the same for such a seed that rarely comes millennia. The other girl named Jillian is quite mysterious. She's sending off the quite powerful energy, which is no less intense than Lady Vivian's student, but no one here thinks she had apex inheritance or bloodline. Such power could be gained back in a continent. They have knights who possess similar power, but they are still looking at her with hope if she possesses something special, that these people will fight like wild dogs without care for their image. The 2 girls entered the arena, and the host referee gave them permission to fight. Unlike other fights, these 2 girls did not summon out all their power at once. While Lady Vivian's student fought with her physical strength, Jillian just summoned a dark misty fire around her and started to fight. This dark misty mist is a very peculiar, rarely seen type of energy. The abyssal energy. There are very few abyssal type inheritances in the continents. Our Academy and Hawthorne Sea possess the most powerful abyssal type inheritance. Very few people in the whole world are compatible with the abyssal inheritance. Little Ellie had been rooting for it too. She had already accepted level 3 base inheritance of Hawthorne Sea, and after passing the tests, she will try for the abyssal inheritance. I wish she did get that inheritance. I've heard the glory 23rd head of Hawthorne Sea, who was the second person in 3,000 years to get that inheritance. She was a terror. No one was her match, including those of Apex Inheritances, that inheritance created by their founder Ramona Hawthorne, based on her Apex Abyssal inheritance. This is why all these people are looking at this fight like hungry wolves. If this girl showed slight specialness, they would take our weapons and fight. Even Lady Vivian will not hesitate to join the fray. Both of the girls are intensely fighting without showing their real strength, but one could still marvel at their combat style. In just the night stage, both of them have an impeccable fighting style. Each of their moves is refined to the limit and could be said to be perfect at their level. Even Mitchell, which I had through becoming almost perfect in combat style, is a little pale in front of these 2 little girls. Ellen has such a fighting style I could understand since she had been personally taught by Lady Vivian for more than a year, but this little Jillian girl, she does not seem to have any teacher from what I have read from her intel. The more she fights, the more mysterious she seems to become, and I could wait to see what other secrets this girl will show in battle. These people are already salivating after seeing abyssal energy from her. I wonder what they will do after she shows something concrete. Will those powerful people from their organizations will also come if she shows enough promise? The battle continued and became more intense, and now the holy white glow started to come out of Lady Vivian's student body. She could handle the increasing strength of that Jelena with her physical strength, and now started to show little of her power. This is very little intel on Lady Vivian's student aside from the fact that she had apex bloodline, and it is not fully awakened yet. It takes time for bloodline to awaken. The more powerful it, the more time it will take. But awakening bloodline will not be much a problem for the Lady Vivian's student with her guidance. This little is very fortunate that she had gotten such a powerful and knowledgeable teacher. At the time her bloodline awakened, it saved her a lot of trouble. Apex bloodline, I guess mine would have also fallen in that category if not that problem. That problem had not only slowed down my progress, but also stopping me using my full power, not to forget the loss of life force I have when I use my full power fully. Sigh, I could not help but sigh when I think about it. If I had that thing, just one drop of it would have been enough for me to get out of my predictions and use the full potential that my bloodline had to offer. But how easy it is getting that thing. It is always a bloodbath whenever that thing is found. It is one of the most precious things in the world which could bring back one from the dead. The last time that thing appeared, it was 300 years ago. It was consumed by the leader of Mistan, which helped reach the level which only reached by the very few. The battle between 2 girls is raging, and so is a discussion of the people sitting here and watching the fight. Jealousy and desire had become common emotions as they looked at these 2 girls. Picking up the seed is a very important job, and many people use their connections in their organizations to get such an assignment. A good seed could help his organization reach higher, and the one who picked that seed heavily rewards. It is also a job that needs most wisdom and insight, and that is why the organizations sent their top dogs for their job, not only to select great seed, but also to take that seed to their organization. As the battle progressed, both girls started to show more and more of their powers, and now they have finally begun to use their arts, and I have to say, their arts are very powerful and unique. Lady Vivian's student had converted her totem artifact into a pair of gauntlets and is releasing energy strings through them. I am quite surprised to see the converting type totem artifact in her hand. It is a very high-level totem blueprint and treasured by Crystal Domination that they only let successor-level member practice, and she using it means she had already become one of the successors of Crystal Domination. Since Lady Vivian's student, her becoming leader of Crystal Dominant would not be surprising. 20 minutes passed by and the girls are still fighting, but now the power they are showing is great. If Mitchell had taken one of place, he would have lost by a single attack with his explosion art and amazing armor. The funny thing is, these girls had not even shown their real powers. It would not be long, though they had already fought long enough without showing their real strength. The way they are increasing their strength, they will show their real power in minutes or two. I was right. A minute later, both of the girls separated and started looking at each other in the eyes without speaking before suddenly their auras started to rise explosively. That sensing, I had to straighten my back. The power they are projecting has made me serious, and this level of power could only be projected by those who reach the unnamed level of night. Even the best among them have such strong aura. As their aura exploded, the visual phenomenon started to appear. The phenomenon appeared behind Ellen when feigned humanoid women appeared behind her. The human is a woman and looked like a human, but it is clearly not. The faint phantom that appeared behind is an extremely beautiful winged woman bathed in holy light. She's releasing an aura that made one want to kneel in front of her. Even at my level, I am feeling the compulsion to bow in front of that figure. Here everyone easily resisted the compulsion to bow, but in the audience, nearly everyone had bowed with a pious expression on their faces. Such compulsion, even when it is not fully awakened, it is really an apex bloodline. I thought before turning to the Jillian girl whose whole body is bathing in the abyssal flame, and those who looked at it found their very soul shudder. Its effect no less than the other girl, which quite surprised me as inheritances are always weaker than the bloodlines. The scene felt quite poetic at one side, a girl emitting a holy feeling that possesses the power to cleanse all evil, while on the other side, there are abyssal flames which usually consider evil among commands. I was watching and thought the visual phenomenon over when suddenly the abyssal flames started to move back and began to form shape first. It was not clear, soon it started to become clear, and when I saw what shape it is taking, my whole body shuddered. Not only me but others too straightened up. If this flames took the shape of the star that I am thinking it is taking, then within a few, all hell will break loose, something very big will happen. Seconds passed by, and finally, about a minute later, a 9-pointed runic star appeared behind the girl, the Star of Abyss. This inheritance only appeared one time in the world. That is about 3,500 years ago, and the host was Ramona Hawthorne, the founder of Hawthorne Sea, the most powerful powerhouse this world had ever produced, and also the most exceptional pupil of Riverfield Academy. I had never thought the supreme abyssal star inheritance could appear in the world again. I still remember the hundreds of chronicles we have in our archive about Ramona Hawthorne, the last host of abyssal star inheritance. Some of them were written by the headmistress herself, who is also a teacher of Ramona Hawthorne. Her deeds are endless, but most distinguished is her pushing back the grim monsters into their impregnable hive. Under her leadership, the grim monsters were uprooted from every continent, including the central continent. No one was able to do that in more than 10,000-year histories of the grim monsters' invasion. She uprooted each and every grim monsters, and if not for the indestructible hive of there where they had hidden, at last, she would have uprooted them from the face of the world. Now that inheritance appeared again, and people looking at it with hungry, greedy, hopeful eyes. This is inheritance that gives the promise of creating another Ramona Hawthorne and bring glory to their organization and the whole human race. All the 9 Supremes wanted her. It did not matter what organizational chains she belonged to before. They wanted her at any cost, and looking at their shining eyes and various devices that appeared in their hands, including that of Lady Vivian, it wouldn't be long before those monsters appeared. The Abyssal Star Inheritance is a huge matter, not only the heads of their organizations, but some of the fossils which were hiding for decades and centuries will also come up. I also took out the emergency artifact and sent the message to the Academy what had happened here. This small competition has now become the turning point of world history. Even if that little does become second Ramona Hawthorne, she will become someone who will be reckoned as long as she survived. Despite the appearance of Abyssal Star Inheritance, nobody took any actions. They had taken their artifacts for a moment before looking at Arena. The real show will start when this battle is finished. Both girls have summoned their full strength and have now looked at each other with battle intent. I am feeling quite excited about this battle. I saw the power of the inheritance that changed the world. They continue looking at each other for a few seconds before they shoot toward each other with power that is beyond the knight should possess. Soon they reached close and clashed. Their clashes made the deafening sounds and massive shockwave that created the cracks in the arena they were standing in. I am quite surprised by the cracks. I am aware of how much strength is needed to create such cracks. Even Mitchell's strongest explosion has to be 10 times stronger to create cracks that these girls' attacks had created, and this is just a start. These are just their casual attacks. They haven't used the real attacks filled with the power of their inheritance, energy, and bloodline power. After the first clash, they started clashing intensely with each other than others, with each attack having more power than the previous. The cracks continue forming visibly till the time they are on collapsed under the pressure. Despite the collapsing of the tile, these girls did not move from their spots. They continued fighting with the earth-shaking power. The eyes of people shining brightly as they watch the battle. The more power she will show, the harder they will fight for her. Each and everyone wants that girl in their organization to create new Ramona Hawthorne who will bring glory to their organizations. The girls finally used their arts, and oh my, what are they? They are leagues above the arts that knights could comprehend. I could see that Jillian girl using one of 9 inheritance of Abyssal Star inheritance, the Abyssal Sea art. This art is one of the most destructive art ever used in the Otherworld. It creates a tide of abyssal flames. She released this art on the Ellen girl. A huge tide of abyssal flames moved toward Ellen, crushing every tile of arena that came in their way. Seeing a destructive tide of abyssal flames, I started to worry about that Ellen girl. But Ellen did not seem to be worried seeing the destructive tide that was coming toward her. A wide smile appeared on her face, and her sword started to light up, creating a coin-sized ball of energy which is half the size of thumb before releasing it toward the huge abyssal flame. The small ball of holy-looking moth that is moving toward the forest. One would guess it would not do anything to the huge destructive abyssal tide, but they are wrong. As that small ball hit the abyssal tide, it lightened up like the holy sun, which can purify anything. The purifying rays started to spread across the abyssal wave, and before long it completely purified, but by that time the battle's small ball also lost all of its energy. The audience gasped loudly as half of the arena which had made contact with the tide had been decimated. The tiles turned to ash. The hard blocks that are below them had a huge crack on them. The attacks after that became more and more intense. They have destroyed the whole area. If not for shields being reinforced, seeing the condition of the arena, it would have been destroyed too. Still, I am quite shocked by the power these girls are displaying. This is not power that knight level should have. Even those who reach the unmanned knight level, very few of them could release this kind of power. I still remember the time I had reached the unnamed knight level. The power I could display that time was comparable to these girls who are still at admantime. If these girls survive until they reach a peak, they will become a terror for the grim monsters. The attacks become more and more powerful, and girls also get injured, but they do not seem to care about their injuries as they are fighting madly without care for the injuries. Healing from such injuries is not a problem for these girls, but injuries they have are far from normal serious injuries. These injuries contain their opponent's powers, which makes them very hard to heal. As I watched the battle, I sensed something and smiled. Others also sensed it and had various expressions. They have finally come. As soon as battle finished, they will show themselves. On the other hand, the battle had become completely insane. Both girls had a huge amount of injuries. They were bleeding from head to toe, but they were still fighting intensely. They again launched another battle, but this attack is different from previous attacks. The scale of it is too huge. It looks like these girls want to finish up the battle in this single attack. BOOM. Finally, both of their attacks clashed, and a huge boom rang out which had completely decimated the arena, or what's left of it, and threw the girls at the shields at rocket speed, which had rippled under the powerful shockwave created by the clash of their attacks. The battle is over, and it is a tie. Coincidentally, both of them were thrown out of the arena at the same time, which made this battle tie. The power of Abyssal Star inheritance is shocking as it is described in records, said the deep old voice, and the next moment an old man with a red-haired middle-aged man came out hiding. Lord Camphor, Lord Sylvester. Seeing the two, all people stood up and looked at them respectfully. The red middle-aged is the current leader of Mist San, while the old man was his teacher, previous leader of Mission. You are absolutely right, Camphor said another old voice, and two people again came out. This time it is a woman in her late 20s and an old man. Arthur, you have come, said the old man from Mist San to newly arrived. At that, other old man smiled. The beautiful woman in her late 20s is the current leader of the Blazing Spear, and while the old man was the past generation who have similar strength as the old man from Mistborn. Such an unexpected surprise. Another old voice rang out, and two people saw them. A slight surprise flashed in my eyes before hardened when I saw the other person with petite old women. The petite old lady is Angela Leon, the previous leader of the Wisdom Tower, while the middle-aged man is her son Raymond Leon and the current leader of Wisdom Tower, and also the person I hate quite much. More and more people started to come in, and they amicably sat on the platform for their organization. If I did not know there might be earth-shaking fights later, I would have thought these people went for a peace conference. More and more leader came, charging the atmosphere with their power. Some people from weaker organizations have already left as they could stand the pressure-mute intimation these powerhouses using against each other. Soon 2 people arrived making higher-ups of 2 organizations. They did not bring the old monster with them, and they did not need these 2 have enough strength to go against the old monsters. Sister, said the stunning black woman who looked to be in the early 30s. She is the leader of Crystal Domination and also holds the leader seat of the pyramid previously mentioned as War Tower in chapter 939. Hera, come sit. Said Lady Vivian. Yes, the stunning black woman is the younger sister of Lady Vivian. The reason people fear and revere Lady Vivian is that she is not weaker than her younger sister. Some even said she is stronger. If not for not liking the menial responsibilities, she would have been the leader of Crystal Domination instead of her younger sister. The other person appeared at the same time is an average-looking bald man who looked to be in his late 30s. There is nothing remarkable about him, but no one dared to underestimate him. He is Lord Sylvian Chalice, the current leader of Hawthorne Sea. Gentlemen, since you are all here, let me clearly say that we are going to take that girl. There is no one better than us. She has the same inheritance as our founder and organization. She's also a member of our chain organizations. So according to the rules, it is we who should take, said Lord Sylvian with a smile. Just as he finished, the powerful auras started to rage across the hall that it was starting to crack. I had to cover Alina with my energy to protect her from such heavy onslaught. Snort. Brat, you're talking too much. She will be a member of Skysaber. The old man from the Skysaber said authoritatively, without caring for the reason or rules that Lord Sylvian stated. Old man, shut your mouth. It is our Crystal Domination that will take her. Lady Hera said as she pressed the old man with her aura, but the old man had no weak slouch. He easily resisted her aura. It will be our blood spear that will take us, said an old person from the blood spear before another popped in. More and more people started to stake their claim and emitting vast auras that would have turned people as Ellie would have into the blood mist. The egg force field is cracking under their auras, and if not for Lady Vivian is covering the force field with her energy, or it would have popped up like a balloon. As time passed, the arguments started to get more and more heated, and powerhouses began to reveal their auras, which released outside could vaporize the whole stadium and the city if they fought. These people are powerful beyond belief. They are the true master of the world, and the force that kept grim monsters at bay. As the argument got more heated, the people even started drawing out their weapons, and I became pretty sure that this continent would experience an earth-shaking battle in a few minutes. You brats have truly lost it. Those bastards in graves would be ashamed when they saw you people squabbling like cats and dogs, said the really old voice. Her voice was enough to completely neutralize powerful auras that were raging inside the force field. I was just looking from where those words came out when very old women came out. This woman is very old, so old that it looked like she already has 1 foot in the grave, but when one looked at her black eyes, they would shudder as they are scary as an abyss. When I looked at her, this woman, I did not recognize her. Not only me, but others did not seem to recognize her. Matron, said Lord Sylvester with heavy respect. When I heard it, something clicked in my mind, and I remember the old painting we had in Luminous Hall was kept the painting of our most distinguished alumnus. Mavis Summerfield, or Matron Mavis, or Abyssal Mavis. She had earned many names. She was the leader of the Hawthorne Sea around 400 years ago, and was the person to have abyssal inheritance of the Hawthorne Sea. She is one of the most distinguished people that our world had produced, and was the reason why we were able to stop the grim monsters from taking the central continent 300 years ago. She had not shown herself in the past 2 centuries, that nearly all people considered her dead. Matron Mavis, all of them greeted her respectfully while thinking about why she hadn't died yet as most of the people of her generation. But there is another question. Will these women take the girl? With her power, taking a girl would not have been a problem before anyone could react. She did not do that, but that does not mean she will not do it. They all became vigilant, ready to stop with all their might. Snort, what are you brats looking at? Even though it is we who should take her, we will not take her forcefully. Each of you brats will get 10 minutes with her to make a case for your organization, she said. All of them looked hesitant before nodding. She is the strongest human in the world. Even if they have fossils of her generation tucked away in their organization, they would not be this woman's match. So they might as well accept the condition, and it's not like they are unfair. As old women said, all organizations will take 10 minutes with her. Soon they